In a twist of fate, Chun-Shu's late-night vigil led to an unexpected demise, propelling him into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Fortunately, he possesses a unique emotional lottery system, a veritable boon that enables him to summon characters from myriad realms. In a bid to avoid becoming mere cannon fodder, he decisively orchestrates clandestine machinations through a mysterious organization of 10 tiers. Thus, the nefarious villain emerges in Afghanistan, seizing Tony Stark from the clutches of the Ten Rings, compelling him to fabricate devices for a covert incursion into Wakanda 2. Pilfer Vibranium. Chapter 1. Arrival in Marvel and the System. Cold sweat trickled down Chun-Shu's spine, drenching his cheap zombie costume. He huddled within a coffin soaked in faux blood, listening to the footsteps approaching from the corridor. His nails dug painfully into his palms. This marked the 7th day of his employment at the Thriller Factory haunted house, and the final moment to accumulate 100 emotional points. I hear this NPC is exceptionally adept at exploiting psychological weaknesses. An excited voice from a girl mingled with electrical static, eliciting a sardonic smile from Chun-Shu. Just 7 days prior, he had been an unfortunate soul who perished while binge-watching Marvel films. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself transformed into a namesake heir, inheriting several properties and savings from parents who had succumbed in a tragic accident. He had expected to languish in comfort until he chanced upon a news broadcast featuring the flamboyant Tony Stark, cigar in hand, flaunting his charm. As the footage of the Stark Industries' new technology launch rolled, a chill of dread enveloped Chun-Shu. He had traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. System. Activate the emotional value panel. Chun-Shu silently commanded, and a pale blue virtual screen materialized before his eyes, displaying the ominous message, Fear Emotional Value. 98100. A wave of horrific scenes from the films surged uncontrollably in his mind. The Mad Titan snapping his fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet, reducing countless lives to ashes. The Chitauri army erupting from rifts in the sky, wreaking havoc on the streets of New York, buildings collapsing under the wrath of the Hulk. These vivid images sliced through his nerves like sharp blades. Fortunately, the emotional lottery system bound to his crossing became his sole lifeline, allowing him to collect emotional points by inciting the feelings of others. These points could then be used for a lottery, starting at 100 points, with higher quality prize pools unlocked at increments of 10 times. 1,000 points, 10,000 points, 100,000 points, and so forth. They're almost here. Almost here. Chun-Shu held his breath, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the coffin's interior. As 3 pairs of sneakers came into view, he flung the lid open, revealing the decaying fangs of a prop that glimmered ominously in the dim light, accompanied by a mechanical sound effect that emitted a bone-chilling roar. The 3 girls huddled together, shrieking as they retreated, with the smallest among them stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Ding! Collected 3 points of fear emotional value. Current progress, 101,100. The system's alert resonated, nearly provoking a laugh from Chun-Shu. He suppressed his elation and retrieved a bloodied chainsaw model from the prop box, chasing after the terrified tourists as they scrambled for safety down the corridor. As the last vestiges of fear dissipated, he retreated into the staff lounge, trembling as he activated the lottery interface. The prize pool glimmered with an ethereal blue light, densely populated with rewards ranging from fundamental combat skills to obscure potions. His throat constricted, and his finger hovered above the confirmation button, trembling incessantly. Vivid images of alien assaults and frantic escapes through apocalyptic landscapes flashed through his mind, a tumult of panic and anticipation threatening to engulf him. Here goes nothing. He gritted his teeth and pressed the confirmation button, the wheels spinning wildly. Neon lights danced within the confines of the small lounge as he fixated on the rapidly passing prize names, forgetting even to breathe. His fingertip lingered over the virtual option for the T-Virus Serum Perfect Edition, the pale gold liquid swirling within the transparent syringe, refracting shards of light. The fluorescent tubes in the lounge buzzed, yet could not drown out the thunderous beat of his heart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the T-Virus Serum Perfect Edition. This product is co-certified by the chief scientist of Hive Laboratory, utilizing nanograde gene editing technology to perfectly circumvent the risk of zombification. Had you drawn a subpar version, you would likely be counting the number of fangs sprouting in the mirror right now. The system's playful banter elicited an eye roll from him. Once I grow stronger, the first thing he'll do is modify your snarky disposition. With deftness, he stowed the serum into the system's space and adjusted the collar of his zombie attire. For the remainder of his work shift, he found himself surprisingly relaxed. As he impersonated a zombie rising from a coffin, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at a girl who had turned pale with fright, scream a little louder. I still haven't met my KPI? Upon returning to his apartment in the late hours, he locked the door behind him with casual ease. He opened the refrigerator and downed a can of beer. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet failed to extinguish the fire in his palms. His gaze swept across the leather sofa in the living room, and he suddenly smiled, deciding that rather than toiling in the bedroom, he would find a spacious area to witness a miracle. Twisting the syringe between his fingers, he tore open his collar. The moment the needle pierced his skin, a searing heat surged through his body like wildfire. He let out a muffled groan as he collapsed onto the sofa, which creaked under the weight of his powerful descent. Amidst the agonizing pain of muscle tearing and reassembling, he couldn't help but comment, "This sensation is far more exhilarating than the makeup effects of a haunted house." NPC'd as the first rays of sunlight crept over the windowsill. He slowly opened his eyes. He moved his neck, and the joints resonated with a series of sharp cracks. Grasping a glass from the coffee table, he applied gentle pressure, shattering the tempered glass into a fine powder. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at his palm, where beneath unblemished skin, golden glimmers flickered. "It's time to test my abilities," he declared, striding to the floor-to-ceiling window. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air erupted with a thunderous crack, and the leaves from 3 nearby sycamore trees cascaded down, swirling in the morning light like golden confetti. He glanced at his well-defined arms, a confident smile curving his lips. The snap of Thanos' fingers? Perhaps it was not so unattainable after all. Changshu casually tossed his work jacket into the storage locker, the metallic door emitting a dull clang. The $12 hourly wage was tightly grasped in his palm, a meager some $3 below New York's minimum standard. The capitalists have certainly mastered the art of exploiting the Chinese. The abacus beads are nearly bursting in my face. He hummed a tuneless song nonchalantly as he shut the locker. "Boss, I quit," Changshu declared at the office door, observing the Mediterranean owner stuffing a sandwich into his mouth. Without lifting his gaze, the owner waved dismissively. "Fine, just finish today, and he'll settle your pay." Changshu shrugged. $864 was scarcely enough for a few iced cups of tap coffee in Manhattan as twilight deepened. He walked home, clutching his paycheck. Turning into a dim alley, a stifled cry suddenly pierced the air. 2 intoxicated black men were pinning an Asian woman against the wall, her desperate struggles creating a harsh sound as her nails scraped against the brick. Changshu's expression hardened. He swiftly retrieved a mask and hood from his backpack. Just as he took a step forward, one of the dreadlocked men turned and spat. "Yellow-skinned monkey, get lost. Stay out of my business." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Changshu strolled leisurely closer. "Why the anger? Didn't you manage to snatch the last bucket of wings from the fried chicken shop? Looking for trouble?" The man bellowed, swinging a fist at him. Changshu sidestepped effortlessly, twisting the man's wrist in the process, followed by a knee strike that landed sharply in the man's groin. The second man lunged at him with a bottle. He quickly ducked, his fist hammering into the man's abdomen, and as the attacker bent over, an elbow crashed down between his legs. 2 anguished screams echoed through the alley as both men writhed on the ground, clutching their groins. Changshu crouched down, poking the convulsing man's shoulder. "What's the matter? Can't handle it? If I'd known you were so fragile, I would have saved my strength for a late-night snack." The woman trembled and whispered her gratitude, to which Changshu waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry and leave. There's no need to witness this live art performance." Watching her retreating figure, he turned and melted into the night. The streetlights cast a long shadow behind him as he flexed his sore wrist, truly feeling the latent power his enhanced physique possessed. The hum of the air conditioning unit filtered through the mesh window as Changshu nestled into a light gray fabric sofa, a glass of slowly melting ice resting on his knee. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon lights of Manhattan flickered to life in the twilight, illuminating the system panel before him that glowed with cold light. The emotional points he had accrued from teaching the drunkards a lesson were but mere pebbles dropped into a deep pool, creating minimal ripples against the vast numbers required for high-ear lotteries. Is there no swift way to accumulate emotional points? He mused irritably, raking his fingers through his hair as the sleeves of his cotton loungewear slipped down. Suddenly, a mechanical notification broke the silence of the living room. The greater the influence of the target individual, the higher the energy value generated during intense emotional fluctuations. The word struck him like a lightning bolt, illuminating the fog in his mind. The renowned superheroes and formidable supervillains of the Marvel Universe were not, after all, the ultimate emotional value treasure troves. The name Tony Stark immediately sprang to mind. The genius inventor who controls Stark Industries and frequently graces the entertainment headlines. If he could conjure a sufficiently astonishing surprise, it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of emotional currency. Chen's fingers unconsciously tapped against the glass, envisioning the incandescent fury of Iron Man's armor. But he quickly shook his head. In his current guise, he was merely an ordinary individual with a bit of disposable income on the streets of New York, incapable of even passing the visitor registration at Stark Tower, let alone making contact with the legendary figure himself. That I need to shift my perspective. He rose and paced across the light wooden floor of the living room, the boards creaking softly beneath his feet. As he passed the entrance, the cheap decorative painting on the wall swayed gently with his movement. Suddenly, a shadowy area from the original owner's memories was illuminated as if by a spotlight. Hell's Kitchen. He abruptly halted, excitement flashing in his eyes. That den of iniquity on Manhattan's west side not only concealed countless opportunities, but also represented a potential treasure trove of emotional value. He hastened to his bedroom, rummaging through the closet for a simple black hoodie to stow in his backpack. Stepping out of the apartment, he was met by the humid warmth of New York's night. He first ducked into a modest sporting goods store, selecting a tactical sweatshirt with hidden pockets and a thick mask, and under the shopkeeper's dubious gaze, purchased a pair of tactical gloves. Subsequently, he made his way to a weapons shop nestled in an old district, his gaze locking onto a Nepalese kukri among the glinting blades in the display case. The smooth curve, the sharp edge, and the perfectly balanced heft felt just right in his hand. After acquiring 2 portable stun batons, he hesitated momentarily at the counter. No guns? The shopkeeper, a burly man with a full beard, scoffed at the question. Kid, without the right channels and permits, buying a gun is just asking for trouble. Chen realized the truth in his words. While America boasts gun freedom, for an average person to legally possess a firearm entails navigating a labyrinth of complex scrutiny and establishing reliable connections. Furthermore, he had never handled a real gun. The financial, material, and temporal resources required for practice far exceeded his expectations. Never mind. He tightened his grip on the kukri, the cold metal sending a chill through his palm. With my current skills, as long as I remain sufficiently cautious, dealing with armed, ordinary folks should not pose a significant challenge. Upon returning to his apartment, Chen laid out his newly acquired gear across the somewhat cluttered desk. He flicked on the desk lamp, and under its warm glow, the blue electrodes of the stun batons shimmered ominously. Opening a drawer, he unearthed a crumpled map of Manhattan and circled the boundaries of Hell's Kitchen with a red PEN as his fingertip traced the intersection with Harlem on the map. His mind began to devise strategies for engaging with the shadows lurking in the dark. Outside, the moonlight crept onto the windowsill. Chen adjusted the mask over his nose and moved his shoulders in front of the mirror atop the wardrobe. His enhanced physique sculpted smooth muscle lines beneath the hoodie, seamlessly merging with the darkness that he switched off the lamp and, enveloped in shadows, murmured to himself, emotional value, here I come. Chapter 2. The master of sugar in the dense, murky night of Manhattan's west side, a putrid stench mingled with the acrid sin of fermenting alcohol, assaulting the senses. Chen's back pressed against the weathered brick wall, his tactical gloves brushing against the hilt of a Nepalese knife. At the mouth of the alley, 3 inebriated figures were clanging beer bottles against a metal barrel, their slurred curses echoing through the damp air. I heard that the goods lost by Big Gene last month were watered down and sold by you. Chen lowered his voice, deliberately mimicking the intonation of a Mexican drug dealer. A gang member with green-tinted hair abruptly turned around, the crunch of glass beneath his feet betraying his movement. Before he could utter another word, a taser was precisely pressed against his lower back, a surge of 100,000 volts, sending him convulsing to the ground. The other 2, reaching for their guns, found the cold blade of a knife at their throats, freezing them in place. With swift precision, Chen retrieved an ether-soaked towel from his backpack. The pungent aroma caused the gang members' pupils to dilate, and within 3 futile seconds, they collapsed like ragdolls. He quickly searched their bodies, extracting 2 bags of impure meth from the green-haired thug's boot, scoffing, "Is this all you dare to peddle in Hell's Kitchen?" Confirming the alley surveillance had been obscured. He dragged the trio into a dumpster before slinking away into the shadows of the fire escape, beside the electronic lock of an abandoned warehouse. The faded sticky note bearing Big Jin's distinctive scrawl blurred with water stains. Chen produced a decoder acquired from the Chinatown black market, and the moment the red light shifted to green, a heavy scent of acetone enveloped him. Moonlight penetrated the shattered window, illuminating rows of black wooden crates adorned with the clover emblem, an unmistakable mark of Big Jin's operation. As the dagger sliced through the seal, the aluminum foil wrapped around the white crystals glimmered coldly. Chen swiftly returned to the convenience store, purchasing a bag of rock candy with the cash earned from his job. When he infiltrated again, he donned a medical mask to conceal his breath, his fingers deftly swapping the goods, even carefully retrieving the fallen sugar granules with tweezers. When sealing the box, he meticulously imitated the original tape's creases, ensuring absolute precision. As he emerged from the warehouse, the distant wail of police sirens reached his ears. Chin discarded the ether-soaked towel into the East River, watching it drift away with the current. On the system panel, the fear etched on the faces of the gang members before their unconsciousness, and the anxiety of the warehouse guard about to discover something amiss, manifested as flickering blue dots. He removed his mask, gazing at the neon lights of Stark Tower across the river, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. The show is about to begin. As Chin slid down the fire escape to the alley's end, he deliberately lightened his footsteps, only allowing himself to exhale after turning 3 blocks. The sound of boots crunching glass echoed from a distance. He knew that the crimson figure had arrived on the scene. Daredevil's radar senses scanned the unconscious gang members. The subtle friction of his black uniform audible as he crouched. 3 armed personnel, subdued by non-lethal means. His fingertips brushed the remnants of ether at the corner of a thug's mouth. Suddenly alerting, he turned to glance in Chin's direction of retreat. But at that moment, Chin had already blended into the crowd 3 blocks away, leaving behind only the scent of disrupted mint candy at the alley's mouth. Within the warehouse, Daredevil followed the scent to the swapped box of meth. He violently tore open the foil packaging, bringing the powder close to his nose for a whiff. What should have been a sharp chemical stench bore an unusual sweetness, and the unique granularity of the rock candy made the blind vigilante recoil in shock. It is inconceivable. His voice, unusually laced with confusion and shock, reverberates. The emotional index representing Daredevil on the apartment system panel skyrockets like a rocket, with blue light points bursting forth in a dazzling display of energy ripples on the virtual interface. 3 days later, within the underground casino of Harlem, the crystal chandelier casts a trembling light upon the air. Wilson Fisk, ensconced in a custom-made, intricately carved leather sofa, appears ensnared by his own opulence. The 5-figure, hand-tailored suit clings to him like a second skin, while his broad shoulders stretch the fabric into fine creases. And the collar of his shirt tilts under the weight of his robust neck. In his left hand, he clutches a cigar measuring the length of his forearm, which seems diminutive between his fingers, while his right hand rests upon the armrest, the knotted veins prominent like gnarled tree roots. As one of his enforcers pries open a wooden crate to reveal bags of crystalline sugar, an eerie silence envelopes the casino. Fisk's half-closed eyes snap open, and his murky pupils swirl with a chilling intent to kill. His breath comes heavy, akin to an ancient bellows. Who did this? His voice emerges from the depths of his chest, a guttural growl that sends the chandelier's pendant swaying. The silence lingers for 3 seconds before Fisk suddenly tightens his grip on the crystal ashtray beside him. His muscular arms bulge with tension, knuckles whitening under the strain. With a sharp crack, the priceless crystal shatters beneath his extraordinary grip, sharp shards embedding themselves into his flesh, blood dripping from his thick fingers. Blooming dark red on the opulent Persian carpet. Turn Hell's Kitchen upside down for me. He rises abruptly, his substantial frame toppling the coffee table, the solid wood furniture groaning under the weight. I want that bastard who dared to tamper with my goods to witness his bones ground to dust. Meanwhile, Chun, nestled in his old sofa at home, observes the emotional index of Fisk's fury soaring on the system panel, nearly threatening to breach the interface. Daredevil's ongoing confusion also transforms into a steady stream of energy flowing into his account. Leaning back against the chair, he allows a slight smirk to form at the corner of his mouth, reveling in the clever subterfuge that not only amassed a wealth of emotional energy, but also left a profound impression of Fisk's title as the sugar master between the realms of heroism and criminality. The following morning, Chun reclines against the creaking old sofa, his long fingers drumming idly on the armrest, his gaze sweeping over the fluctuating 623 points of emotional energy on the system panel. The 237 points contributed by Fisk's wrath and the 219 points arising from Daredevil's confusion stand out prominently, while the scattered fear values from street thugs resemble mere sesame seeds carelessly strewn about. Indeed, the main characters are the true currency. He tugs at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of sardonic amusement. The scene from 3 days prior, where the ice meth was swapped in the abandoned warehouse, remains vividly etched in his mind, although the subsequent events remain unseen. The frenzied fluctuations of the emotional values within the system are sufficient for him to imagine Daredevil's furrowed brow as he removes his mask, as well as Fisk's grim expression upon discovering the switch. His gaze settles on the unlock icon in the upper right corner of the panel, indicating 1,000 points, and his fingers pause momentarily. Fisk is not a character to be trifled with, rather than waiting to unlock the value. It would be wiser to enhance his own strength first. He approached the wall, meticulously adjusting his collar before the faded image of the god of wealth. With utmost reverence, He bowed 3 times while softly murmuring, "May the god of wealth bless me with a fortunate draw, and I shall return in gratitude." After performing this ritual, he inhaled deeply, his thoughts coalescing. System, initiate the lottery. The golden wheel of fortune roared to life in his consciousness, its pointer spinning with dizzying speed. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, fixating on the shimmering lights until the wheel gradually came to a halt, a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 9-flower jade dew pill, handcrafted by the renowned East Evil Huang Yaoshi. Known in the martial world as the revival pill, it swiftly restores health when taken in grave circumstances. This was precisely what he needed. He caressed the virtual jade vial, a confident smile curving his lips. With this miraculous healing elixir, he felt emboldened, even if Jin Bing's subordinates were to swarm forth. After a brief pause, he surveyed his remaining 523 emotional points and declared, "Let us draw again." With a jarring sound of grinding gears, a burst of dark red radiance erupted. You have obtained 4,869. Crafted by a mysterious organization in black, upon consumption, your body will shrink to that of a primary school student. Caution: using it on oneself may lead to disaster. It is advisable to seek a suitable target. Chen Shu gently tapped his chin, a bemused smile gracing his face as he gazed at the floating purple vial. Though the system's description bore a mocking tone, it was not entirely erroneous, if utilized wisely. This pill could yield unexpected outcomes. He casually stored the pill in the system space. Slumped on the sunken couch, a water bottle swayed at his feet, the droplets within refracting the neon lights outside. The 423 emotional points flickered in his vision as he poked the system panel. 3 consecutive draws for pills? Has the system ventured into the pharmacy business? The 9-flower jade dew pill heals wounds, and 4,869 shrinks the body. Perhaps next time. It could simply provide me with a bottle of universal adhesive to seal my injuries directly. He strolled to the corner where the faded god of wealth hung askew on the peeling wall, its once golden paint now mottled like crumbled biscuit crumbs. "Old man, lend me your aid once more." He straightened the deity's figure, placing the remnants of a chocolate wrapper on the offering table. Envisioning a formidable exchange, "I'll trade this for a high-definition photo shoot." After bowing respectfully, he decisively expended 100 emotional points. As the golden wool spun, mingling with the sound of shuffling cards, a chime signaled, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a hint from the character Phantom Thief Kid." Chen Shu stared at the suspended silhouette, murmuring, "Did I just draw a living person?" The moment his fingertips made contact, memories of magical techniques and disguise skills surged forth. He resolved to test his newfound abilities. With a mere thought, a playing card materialized in his left hand. The texture was familiar as he flipped the card. The heart pattern vividly clear, the edges possessing the distinctive matte finish of magical props. To experiment with his disguise technique, he approached the hall mirror. Watching as his features transformed at an observable pace, his brows arched slightly, his nose elevated, and even the fine lines at the corners of his eyes perfectly mirroring Kid-S visage. To test his wingsuit control, he pushed open the glass door to the balcony. The summer night breeze, infused with the distant clamor of the streets, swept into the room. He closed his eyes, envisioning the sensation of grasping a virtual joystick. And in that moment of leaning forward, he genuinely felt the uplifting force of the airflow. Though the solid ground remained beneath his feet, the exhilarating sensation of weightlessness compelled him to grip the balcony railing tightly. While testing his gem identification expertise, he unearthed a cheap pendant from the depths of a drawer. Its origin a mystery. With his thumb and forefinger, he rotated the dull gem, and the memories of Kid began to unravel in his mind, the rough facets, the chaotic play of refracted light, and even the presence of tiny bubbles within. Undoubtedly, it was mere trinket fare. He scoffed, tossing the pendant back into the drawer, his gaze shifting to the gilded statue of the wealth god on the wall, which he estimated to possess around 70% gold content. He stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Marking the casino owned by Jin Bing on the map, he sketched a little man in a top hat beside it. Outside, the neon lights flickered, reflecting in his brightened eyes. With this ace up his sleeve, perhaps he could orchestrate a grand transformation of the power dynamics in Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 3. Night Demon. The summer night breeze, tinged with a salty tang, swept through the alleys of Hell's Kitchen. Kid lowered the hood of his black sweatshirt, a smile playing at the corners of his lips beneath his mask. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the deck of playing cards hidden in his inner pocket. The implanted memories vivid as the night he infiltrated Jin Bing's underground cold storage during a torrential downpour, swapping boxes of iced drugs for sugar, and mischievously writing the master of sugar was here in chocolate sauce. 3 blocks away, the red sign of an abandoned printing factory flickered in the neon glow. Kid pressed a button behind his ear, and a miniature makeup kit revealed a tiny spray nozzle. A light brown mist enveloped his face, subtly altering his bone structure through chemical means, precisely replicating the brow ridge of Jin Bing's trusted bodyguard. As he stepped into the alley piled high with rotting cardboard boxes, 2 guards did not even glance up as they permitted his passage. Thompson, Jean Bing is looking for you. The basement was permeated with the mingled scents of cigars and mildew, the voices of the trading parties echoing between the steel beams. Kid moved with composure past the armed thugs, his fingertips brushing against the disguised crayons in his pocket. In the fleeting moment of brushing shoulders with Jean Bing's close aid, he quickly sketched the texture of the aide's light golden curls, utilizing silicone patches to enhance his nose, even replicating the aide's signature mole at the corner of his mouth with a tattoo sticker. Mr. Jean Bing wants to inspect the goods himself. Kid clutched the voice-modulating device, mimicking the aide's high-pitched voice as he strolled down the corridor, where everyone cleared a path for him. The tiger head seal on the cargo box glimmered under the flashlight, and he deftly extracted a super-thin blade from his sleeve, gently tracing it along the edge of the wax seal with surgical precision. As he replaced the fake seal, a piece of glassine sugar fell through his fingers, forming a skull shape atop the drug packaging. Suddenly, a spotlight blazed to life, its searing beam locking onto his position. Jean Bing's furious roar reverberated through the steel framework. Get him alive. Kid ripped off the wig and simultaneously peeled away the facial silicone patches, revealing a rough thug disguise with thick eyebrows, scar stickers, and even the silver earring in his left ear fashioned from makeshift tinfoil. He blended into the crowd of pursuers, seizing the chaos to slip a playing card into the pocket of Jean Bing's bodyguard. As the white sugar skull upon the card rattled and scattered, it resembled a sprinkle of salt over a chaotic basement. When the gunfire erupted, Kid had already scaled the ventilation ducts, the remnants of his makeup mingling with sugar, glimmering in the moonlight like some arcane ritual symbol. Distant roars echoed from the mob. Yet he had vanished into the neon labyrinth of the rooftop, leaving behind a disarrayed room and a faint, cloying sweetness in the air. The damp night breeze suddenly stilled. Just as Kid reached the rooftop, a subtle prickling sensation coursed through the nape of his neck. A deep voice, enveloped in an elusive sense of pressure, flowed forth from the shadows. Greetings, master of confectionery. Instantly, his spine tensed. Kid's fingers clutched the playing card, its silver surface reflecting a cold light under the moon. He squinted, feigning confusion. I beg your pardon, sir. There is no master of confectionery here. The daredevil stepped forward, the sound of his leather attire rustling sharply in the stillness. His hollow eye sockets turned toward Kid, his voice imbued with an unsettling certainty. The enforcers of the mob do not extend such pleasantries nor employ such feeble excuses. Kid's grip on the card gradually loosened, the metallic surface clattering to the ground. He bent to retrieve a sugar cube, tossing it nonchalantly into the air. It appears we are both at odds with that brutish fellow, no? While speaking, he removed his wig and silicone patches, revealing his signature elongated eyes and a smirk. I merely add a touch of sweetness to clandestine dealings. Daredevil fell silent for a moment before abruptly lifting his hand to remove his mask. The moonlight illuminated his chiseled features and blind eyes, the tension in his voice easing slightly. Matt Murdock, an attorney. Or, you may call me Daredevil. He paused. I have been tracking the drug network of the mob for 3 months, and your recent appearance has caused him to falter. What a beautiful coincidence. Kid's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward, his leather shoes crunching the scattered sugar beneath him. Instead of a mutual destruction, shall we discuss collaboration? I shall disrupt the mob's operations, and you can handle the stragglers. How does that sound? With a flourish, he produced a playing card, the sugar skull design shedding its sugary remnants in the night breeze, proposing it as their pact. Suddenly, the distant screech of tires and the curses of the mob's henchmen erupted. Daredevil swiftly donned his mask once more. Kid had already unfurled his glider, the night wind whipping at his coat. Until we meet again, I shall treat you to some genuine desserts. Do remember to gather intelligence on the mob's new stronghold. Daredevil watched the retreating silhouette against the sky, bending to pick up the playing card. Sugar granules clung to his fingertips, glimmering like stardust in the moonlight. The lingering sweet scent in the air quietly masked the blood-soaked aroma of Hell's Kitchen. As the neon lights flickered on, Kid removed his top hat and rapped on the glass door of Nelson and Murdoch's law office. Matt Murdoch pivoted his cane with precision toward the sound, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It seems the effect of that sugar skull was quite successful, drawing the master of confectionery to discuss a partnership. After all, few can see through my disguise. Kid shook the brown paper bag in his hand, the aroma of coffee mingling with the sweetness of sugar wafting forth. Pushing a playing card adorned with a dock layout across the table, the card glimmered under the desk lamp, the intricate shipping routes and warehouse arrangement vividly detailed, revealing that the mob transported goods through Dock 9 every Thursday at 3 in the morning. I can masquerade as a courier to substitute the drugs. Yet I require assistance to create a diversion. After all, my magical props cannot withstand the scrutiny of bullets. Matt's fingers traced the contours of the cards, his brows furrowed in concentration. The office fell into a brief silence. interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of an antique clock reverberating in the air. The metallic target disc could penetrate bulletproof glass, and ordinary disguises would not endure for long. Suddenly, he laid his cane across the table, its tip striking heavily upon the marked location of the power distribution room on the map. The distribution room on the west side of the warehouse needs to experience a power outage of 3 minutes. During this interval, you must complete the substitution. However, Kim will undoubtedly position a sniper in the shadows. Rest assured, I am well prepared. Kid fanned the playing cards, and they unexpectedly unfolded into a holographic projection, highlighting all potential sniper points. Light and shadow danced across their faces as he magically produced a packet of rainbow candies, specially designed to release smoke when exposed to high temperatures, perfect for my exit effect. As he tossed the rainbow candies into the air, they traced a brilliant arc through the night. Matt shook his head in resignation and reached to touch the flickering virtual image of the password lock. His fingers tapped swiftly in the air, as if playing an invisible piano. The password is dynamic, yet I can predict the pattern through the vibrations of the voice print. He suddenly turned his head. Although his eyes were covered with a blindfold, he precisely met Kid's gaze. However, on the night of the operation, you must carry this. The drawer slid open, revealing a specialized handgun pushed towards Kid. The barrel was adorned with frosting-like patterns, yet the magazine was filled with liquid nitrogen capsules. The metallic target disc travels too swiftly for conventional weaponry to intercept. Matt rotated his cane, the sonic detector at its tip emitting a faint hum. But the low temperature can render metal brittle, much like your sugar skull, appearing sweet, yet concealing a hidden danger. Outside, the neon lights flickered erratically, and thunder rolled ominously within the clouds. Kid tucked the handgun into his waistband, adjusted his tie, and casually popped a rainbow candy into his mouth. At 2 in the morning, at Dock 9's cargo containers. I hope this magic show will provide Mr. Kim with a proper brew. As he turned, a playing card adorned with a smiling face lightly landed in Matt's palm, its corners still clinging to a few colorful sugar granules, sparkling playfully in the night. The opulent private elevator descended slowly, the brass wall sconces casting the enormous silhouette of Kim upon the ornate walls, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth. He irritably loosened his tie, crushing half a cigar into a pearl-inlaid ashtray, sparks flying onto the leather desktop, scorching dark marks into its surface. That confectionery master has grown increasingly arrogant of late. His roar reverberated, causing the crystal chandelier to tremble slightly, playing pranks on my turf and disrupting 2 shipments. From the shadows came the soft sound of metal scraping, and the target disc, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. He toyed with a metallic disc the size of a playing card, his gaze cold as a serpent behind the lenses. Boss, do you need me to take care of him right now? The metallic disc spun between his fingers, reflecting a blinding cold light. Kim let out a cold laugh, his thick fingers heavily striking the mahogany armrest. The wall slid open to reveal a concealed compartment, exposing a tactical board filled with photographs and route maps, prominently featuring the sugar skull playing card left by Kid, with the satellite map of Dock 9 circled in red. No rush. The self-assured individual relishes in his tricks. Thus we shall present him with a grand performance. He tears down the sticky note indicating the transport route, scoffing as he shreds it. The cargo ship scheduled for Thursday serves as an exquisite snare. The corner of the target's mouth curls into a cruel arc. Do you wish to set the stage yourself? Concealed within the warehouse at the dock are specially designed canisters of anesthetic gas, should that rat dare to act. A mere twist of the valve would transform the entire cargo hold into a gas chamber. The tip of Jin's finger prods the warehouse mark on the map, the solid wooden table emitting a dull thud while you stand guard at the ventilation duct. Once he succumbs to the suffocating fumes, inscribe upon his face with your metal shard, a testament to the consequences of offending me, for all the denizens of this hellish kitchen to witness. The target presses the metal shard to his lips, bestowing it a gentle kiss, with pleasure. I shall ensure he appreciates my artistic creation before consciousness eludes him. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He adds, that masked vigilante has been investigating this shipment as well. Shall we eliminate him too? Jin's murky eyes shift, his hefty palm stroking his chin, infuse the anesthetic with a neurotoxin. His voice drops to a whisper, hissing like a serpent, if that blind fool dares to approach. We shall entomb them both in body bags. At that moment, a jarring electric crackle bursts forth from the intercom. A panicked report from his subordinate erupts from the speaker. Boss, it seems the transport route has been compromised. Chapter 4. 9 Flower J. Do pill upon hearing the report. The metal shard spins dangerously between his fingers. A menacing hum ensues. It appears someone has leaked information. Shall I clean this up? Jean wipes away the plaster dust that has splattered onto his cuffs, his thick fingers pinching the remnants of sugar granules left on the tactical board. The confection disintegrating into powder in his palm. No need. The bait that is deliberately released will always attract greedy cats. He loosens the gold chain at his collar, revealing a grotesque old scar on his neck, and instructs to replace the dock guards with elite forces, concealing the gas activation devices within the container's layers. Whether it be the master of sugar or the vigilante, any who dare approach the cargo ship shall be sent to hell. Meanwhile, the cargo ship at Dock 9 emits a mournful whistle. Kid, clad in a hood, mingles among the dock workers, his fingertips brushing against the liquid nitrogen pistol concealed within his lining. The sea breeze, laden with salt and brine, sweeps past his ears. As the searchlight from the distant warehouse sweeps across, he suddenly tosses a wrench into the air, the metallic clash startling the crows resting atop the cargo boxes. Who is causing the disturbance? The guard's bark rings out. Seizing the opportunity, Kid slips into the shadows. The playing cards he flings from his sleeve, expertly severing the surveillance lines. Upon reaching the container marked with fragile goods, a sudden explosion of brilliant fireworks lights up the night sky, a signal agreed upon with the vigilante. Action. Kid extracts a miniature cutting tool hidden within his belt buckle. Amidst the shower of sparks, the container's lock snaps open. However, as the door swings ajar, a pungent chemical odor assaults his senses, revealing dozens of canisters emitting eerie blue mist. His pupils constrict instantly, and he hastily yanks his collar to cover his mouth and nose. But here's the sound of metal scraping from the ventilation duct above. Found you, little mouse. The target dangles upside down, his gaze sharp and venomous as a poison dagger. 3 metal shards slice through the air. Kid rolls to evade, his liquid nitrogen pistol firing in haste, but only manages to freeze the ground into a spiderweb of ice. Meanwhile, the deck of the cargo ship echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Kid kicked the last smoke bomb towards the stack of gas canisters, and as the white mist billowed, he flung out a gliding wing tether that ensnared the mast. Daredevil. It's a trap. In the night sky, Daredevil's shadow darted across the top of the cargo hold, as the shattered vent continued to spew forth toxic gas. In the fleeting moment of their aerial intersection, a hoarse, maniacal laughter erupted from the loudspeakers. The game is over. Daredevil's cane traced a sharp arc through the air, shattering 2 metal projectiles aimed at Kid. The third grazed the edge of his battle attire, leaving a charred mark upon the container's surface. Hold your breath. This gas induces neuroparalysis. He tore off his cloak to cover his mouth and nose, swinging along the tether towards Kid's location. Suddenly, Kid's glider was overturned by the shockwave of an exploding gas canister, causing him to lose balance and plummet towards the deck. In a moment of desperation, his liquid nitrogen pistol emitted a ghostly blue mist, freezing the ground into a slick slope, allowing him to glide towards the edge of the ship while the target's gaze pursued him relentlessly. Murdoch, think of a way to shut off the gas valve. He tossed playing cards to disrupt his pursuers, the sugar designs on the cards dissolving rapidly in the toxic fog. Daredevil raced low to the ground, his hearing honing in on the mechanical sounds emanating from deep within the hold. As he kicked open the iron door to the control room, 3 guards brandishing modified shotguns opened fire. His cane swept across, metal clashing and sparks flying, as he sidestepped a stray bullet and precisely kicked one guard's wrist. As the shotgun clattered to the ground, he bent down to twist the barrel into a knot, pressing his knee against the guard's neck. Where's the valve switch? Before the guard could respond, his pupils suddenly constricted, black blood oozing from his mouth as he collapsed. Daredevil caught the faint scent of cyanide lingering in the corpse's mouth and turned to the wall, where a frantic red alarm was flashing. The entire cargo ship's gas system had entered self-destruct mode. Meanwhile, Kid found himself cornered against the ship's railing, the tumultuous sea behind him and the metallic shards glinting menacingly before him. I hear you enjoy sweets? The target sneered, pressing the metal shard into a specially designed container at his waist, withdrawing it with the blade now coated in a viscous syrup. Then let us savor a truly sweet demise. With a flick of his wrist, the syrup-coated metal shard lunged toward Kid's throat like a striking serpent. In a moment of peril, Daredevil shattered the porthole and leaped out, his cane ensnaring Kid's wrist and pulling him into the air. As the 3 collided midair, Kid suddenly launched a capsule filled with fluorescent sugar powder, which erupted in a dazzling display within the toxic mist. The target instinctively closed his eyes, the metal shard veering off course and grazing Daredevil's side, leaving a bleeding wound. The ship is going to explode. Kid grasped Daredevil's cloak, and the 2 leapt towards the dock, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Behind them, the cargo ship transformed into a towering column of fire, the sugar mist and toxic fog twisting into a bizarre vortex amid the flames, while the furious roar from the target, transmitted through long-range communications, was swallowed by the sound of the blast. The target immediately jumped overboard, his head bobbing above the water's surface, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he watched the 2 retreating figures. The briny sea breeze mingled with smoke, filling Kid's nostrils as he pulled Daredevil into an abandoned warehouse. Moonlight streamed through the holes in the ceiling, illuminating the wound on Daredevil's side, where blood continued to seep from the gash inflicted by the target's metal shard. The deep blue-black hue of the injury releasing wisps of white smoke as droplets fell to the ground. The metallic shard was steeped in neurotoxin. Daredevil leaned against the rusted steel frame, his knuckles whitening from the strain of enduring pain. His cane struck the ground with a heavy thud, the sound waves detecting a familiar life force 3 blocks away. Take me to Chinatown, seek the woman in the red coat. Her name is Claire. The glider sliced through the night sky, and Kid deftly set Daredevil down in a narrow alleyway. The dim crimson neon signs flickered through the rain. Beneath the auspices of the Good Fortune Noodle House, where the woman in the red coat was hastily stowing a first aid kit into her backpack. As Claire turned, the beam of her flashlight swept across Daredevil's blood-stained costume, her pupils dilating in shock. You again? This time you nearly lost your life. Far worse than last time. Daredevil retorted, tearing away the tainted bandages, revealing muscle tissue visibly decaying at an alarming rate. Target practice for a new weapon. Claire opened the first aid kit, the scent of antiseptic mingling with the aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. She donned rubber gloves, using tweezers to pick up a cotton ball tainted with purple powder. This toxin will erode the heart through the nervous system. You want tea last half an hour. She suddenly turned to Kid, stand guard at the intersection. Return immediately if there's any disturbance. Kid nodded, nimbly leaping onto the rooftop. The torrential rain washed over the eaves and in the distance. The sound of boots splashing through puddles approached. 3 figures clad in gas masks, brandishing submachine guns, drew near. He retrieved a flashbang, expertly tossing it into the midst of the pursuers. The instant the flash erupted, they panicked and opened fire, bullets grazing the edges of his clothing. Kid swiftly ensnared the nearest assailant with a rope, leveraging the momentum to pull him down, while quickly immobilizing the joints of the other 2 with playing cards. Having dispatched the pursuers, Kid dropped back into the building. At that moment, Claire had just inserted a syringe into Daredevil's artery, the pale green serum slowly coursing into his veins. The toxin has been temporarily subdued, but we must continue to monitor. She tore open a packet of hemostatic herbs to apply to his wound, glancing up at the rain-soaked Kid. Is it safe outside? At least for now, Kid replied, pulling out his waterlogged pocket watch to check the time. Gold could arrive at any moment. We must relocate swiftly. Daredevil steadied himself against the wall, slowly rising and readjusting his mask. Take me to my law office. There's medical equipment there. As the sound of the rain diminished, the trio hastened through the darkness before dawn, the lingering sense of gunpowder and herbs indicating that this crisis was far from over. In the basement of Nelson and Murdoch law firm, the stark fluorescent lights hummed ominously. Matt sat slumped on a leather couch, his battle-worn attire soaked with sweat, clinging to his poisoned wounds, each breath accompanied by a faint rasp from his belt. Claire pressed a stethoscope to his chest, her brow furrowing in deep concern. The toxin is invading your lungs. Conventional serums cannot contain it. Wait, I have a remedy. Kid suddenly interjected, reaching into his inner pocket. As the redwood medicine box opened, a blend of cedar and bitter almond scents wafted through the basement. Claire twitched her nose, seizing Kid's wrist with a wary gaze. What is this medicine? Does it truly work? An emergency remedy from an eastern sage, Kid replied, picking up a pill adorned with faint patterns, twirling it between his fingers. It cures ailments deemed untreatable. He evaded Claire's outstretched hand and pressed the pill into Matt's palm. We have no other options. A dead horse is worth treating as a live one. Matt fumbled as he threw the pill into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. The bruising around his wound faded at a visibly rapid pace. Claire seized a flashlight and directed it towards the injury, discovering that although the putrid flesh had not fully healed, the bleeding had ceased, and the dark traces of poison had become remarkably faint. The pain diminished. Matt moved his stiff side, the sensation of the toxin spreading dissipated. Claire immediately retrieved a testing reagent and applied it to the wound. The purple toxin reaction strip transitioned from deep to light, finally settling on a pale gray mark. This is impossible, she murmured to herself while grasping Matt's wrist to check his pulse. It was steady, but the effect of the drug could at best be considered a suppression of the toxin. A complete cure was still far from reach. Kid tossed the medicine box to Claire and shrugged, stating, "There are 2 pills left. You can keep them for research." Claire held the box, somewhat incredulous. Such a precious medicine, and you would just give it to me? A bottle of 9-flower jade dew pills contains dozens of capsules. And even though Chin gave Kid 3 without a second thought, Kid casually whistled. Besides, I would only use them in emergencies, so it's better to let you, the expert, study them. Who knows? One day we might be able to produce them in bulk, and everyone in Hell's Kitchen could benefit. He winked with a mischievous grin, and Claire gently caressed the medicine box, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Perhaps we can collaborate. Once we achieve results, it will provide additional security for this city. She carefully placed the remaining 2 pills into a sealed bag and looked up to inquire, by the way, what is the name of this medicine? Kid produced a playing card with a flick of his fingers, and golden characters suddenly emerged on its surface. As if ink were spreading across paper, 9 flower jade dew pills. The hermit said it was distilled from the essence of 9 extraordinary flowers. He shook the card, and the characters transformed into drifting specks of light, vanishing from sight. 9 flower jade dew pills, Claire repeated, savoring the name as her gaze fell upon Matt's face, which was gradually regaining color. Such a beautiful name, and the efficacy is equally astonishing. If we could analyze its components, perhaps we could indeed develop a special antidote against nerve toxins. She solemnly placed the sealed bag into the first aid kit, and when she looked up, her initial wariness had dissipated. Honestly, thank you. Matt fumbled to fasten the buttons of his combat suit, a smile gracing his lips. It seems I need to reassess your magical tools. Though he stood up a bit unsteadily, he could firmly hold his blind cane. Kid tossed the medicine box into the air, and when he caught it, it had transformed into a commemorative coin adorned with a depiction of a medicinal cauldron. As long as I can be of help, that's what matters. If I encounter troubles in Hell's Kitchen in the future, perhaps I can conjure up a few more surprises. Chapter 5. The Mafia in the Basement. The aroma of medicine intertwined with light-hearted conversation. Outside, the morning light had quietly spread across the city skyline, gradually dispelling the perils of the previous night. Once Claire's footsteps vanished completely from the staircase, Kid suddenly leaned in closer to Matt, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Matt, I get the impression that your relationship with Miss Claire seems rather intimate. He twirled the commemorative coin in his hand, the metallic clinking echoing clearly in the silence. From the way she looks at you, and that phrase, it's you again? This time, I almost lost my life. I have witnessed too many spectators entranced by love, far surpassing the spectacle of my own magic tricks. Matt fumbled to lean his cane against the wall, a fleeting flush of unnatural color gracing his pale visage. Though it was quickly gone, yet keenly observed by Kid. Do not speculate. We are merely friends aiding one another in this chaotic city. He extended his hand, finding the couch and settling down, his fingers unconsciously tracing the creases of his combat attire. Claire, a healer, was always attentive to every wounded soul. A smile crept onto Kid's lips, and he astutely refrained from pursuing that topic further. Returning to the matter at hand, despite falling into Golden's ambush, we can consider our mission a resounding success. He snapped his fingers, as if recapping a flawless performance. The cargo ship reduced to ashes, with no toxic gas released. His batch of drugs perished in the inferno, and by all counts, we emerged victorious. Matt, feeling his way to stand, struck the ground heavily with his cane, stating gravely, Golden will not rest easy. He has lost not just his goods but his standing in the underworld. His next act of vengeance will be more covert and far deadlier. Kid waved his hand dismissively, casually spinning a commemorative coin. So during this time, focus on your recovery. Do not recklessly charge towards danger. He gazed out at the awakening streets, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I will remain in Hell's Kitchen, robbing the rich to aid the poor, returning to my roots as a thief. As for Golden's illicit dealings, I will disrupt them whenever I can. Matt nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his pale face taking on a more serious demeanor. With you here, the nights in Hell's Kitchen shall surely be livelier, Kid. He paused, placing a hand on his still healing wound. I will take the time to recuperate, and the law firm may uncover some of Golden's business vulnerabilities. Tapping his cane lightly on the ground, the sound reverberated through the air, but you must exercise caution. The target will not miss any opportunity to track you. His tone suddenly intensified. In the face of danger, withdraw immediately. Do not be reckless. With that, he fumbled through a drawer, retrieving a miniature communicator and extending it towards Kid. Take this. Contact me should any emergencies arise. Of course, I am a thief, not a soldier. Kid stepped forward to accept the communicator, pocketing it effortlessly, then vanished swiftly out of the law firm's door. Meanwhile, Chun was at the apartment, staring at the system panel displaying 1236 emotional points, his throat tightening. He had deliberately gone to Chinatown to procure authentic gold ingot candles, even mimicking the elders by burning 3 incense sticks before the statue of the god of wealth, mumbling a prayer for a formidable character in the draw. Would you like to spend 1,000 emotional points to draw? Let us take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. He pressed the confirmation button with determination. The wheel spun wildly, suddenly erupting in dazzling golden light, the mechanical voice blaring. Congratulations, you have obtained the character set, the Black Hand. Members, Walong, Offing, Leisu Zhou, and Afu. Walong, leader, skills, master negotiator, possesses the ability to persuade adversaries into submission with mere words, comprehensive combat techniques, proficient in boxing, grappling, and joint locks. Adept in both offense and defense during actual combat. Introduction. A dapper gangster boss, excelling in both combat and negotiation, epitomizing the multifaceted youth of the underworld. Offing skills, proficient in singing and dancing, mastery over various genres including jazz and classical. Introduction. a superstar whose talents have been squandered in the underworld. Boasting impressive vocal and dance abilities. Lace's skills, physics expertise, a PhD in physics, well-versed in mechanical structures and principles of mechanics. Introduction, a physicist who inadvertently wandered into the criminal world, lamenting the demise of physics after witnessing Jackie Chan's anti-physical maneuvers. Zhou skills, severe myopia, combat effectiveness plummets by 50 when glasses are removed. Introduction, a mysterious figure sporting orange sunglasses, exuding coolness, yet transforms into a mere shadow of himself without his glasses. Afyu skills, self-created martial arts, with uniquely named moves such as crow's fly and elephant kick. Introduction, beneath the seemingly humorous techniques lies a deadly prowess, unpredictable in execution and formidable in impact. The skills of the trio known as the White Give 3 are rather peculiar. Only Walong and Afyu exhibit any significant combat potential. Chun, with a hand on his forehead, sighed. Yet his spirits lifted as he recalled that at least they had drawn a character ensemble. With such a quirky combination, they might bewilder their opponents in the fray. Kaido Kid kicked a black suitcase filled with cash to Walong's feet. The keys to the armory clinking between his fingers. The fools from Hell's Kitchen Haven T even realized what is happening. Everything is right here. He glanced at Offing, leaning in a corner and humming jazz, at Leisu, gesturing formulas into the air, and at Zhou, trying to look cool in his orange sunglasses, but nearly knocking over a chair. Finally, his gaze settled on the vigilant Walong, who had been tasked with kidnapping Tony Stark in Afghanistan. Walong toyed with the buttons of his suit jacket, sneering, "The head of Stark Industries? Do you comprehend how stringent his security is? The Ten Commandments gang knows better than you." Kid projected news footage showing Tony standing at a desert base, showcasing the Jericho missile. In 3 days, he would be abducted by the Ten Commandments gang. You merely need to wait for them to strike and intercept en route, he said in a lowered voice. Afyu suddenly exclaimed, "It sounds more thrilling than fighting Jackie Chan." Leisu adjusted his glasses, muttering about the principles of dynamics, while Offing whistled and began drumming on the suitcase as if it were a jazz instrument. Only Zhou removed his sunglasses to rub his eyes, collapsing onto the sofa in a fluster, hastily putting them back on to maintain his aloof demeanor. Kid crossed his arms, his expression stern, contrasting sharply with his usual witty demeanor. "The directive is for you to remain unscathed." He tossed a satellite map onto the table, indicating a location in Africa for their mission. As the members of the Black Hand began to mobilize, a calculating glint flickered in Chen's eyes. He fixated on the poster of the exuberant Tony Stark adorning the apartment wall, muttering to himself, "Your abduction scheme will be the starting point for me to gather emotional value." As Hulk, Loki, and Thanos make their grand entrances, he clenches his fists, envisioning New York transformed into a reservoir of his emotional currency. The night breeze in the suburbs carries a damp, rusty scent as Valen uses his tie to cover his mouth and nose, forcefully kicking open the iron door of an abandoned factory. Inside the dimly lit warehouse, mildew flakes off the walls, and Afin whistles, his fingertips gliding over a dusty submachine gun, the metallic sound piercing the silence with alarming clarity. Lisa squats beside a rusted Gatling gun, deftly unscrewing the cooling pipe. The barrel shows significant wear, yet with some modifications, it remains serviceable. "Do not touch those incendiary grenades in the corner." Kid's voice suddenly erupts from the crackling intercom, referring to the Hell's Kitchen Mad Dog Gang's contraband. The phosphorus nearly using out. Before he finishes speaking, Zhou has already removed his orange sunglasses to take a closer look. At that moment, the reflection of the lenses causes him to slip and collide with an ammunition crate, sending an entire box of tracer rounds rolling towards Afyu. Quick-witted, Afyu executes a swift maneuver, tossing the ammunition box back to its original position, turning to Zhou with an arched brow. "Next time you remove your sunglasses, report your coordinates first." Valen, maintaining a stern expression, slams a tactical vest onto the greasy workbench. 5 minutes, only lightweight weapons. Stark's bodyguards will not wait for us to leisurely load our gear. Afin hums a jazz tune, tucking a silenced pistol into his waistband while stuffing his pockets with smoke bombs. "When I meet that dandy, I'll put on a fireworks welcome display for him." Lisa tears a strip from his shirt, skillfully wrapping it around a sniper rifle with camouflage netting, muttering, "According to the parabolic formula, when ambushing in the mountains, the sight must be adjusted at least 3 notches higher." Cadet's voice rings out again. "The transport helicopter is at the abandoned dock 3 blocks away. Remember to change the license plates. Don't make me remind you a second time." Chun gazes at the chaotic yet orderly scenes of the Black Hand Gang on the system screen, while Afin improvises on the ammunition box like a jazz drummer. As Leisu and Zhou nearly come to blows over firearm maintenance theories, he can no longer suppress a chuckle. The show is about to begin. Under the scorching Afghan sun, Tony Stark lounges in the armored vehicle's seat, a metallic beacon reflecting blinding light in his palm. The heat waves outside the bulletproof glass ripple, the swirling dust tapping against the vehicle, yet it does nothing to disturb his relaxed demeanor behind his sunglasses. Mr. Stark, the cover girl from that issue of Maxim. Young soldier Tom swallows nervously, his fingers tightening around his rifle. You really are like all 12 cover girls. The cabin erupts in laughter as several soldiers jostle Tom's shoulder, exchanging knowing glances. Tony removes his sunglasses, his blue eyes gleaming with mischief. 12? Kid. Your imagination is far too conservative. He shakes the beer can. The metallic clinks melodious and crisp, adding, the real issue is those photos are so distorted. I'm clearly 3 times more handsome than I appear in the magazine. Come on, Tony. Officer John offers a resigned smile through the rearview mirror. Last time in Las Vegas, if it weren't for Rhodey pulling you out of the champagne pool. That was artistic expression. Tony gestures dramatically, adding, besides. What genius doesn't he have a touch of wild nightlife? He suddenly leans closer to Tom, lowering his voice. But seriously, don't believe the size data in the magazines. That's all PR department's handiwork. The vehicle erupts in even greater laughter, the tension dissipating entirely. Tony tilted his head back, downing the last sip of beer. As the icy liquid slid down his throat, he caught a glimpse of the undulating sand dunes outside the car window. A vague sense of unease washed over him. Yet he quickly masked it with a sardonic smile. Hey, after this demonstration of the Jericho missile, I'll treat everyone to the most expensive strip club in Los Angeles. Stark Industries will pick up the tab. Before he could finish, the armored vehicle jolted violently. The tremor of tires grinding over rocks reverberating through the chassis. Adjusting his sunglasses, Tony gazed into the distance, oblivious to the pairs of eyes concealed beneath headscarves flickering in the shadows of the dunes. Boom. The explosion shattered the air. The armored vehicle shuddering violently as Tom's rifle slammed against Tony's chest. The acrid stench of gunpowder filled the cabin. Outside, the yellow sand obscured the sun, and countless figures surged forth from behind the dunes. The cacophony of gunfire intertwined with the shrill wail of rockets, composing a symphony of death. Tony's sunglasses flew off, and he watched in horror as John was struck by a stray bullet, blood splattering across the windshield. It dawned on him that this was a terrorist attack. Take cover. Return fire. Tony shouted, pushing aside a lifeless body, the searing shell casings pelting his suit relentlessly. However, under the tidal wave of assaults from the 10 rings, the soldiers' resistance appeared feeble and ineffective. A rocket struck the rear of the vehicle with precision, the shockwave tossing Tony onto the scorching sand. Amidst the ringing in his ears, he saw the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Chapter 6. The unfortunate Tony when he regained consciousness. The acrid scent of rust and decay filled his nostrils. Tony struggled to lift his head, discovering himself shackled to the rocky wall of a cave. The overhead incandescent light blinding him. Scattered around were rudimentary mechanical parts and broken weapons, while in a corner, several masked individuals engaged in heated conversation in Pashto. Welcome to your new home, Mr. Stark. A cold voice emerged from the shadows. A man in a metallic mask stepped forward, casually toying with a core component of the Jericho missile. You will create weapons for us that are even more powerful, more lethal killing machines. Tony tugged at his chains, the metallic clank echoing in the cavern. You've got the wrong person. I'm an engineer, not a dog for terrorists. The masked man suddenly drew a dagger, pressing the blade against Tony's chest. In 24 hours, shrapnel will be embedded in your heart, he sneered. Or, you can choose to barter your intellect for survival. After all, you understand better than anyone that desperation often ignites the spark of genius. Deep within the cave, a generator emitted a piercing roar as Tony was roughly shoved into a cramped, oil-stained chamber. Under the dim light, a bald man was meticulously disassembling a circuit board. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly turned, revealing a tattered eye patch over his left eye and a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his right arm, while his coveralls were littered with mechanical debris. Mr. Stark? The man spoke with a Persian accent, sliding half a loaf of bread and murky water toward him. I am Ensign, your new partner. Tony's gaze fixated on the tools in Ensign's hands, his throat tightening. They want you to help me build weapons? Ensign abruptly tore down a white cloth from the wall, revealing a crude frame assembled from scrap metal. Rusted engines, twisted steel pipes, and tangled wires cast distorted shadows against the rocky surface. They want missiles, but what we will create. He tapped the hollow center of the frame. Is this? A sudden explosion reverberated outside the cave, prompting Ensign to swiftly cover the device with a canvas. Through a narrow gap, Tony glimpsed masked figures dragging a lifeless body past. The sound of gun stocks striking the ground resonating like a funeral bell. Shrapnel was drawing perilously close to his heart. Ensign raised the light panel, his finger tracing the shadow over Tony's chest. They have granted us 3 months, but I surmise, at best, 3 weeks. In the ensuing days, the cave transformed into a frenzied laboratory. Tony, bare-chested, welded metal as Ensign calculated parameters nearby, the two improvising a power system from discarded car batteries and military sensors. When the first electromagnetic magnet was assembled, Ensign abruptly pressed the device against Tony's chest. Now, you won't be slain by shrapnel, but you might perish from electric shock. Their laughter was abruptly interrupted as armed men burst in. Ensign immediately thrust the blueprints into the furnace, flames licking at the designs of the arc reactor. Tony seized a wrench in preparation for resistance, only to be restrained by Ensign. Save your strength for the armor, Stark. Sometimes, compromise requires more courage than confrontation. 3 weeks later, in the dead of night, the cave's alarm blared. Ensign inserted the final energy core into the reactor. Turning to push Tony into the unfinished steel shell, activating the device demands immense energy. I shall draw their fire. He grasped a homemade flamethrower, determination gleaming in his eyes. Remember your promise to me, to cease being a war profiteer. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire erupted. Tony frantically twisted the ignition switch. Arcs of electricity dancing across the armor's surface. As the metal mask slowly closed, he witnessed Ensign struck by bullets, yet still charging toward the enemy with a Molotov cocktail aloft. In the midst of the explosion's blaze, Ensign's final smile was etched onto the visor, forever intertwined with the reactor's blue light in that fleeting moment. I shall not forget, Tony murmured, disregarding the hydraulic rod's piercing screech as he clumsily propped up the metal frame, marred with welding scars. The visor of the prototype armor clamped shut with a heavy thud. Scorching oil trickling down his neck, the acrid scent of rust mingling with sweat invading his nostrils. Outside, the Ten Rings gang's shouts rose and fell, bullets incessantly striking the armor's surface, sending brilliant sparks flying. Damn lever. Tony gritted his teeth, yanking the control stick at his chest. The mechanical arm swung violently, sending the approaching assailants tumbling. This hastily assembled suit weighed over 1,000 pounds, each leg lift akin to dragging lead blocks. The metallic friction at the joints nearly drowning out the gunfire. He stumbled against the rock wall, debris cascading onto the visor, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. The Ten Rings' firepower suddenly shifted toward 2 armed pickups roaring into the cave, mounted machine guns spitting fire. Tony rolled on the ground, sand infiltrating the armor's seams, sharp edges lacerating his skin. He reached for the homemade flamethrower at his waist, yanking the switch. Flames instantly engulfed the vehicle's front, the explosive shockwave toppling nearby foes. Bring it on, Tony bellowed as he charged the rock wall, leveraging the recoil to leap into the air. The rusty metal wings barely unfurled. As he plunged into the crowd like an uncontrollable projectile, hydraulic knees smashing through enemy armor. Yet, the suit's energy was rapidly depleting, the reactor's warning light flashing red. The edges of his vision beginning to blur. As the last assailant fell, Tony's right leg succumbed to complete numbness. He staggered out of the cavern, dragging the remnants of machinery as the moonlight of the desert cascaded upon his charred armor, revealing countless bullet holes and dents. The echoes of explosions resonated behind him. The camp of the Ten Rings had plunged into flames, yet the footsteps of pursuers continued to draw closer. Gasping for breath, Tony tore off the tattered mask, the scorching night wind swirling with grit against his face. He gazed toward the undulating sand dunes, his right hand, encased in the battle armor, hung limply, yet still clutched tightly the energy core left by Ensign. In the darkest hour before dawn, this once dashing playboy trudged forward, encased in iron, each step taking him closer to rebirth. The off-road vehicle jolted violently among the dunes. Walong loosened his tie, cursing as he watched the grains of sand dance upon the dashboard. Afong leaned against the window, humming a discordant jazz tune in harmony with the vehicle's radio, while Lasso calculated their bearings with a compass. Zhou silently polished his dual pistols, the sunglasses reflecting a cold glimmer in the moonlight. How much longer? Walong suddenly slammed the steering wheel, the dust rising from the hood nearly obscuring the headlights. The radio erupted with static, interspersed with fragmented Pashto news reports of the Ten Rings camp being attacked, suspected remnants of Stark Industries weaponry. Lasso adjusted his non-existent glasses, stating, based on the sound wave frequency, the explosion occurred 12 hours ago. Before he could finish, Afong abruptly leaned out of the vehicle, their SA fire ahead. It looks like the wreckage of an armored vehicle. Walong pressed down on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle carving sharp arcs in the sand. When the battered steel armor came into the glow of the headlights, he slammed on the brakes. Tony Stark was half kneeling on the dune, the mechanical arm of Mark I deeply embedded in the sand, the reactor in his chest flickering a dying red light. What a stroke of luck. Walong kicked open the car door, his pistol already chambered. Afong dashed forward but froze upon seeing the armor. This tin can is in worse shape than my father's antiques. Zhou removed his sunglasses, his pupils constricting slightly in shock. Lasso knelt down, his fingers tracing the dense bullet marks on the armor. This is not standard Stark Industries equipment. What has he endured here? Walong stared at the dwindling flames of the Ten Rings camp and then back at the weakened Tony. Suddenly shoving the gun back into its holster, lift him into the car. He turned to Afong, commanding, quick, grab a 9-flower jade dew pill and feed it to him. The organization demands him alive. Even if he has but a breath left, we must bring him back. The engine roared to life once more as the off-road vehicle changed direction. Before his consciousness faded, Tony heard a strange voice above him. Don't die, Stark. Someone is waiting to witness your rebirth. The moonlight swept across his bloodied lips and deep within the desert. The engine's roar and the sound of bullets tearing through the air erupted simultaneously. The armed pickup trucks of the Ten Rings lunged forth like feral wolves from behind the dunes, with the heavy machine gun atop the vehicle unleashing fiery tongues. Bullets sparking against the body of the off-road vehicle. Walong jerked the steering wheel, the vehicle skidding sideways across the sand. The rising dust temporarily obscuring the sight of their pursuers. Open fire. Before Walong could finish, A Fong had already leaned out of the vehicle with a modified Gatling gun. The spinning barrels spewing forth a torrent of fire. Tracer rounds sliced through the night, accurately striking the fuel tank of the leading pickup. The ensuing explosion illuminating the entire expanse of the desert. Reizu leaped from the vehicle, clutching his homemade electromagnetic pulse gun. As a burst of blue light erupted from its muzzle. Simultaneously, the engines of two pickup trucks behind him emitted a deafening sputter, signaling their demise. Adorned with orange sunglasses, he deftly twirled dual pistols in his hands like butterflies in flight. The lenses reflected the flames, and with a powerful jump from the car's roof, bullets grazed the throat of a masked assailant, taking down 5 pursuers in a mere 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Afu brandished an iron fan, harnessing the explosive shockwave to unleash a tempest that swirled up yellow sand, creating a natural barrier and forcing back the encroaching enemies. Protect the Playboy. Valong tore open the shattered collar of Tony's armor and forcibly administered the 9-flower jade dew pill. The unconscious Stark coughed violently, expelling remnants of the medicine, while the red glow of the arc reactor in his chest gradually stabilized. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle trembled violently as a rocket whizzed past, exploding in the distance and creating a deep crater. Reizu, disrupt the signal. Afun, suppress their fire. Valong abruptly reversed the vehicle, ramming the front against the approaching armed pickup. The metallic clash resonated as he seized the mounted flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the dunes. The gunfire from the Ten Rings gang gradually dwindled, and the charred remains of vehicles formed a bloody line across the desert. Retreat. Once he confirmed that the pursuers had ceased their chase, Valong kicked open the mangled door of the vehicle. He knelt on one knee, fingers gently caressing the arc reactor radiating blue light on his armored chest, his gaze fierce as he scoffed. A rabble like you dares to call yourselves the Ten Rings? The off-road vehicle roared back into the night, leaving behind scorched earth and the bitter curses of the Ten Rings gang. As an undercurrent of tension swirled, Valong approached with hands in his pockets, the gravel beneath his polished shoes crunching softly. He cast a glance at Tony, who was propped against the headboard, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips. So how are you feeling, Tony? I believe what you might need most right now is a hot shower, after which we can have a chat, shall we? Before he could finish, Afu behind him waved the iron fan, the dragon pattern glimmering ominously under the light. Afu, keep Mr. Stark company, Valong instructed as he turned, casting a glance at the remnants of armor in the corner. Ensure our guest doesn't wander off. Afu nodded in compliance, unfurling the fan before his chest, obstructing Tony's view of the window. Tony tugged at the collar of his tattered shirt, managing a somewhat strained smile. I say, Afu, that's your name, right? Your room service here is quite unique. Do you conduct room checks while armed? His gaze drifted to the short blade at Afu's waist, then to the faint sound of engines outside. If I were to request a steak with red wine, and perhaps borrow a phone to post on social media about my vacation, would your boss grant me that? After all, having been chased by the Ten Rings gang, I am in dire need of culinary delights to mend my psychological wounds. Afu's cold stare met Tony's, the fan lightly tapping his palm. This is not New York. Tony, it's a remote town in the Middle East. Don't expect takeout. There isn't even a KFC. He took a step forward, his shadow completely enveloping Tony. I suggest you conserve your energy and comply. Tony quickly waved his hands, forcing an exaggerated look of disdain onto his face. I get it. But could you step outside for a moment? I'm not accustomed to having a large man watching me while I bathe. If you're eager to see some muscles, I can arrange a private show once I'm done, but for now, privacy takes precedence. Understand? Alfred let out a cold snort, turned, and dragged in a set of dust-covered Middle Eastern robes, tossing them into the room. His tall figure stood at the doorway, arms crossed, resembling a formidable guardian. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, where Tony was scrubbing his wounds amidst the rising steam, yet his thoughts raced. This group had evidently come prepared, seeking to ascertain their hand. Chapter 7. Vibranium. As the bathroom door swung open, a wave of steaming air, laden with droplets, poured forth. Tony Stark tugged at the crumpled collar of the coarse Middle Eastern robe, the rough texture prompting a frown. The indigo geometric patterns shimmered dully under the dim lights. Was this garment woven from sandpaper? He shook the hem, revealing the frayed cuffs worn down by grit. Are you certain this wasn't scavenged from a camel stable? Alfred remained motionless at the door, his iron fan resting against his shoulder, emitting a soft metallic sound. Tony strolled to the cracked mirror. His reflection swathed in the oversized robe, appearing particularly slender, save for the blue glow of the arc reactor seeping through the bandages, a testament to his true identity. A fashion catastrophe. He shrugged at his reflection, then abruptly turned to face Alfred. Tell me, does your boss collect such antiquated attire for a museum or an auction? At the end of the corridor, the sound of a cane tapping against the stone floor heralded the arrival of Valen, who appeared with an ornately carved cane. Its metallic tip scraping against the ground. Tony met his scrutinizing gaze, exaggeratedly spinning around so that the hem of the robe kicked up tiny specks of sand. What do you think? I believe this ensemble is quite fitting for discussing collaboration. For instance, Stark Industries could custom-make bulletproof robes for your entire team using our nanofabrication technology. He tugged at the collar, revealing the edge of a bandage. Of course, this is contingent upon you first procuring me a non-irritating set of pajamas. The corners of Valen's mouth lifted slightly as he pressed the ornately carved cane against Tony's arc reactor. The blue light refracting intriguingly from the head of the dragon-shaped cane. Let us reserve pleasantries for later, Mr. Stark. He straightened, applying slight pressure on the cane. I require your assistance with a particular task. What task? Tony raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the intricate designs on Valen's cane. Instinctively sensing that this group was far from ordinary kidnappers, Valen gradually withdrew his cane, its metallic tip striking the ground with a resounding thud. This is the Middle East. Close to Eastern Africa. He paused, a calculating glint in his eyes. There exists a nation known as Wakanda. Are you familiar with it, Tony? Tony scoffed, casually flicking non-existent dust from the robe. Wakanda? It sounds like a fictional place concocted by a geography teacher. Next time, I suggest you opt for Atlantis. It at least has more imagination. He tilted his head to appraise Valen. What is the plan? Are you intending to crowdsource an expedition to locate this mysterious land? Do you require my investment? But let me be clear, I don't fund projects lacking technological merit. Though his words dripped with sarcasm, he secretly etched the name into his memory. Having navigated the arms trade for so long, any unfamiliar geographic name could conceal untapped weapon markets or competitors. He then slapped his forehead, reminding himself that he had resolved to abandon the arms business. Why entertain such thoughts? Valen's cane struck the ground forcefully, producing a crisp sound. This nation is not backward. On the contrary, its technology is remarkably advanced. Moreover, this nation possesses a rare resource known as vibranium. Tony caressed the bandage over his chest reactor, his pupils suddenly constricting. As a leading scientist well-versed in global rare metals, he was certainly familiar with the legends of vibranium, a mysterious substance theorized to absorb all kinetic energy, regarded in academia as a dream metal that exists only in hypothesis. At that moment, the words spilling from Varon's lips drew forth a cold smile from him. It seems you have done your homework. However, to my knowledge, research papers on vibranium remain at the derivation stage of quantum physics. Are you suggesting that Wakanda uses it as a building material? In truth, vibranium has existed for quite some time. As far as I know, your father, Howard Stark, utilized vibranium to forge Captain America's shield. Varon placed both hands atop his cane, his words causing Tony's smile to freeze instantly, his throat involuntarily constricting. He stepped back, knocking over a wooden stool with a jarring clatter. What did you say? His voice was low and dangerous, disbelief etched in his gaze. My father and vibranium? And Captain America? This sounds even more absurd than your earlier mention of Wakanda. Yet his mind raced, countless forgotten memories began to coalesce. The encrypted documents in his father's study, the glimmer of mysterious metal glimpsed during his childhood, and those secret meetings in the dead of night. Details he had previously overlooked suddenly crystallized. Varon, leaning on his cane, circled Tony slowly, the scraping of the metal tip against the ground resembling the whisper of death. It seems the great Tony Stark also harbors unknown family secrets. Did you think you inherited only Stark Industries? That shield is merely the tip of the vibranium iceberg. Varon approached, the sound of his cane piercing the air. Tony's shoulders tensed, yet he held his ground, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the hem of his robe. Continue. His voice deliberately softened, laced with a casual yet oppressive undertone. If my father truly had ties to vibranium, how could there be no trace in Stark Industries' archives? Varon halted 3 paces away. The shadow of the dragon head atop his cane casting darkness over Tony's brow. Some secrets must be guarded with one's life. He raised a hand to tap his temple, for instance, how Wakanda utilizes vibranium to construct anti-gravity devices, then suddenly revealed a knowing smile. The palladium reactor in your chest is nothing more than an outdated toy in comparison to vibranium. Tony instinctively rubbed the skin beneath his collarbone, where his father's reactor design sketches lay concealed. A grin broke across his face as he stepped forward, reducing the distance until the blue glow from his chest nearly brushed against Varan's cane. So, you abducted me to have the son of the Stark family dig up graves for you? Sorry, he elongated the words, his fingertips flicking towards Varan's cane. I'm far more skilled at making old things explode. Varan sneered, abruptly swinging his cane to deftly tear away the bandage on Tony's chest. Causing the blue light of the reactor to surge, I want you to breach Wakanda's barrier. He stood tall, his cane striking heavily against the ground, the metal tip vibrating with a low hum. That city, deemed impregnable, employs the quantum encryption technology your father once researched. As long as you create an opening, our people can infiltrate and abscond with the vibranium as if it were mere confectionery. No sooner had the words left his lips than Happy appeared behind Tony. The icy edge of his iron fan pressed against Tony's carotid artery. A derisive chuckle escaped Tony's throat. You want me to assist you in thievery? Do you even know who you are speaking to? He deliberately gestured towards the glowing arc reactor in his chest, its blue luminescence casting an eerie glow upon Happy's fan. Even if such a Wakanda existed, how formidable could its defense systems truly be? Could they possibly summon an army from the ground itself? Behold this. Varan snapped his fingers, and one of his subordinates emerged from the shadows, cradling an ornate box. As the lid was lifted, a fragment of black metal, shimmering with a mysterious sheen, lay quietly upon the velvet lining, its edges adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of liquid starlight. It had taken considerable effort to procure this from a black market dealer on the borders of Wakanda. He tapped the fragment gently with his cane, revealing its dual capabilities of absorbing kinetic energy and rebounding bullets. Imagine, if fashioned into a weapon, how trivial Stark Industries armaments would become. Tony's gaze was instantly captivated by the fragment, his engineer's instincts momentarily overshadowing the imminent danger to his neck. Leaning in for a closer inspection, his Adam's apple bobbed. Impossible. Such perfect energy conductivity and molecular structure, if this were indeed a metal, it would have already caused a sensation in the academic community. Legendary artifacts often lie hidden in the most unexpected places. Varan retrieved the box, the head of his cane resting against Tony's arc reactor. Would you prefer to perish here, consumed by curiosity about your father's secrets, or would you collaborate with us to personally demonstrate that the Stark genius can conquer a realm that even maps cannot locate? Tony's gaze remained fixed on the vibranium shard, a low chuckle emanating from his throat. Fascinating, truly fascinating. He deliberately relaxed his shoulders, allowing his taut muscles to ease. It seems my father has left me quite the surprises. Varan slowly closed the box, his cane tapping lightly against the ground. So, Mr. Stark, what is your answer? I accept. Tony spread his arms wide, a signature smirk adorning his face. After all, who could resist the opportunity to unveil family secrets? Moreover, such an extraordinary metal warranted close examination. He shot a glance at Happy, subtly nodding towards the iron fan. But could we perhaps first have this stoic bodyguard lower his weapon? It is rather difficult to concentrate on quantum encryption algorithms with a fan poised at my throat. Varan gestured for Happy to step back, a calculating smile gracing his lips, a wise choice. Tony stroked his chin, his gaze drifting among the assembled figures, contemplating how to seize an opportunity to contact the outside world. As long as he could access any electronic device, even an antiquated mobile phone, he could activate the JARVIS protocol hidden deep within the system. However, he forewarned. He furrowed his brow intentionally. The barriers of Wakanda were certainly not easily breached. I will need a laboratory, specialized equipment, and he licked his lips, a glass of whiskey neat. Your request can wait until the mission is complete, Varan replied. Turning towards the door. Happy, escort him to the workspace. Remember, keep a close watch. As he observed the retreating figures of the two, a barely perceptible cold smirk emerged on Tony's lips. What did it matter, even in the depths of the desert? Given but a moment, those who have abducted him will soon realize how foolish it is to provoke Tony Stark. As Valen turned, his cane struck the ground twice with a sharp sound. Almost forgot. Rezu, come here. The man, clutching a toolbox, approached at the call. A sincere smile peeking from beneath his greasy curls, and a battered pen nestled in the pocket of his work pants. Mr. Stark, it is an honor. His oil-stained palm extended. I hold a PhD in theoretical physics from Cairo University, with my thesis focusing on feasibility analysis of string theory and energy transmission. I have taken notes on every one of your papers regarding micronuclear reactors. Stop. Tony raised a hand to rest on the man's shoulder, his expression shifting from being mildly offended by a fervent admirer to suddenly realizing the availability of useful tools. Rezu, do you know how to measure the quantum frequency of vibranium using an oscilloscope? Rezu immediately set down his toolbox and began rummaging through it. Of course. I even modified a Geiger counter to detect the radiation of rare metals. Look at this device. That will suffice. Valen tapped his cane against the wall. You have 12 hours. I expect to see a preliminary model for the barrier's dismantling by dawn. As he turned to leave, he tossed over a warning. Do not attempt any tricks, Mr. Stark. My patience is as finite as water in the desert. Tony gazed at the scattered parts on the floor and suddenly raised an eyebrow at Reizu. Do you have a cigarette? If not, shall we start by deconstructing the electronic transition patterns of this vibranium fragment? He tapped the magnifying glass Reizu handed him, the lens reflecting Reizu's excited pupils. By the way, don't mention string theory in front of your boss next time. He doesn't seem the type to be interested in quantum physics. Chapter 8. Dismantling the barrier device. The fluorescent lights above buzzed incessantly, and the workbench was already cluttered with crumpled calculation papers and tangled wires. Tony loosened his collar, the blue glow of the reactor illuminating his glistening forehead as he deftly maneuvered the soldering gun to secure the final piece of the micro-circuit board. Reizu rushed in, clutching a heavy lead shield, his work pants now stained with large patches of grease around the knees. 7th energy overload warning. Reizu stared anxiously at the pulsating dashboard, his voice trembling. If this continues, we will blow the entire building to smithereens. Shut up. Connect the superconducting coil to the 3rd node. Tony, without lifting his gaze, grabbed a marker to correct formulas on the whiteboard, the ink smudged by sweat, yet instantly overwritten. As Reizu, trembling, completed the connection, the entire workbench suddenly hummed to life. The vibranium fragment levitating midair, its surface patterns perfectly aligning with the holographic data in the model. We did it. Tony's laughter startled the owls outside, and he picked up a wrench to tap Reizu's safety helmet. It seems your doctorate was well earned. Before Reizu could respond, the sound of Valen's cane echoed from outside the door, and Tony instantly schooled his expression, slapping a draft filled with erroneous data against Reizu's chest. The preliminary model could simulate the energy fluctuations of the barrier, but Tony kicked the smoking device, without complete data from Wakanda. We can only guess about 30% of the structure. He bent to pick up the vibranium fragment, tossing it in his palm. Unless you can procure more of these treasures, Alfred, go find that black market dealer and secure a few more fragments. If he is uncooperative, you know what to do. Valron turned to AFO, issuing a command as the head of his staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, causing scattered components to tremble slightly. AFO inclined his head slightly, his figure vanishing like a specter into the shadows. Valron paced before the workbench, gently manipulating the instruments that still emitted wisps of steam. Stark, I advise you not to engage in any tricks. I possess little patience for such games. Tony casually grabbed a cloth to wipe his hands, a sardonic smile curving his lips. Do I strike you as someone who would jest with his own life? However, I must inquire, are you certain that the black market dealer still has stock? From my understanding of the rare metals market, acquiring vibranium of that caliber is no trivial matter. Reizu stood nervously to the side, discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but swallowed the words upon meeting Valron's icy gaze. He had better. Valron's voice carried an unmistakable edge of menace. I trust AFO to handle matters efficiently. As for you, continue refining this model until his return. Should I discover any discrepancies, his staff slammed heavily onto the table, causing the delicate instruments to rattle. Once Valron's footsteps faded into silence, Tony swiftly pulled Reizu aside, lowering his voice. Do you know anything about this black market dealer? Reizu hesitated, glancing around warily before whispering. I only know he goes by the Wolf and is quite notorious in the Middle Eastern black market. However, in recent months, he has suddenly acquired vibranium, and no one knows where it came from. Tony stroked his chin, a glint of contemplation crossing his eyes. Interesting. It seems that the Wolf may harbor even greater secrets. Reizu, we must hasten our efforts. He cast a glance at the seemingly rudimentary model on the table, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, deep within the desert at a clandestine outpost, AFO was stealthily approaching a dilapidated tent. Muffled voices intermingled with the clanging of metal emanated from within. His hand stealthily reached for the weapon at his waist, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. AFO moved along the earthen wall, the curved blade reflecting a chilling light. Through the tent's crevice, the flickering light of a kerosene lamp illuminated the scarred visage of the Wolf, twisted into a sinister grin, while opposite him, a gaunt old man coughed violently, his murky eyes clouded by a cataract-like film. This was Kotu, a former border guard of Wakanda, exiled 20 years ago for attempting to smuggle vibranium shards, now regarded as a veritable treasure trove by black market brokers. Too complete, or pieces. Kotu struck the ground forcefully with his gilded cane, revealing a leather pouch concealed beneath his robe, sufficient to forge a spear capable of tearing through tanks. And you're only willing to pay last year's price? The faded Wakandan insignia branded on his neck twisted with each breath like a living thing. The breaches in the Wakandan barrier are becoming increasingly difficult to navigate. The next shipment will cost at least triple. The Wolf suddenly flung a pouch of gold coins, the metallic clinking startling the moths resting upon the tent's top. Old man, were it not for your ability to traverse the border minefield, before he could finish, Kodu swiftly seized the money bag. His bony fingers tracing the unfamiliar patterns on the coins, a raspy chuckle escaping his throat. Stark Industries minting? That playboy has gotten involved? Outside the tent, AFO's pupils dilated in alarm as he instinctively reached for his earpiece to report. However, at the moment of contact with the device, he froze. Unbeknownst to him, an obsidian dagger had already been pressed against the back of his neck, the chilling blade emanating the unique, venomous craftsmanship of the Wakandan Royal Guard. AFO's heart raced, cold sweat soaking his back. He slowly raised his hands, the rustle of his movements silencing the bickering within the tent. The obsidian blade glided along his spine, its frigid touch nearly piercing his skin, the breath behind him carrying the sweet, metallic scent of jujube and rust, an unmistakable aroma of Wakandan hunters. Raise your hands, turn around. The command, tinged with tribal cadence, resonated. AFO caught a glimpse of the tent flap quivering. The wolf and Kodu had drawn curved blades, blocking the exit. He deliberately slowed his movements, the metallic clasp in his palm quietly releasing. A smoke bomb trigger devised by Varan himself. A misunderstanding, AFO rasped, his gaze sweeping over the attacker's waist, adorned with a necklace of panther teeth. Suddenly, his eyes widened. You are from the Border Patrol? The vibranium stolen by that traitor Kodu. Our boss is about to deal with him. He emphasized the word boss, keenly observing the shift in his adversary's expression. Kodu slammed his golden staff into the ground, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. AFO? Varan's mad dog has come in person. Tell him I will not sell this badge to those who skulk in shadows. His words were abruptly cut off by the wolf's booming command, shut up. His earpiece is still on. In an instant, blades clashed both inside and outside the tent. As the smoke erupted, AFO pivoted, kicking the obsidian dagger away. The iron fan he unleashed accurately severed Kodu's throat, blood spraying onto the leather pouch, staining the two sharp-edged pieces of vibranium a dark crimson. Within the smoke, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The assailant removed his face-covering black cloth, revealing half of his visage scarred by laser burns. It was Naka, the leader of the Wakandan border guards, who had gone missing 3 months prior while pursuing Kodu. At present, a glowing blue vibranium eye was embedded in his left socket. The chain blade he wielded sliced through the dense fog, the nanofibers around the blade buzzing, a standard weapon of the Wakandan Royal Guard. Accomplice of the traitor. Naka's roar caused the sand atop the tent to rain down. The chain blade grazed AFO's ear, severing several strands of red hair. AFO rolled sideways, expanding the iron fan into a shield, skillfully blocking the dagger thrust from behind by the wolf, sparks flying as the fan's ribs met the vibranium blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Koda's body pinning the leather pouch down and immediately spun to kick away a nearby thug, darting like a wraith towards the vibranium amid the smoke. Suddenly, Naka's chain blade expanded thrice its size, coiling around AFO's ankle like a serpent. As AFO dropped to one knee, he swiftly unleashed a steel wire from his sleeve, ensnaring the tent's support poles and yanking with all his might. The entire tent collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the ensuing dust, he seized the pouch, only to be tackled by Naka. In the midst of a heap of rubble, two figures grappled fiercely. Afyu's iron fan pressed firmly against his opponent's throat, while Naka's vibranium eye scanned for vulnerabilities, emitting a perilous buzz. Surrender the ore, Naka growled, veins bulging in his arm as the vibranium eye projected a crimson targeting line. Not a single traitor from Wakanda shall escape alive. Yet, Afyu suddenly smirked. A tranquilizer dart concealed in his sleeve found its mark in Naka's carotid artery. Regrettably, my employer's patience evaporates faster than water in the desert. Afyu deftly evaded the dagger thrust from the wolf-like assailant, his iron fan striking towards the opponent's wrist like a viper striking its prey. The pain caused the wolf to loosen his grip, and in that fleeting moment, Afyu delivered a powerful knee strike to his chest, sending him crashing into the rubble. The wolf lay convulsing on the ground, but Afyu spared him not a glance. Instead, he swiftly bound the unconscious Naka with high-tensile alloy ropes. Seizing the leather pouch containing the vibranium, he nonchalantly plucked the Royal Guard insignia from Naka's waist and tucked it away. Once satisfied that the bindings were secure, Afyu hoisted Naka's body and exited the tent, the desert's night wind carrying the scent of blood. Upon returning to the stronghold, Valron was engrossed in a model on the table. His eyes lit up at the sight of Afyu carrying a person and a pouch. It appeared the haul was substantial. He lifted Naka's chin with his cane, scrutinizing the vibranium eye and the royal insignia on his face. The chief of Wakanda's border guards is quite intriguing. Stark. With this hostage, how much more likely are we to decipher the barrier? Tony crouched down, examining Naka with keen interest. At the very least, it will help us avoid triggering a few hidden traps. However, he glanced up at Valron, raising an eyebrow. Before that, I require a proper laboratory and sufficient equipment. After all, Our guest vibranium, I may very well hold the key to unlocking the gates of Wakanda. Valorant's cane struck the weathered ground with a resounding thud, stirring a cloud of dust. I can provide the laboratory and equipment. He gestured, and Afta stood with arms crossed, while Zhou, the supervisor, remained in the shadows. Arms crossed as well. Only Leisu, clutching a toolbox, stood respectfully to the side. Afu, remain vigilant. Handle any unexpected situations. Zhou, oversee the progress. Leisu assists Stark. Valorant's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Tony. Remember, a functional barrier-breaking device must be presented within a week. Otherwise, Stark will accompany our esteemed Wakandan guest to his grave. Tony rattled the handcuffs on his wrists, the metallic clinking sharp and jarring. Quite the luxurious lineup, a guard, a butler, a supervisor, and an able assistant. He cast a sidelong glance at Leisu, a provocative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leisu, I hope your hands are swifter than your words. I prefer not to meet my maker just yet. Leisu straightened, replying earnestly, Mr. Stark. I possess considerable experience in mechanical assembly and circuit debugging, and I will do my utmost to cooperate. With that, he deftly opened his toolbox and began organizing his instruments. Afu stepped forward, his tone laced with warning. Mr. Stark, it would be wise to temper your jesting. Our employer's patience is not boundless. Zhou, with a cold smirk, pressed a button on his wristwatch, causing the surveillance camera in the corner to slowly pivot, its red lights sweeping across the entire laboratory. 3 hours later, the jostling convoy came to a halt at the abandoned Cairo Polytechnic University. Inside the laboratory, the antiquated ventilation ducts emitted a mournful wail, while the holographic projection flickered upon a screen marred by cracks. Leisu focused intently on connecting the circuitry, his fingers deftly tightening screws. Mr. Stark, the core components of the particle collider have been assembled, but this energy coupling needs the spare wires attached. Let us try the parallel mode. Tony secured the vibranium shards in the fixture, the blue glow of the arc reactor harmonizing with the metallic gleam. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Afin pacing at the door, while Afu vigilantly scrutinized every corner, and Zhou's gaze, sharp as a hawk, remained fixed on the experimental data. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tony's pinky quietly hooked the invisible wire beneath the table. Once Leisu completed the final connections, Jarvis would be able to break through the interference and send a distress signal. Oblivious, Leisu remained wholly concentrated on fine-tuning the equipment, intent on assisting Valen in completing the mission. Chapter 9. Wakanda. When the laboratory alarm suddenly blared with an ear-piercing buzz, Leisu startled and knocked over a nearby beaker. On the holographic display, the energy ripples representing the barrier twisted and dissipated in the simulation. Tony removed his goggles, deliberately wiping his forehead with his sleeve to reveal the blinking red light on the underside of his wristwatch. Jarvis's location signal had been successfully transmitted. Done. Valen's dragon-headed staff slammed heavily onto the workbench, causing the vibranium shards to bounce up half an inch. He forcefully pushed aside Leisu, greedily fixating on the projection. Zhou, prepare the convoy immediately. Afin, untie Stark, he is still of use. And what about him? Afu pointed at Naka, who was locked in a corner, blindfolded and gagged, yet still struggling. Valen chuckled coldly, lifting Naka's chin with his staff. An elite of Wakanda, worth more than vibranium itself, a key. Take him along. If he dares to play tricks on the way. His gaze swept over Tony. Mr. Stark should know that my patience has long since run thin. Half an hour later, the convoy sped through the desert. Tony was bound in the back seat of an off-road vehicle. Through the dust-caked window, he saw Leisu cradling the device in the passenger seat, meticulously adjusting the final parameters. Afin gripped the steering wheel, his wary eyes reflected in the rearview mirror, while Zhou was in another vehicle, coordinating the rescue team via satellite phone. As the barrier of Wakanda finally emerged on the horizon, the sky shimmered with a faint purple hue. Following Tony's instructions, Leisu aimed the small disruption device at the edge of the barrier. As the instrument emitted a faint hum, a ripple the size of a coin appeared on the surface of the barrier, quickly forming an opening just large enough for two to pass through. Hurry! Valen urged in a hushed tone, as Afin led Tony into the breach, with Naka being dragged along by Afu. Moonlight bathed the desert rocks as they cautiously advanced. Yet they failed to notice Tony discreetly burying a miniature signal transmitter in the gravel, a crucial node for Jarvis's tracking. The moment Afu pulled Naka across the barrier, the device in Leice's arms suddenly emitted a shrill alarm. Tony's pupils dilated in shock as Valen, having ensured everyone had entered, pressed the red emergency stop button on the device with his own hand. The surface of the barrier erupted in blinding white light, and the recently opened breach swiftly healed as if it were a living entity, completely isolating the moonlight of the desert. Tony struggled forward, yet was firmly restrained by Afu's iron grip. Valen twirled his dragon-headed staff, its metallic embellishments glimmering coldly in the darkness. I am well aware of the principle of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. His laughter reverberated through the silent valley, causing gravel to tumble from the rocky walls. Mr. Stark would not presume that I would genuinely leave an escape route open for outsiders, would he? Lesu cautiously retreated a step while cradling the device, the residual energy data on the screen still pulsating. Joe scanned the surroundings warily, the blue light of his satellite phone illuminating his tense face. Boss, according to plan, we should relocate to the southwest mine. No need. Valen lifted Naka's chin with his staff, the other's eye mask slipping to reveal bloodshot eyes. With the guidance of this border captain, we shall proceed directly to the nearest vibranium vein. He suddenly turned, the tip of his staff aimed squarely at Tony's chest. As for you, remain here. Afu. Secure him in the abandoned outpost until we return laden with spoils, then consider whether to leave you in one piece. In the night. Afu's iron fan closed around Tony's ear, the chilling metal locking his wrist. In the distance, Naka's furious roar mingled with the hum of the device activating, resonating through the dense forests of Wakanda. Tony gazed in the direction Valen had vanished, a miniature communicator concealed between his teeth, quietly ejecting Jarvis's locating signal, still flickering persistently. The holographic projection on the top floor of Stark Tower suddenly illuminated, Jarvis's voice accompanied by a slight buzz of electricity. Miss Potts, the location signal of Mr. Tony Stark has been detected. Startled, Pepper Potts abruptly lifted her head, the stylus in her fingers clattering to the table. Nearby, Happy Hogan immediately cleared a path through the cluttered desk filled with coffee cups, his hefty frame sending papers scattering, utterly oblivious. Where is it? Where is Tony's signal? The signal originates from within Wakanda. Jarvis projected the locating point as a pulsating red light, surrounding geographical data unfurling like a flowing stream. Due to significant interference, further details could not be retrieved. Pepper's complexion paled instantly, and she seized her phone, rapidly dialing Rhodey's number. James, it's me, Pepper. Her words flowed quickly, anxiety lacing her voice. Jarvis has just pinpointed Tony's location. He's in Wakanda. We need your assistance. Happy leaned closer, lowering his voice. Should we activate Stark Industries' private armed forces? Pepper ended the call and shook her head. No, that would only escalate matters. Rhodey said he would lead a team over. We should prepare Stark Industries' high-performance off-road vehicles and portable rescue equipment, acting as discreetly as possible. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. That guy always had a penchant for placing himself in perilous situations. Suddenly, the red alarm light in Nick Fury's office flashed, and the communication monitoring device emitted an urgent beeping sound. He furrowed his brow and rushed to the equipment, muttering a curse as he scanned the screen. Damn it. The one-eyed man fixated on Stark's locating coordinates, his fingers tapping the table in a rapid rhythm akin to a machine gun. Hill. He grasped the walkie-talkie with a nearly brutish gesture, initiating the Independence Day emergency response to notify Natasha and Clint to infiltrate the Wakandan border with utmost speed. Do not allow the military personnel to approach that desert, particularly Ross's troops. Outside the glass curtain wall, the rain in New York pelted against the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Fury loosened his tie, revealing an old scar beneath his collarbone, a remnant of a vibranium shard that had grazed him in New Mexico in 1945. Contact all our informants around Wakanda, he commanded the air, and state that the technical advisor from Stark Industries has gone missing at the border, offering a reward for any useful information. Also, have the tech department hack into the satellites of neighboring countries to extract all suspicious flight patterns from the last 3 days. On the holographic map, the outline of Wakanda was enveloped in a crimson grid. Fury stroked his chin, a flicker of suspicion passing through his single eye. Hadn't it been reported that Stark was negotiating arms deals in the Middle East? How was he now pinpointed in a mysterious land thousands of miles away? Unless someone had deliberately diverted him. Retrieve all suspicious transactions related to Stark Industries from the past 3 months, Fury suddenly declared, emphasizing records involving cross-border transportation and unknown buyers. His gaze fell upon several red dots gradually illuminating on the map, abnormal signal sources marked by Jarvis. At that moment, the intercom on his desk rang sharply, and Hill's voice crackled through its static. Director, we've intercepted coded messages on the black market forum. Someone is offering a high price for border passes to Wakanda. With the transaction set for tonight. Track the poster, Fury commanded, rising immediately. His black trench coat swirling in a gust as he informed Natasha and Clint to alter their course and dismantle this trading den first. Tell them that S.H.I.E.L.D. must secure first-hand intelligence before the Wakandan operatives discover it. He gazed at the rain-blurred city skyline outside, murmuring softly, Stark, you had better not play yourself to death. In the heart of the American military, General Ross slammed the recording of Nick Fury's warning onto his desk, the metal surface resonating with a loud thud. He loosened the golden buttons of his military uniform, staring at the military map on the wall, where he had viciously circled Wakanda's location in red ink. What do those covert agents at S.H. I-E-L-D. Understand. Stark is our asset, a strategic arsenal. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed to life, with Rhodes's voice crackling through. General, I request to lead the team personally. Granted. General Ross donned his military cap. His gaze icy as iron behind the lenses, leading an elite squad to depart immediately. I want real-time footage every 5 minutes. Remember, you stand behind the might of America. Yes, General. Rhodes replied, gripping his assault rifle, followed by a squad clad in enhanced exoskeleton armor, as the heavy transport helicopter's rotors whipped up a storm of dust. He gazed out the window at the overcast sky. Tony's laughter from the MIT lab flashing in his mind. The genius who always had a wrench in his mouth and a penchant for wild ideas, now uncertain of his fate. Amidst the thickets, Natasha's crimson hair cascaded over her shoulders, her form elegantly outlined by the tight-fitting Black Widow's suit, with the widow's bite on her wrist gleaming coldly. Clint knocked an arrow, his eyes vigilant, whispering, something feels off. No sooner had he spoken than the distant roar of the transport plane echoed through the air. Hawkeye knocked a sonic arrow onto his bowstring, aiming at the swirling dust in the distance. Once the military intervened, Wakanda's barrier defense system would undoubtedly activate. At that point, not only would we be unable to save anyone, but our own lives would also be at stake. He lowered his voice, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly with tension. Fury had insisted on avoiding direct confrontation, yet Ross seemed intent on dragging everyone into the inferno. Find a way to stop him. Natasha's words barely left her lips when the transport aircraft descended 100 meters away. Rhodes led the soldiers out of the hatch, a portable energy cannon on his shoulder, glowing ominously red. Just then, a shadow streaked across the sky like lightning. Chaka, clad in the Black Panther suit, with vibranium claws glinting coldly in the moonlight, landed firmly before Rhodes. You have entered Wakandan airspace without permission. Is this a declaration of war? I'm looking for someone. Rhodes raised his assault rifle, anxiety evident in his voice. Tony Stark is here, and I must take him with me. Energy surged around Chaka as dozens of border tribe guards clad in vibranium armor appeared behind him, their spears forming a thicket-like barrier. There is no one here that you seek. Leave immediately, or you shall pay dearly for this recklessness. That's impossible. I tracked his signal. Rhodes gestured for his soldiers to form a defensive line, and as the heavy machine guns were set up, a cloud of dust was kicked up. If you dare touch a hair on Tony, Natasha seized the moment to throw a grappling hook around Rhodes' ankle. Rhodes, calm down. This will only endanger Tony further. Clint swiftly shot a rope arrow, temporarily defusing the tense situation. Chaka raised his hand, signaling the guards to remain vigilant, his gaze sweeping over the trio. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why are you entangled with the military? Stark is our friend and a crucial lead. Natasha wriggled free from the rope, quickly displaying her S.H.I.E.L.D. badge. Someone has deliberately drawn him into Wakanda. The possibility of a vibranium smuggling network is at play. We need your assistance. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes powered down the energy cannon. The intel I received indicates that someone has been purchasing border passes in bulk on the black market. Perhaps we are tracking the same group. He activated his wrist projector, displaying the wolf's transaction records before Chaka. Chaka gazed intently at the flickering hologram, the vibranium armor rippling slightly. This wolf has indeed been active along the borders recently. His underground hideout contains a significant amount of vibranium scraps. The claws of the Black Panther slowly retracted. Follow me. To save Stark, we must first extract information from him. The three exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Natasha readjusted the widow's bite to stun mode. Clint armed himself with silenced arrows, and Rhodes signaled his soldiers to remain on standby. Under Chaka's guidance, the quartet moved like shadows through the dense forests of Wakanda, racing towards the wolf's underground lair. As they breached the wolf's hideout, vibranium lanterns cast web-like shadows against the stone walls. The man cloaked in black was stuffing gold bars into a safe. Upon seeing the Black Panther suit, his face turned as pale as parchment. Please, have mercy. The wolf fell to his knees, his cloak slipping to reveal a receding hairline. I'm just a dealer of vibranium scraps. I'll tell you anything. Rod impatiently kicked the ground, and the portable energy cannon emitted a humming sound as it charged. Where's Stark? Who has kidnapped him? It's a guy named Valen. The wolf spoke rapidly, saliva flying as he continued. He contacted me earlier, saying he wanted to bring a weapons manufacturer into Wakanda. I helped him get a border pass. The goods were picked up from a cave in Afghanistan. Natasha seized his collar and lifted him up. Who is Valen? How does he know Stark's whereabouts? He claims to be a technical advisor for some warlord in the Middle East. The wolf trembled like a leaf. He had previously purchased vibranium from me. And that was all. Truly, you can check the transaction records. He nervously clicked open a hidden compartment in the wall, revealing a grease-stained ledger. One page circled in red with Valen's name and a string of coordinates. Chapter 10. Another lottery Chaka leaned in to scrutinize the coordinates. The vibranium claws scraping against the stone surface with a piercing sound. This is a newly developed vibranium vein in our country. How could he possibly know? I have no idea. The wolf raised his hands in surrender. He just said he wanted to take that guy to find treasures. I haven't even seen what he looks like. Rod suddenly pointed at the pile of wooden crates in the corner. Where did these Stark Industries components come from? From the black market as used goods. The wolf's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. I'm just a middleman. Whatever the big shots want, I get. I truly didn't know it would involve Wakanda this time. Natasha placed energy handcuffs on the wolf and turned to Chaka. Your Majesty, it seems Stark has been exploited by Valen, who intends to use his technology to access the mine. Chaka stood up, his battle suit's energy subtly stirring. The security system for the newly developed mine has not yet been fully deployed. If Valen's men break in, he abruptly turned to Rod. Can your enhanced exoskeleton carry out vibranium scans? We must seal off the mine entrance before Valen does. No problem. Rod had already turned to walk toward the outpost, the heavy machine gun on his shoulder humming as it charged. But after finding Tony, I want to personally throw Valen into the reactor's melting pool. At that moment, Chin's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, a wave of uncontrollable delight surging within him. On his retina, system prompts fluttered like snowflakes. Familiar names like Tony Stark and Nick Fury accompanied by steadily fluctuating emotional value numbers. Notably, Tony had contributed at least 800 points, standing out in the data stream like a money tree. As the emotional value soared to an astonishing 2376, he nearly burst into laughter, unaware that this group was on edge at the border, oblivious to the fact that their emotional fluctuations were continuously nourishing his golden finger. System, initiate the lottery immediately. Chun rubbed his hands together, eyes fixed on the virtual wheel as it began to spin wildly. The sounds of metal clashing and the low growl of the Black Panther seemed to emanate from the system screen, while his heartbeat grew increasingly frantic as the wheel slowed. He needed to draw something extraordinary. Otherwise, when the fighting truly began, the trifling items he currently possessed would hardly hold the situation. Chun watched as his emotional value suddenly dropped by 1,000 points, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. The virtual roulette gradually came to a halt with a chime, announcing congratulations to the host for obtaining the Inu no Mi source, One Piece. Description: this is an animal-type devil fruit that allows the consumer to transform into a colossal wolf or a werewolf, significantly enhancing physical capabilities. However, the user of this devil fruit is vulnerable to seawater and sea prism stone, resulting in complete fatigue upon contact. This reward is not insignificant. Animal-type devil fruit users are renowned for their formidable vitality. The narrator believes that the enhancement provided by this devil fruit is undoubtedly superior to the viral serum drawn previously. Although the sea prism stone does not exist in this world, the weakness of fearing seawater is mitigated by the potential to harvest emotional value from the natives. Nevertheless, the narrator yearns for a more directly wieldable combat power, leading to an unhesitating second draw. The emotional value on the system panel returned to the 376 range, prompting the system to unveil the outcome. A faint blue character card materialized, displaying the silhouette of a man in a black cloak, exuding an air of cold severity, as if concealing endless secrets. The next moment, a chime sounded. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character Severus Snape. Source: Harry Potter. Abilities: expertise in potions, defense against the dark arts, mind-blocking spells, and proficiency in silent spells. Description: a double-edged sword concealed within darkness throughout his life, using aloof pride as a shield. Safeguarding his deepest convictions with boiling potions and lethal spells, he penned a hauntingly tragic elegy amidst the chasm of betrayal and loyalty. The narrator's breath quickened, his fingertips nearly piercing the virtual panel. This potion's master was precisely the powerful character he had anticipated, for he had finally experienced a stroke of fortune, acquiring a character capable of making a decisive impact. Inside Wakanda, the assembly was embroiled in heated debate regarding the defensive deployment of the vibranium mine. Natasha's communicator suddenly vibrated, and upon glancing at the encrypted message from Hill, her expression turned grave. Hill had tracked Tony's location. He was not at the mine but in the old industrial district. This was a diversion. Hawkeye immediately grasped the situation. They were led to believe that the target was the vibranium mine while Tony was used as bait. Chaka, the first Black Panther, furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while the security of the new mine was not yet adequate, it was equally inadvisable to leave Tony in peril. I will go to save Tony, Rhodey declared resolutely, rising from his seat as the heavy exoskeleton armor whirred to life with hydraulic sounds. You all secure the mine. If this is a trap, I shall confront Killmonger. He patted the portable pulse cannon at his waist, instructing, should there be any unusual activity at the mine, contact me immediately on this frequency. Chaka nodded, be extra cautious. Thus, Rhodey led a team of soldiers in armored vehicles equipped with heavy weaponry. racing toward the old industrial district, while Chaka, along with Natasha, Hawkeye, and others, sped toward the vibranium mine. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt outside an abandoned outpost, and Rhodey kicked open the rusted iron gate. Upon seeing Tony bound to a chair, his grip tightened on the assault rifle. Stark tilted his head. The arc reactor in his chest dim and lifeless, half of his face sealed with silver tape, and his traditional Middle Eastern robe wrinkled beyond recognition. Its dark red and gold patterns caked in dust, with dried bloodstains at the fabric's edges. This was far more dismal than that wretched place last time. Rhodey tore the tape from Tony's mouth, the military dagger deftly slicing through the ropes. He gazed at his friend's face, shadowed by dark circles, and felt a sudden pang in his stomach. Beneath that jaded facade lay a fatigue he had never witnessed before. Tony managed a smirk. Finally remembered your fallen hero? If it weren't for the fear of Happy ruining my custom suit. Before he could finish, a violent cough erupted, blood frothing at his throat, staining the collar of his shirt. Rhodey swiftly retrieved a syringe of antidote from his tactical backpack, 3 vials puncturing Tony's neck with precision. Don't try to placate me with your genius billionaire routine. Rhodey harshly yanked off his tactical cloak to wrap around Tony. Who did this? The 10 Rings? Or that madman named Varon? Why is there not a single guard in sight? Supporting the wavering Tony, he made his way to the off-road vehicle, where the onboard medical system automatically began scanning for toxins. Tony leaned heavily against him, the breathing beneath the metal mask gradually stabilizing. Rhodey, what do you think? They went to such lengths to abduct me. What could their purpose be? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, the mockery vanishing from his eyes. They neither killed me nor took the arc reactor, as if they were waiting for something. In the distance, the roar of helicopter blades echoed, and Rhodey shoved Tony into the passenger seat, the vehicle's heavy machine gun automatically locking onto the sound source. We'll discuss this once we return. Rhodey pressed the accelerator. The tires of the off-road vehicle carving deep tracks in the sand. The vehicle's radar confirmed the absence of any enemy presence within a 5-kilometer radius. An unsettling trap that sent chills down his neck, like bait deliberately left by a hunter, awaiting a larger prey to ensnare. Kill us. Long live Wakanda. Nakia's neck muscles bulged, his chest thrust forward, the roar erupting from his throat shaking loose debris from the rocks. He had finally made the agonizing choice. He would rather guard the vibranium veins with his life than become a traitor to Wakanda. Alfred. Varon's staff slammed down with force, the dark green suit crinkling with rage. Alfred grinned wickedly as the iron fan suddenly unfurled, the sharp ribs gleaming ominously as they sliced toward the throat of the unconscious soldier. In that instant, a shadow, infused with the unique cold light of vibranium, surged through the air. The Black Panther's vibranium claws grazed the fan's surface just in time. Alfred reacted swiftly, the iron fan flipping rapidly, using the recoil to leap back several meters. As the Black Panther landed, he left 5 sparks of fire on the rocks. Before he could pursue, Alfred had launched 3 poisoned steel needles, their tips glowing with an eerie green hue. The Black Panther sidestepped, yet the shoulder of his armor was singed. His pupils narrowed, realizing the opponent was no mere thug. Seizing the opportunity, Alfred advanced, the iron fan sweeping like a whirlwind. Chains hidden between the ribs suddenly springing forth to ensnare the Black Panther's neck. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Nakia's face turned crimson as the ropes tightened. Yet he continued to roar with all his might. The Black Panther emitted a low growl, the intricate patterns on his vibranium armor glowing to life. His arms bulged with veins as he forcefully snapped the chains. Without hesitation, he crouched, gathering strength, leaping like a cheetah. His claws tore through Alfred's defenses just as Hawkeye's arrow struck precisely at Alfred's wrist. The iron fan clattered to the ground as Alfred staggered back. At that moment, Natasha had stealthily approached Varon, her widow's bite pulsating with blue light, aiming directly for his face. Valen let out a cold laugh, sweeping his emerald-studded staff in a fierce arc that clashed violently with the widow's sting. His steps were peculiar, as he maneuvered with the grace of Eastern martial arts, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught that forced Natasha to retreat repeatedly, momentarily unable to subdue him. Just as Black Panther was about to advance for support, Razu suddenly activated the dimensional breach device in his hand, causing distorted ripples to ripple through the air, while the mine's barrier emitted a piercing alarm. Zhou and Afun seized the opportunity to lunge at Naka, only to be pinned against the rock wall by 2 arrows from Hawkeye. Valen, seizing the instant of the barrier's momentary weakness, slammed his staff onto the ground, creating a cloud of smoke, and yanked the injured Afu away, fleeing in a frenzy. Utilizing their familiarity with the terrain, the 2 slipped into a hidden passage on the west side of the mine, vanishing from the sight of Black Panther and the others. In stark contrast, Razu, confronted by Black Panther's chilling vibranium claws and Natasha's renewed focus on the vital points, trembled as he raised his hands. I surrender. All the information regarding the dimensional breach device is stored in my chip. as Zhou and Afun found themselves ensnared by Black Panther's vibranium chains. The remaining 3 members of the Black Hand organization were captured, leaving only Valen and Afu at large. While the Mine-S barrier struggled to maintain its final semblance of stability amidst the deafening alarms, as the door to the interrogation room slid open, the mocking laughter of Tony Stark erupted. "Look at how the tables have turned. Last time, I was bound in a cave crafting weapons for you. And now I am here to redesign your toys?" He strode in, twirling his golden sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Zhou and Afun in the corner, suddenly feigning a dramatic hand over his heart. "Goodness, should I crowdfund an award for the most inept kidnapper of the year for you?" Razu instinctively shrank his shoulders, yet found Tony approaching him directly, his polished shoes halting precisely at the edge of the chains. "As for you, physicist," Tony remarked, flicking a piece of the broken dimensional breach device at Razu's knee, the metallic sound resonating sharply against the nerves. "When Valen held a gun to my head, forcing me to create this contraption, I discovered that your design for the energy amplification module bears a 37 resemblance to my drafts from 7 years ago." Rhodes's heavy exoskeleton emitted a warning hum. "Tony, he is an accomplice. No, he is a misguided talent." Tony suddenly produced a small reactor glowing with blue light, placing it directly in Rez's palm. "Stark Industries is at my service." He raised an eyebrow, revealing his signature mischievous grin, as a holographic keyboard exploded with data streams between them. "Here, you will have access to cutting-edge technology, rather than being a mere human calculator for Valen. So, what do you say? Dare to collaborate with a true genius?" Razu clutched the mini-reactor, his fingers trembling with excitement. "Who says knowledge is useless?" This was not merely aiding the antagonist in destruction, it was a chance to unlock a new career path by catching Stark's attention through skill. Chapter 11. The first whisper of the 10th Order. "Stark, your recruitment drive should come to an end." Natasha's voice was as sharp as ice, her gaze wary as it swept over the reactor in Razu's hands. This was not the time for flaunting technology. Hawkeye rustled the interrogation records, the sound of paper scraping grating on the ears. "The Wakandan barrier is still in turmoil, and we are utterly ignorant of Valen's whereabouts." Black Panther emitted a low, rumbling growl, his golden eyes fixating on Razu. "This individual assisted in the theft of vibranium. His crimes must be judged by Wakandan law." Regarding the proposal from Stark Industries, he turned to Tony, the vibranium armor glimmering with a cold sheen in the interplay of light and shadow, asserting that it should be predicated upon the complete resolution of the case. Wakanda would not permit those who jeopardize national security to escape punishment through technological transactions. Tony crossed his arms, a hint of defiance playing at the corners of his mouth, while his fingertips toyed with the holographic keyboard hovering in the air. "Come on, Your Majesty. Rather than confining a genius to rust away in a Wakandan cell, why not let him accompany me to transform the dimensional device into a work of art? Once we apprehend Valen, you can interrogate him as you wish." He gestured toward Razu, who was sweating nervously, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles amidst the gaze of competing factions. Rhodes sighed, gently nudging Tony's shoulder with his mechanical arm. "Let's focus on tracking Valen first, genius." He turned to Black Panther, his tone earnest, suggesting that with Wakanda's intelligence network combined with SHIELD's satellite surveillance, they might be able to locate the group. Natasha lowered her guard, the blue light of the Widow's bite gradually dimming. "Since Razu was involved in the device's design, perhaps we can extract Valen's next move from him." Her gaze swept over the 3 prisoners, Zhou and Offing defiantly lifting their chins, exuding an air of bravado, even raising their eyebrows provocatively at the others. Razu, however, hung his head, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the handcuffs, his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. Noticing this, Natasha's lips curled into a captivating yet perilous smile, one that did not reach her eyes, but rather caused the temperature in the interrogation room to plummet. "Take them away," she ordered softly, her tone rising slightly at the end. As the heavy metal door closed with a resounding thud, the interrogation room was left with only the sound of breathing. In the subsequent hours, Natasha displayed the professionalism of a top-tier agent. At times, she adopted the role of a compassionate sister, using gentle words to dismantle defenses. At other times, she transformed into a cold judge, delivering incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter. Under her masterful interrogation techniques and the oppressive force of her language, Zhou and Offing's arrogance quickly crumbled, and Razu surrendered much earlier. When the confessions of the 3 were laid out on the table, a startling secret emerged. Their gang, known as the Black Hand, was affiliated with a mysterious organization called the 10 Hierarchies. This theft of vibranium was merely one of many tasks assigned by the 10 Hierarchies. However, they were oblivious to the organization's true purpose and structure, as all core secrets were firmly held by their leader, Valen. When Natasha slammed the organized interrogation report onto the table, the room fell into a profound silence. Rhodes stared wide-eyed, repeatedly reviewing the confessions, while Black Panther gripped the shaft of his spear, knuckles turning white. Zhou and Offing remained shackled in the corner, still writhing in defiance. While Reizu slumped in the prisoner's chair, cold sweat dripping from his forehead to the floor, his hands firmly locked in vibranium handcuffs. The 10 Hierarchies? An organization I've never heard of. Tony mused, absent-mindedly stroking his chin, suddenly turning to fixate on Natasha's graceful silhouette, a familiar glint of cunning igniting in his eyes. Honestly, this agent who can reduce the toughest nuts to crumbs. What is her name? Hawkeye shot him a cold glance, casually slinging his compound bow over his shoulder. His voice as icy as the winter. Stark, mind your curiosity. His gaze swept over Tony's playful expression as he added, some women are not to be trifled with. Tony exaggeratedly clutched his chest and cast a look of feigned innocence at Rhodes. Did you hear that? They dare to question my ability to grasp the situation. He glanced at Natasha, a dangerous smile curving his lips, but before he could finish his thought, the Black Panther's spear suddenly struck the ground between them with a resounding thud, effectively severing this perilous dialogue. An ear-piercing alarm blared to life, prompting everyone to rush out of the interrogation room, only to find soldiers sprawled unconscious on the floor. Varlon leaned on his gilded cane, flanked by the billowing black robes of Snape, whose hawkish features bore a chilling gaze. The dark purple light swirling at his fingertips sent ripples through the air. The Black Panther tensed, claws instinctively extending. Natasha aimed the widow's bite at the newcomers, while Hawkeye knocked an arrow, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict. Tony crossed his arms, the blue light of the arc reactor on his chest flickering, and surveyed Varlon. Mr. Kidnapper in the green suit, haven't you learned your lesson from our last encounter? And this time, you brought along a medieval wizard's apprentice. Are you planning to intimidate us with your outlandish attire? You should be more concerned about your aesthetic. That color scheme looks like it was vomited by a rainbow boa. He turned to Snape, raising an eyebrow in mockery. As for this mysterious figure with a wand concealed in his sleeve, are you preparing to perform a bare-handed dove trick? Do you need me to sponsor a magic hat for you to pull a rabbit from? Snape regarded Tony with a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. Is this what you call genius? Varlon, your definition of wisdom is laughable. Before he could finish, his skeletal fingers thrust forward, unleashing a blood-red spell that slithered forth like a venomous snake. Sectum Sempra. In that critical moment, the vibranium patterns on Chake's Black Panther's suit flared to life as he pivoted. Arms crossed to block. The spell grazed the surface of the vibranium, igniting a shower of dazzling sparks. The force of the impact numbed Chake's arm. Though his suit remained intact, the spell's sharpness seemed capable of slicing through the air itself, forcing him to take a half-step back. His pupils dilated as he recognized the seemingly intangible attack, whose sharpness and explosive power far exceeded any conventional weapon. Amidst the blaring alarms, Tony observed the dark purple incantation dancing at the tip of Snape's wand, his throat tightening involuntarily. Rhodes gripped his assault rifle tightly, his voice trembling slightly. That guy's attack defies the laws of physics. Tony suppressed the shock of his worldview collapsing and patted Rhodes on the shoulder. Hold on. I'll see if there's anything I can use. With that, he turned and dashed into the depths of the base, his polished shoes clattering rhythmically against the metal floor. At the center of the battlefield, Snape's black robes billowed ominously as his bony fingers tightened around his wand. Facing the Black Panther's assault, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. The Black Panther moved like lightning, his vibranium claws leaving a blur as they targeted Snape's face. The tip of Snape's wand suddenly erupted with blinding white light, an invisible barrier crashing into the Black Panther and sending him hurtling backward. He rolled on the ground, the edges of his suit singed by the spell. Snape pressed forward, his wand weaving through the air, as countless chains of magical light suddenly sprang up from the ground, ensnaring the Black Panther tightly. Meanwhile, the battle unfolded in stark contrast across the arena. The widow's electric blue sting flashed as she engaged in close combat with Valen. His gilded staff swept through the air with a fierce momentum, the gemstone atop glinting with a chilling light, each strike accompanied by a sharp whoosh, targeting Natasha's vital points with precision. Natasha, agile and evasive, performed acrobatic maneuvers, the widow's sting continuously discharging electric shocks towards Valen's wrists. Meanwhile, Hawkeye faced off against AFO. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air mingling with the rhythmic opening and closing of AFO's iron fan, as AFO transformed his fan into a chain whip. It lunged toward Hawkeye's legs. He swiftly arched back to evade, drawing his bow to release an explosive arrow, which erupted in a cacophony of sound and dust. Seizing a fleeting moment when Natasha's defense faltered, Valen swung his staff towards her neck. In a critical instant, Natasha rolled aside, the staff grazing her battle attire. Watch out! Hawkeye shouted, simultaneously firing 3 arrows to repel AFO, before swiftly pivoting to unleash several more at Valen. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a synchronized war cry echoed from afar, as the Wakandan guard, clad in shimmering blue vibranium armor and wielding spears, surged forth like a tide. Snape's gaze sharpened. His wand traced a vast silver arc in the air as he intoned an obscure incantation. Bind swiftly. In an instant, countless glowing chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Black Panther and the advancing guards, causing Natasha and Hawkeye to stumble in surprise from the sudden magic. Mission first. Snape directed his wand towards the cell containing Valen's subordinates, and the door exploded with a resounding crack. Without a backward glance, he commanded Valen sharply, "Take your men, apparate." Valen understood, as AFO charged toward the cell. Snape cast a scornful glance at the struggling individuals, his wand striking down heavily, unleashing a surge of purple energy. With a piercing blast, everyone, along with the debris of the cell, vanished, leaving only the charred ground and lingering magical remnants, eerily lit by the red glow of alarm lights. The alarm continued blaring, the acrid smoke lingering in the air as the tension among the group began to ease. Suddenly, the vibranium communicator around Black Panther's neck erupted with a sharp buzz. He raised his hand to activate the projection, blood-red warning letters exploding before him. Vibranium mine under attack. Repeat, vibranium mine under attack. The vibranium armor that encased Black Panther still radiated heat, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Ignoring the searing pain from his magically burned arm, he commanded with urgency, "Head to the mine immediately." The Wakandan guards swiftly redirected their spears, the weapons carving cold arcs under the moonlight. As Natasha recharged the widow's sting, she glanced at Hawkeye, who had knocked the final tracking arrow onto his bowstring. When they arrived at the mine, the scene before them resembled a hellish inferno. Fiery flames licked at the mine's entrance, and dozens of Wakandan guards lay sprawled in pools of blood, their bodies marred with bizarre burn marks. Vibranium extraction equipment lay twisted and deformed, its surface marked with mysterious charred patterns. Amidst the billowing smoke, Rode angrily smashed his assault rifle against the stone wall, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater. These bastards. I should have anticipated their fate. Kneeling beside a severely injured guard, Black Panther pressed his palm against the bloodied chest, the nanomaterial of his vibranium armor emitting a faint glow in an attempt to heal the wound. Gritting his teeth, he instructed, "Prioritize the injured, seal all entrances and exits to the mine." In the distance, Natasha and Hawkeye stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings while simultaneously connecting to the SHIELD hotline. "Director, the assailant is Varlon, affiliated with a mysterious organization known as the 10 Steps," Natasha whispered, her gaze sweeping over the chaos strewn across the ground. A figure clad in black, wielding a magic wand, remained at the scene. "We suspect he is also a member of this organization, but we have yet to secure definitive evidence." The adversary had relied entirely on bizarre magical powers to wreak havoc, eschewing conventional weaponry. This supernatural mode of attack surpassed our comprehension. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury's voice resonated, calm yet tinged with an icy undertone. "We have initiated maximum alert. The intelligence department is compiling all anomalous incidents. Ensure the integrity of the scene and await reinforcements." A deafening metallic clang echoed from the direction of the laboratory. Tony Stark kicked aside a discarded piece of equipment, the arc reactor in his chest flickering ominously in the darkness. Grasping a twisted fragment of vibranium, his knuckles whitened from the force of his grip. The magical incantations that erupted before him effortlessly breached the vibranium defenses, gnawing at his pride like a venomous serpent. Were Stark Industries' weapons rendered obsolete against magic? He glared at the mangled metal in his hand and, in a fit of determination, slammed it onto the workbench. "Let them understand that steel and intellect are the blades that shatter the rules. I shall forge anti-magic armor, employing technology to put an end to these unknown forces." Chapter 12. The transaction of vibranium. The lights of a New York apartment cast a warm glow upon Shu, who reclined languidly on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the floating system panel displaying an emotional value of 4,230. A faint smile graced his lips. Severus Snape was showcasing his magic in Wakanda, leaving the science-believing SHIELD agents, Tony, and the Wakandan populace in awe. The vivid memory of their astonishment lingered in his mind. Regrettably, they had failed to arrive in time to witness the breathtaking moment when the teleportation spell whisked away the gold mine, missing the opportunity to contribute significantly to their emotional value. He contemplated the prospect of a higher-tier lottery at 10,000 points, deciding to first test his luck with a modest 100-point wager. With a gentle touch of his fingertips, the panel illuminated, revealing 2 items before his eyes. Basic Protective Charm Origin, 1 person below description, a casual creation by Ma Xianhong that can autonomously sense murderous intent, providing protection, but will shatter if faced with an excessively strong attack. He pressed the button for another draw. The light flared once more, and another item materialized. Magneto's helmet origin, X-Men description, effectively shields against telepathy, offering resistance against mental-based superpowers. Gently tapping the armrest of the sofa, Chun-Shu smiled at the two artifacts. While they may not be top-tier treasures, in a world teeming with superheroes and superpowered beings, these trinkets could prove unexpectedly useful in critical moments. In the damp alleys of Hell's Kitchen, Severus Snape's black robes billowed as he wielded his wand, tracing a silver arc through the air. Varlon and his cohorts, along with boxes filled with vibranium, materialized instantly beneath the mottled wall. The old professor cast a glance at the remnants of Wakandan soil on the box and coldly advised, "Don't draw attention." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the curtain of fine rain. Valen straightened his dark green suit, polishing the jeweled cufflinks until they gleamed. After clapped his iron fan shut, the crisp sound of metal striking resonating sharply in the quiet alley. The trio from the Black Hand Gang guarded the box with vigilance, the ethereal glow of the vibrating gold within casting eerie blue shadows across their faces. Jean Bing would go mad over this. Valen tapped the ground with his cane, but first he needed to make it clear that they were not here to deliver groceries. As the group kicked open the bulletproof glass door to the underground casino, the guards aimed their weapons squarely at them. The lead guard, chewing on a cigar, surveyed the box with a contemptuous smile and remarked, "You think you can meet Mr. Jean Bing with a few pieces of scrap metal?" Unperturbed, Valen opened the box, and the unique cold light of the vibrating gold illuminated the entire casino. The guard merely scoffed, "Are you trying to fool me with iron blocks painted with fluorescent paint?" Suddenly, Afyu sprang into action, his iron fan slicing through the air like a silver serpent, leaving a half-meter gash in the steel embedded in the gaming table, sparks flying. The guard's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Afyu flipped his wrist, bringing the iron fan down towards the vibrating gold. A thunderous crash echoed, brilliant sparks erupted, and the fan disintegrated, its bones twisted and deformed, the fabric cracking and splitting. Afyu looked at the ruined fan in his hand and shook his head in resignation. "Well, I suppose I'll need to find a new weapon." Valen picked up a bar of vibrating gold, tossing it in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the guard's pale face. Before turning to Afyu with a raised eyebrow, "Patience. Once we finalize our deal with Jean Bing, I'll forge you a true weapon from this." The guard stumbled into the hidden passage, his polished shoes slipping on the damp concrete steps. Jean Bing's private office lay 3 levels underground. And as the bulletproof door creaked open, the pungent aroma of cigar smoke wafted through the crimson velvet curtains. "Boss, there's a bunch of lunatics outside." The guard loosened his tie, beads of cold sweat dripping onto the luxurious Persian carpet. "They brought vibrating gold and said they want to do business with you. They even threatened that if they wait too long, they'll find someone else." The heavy leather swivel chair creaked as it turned, revealing Jean Bing's enormous figure emerging from the shadows. The crime lord, clad in a silk robe, toyed with a jade cigarette holder, yet a storm brewed between his brows. Recently, that elusive phantom thief had disrupted 3 shipments from South America, and his temples throbbed with frustration. Vibrating gold. The cigarette holder clicked against the crystal ashtray as Jean Bing's murky eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you certain it's not just gilded iron? I saw it with my own eyes." The guard gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing. They cut through steel with an iron fan, creating a half-meter gash, but the fan fell apart upon striking that metal. It was as hard as the legendary vibrating gold, without even a spark to spare. Silence enveloped the office. Jean Bing rubbed the obsidian ring on his finger, recalling the exorbitantly priced fragments of vibrating gold being traded on the black market, coveted even by Stark Industries as strategic resources. If he could monopolize the supply. A sinister smile curled the corners of his thick lips, causing the gold chain around his neck to jingle ominously. The entire wall of screens flickered to life, revealing a myriad of surveillance footage, with Valen striking the crystal chandelier with his cane, the jade tipped and shimmering in the light. Jean pressed the crimson button on the table and spoke in a low voice. "Have the target. I keep 30 brothers stationed in the corridor. Without my command, not even a fly shall pass through." The crystal chandelier above swayed gently, while Wallen, with the tip of his cane, ensnared the swirling light. As Jean stepped into the reception room, Wallen forcefully struck the emerald-tipped cane against the Italian marble floor. The resulting dust from the walls fluttered down onto Jin's impeccably tailored suit, yet the kingpin of the underworld merely smiled, his arms outstretched, the gold chain around his neck glinting coldly with the motion. "Mr. Wallen, it is an honor." Jin's voice resembled sandpaper rasping against velvet. Behind him, 8 armed bodyguards fanned out in a protective arc, while only the target I leaned casually against the doorframe, toying with a specially designed bullet capable of penetrating bulletproof glass. Wallen, with one hand in his pocket, rose, the hem of his suit brushing against the long table laden with vibranium ore, the minerals shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence. spread between the two like a frigid galaxy. I had heard of Mr. Jean as the helmsman of New York's underworld, and upon meeting him today, it is clear that his reputation is well-deserved. He deliberately elongated his final syllable, his gaze sweeping over the weapons at the bodyguards' waists. However, as a host to a guest from afar, shouldn't you first have your hounds retract their fangs? Jean gestured for the bodyguards to take 3 steps back. Yet they remained poised to fire at any moment. He loosened his custom tie, his thick palm pressing down on the oar, the metallic surface surprisingly leaving no fingerprints. I hear Mr. Wallen can uppin the arms market with this material? Before his words could settle, the target I suddenly flicked out a coin, severing the ornate edge of the table, yet upon contacting the oar, it was flung away, tracing a dark crimson parabola through the air. Afu silently tucked the damaged remnants of his iron fan back to his waist, while Wallen smiled and picked up the coin, its chipped edge glinting coldly in the light. I did not come to listen to idle chatter. State your price. How many docks in Manhattan can these vibraniums procure for you? Jin's fingers, caressing the ring, abruptly halted, the muscles in his plump cheeks twitching slightly. No one has yet dared to threaten me, Jean, to relinquish my territory. He stepped forward, cigar smoke billowing into Wallen's face. The entire underground trading network of New York is in my grasp. Without my channels, these ores are merely piles of beautiful stones. Wallen, leisurely wiping the chipped coin with his cuff, replied, very well, Mr. Jean. I am willing to make some concessions. He flicked the coin towards Jean, which clinked against the gold chain on his chest. I can forego your docks and territory, but 400 million in cash is my bottom line. Jin's rotund cheeks twitched again, the cigar producing a harsh grinding sound in the crystal ashtray. 400 million? You might as well rob a bank. The value of vibranium does not need my reminder, Wallen countered, tapping the box. Additionally, I have an extra request. Your underground factory excels in crafting special weapons. I need you to use a small piece of vibranium to custom make a weapon for my associate. He glanced at Afu. It should be simple and practical, without any unnecessary frills. Wallen stepped forward, lowering his voice. If this collaboration comes to fruition, you will be the sole possessor of vibranium resources along the entire East Coast. Should you refuse, I would not mind seeing these treasures in the hands of your competitors. Jean's thick fingers clenched around the jade cigarette holder, silence enveloping him like solidified tar. The muffled roar of Manhattan's traffic filtered through the bulletproof glass, yet it could not drown out the deep, rolling laughter that emanated from his throat. Mr. Varon was indeed a man of considerable enterprise. Ash from his cigar fell gently onto the vibranium ore, its ethereal blue sheen devouring the deep crimson hue. 400 million in cash, coupled with a bespoke weapon, was quite a generous offer. Varon raised an eyebrow, deftly flicking the ore into the air with his cane, as Mr. Kim's bodyguard simultaneously pulled the trigger, only to witness the ore arc gracefully and return to the box unharmed. Mr. Kim's discerning eye for people was as precise as your command over the underworld. He brushed his hand over the or within the box, noting that the forging of vibranium required specialized techniques. My associate, Dr. Rasul, excels in handling rare metals and will assist your factory. A most opportune arrangement. Mr. Kim's hefty palm thudded against Varon's shoulder, causing the latter to stagger slightly. To unlock the true value of Wakandan treasures is far from wasteful. He suddenly turned, snapping his fingers at the bodyguard lurking in the shadows. And the entire wall of safes slowly creaked open, releasing bundles of cash that cascaded like a waterfall. Alfred moved forward silently to tally the cash, while Varon and Kim clasped hands. The perspiration from their palms mingled with the chill of the vibranium, as if they were forging a perilous pact. Collaborating with astute individuals is a refreshing experience. Kim jingled the gold chain around his neck. Tonight, I have reserved the penthouse at the Waldorf, and I have paired Russian caviar with a 1945 Chateau Mouton Rothschild. Will Mr. Varon not honor my invitation? It would be a disservice to decline. Varon released his grip, leisurely wiping his fingertips with a handkerchief. However, my doctor has an eccentric disposition. He must first inspect the forging equipment before dinner. After all, we wouldn't want our invaluable vibranium to become a pile of scrap metal. Kim erupted in laughter, the sound reverberating through the crystal chandelier. The target, silent, reloaded his weapon. Yet as Varon turned, his gaze met Alfred's, the eyes of 2 top assassins colliding like 2 poison blades sparking invisible flames. In the reception room, the cold glimmer of cash intertwined with the vibranium, sketching the contours of a new order within the underworld. Chapter 13. Jessica. The neon glow of Manhattan filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Waldorf Astoria, casting fragmented light upon the crystal glasses on the dining table. Kim speared a piece of steak drenched in truffle sauce, the fat glistening as it dripped onto the pristine tablecloth. Mr. Varon, once this batch of vibranium weapons is completed, our names will be etched into the nightmares of every gang. Varon swirled his goblet, the red wine tracing dark crimson lines along the glass. Let us hope, Mr. Kim's factory can withstand Dr. Rasul's relentless demands. That fellow always has some rather mad ideas when calibrating equipment. They both laughed heartily. In the dead of night, while the bodyguards arranged by Kim dozed off in the corridor, Snape's dark robes glided across the carpet like a shadow. Varon, gazing at the old professor who had suddenly materialized from the sweet shadows, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You should consider yourself fortunate not to have encountered Alfred. He is presently embroiled in a heated debate with Rasul over the designs for the new weapon. With a flick of his wand, Snape lifted 4 boxes of cash into the air, the metallic clinking silenced by a spell. I shall leave you with 100 million as startup capital. The rest I will take with me. His gaze swept over the casino owned by Kim outside the window. And you? Do you intend to sleep soundly beneath the enemy's very nose? New York is under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. enemy? They are currently our partners. As Valen caught the chest of money tossed by Snape, the lid sprang open, revealing stacks of freshly minted bills glistening with a new sheen. Moreover, I must witness firsthand how vibranium can transform into a lethal weapon in the hands of AFO. Hell's Kitchen serves as the lair of Kingpin, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. would find it challenging to uncover any anomalies here. Snape scoffed coldly, retreating to the balcony. Do not underestimate the methods of those agents. Before his words faded, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke against the New York night, leaving behind an empty money chest and the howling wind outside. Meanwhile, 100 meters away in an underground factory, Reyes's calculations covered the workbench, and AFO, gripping a battered iron fan, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the vibranium ore. A perilous transaction was quietly brewing. The harsh glow of the incandescent lights cast a chilling illumination upon the surface of the vibranium ore. Rezu adjusted his heavy goggles, muttering that the metal's resilience was exceedingly peculiar, his hands trembling slightly as he calibrated the instruments. The marksman leaned against a rusted steel frame, chewing gum while expertly embedding throwing knives into the wall. The sparks produced by the knife blades colliding with metal illuminated AFO's focus profile as he diligently honed the weapon's prototype. This material is 10 times more formidable than alloy steel, the marksman declared, flicking the handle of his knife. With 3 throwing knives arranged in a triangular formation on the workbench beside AFO. Kingpin's furnace can even melt tungsten steel. Are you certain you wish to challenge vibranium head-on? AFO's engraving tool traced nearly invisible lines across the surface of the vibranium, and as dust rose, it refracted a peculiar halo of light. No matter how hard the iron, it must encounter someone who understands the right moment. Suddenly, he pivoted, the half-iron fan brushing past the marksman's ear, deftly catching the newly thrown knife. As if testing the waters, seeking the right opponent. The marksman's pupils contracted sharply, his back pressed against the steel frame. Yet AFO had already returned the knife, its blade firmly planted at his feet. I heard you can pierce bulletproof glass with a coin? He ran his fingers along the grooves of the vibranium's surface. But even the sharpest hidden weapon becomes mere scrap metal when released from the hand. Rezu abruptly removed his goggles, his brow knitted tightly. This simply won't do. He slammed the calculation sheets filled with formulas onto the workbench, causing the vibranium fragments to dance. The molecular structure of vibranium exceeded all estimates. It would require at least 3 PhDs in materials science and 5 experts in precision instruments. Kingpin must provide the necessary talent. The marksman paused in his chewing, casually sheathing the knife. I will inform Kingpin. He cast a glance at AFO and Rezu, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. For this batch of weapons was crucial to Kingpin. He would not allow the progress to stagnate. Suddenly, the furnace deep within the factory emitted a piercing hum, and the vibranium ore shimmered with flowing azure under the high temperatures. AFO tightened his grip on the iron fan, watching the marksman's retreating figure. As the marksman pushed open the intricately carved wooden door to Kingpin's office, cigar smoke wafted through the bulletproof glass faade. Kingpin turned in his genuine leather chair, his hefty hands caressing the vibranium ore on the desk, the eerie blue glow refracting onto his ring. Speak, he said, not lifting his gaze, as ash from the cigar cascaded onto the handcrafted Italian carpet. Valen's men are formidable, the marksman remarked, loosening his tie as he tossed the throwing knife onto the desk, its blade reflecting his amused smile. That fellow AFO can catch my hidden weapon with his bare hands. I glanced at Rezu's calculations. And even a professor from MIT would have to address him as senior. He paused momentarily, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the edge of the throwing knife. As for the other two, Zhou and A. Fin, although I had yet to witness their prowess, given the formidable skills of Afu and Leisu, I surmised that these individuals were certainly no ordinary opponents, likely concealing some lethal trump cards. Jean Bing halted his fingers, which were clutching a cigar, the fleshy contours of his face twitching slightly. The neon lights of Manhattan outside flickered across his countenance, revealing a serpentine glimmer of darkness in his eyes. It appeared that Varong had concealed a significant number of aces up his sleeve. He decided to hold off for now. Once the vibranium weaponry was in hand, he would slam the ores onto the table, the cigar sparking as it was crushed in the ashtray. However, it seemed trouble was at hand. The target, straight-eye, straightened his back and replied, "Indeed." Lesu mentioned that at least 3 materials science PhDs and 5 precision instrument experts were necessary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to shape vibranium. Jean Bing's brow furrowed deeply, a cold snort escaping him. Talent in the scientific realm is monopolized by Shield and Stark. External hires? Do you wish to expose our plans to the watchful eyes of those agents? He suddenly lifted his gaze, his pig-like pupils flashing with menace, instructing, "Investigate whether there are any leads in the underground black market." He then tapped his plump fingers on the table, ordering his subordinates to visit university laboratories, keeping a close watch on those bookish researchers of rare metals, and if they prove disobedient, simply abduct them. Straight-eye bowed his head in compliance, a coin gleaming coldly in his palm. "Understood, Mr. Jean Bing. However, if the captives cannot keep their lips sealed, they shall become specimens displayed at the factory entrance." Jean Bing downed a glass of whiskey in one gulp, the amber liquid trickling down his thick chin. "Remember, there must be no room for error before this batch of vibranium weaponry is completed." Straight-eye bowed and exited the office, the coin glinting between his fingers. The bodyguards waiting in the corridor immediately fell into line behind him, the sound of their boots striking the marble floor echoing like the ominous drumbeats of death. The door to Jean Bing's office slowly closed, sealing the cigar smoke and the eerie blue of the vibranium within the crimson shadows. A few weeks later, rain pattered incessantly against the fire escape in Hell's Kitchen. Jessica Jones stared at the whiskey glass in her hand, the crisp sound of ice clinking against the glass mingling with the raucous atmosphere of the bar below. This private investigator, once under the mental control of the purple man and now bristling with tension, was absent-mindedly rubbing the crack at the rim of her glass. A remnant of a time when she had lost control. The doorbell rang abruptly, prompting Jessica to curse as she rose, the whiskey swirling dangerously in her glass. A drenched woman stood at the threshold, tears clinging to her eyelashes, yet her Chanel suit remained impeccably tailored. "Ms. Jones?" The woman's fingers, gripping a crocodile skin handbag, turned pale. "I need your assistance in locating my husband. If it's an affair, I'm not interested." Jessica leaned against the doorframe, the mingling sense of whiskey and rain assaulting her senses. "Seek a more romantic detective. I only take on jobs that allow me to throw punches." The woman suddenly choked on her words, tears cascading from her lashes. "He-s not. He-s an expert in materials science. A few weeks ago, he received an anonymous call regarding an urgent project. I thought he was merely on a business trip, but now I can't reach him. The phone is dead. And he hasn't responded to emails." She trembled as she retrieved her phone, the lock screen displaying a family portrait, the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his smile warm and inviting. Jessica's fingers froze against the doorframe. The terms materials science expert, mysterious job, and vanished without a trace clicked together in her chaotic mind like rusted gears. She snatched the woman's phone, magnifying the image of the man's badge, Massachusetts Institute of Technology Materials Laboratory. This task was going to be excruciating. Jessica tossed the phone back, violently donning her coat, the keys jangling between her fingers. "Half the deposit up front, the remainder once the person was located. If your husband is indeed cheating, I bear no responsibility for administering a beating." The woman broke into a smile, retrieving a checkbook from her purse. Jessica gazed out at the rain, the cold water-like premonition dousing her intoxication. She sensed that she was about to plunge into the dirtiest corners of Hell's Kitchen once again. Yet some messes always required someone to clean up. Jessica splashed through puddles as she entered the tavern, the old wooden floor groaning underfoot as if protesting its burden. The warm yellow light enveloped her, mingling with the scent of cheap whiskey as the man behind the bar polished a glass, his silver prosthetic eye glinting in the shadows, an unspoken testament to their shared history, marked by the eye she had shattered with a punch. "Shut up, old man," she interjected before he could speak, tossing a bill onto the counter and pressing her fingertips firmly against the alcohol-stained wood. "I need to investigate all missing persons cases involving materials science experts from the past 3 weeks. Don't ask why. You know better than to pry." The information broker leisurely folded the bill into a square, his silver eye refracting eerie light as he spoke. "Jones, if only you could temper that temper." His words were cut short by Jessica's taut jawline as she instinctively reached beneath the bar for a tin box. 3 cases, all involving top scholars. The last known locations were a dock warehouse, an abandoned subway station, and he paused, gauging her reaction, a freight company owned by Kim Bing. Jessica's nails nearly dug into her palm. Kim Bing's name was like a rusted nail, piercing a bloodied corner of her memory. She grabbed a photograph from the tin box, one captured on surveillance, depicting a man in a baseball cap slipping into a black sedan, his wedding ring glinting briefly in the frame. "The transaction details," she spat, slamming the photo back onto the table. "You cannot expect me to receive this for free." A clever one, the broker remarked, producing a disc from beneath the counter, its connections wrapped in medical tape. Recently, a figure calling himself the Phantom Thief Kid has emerged in Hell's Kitchen, disrupting Kim Bing's drug transport lines. He lowered his voice, his metallic eye gleaming. Kim Bing has placed a bounty of 100,000 for his whereabouts. I need you to infiltrate and uncover this man's true identity and intentions. Jessica cast a cold smile at the disc. Rain dripped from the hem of her coat onto the floor, spreading dark stains. She seized the disc and turned to leave. Hearing the broker's meaningful voice behind her, "Be careful, Jones. This water runs deeper than that murky mess with the purple man," as she pushed open the tavern door. Torrential rain cascaded down, mingling with the fragmented glow of neon lights. Jessica tucked the disc into her coat pocket, the metal cool against her skin. Now heated by her body, she looked up toward the direction of Kim Bing's casino, her expression grave, her eyes reflecting vigilance and contemplation. Chapter 14. The Phantom Thief. The Night Demon, Jessica. As the torrential rain subsided, moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the glass facade of Manhattan. Dressed in his signature white tuxedo, the Phantom Thief Kid knelt at the edge of the rooftop, his flowing cape billowing in the wind, while the pocket watch chain traced elegant silver arcs between his fingers. The distant glow of neon signs outlined a mischievous smirk on his lips, and the monocle in his hand reflected the city's kaleidoscopic lights. Which transport line of the Golden Gang should he disrupt this evening? He murmured to the circling crows in the night sky, his gloved hand brushing over the blue flame emblem emerging from the surface of his pocket watch. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind. Kid instinctively tossed a playing card, the metallic face embedding itself precisely into the ventilation duct behind him. Still as vigilant as ever, a deep voice mingled with the damp night breeze. The Night Devil, Matt Murdock, emerged from the shadows, leaning on his cane, the black hood of his suit concealing the bandages that still faintly encircled his neck, remnants from their last battle against the Golden Gang's minions. As Kid turned, his white cape billowed like a blooming, night-blooming Sirius. "I'm delighted to see you've recovered, Matt," he remarked with a smile. Doffing his top hat in a courteous gesture, the rose petals cast aside by the wind. "I was genuinely concerned you had sustained severe injuries." Matt's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud, the sound waves revealing the tension in Kid's body. "Don't relax too soon." His voice was like a drumbeat, resonating with gravity. "In the past 3 weeks, 7 experts in materials science and precision instruments have vanished. The last known locations were all within a 3-kilometer radius of Golden Gang interests." Kid's smile instantly froze, his pupils subtly contracting behind the monocle. He traced the edges of the pocket watch, the cold metal sending a shiver through his fingertips. "Indeed, when I disrupted his drug trade, I discovered signs of modifications on the transport vehicles. Those reinforced steel plates do not appear suited for transporting white powder." Matt tilted his head slightly, as if trying to catch the echo of a distant heartbeat. "The Golden Gang is plotting something far more perilous. We need you to infiltrate his underground factory. Your disguise skills are the only key that can breach his defenses." The wind on the rooftop suddenly turned frigid, and Kid tucked the pocket watch back into his pocket, his white-gloved fists clenching tightly. Moonlight illuminated the cunning glint in his eyes, a reflection of the resolve he had amassed while maneuvering against the Golden Gang for months. "You've come to the right person, Matt. This time, I shall ensure that the portly man knows that in Hell's Kitchen, no dark secrets can remain concealed." The night enveloped Hell's Kitchen like thick ink, the neon lights blurring into eerie patches of color through the curtain of rain. The Phantom Thief Kid leaned against the spire of an abandoned church, his eyepiece scanning the industrial district 3 kilometers away. In the infrared imaging, the factory bearing the coastal shipping sign emitted an unusual metallic glow. His fingertips brushed over the micromap etched on the back of his pocket watch, which precisely aligned with the coordinates of the last signal from the missing expert's phones, pinpointed by Matt's sonar tracking. A gamble well played. Kid removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing the meticulously crafted visage of a middle-aged man. The file on this newly appointed coastal shipping supervisor had long been pilfered from the Golden Gang's dark web database, down to the exact mole on his left earlobe. He folded the white cape into a briefcase-sized bundle, stowing it within the lining, and conducted a final check of the miniature camera embedded in his cufflinks before sliding down the fire escape into the rain. The guards stationed outside the factory were lamenting the rainwater soaking through their boots, oblivious to the man holding a black umbrella who passed by, inadvertently flicking out a specially designed electromagnetic pulse device. The antiquated electronic fence erupted with a shower of sparks, and the surveillance screens were instantly engulfed in static. Kid calmly traversed the rusted iron gate, his polished shoes splashing through the puddles, signing a forged name in the logbook. "Supervisor Anderson?" The front desk secretary adjusted her glasses. "Mr. G. Bing has instructed that the newly arrived materials require your immediate inspection." Kid nodded with a smile, his peripheral vision catching sight of the dual security checkpoints featuring retinal scanning and iris recognition at the end of the corridor. the very entrance to the underground laboratory, as Matt had described. As he stepped into the elevator leading to the underground, the pocket watch in his possession unexpectedly heated and vibrated. A specially designed communicator emitted Matt's hoarse warning. An anomalous heat source is approaching you, 6 in number, armed with modified stun guns. Kid pressed the emergency stop button, the mirrored walls reflecting the subtle curve of his lips as he smiled. When the elevator doors reopened, 6 guards were aiming their weapons at his temple. Misunderstanding. Kid raised his hands, his briefcase falling to the ground. Amidst the fluttering documents, he swiftly deployed 3 smoke grenades, the purple haze engulfing the entire corridor. As the guards' curses mingled with the sound of gunfire, the real Supervisor Anderson lay drugged in the cleaning room, while Kid, donning the visage of his counterpart, calmly passed through the reactivated security gate. On the 3rd underground level, the vibranium furnace belched forth a fierce blaze, the thunderous roar echoing within the confined space, reverberating through one's chest. The murky air was laden with acrid metallic dust. Each breath felt like inhaling granules of sand. A dozen forcibly brought experts crowded beside intricate machinery, their attire wrinkled, their expressions filled with fear and exhaustion. Some discreetly wiped away the cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Others numbly recorded data, while at Rezu's gesturing. One trembled as he adjusted the equipment styles. Through the miniature camera embedded in his cufflink, Kid observed Rezu's furrowed brow, his fingers anxiously rubbing the yellowed calculations. His voice laden with deep concern and helplessness. Let us adjust this parameter again. Everyone must remain steady and complete within the deadline. His gaze occasionally flickered towards the young researcher huddled in a corner, a flash of compassion crossing his eyes. Not far away, AFO, clad in heavy protective gloves, delicately etched patterns into the surface of the vibranium with a carving knife, sparks of ethereal blue erupting as the blade grazed the material. Meanwhile, Jinbing's trusted aide, Bai-Yin, leaned against the monitor, idly toying with a throwing knife, the screen flashing images of the 6 unconscious guards. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he turned to head towards the elevator. As his footsteps echoed, the experts instinctively flinched. Yet their hands dared not cease their movements. The laboratory was filled solely with the hum of machinery and the stifled breaths of the crowd. Once again, torrential rain fell, as Jessica Jones pressed her damp trench coat against the factory's outer wall. Her fingertips had just brushed against the rusted barbed wire when a sudden light tapping of a blind man's cane resonated from behind her. Don't move. A raspy voice seeped from the shadows, mingling with the sound of the rain. The shadow of the daredevil emerged like a phantom. The bandages beneath his hood still not fully healed, yet he positioned himself firmly between her and the entrance. Gold had infused every ventilation shaft with neurotoxin. Did she wish to become a twitching corpse? Jessica abruptly pivoted, her heels slipping in the standing water. Upon recognizing the distinctive black costume of her adversary, her gaze sharpened. Her hand instinctively reaching for the stun gun concealed at her waist. Had the demon of Hell's Kitchen taken it upon himself to meddle? By what right did he obstruct her? The Daredevil's Billy Club deftly intercepted the trajectory of her raised wrist, the sonic waves detecting her rapid heartbeat. 3 months prior, you rescued a kidnapped pregnant woman on 7th Avenue, and that day, you bore the sin of strawberry milkshake. He paused, tilting his head as if capturing a subtle disturbance. Yet now you reek of whiskey and gunpowder, along with a simmering rage. Like me, you seek to uncover Gold's intentions with vibranium. Jessica's hand slowly lowered, rain cascading down her disheveled curls. As a private investigator, she had certainly heard the rumors, but this was her first encounter with the enigmatic vigilante. Wiping the rain from her face, she forced a cold smile. Consider yourself fortunate. I have just received word from an informant that the missing expert is inside. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. But it seems you already have a plan, don't you? Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from a distance, mingled with indistinct curses. The daredevil immediately turned towards the source, his billy club taut like a drawn bow. My people have been compromised. As he glanced back, the line of his jaw tightened beneath the bandages. We must enter through the eastern sewage pipe. I need you to escort the expert to a safe passage. The guards of Gold are equipped with pulse stun devices. Do not engage them directly. Jessica glared at the sewage pipe he indicated, scoffing. Do not direct me. Yet she removed her trench coat's hood, tying her hair into a ponytail, and adeptly climbed the moss-covered pipe. The barbs along the iron edge sliced into her palm, blood mingling with the rain, yet it did nothing to hinder her swift ascent. Within the factory, outside the laboratory, the roar of the furnace reverberated, jarring the very core of one's being. Kid feigned composure, calling out to the target, yet his throat involuntarily tightened. The target toyed with a throwing knife, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded in response. Just in time, go check the surveillance in the West District. Kid exhaled a silent sigh of relief, yet as he turned, he did not dare to relax his steps. Just as he was about to step out of the blind spot of the camera, a chilling sensation surged through the back of his neck. Before he could glance back, A silver flash, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtled towards him, the sharp blade aimed directly at his heart. In a split second, the silver vine-like ornament around Kid's neck ignited, intricate runes swirling as if alive, conjuring a translucent shield around him. The throwing knife collided forcefully with the light barrier, releasing a sharp hum, the tremendous impact staggering Kid forward a few steps. Unexpectedly, even a thief possesses such life-saving contrivances. The target's voice was laced with surprise, quickly morphing into a predatory grin. But let us see how many times you can withstand this. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his wrist flicked. 3 throwing knives shot forth in a triangular formation, their blades glinting ominously in the eerie blue light of the furnace. Kid darted clumsily from side to side, his protective talisman glowing brilliantly each time a flying knife grazed him, barely deflecting the lethal blows. He was acutely aware that his combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the marksman, relying solely on his agile movements to navigate the chaos of the laboratory. Sparks flew, glass shattered, and the fierce clash between the two created a tumultuous battlefield. In the subterranean lab, Afu stood with arms crossed, vigilant beside the vibranium furnace, his imposing figure casting a large shadow in the eerie blue glow. Suddenly, a deafening metallic clang and a piercing alarm echoed down the corridor, causing him to tense up, his hawk-like gaze fixed firmly on the reinforced door. As the marksman's furious shouts mingled with the sound of whistling knives, he let out a low growl, akin to an enraged grizzly bear, and charged through the heavy metal door with a shoulder. Outside, Kid was desperately weaving around the experimental tables, his protective amulet swirling with arcane runes, barely fending off the deluge of knives that the marksman unleashed. Without hesitation, Afu lunged forward, his fist the size of a cooking pot, propelled by fierce winds, aimed straight for Kid's face. In a hasty retreat, Kid leaned back, his body nearly parallel to the ground, as Afu's fist grazed past his nose, the resulting gust sending scattered lab notes swirling into the air. Seeking death, the marksman sneered, flinging knives from his waist like rain. In a split second, Kid's protective amulet erupted in a blinding radiance, forming a sturdy shield before him. Upon impact, the knives struck the barrier, producing a series of sharp clangs. As the force of the impact sent Kid staggering backward, the raspy voice of Night Demon suddenly roared through the communicator. Kid, I've secured the core area of the lab. Experts are being evacuated. Lead those 2 to the district's ventilation shaft. A sly grin crept across Kid's face as he deliberately sprinted away from the safety route, tearing open the collar of his security uniform to reveal the signature white tuxedo beneath. Come catch me, he taunted over his shoulder, the runes on his talisman shimmering with mysterious luminescence as he ran. You 2 brutes, if you can catch the phantom thief, I'll concede defeat. The marksman, his face flushed with rage, continuously drew knives from his waist, while Afu charged through the laboratory like an enraged rhinoceros, toppling tables and twisting metal frameworks with his brute strength. Amid the thunderous footsteps, the trio sped toward the ventilation shaft of the district. Chapter 15. The wrath of gold. The corroded metal of the waste pipe groaned under Jessica's weight as she stood, wiping the rust-stained water from her face. Clenching her fists, she struck the junction of the pipe with a fierce blow. Amid the shrill sound of tearing metal, she leaped down, the impact cracking the ground beneath her like a spider's web. To her, the laboratory's reinforced door was nothing more than thin paper. Taking a half step back to gather her strength, Jessica raised her leg and kicked with all her might. The heavy metal door crumpled under the force, soaring into the room like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the 2 guards standing in front of it and pinning them against the wall. The acrid metallic dust swirled as she strode forward, stepping over fragments of the door. Her gaze swept across the room, where Lacey had already crouched down, trembling with fear. Zhou seized the laser cutter from the experimental table and lunged, only to be caught by her swift reflexes, flung aside like a chick into the reagent cabinet. The sound of shattering glass mingling with a scream. Offing attempted a surprise attack from the side with a wrench, but Jessica, without turning, struck back with her elbow. The dull thud echoed as Offing was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing into a half-collapsed shelf. The remaining guards had just raised their weapons when she darted forward, effortlessly crushing the barrel of a gun and delivering a swift punch that rendered the assailant unconscious. Who else? She asked, shaking her numb wrist and surveying the groaning adversary strewn about. Lesu immediately raised his hands, cold sweat mingling with grease trickling down his forehead. I surrender. I surrender. The experts huddled behind the experimental table finally dared to peek out, their tattered clothing and glowing collars around their necks betraying their dire situation. Jessica tore off the ballistic vest at her collar and swiftly broke the chains binding them. Follow me. The night demon is waiting outside. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a violent explosion echoed from the distance, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. As the sound of chains clattering to the ground lingered in the air, a white-haired expert suddenly broke free from the group. lunging toward the stack of vibranium glowing with an ethereal blue light. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the swirling patterns on the metal's surface, his throat constricting. This must be taken. It's material capable of changing the world. Furrowing her brow, Jessica grabbed him by the collar, lifting him as one would a kitten. Your life is more important. Before he could utter another word, she noticed the other researchers frantically stuffing vibranium shards into their pockets. Some even tearing off their clothing to wrap the fragments. The distant explosions rattled the overhead lights, sending dust cascading onto their shoulders. Lesu crouched in the corner. Despite his disheveled state, his eyes still wary. Silently, he observed the others scrambling for the vibranium shards, concealing his own injured wrist within his sleeve. Jessica's gaze fell upon the experimental table, and she seized a high-frequency, oscillating cutter. Activating the device. The blue-white energy blade emitted a sharp hum as it viciously cut into the base, securing the vibranium at the furnace's edge. Sparks flew as the alloy supports gradually melted away, and the half-man-tall stack of vibranium finally loosened. With her muscles straining, she pushed with all her superhuman strength, sending the entire mass crashing to the ground. Move if you don't want to be buried alive, she urged, hoisting the heavy prize and turning. As the researchers scrambled to keep up, they stumbled out of the laboratory just as the sound of collapsing walls thundered behind them. The vibranium in her arms radiated an icy glow, yet Jessica felt her shoulder growing heavier. Unbeknownst to her, the unexpectedly acquired metal would unleash a tempest of chaos outside. Meanwhile, Lesu, after ensuring everyone had moved far enough away, discreetly retrieved a microcommunicator hidden in his lining and contacted Valen. After reporting the theft of the vibranium, there was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Valen's teasing voice, laced with amusement. This time, Jean Bing must be feeling the pinch. The treasures he hoarded at great expense have swiftly fallen into another's hands. Lesu's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the communicator. Most of the vibranium has been stolen. Why are we panicking? Varong interrupted him nonchalantly, the sound of a pen scratching across paper resonating in the background. The cargo has been delivered. Now it is the gold that we should be concerned about. Use the leftover scraps to craft something suitable for Afu. Consider it recycling waste. After severing the connection, Lesu turned his gaze toward the surveillance screen, where Afu was in hot pursuit of Kid, his formidable figure knocking over every obstacle in his path. Rubbing the tension from his sore neck, he activated the forge's protective system. The ethereal blue remnants of vibranium gradually melted under the high-frequency oscillator. The molten metal poured into a custom mold. As it cooled and solidified, a pair of short sticks etched with dark patterns emerged, glinting with a cold matte finish. Kid was struck squarely in the face by a powerful punch, his body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the corroded metal pipes. Struggling to rise, he felt a surge of metallic sweetness in his throat, and he could not suppress a spurt of blood that stained the collar of his white suit. The target's eyes twisted into a cruel grin as a knife glinted menacingly in his hand, aimed directly at Kid's throat. In a moment of dire urgency, Night Demon dashed in like a specter, his guiding cane positioned defensively in front of Kid, clashing with the knife and sparking a brilliant flash. The target's hand went numb from the impact, taking a step back, his eyes flashing with malice. Just then, Lesu's frantic voice erupted from the communicator. This is bad. The vibranium and the scientists have been taken by a woman with superhuman abilities. Her strength is absurd. We cannot stop her. The target's knife froze midair, and Afu's swinging fist suddenly halted. Their expressions turned ashen as they exchanged a glance filled with shock and disbelief. Waste. The target kicked a nearby metal box away in frustration, and Lesu's cries echoed through the communicator. Guard the remaining items. We will return at once. Seizing the opportunity, Night Demon pulled Kid behind him, his cane held in a defensive posture. However, the target chose not to attack further. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and bellowed at Afu. Fall back. Though Afu's face was a mask of reluctance, he stomped his foot heavily and turned to sprint away with him. Their footsteps echoed through the empty ventilation shaft, soon swallowed by the depths of darkness. Kid wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a weak smile. It seems our plan has succeeded? Night Demon removed his damaged mask, listening to the receding sounds, and spoke solemnly. We must leave this place. Gold will not relent. Kid pushed himself up from the ground, picking up the protective talisman that had fallen, its runes glowing faintly as they reactivated around his neck. At that moment, the wail of sirens echoed outside the ventilation shaft. They exchanged a glance, supporting each other's shoulders as they made their way toward the exit. As the sirens grew nearer, Jessica stood in the shadows of the factory wall, arms crossed, while a dozen ragged researchers huddled in the corner, supporting one another. Nearby, several unconscious thugs lay scattered on the ground. The lead officer, a portly man, rushed forward with his subordinates, flashlights in hand. As the bright beam scanned the scene, a white-haired scientist staggered forward, eyes bloodshot and glistening with tears. "Officer, we are the imprisoned researchers. This lady saved us." He trembled as he pointed to the vibranium at Jessica's feet, shimmering with an ethereal blue hue, exclaiming, "And this is evidence of the criminal organization's illicit trade." The corpulent officer cast a dubious glance at the massive metallic object resembling a boulder, waving his hand in irritation. "All right, enough. We'll discuss it back at the station." He gestured for the officers to assist, but two young policemen, their faces flushed with effort, found the metal unmoving. Jessica huffed disdainfully, effortlessly tossing the vibranium onto the police vehicle, where it landed with a dull thud. "This is no ordinary," or a scientist attempted to explain, only to be brusquely interrupted by the officer. "Got it. Special material. Everyone get in the vehicle." Deep within the factory, Lesu's fingers turned white as he gripped his communicator, listening to the cacophony of police sirens outside. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed at the gang members under Gene Bin's command. "Dismantle all the experimental data hard drives. Pack up any movable equipment and use strong acid on what cannot be moved." He cast a sweeping glance at the flickering surveillance screens, observing the target and AFU sprinting towards the emergency exit amidst the inferno. He added, "Eliminate all traces and say we were ambushed." The gang members immediately sprang into a frenzy, some clutching an explosion-proof case filled with hard drives as they dashed toward the underground garage, while others poured barrels of strong acid onto precision instruments, the acrid smoke rapidly filling the laboratory. Lesu ultimately kicked over the server documenting the vibranium experiment data before merging into the chaotic crowd fleeing the scene. Outside the cordon, fire trucks blared as the scene descended into disarray. Just as Jessica lifted her foot to leave, the corpulent officer stepped in front of her. "Wait. You must accompany us to the station for a statement." "What a joke." Jessica's neck veins bulged, the atmosphere around her thickening as she forcefully shoved the officer aside. "I risked my life to save people and hand over evidence, and now you want to treat me like a suspect? This is procedure," the officer retorted, his face reddening, while his colleagues simultaneously drew their weapons. Jessica glared furiously, yet upon meeting the worried gazes of the scientists, she took a deep breath and spat defiantly, "Fine. Consider me unlucky. But mark my words, if you waste my time, the entire precinct will regret it." Cursing under her breath, she strode towards the police vehicle, slamming the door with such force that the entire vehicle trembled. In a lavish office, the cold light from the crystal chandelier illuminated Gene Bin's imposing figure. The sandalwood armrest he gripped emitted a faint creaking sound, while the television screen before him displayed looping footage of the factory fire and the wailing police sirens. "Lester." Gene Bin's voice emerged from the depths of his chest, resonating with an unsettling tremor. Suddenly, he swung his fist, shattering the bulletproof glass wall. A gust of cold wind sending papers swirling throughout the room. The target stood at the edge of the carpet, head bowed, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Once able to jest in the face of gunfire, he now dared not breathe heavily, the bulging veins beneath Gene Bin's tailored suit appearing more perilous than any of his throwing knives. Lesu said a woman single-handedly seized the vibranium. Gene Bin's massive form toppled an entire leather sofa as he advanced, his heavy footsteps closing in. The target could clearly see the pulsating blood vessels beneath his adversary's eyes. "It is our negligence." The target suddenly knelt on one knee, swallowing hard. That woman possesses strength beyond reason. And she even allowed Night Demon and Phantom Thief to exploit the situation? Gene Bing regarded him with a gaze akin to that of one appraising a corpse. "I provide for you, not so that you can squander your time guarding a warehouse. Grant me 3 days." Target I abruptly tore open his collar, revealing a grotesque scar at the base of his neck. "I will place that woman's heart and the blind cane of Daredevil upon your desk." Gene Bing let out a cold snort, turning to press the intercom. "Summon Varon to my office. This loss must be repaid in full." Upon hanging up, he crushed $1 million antique microphone in his grasp, shards of porcelain scattering at Target Eye's feet. "Scram, Lester. If you fail again, do not expect to return." Chapter 16. The Devil Fruit. Target Eye stumbled out, his back already drenched in cold sweat. At the end of the corridor, Varon leaned against the intricately carved railing, chuckling softly, spinning a gold coin between his fingers. "It seems someone is in for a rough time." Target Eye wiped the sweat from his brow, his throat constricting as he coldly retorted, "Gene Bing awaits your explanation." He adjusted his crooked tie and, as he turned, his boots crunched over the scattered ceramic fragments. Striding towards the elevator. "I have a mission." Varon watched Target Eye depart in haste, tapping his cane lightly against the floor, the sound resonating crisply. He adjusted his top hat and leisurely made his way to Gene Bing's office. The moment the metal tip of his cane struck the ornate wooden door, a heavy thud echoed from within, as if something substantial had crashed onto the desk. "Enter." Gene Bing's roar reverberated, shaking the doorframe. Varon stepped inside, greeted by chaos. Amidst the wreckage, Gene Bing's towering figure loomed in the shadows, veins pulsating at his temples like a storm. "Varon," he growled, gripping a broken piece of a sandalwood armrest. Splinters cascading from his fingers. "You should consider yourself fortunate to still be of use. Otherwise, you would be lying in a landfill right now." Yet Varon leaned against his cane, nonchalantly brushing dust from his shoulder. "Why such fury? I delivered the merchandise to you. Our transaction is settled. It is your subordinates who cannot even safeguard a piece of metal." A smirk of derision crept across his lips. "It appears your men are inferior to women." Veins bulged in Jean Bing's neck as he closed the distance to Varon in 3 strides, his imposing figure nearly engulfing Varon in shadow. He seized Varon by the collar, forcefully pinning him against the wall, which groaned under the weight. "Do you believe I hesitate to kill you right now?" His words, laced with palpable menace, sprayed onto Varon's face. Breathless, yet undeterred, Varon managed a defiant smile, leisurely adjusting his tilted top hat. "If you kill me," he gasped, "your loss will truly be in vain." Even as the sound of dislocated bones echoed in his throat, the mockery in his eyes remained unyielding. Jean Bing's fist swung before Varon, halting merely half an inch from his nose. Gritting his teeth, he spat each word as if forced through clenched jaws. "I grant you 10 seconds. Give me a reason to spare your life." Unperturbed, Varon produced a handkerchief to dab at the corner of his mouth. Just as Jean Bing's patience began to wane, he spoke. "The money cannot be refunded." He deliberately elongated the last word, retrieving an ancient wooden box from his inner pocket, a faint glow seeping through the lid seam. As the lid of the box was lifted, a peculiar fruit, adorned with spiral patterns and exuding a meaty aroma, lay quietly upon the satin fabric. This was the devil fruit, a singular delicacy that, once consumed, bestows upon the eater an array of extraordinary powers. Ingesting this particular fruit would enable one to transform into a colossal wolf, capable of shredding armored vehicles with its formidable claws. However, the price to pay was enduring a taste likened to excrement. "In light of your current predicament, I shall offer it to you at a discounted rate of $100 million. Jean Bing's gaze remained fixated on the fruit, and he slowly loosened his grip on Valen's hand. "Do you take me for a fool? $100 million? That is a friendship price," Valen retorted, tapping the fruit with his cane. "You've just been humiliated by that blonde woman. Do you not wish to nurture a force capable of overpowering her?" Suddenly, Jean Bing hurled the wooden box to the ground, the fruit bouncing harmlessly off the carpet. "Let your fruit demonstrate its worth." He pressed a button on the intercom, summoning Bloodhand John. Moments later, his loyal subordinate, Bloodhand John, entered, his neck and hands marred with scars. Jean Bing kicked the fruit, commanding, "Consume it." As John picked up the fruit, strange ripples danced across its surface. He took a large bite, and his features contorted grotesquely as a sour, nauseating flavor surged into his mind. Yet in the next moment, he emitted a primal howl, his bones cracking as his body swelled into a 3-meter-tall wolf, easily tearing the luxurious Persian carpet to shreds, its amber vertical pupils scanning the room coldly. Jean Bing's pupils trembled violently, his throat constricting as he gravely inquired, "John, how do you feel?" The giant wolf shook its fur-covered shoulders, its spine cracking with a thunderous sound. The voice that emerged from its throat was hoarse yet familiar with ferocity. "Boss, I feel like I'm about to explode. Every bone is clamoring for destruction." Its crimson tongue licked its fangs, claws instinctively scraping the ground, etching deep gashes into the expensive marble floor. Just as the aura of bloodlust enveloped the colossal wolf, it suddenly shook its head, its massive form lowering to the ground, the wolf's head resting heavily at Jean Bing's feet, issuing a submissive whine. Jean Bing's gaze slowly shifted from the wolf to Valen, his thick palm stroking his chin. "I did not expect you to possess such a treasure." There was less anger in his voice now, replaced by a tone of scrutiny. Valen, elegantly twirling his cane, smiled with an air of confidence. "Do not be too surprised. This is merely the beginning." He glanced at the still restrained wolf and added, "After all, it is its first time consuming the fruit. The body and capabilities require some adjustment. With diligent practice, one can not only switch forms at will but also amplify their strength exponentially." Valen bent down to retrieve the wooden box that had rolled to his feet, his fingers gliding over the empty lining. "Of course, should more such treasures arise, the price will no longer be 100 million. Jean Bing's eyes remained locked on the wolf at his feet, his throat working up and down twice before he abruptly reached into his suit pocket, retrieving a black card and tossing it onto Valen's chest. "There is 100 million on that card. It is yours now." His gaze burned with intensity, as if he sought to peer into Valen's soul, his rough voice barely concealing his excitement. "You mentioned each fruit possesses a unique power? How many are there? Do you have any left?" Valen caught the card with steady hands, deliberately placing it into his suit pocket, his cane tapping the ground with a crisp sound. "Regrettably, I am currently out of stock. However, Mr. Jean Bing, given our friendship, I shall certainly think of you first when something good arises." A meaningful smile curved his lips as he suddenly raised his hand to adjust his crooked tie. Yet, There is one matter I must remind you of. Although these fruits can bestow immense power upon individuals, they harbor a fatal weakness. He paused, his gaze sweeping over John, who still retained his wolfish form. Once in contact with seawater, those endowed with superhuman abilities become utterly weakened, rendering them even less capable than ordinary individuals. At such a moment, they can only succumb to their enemies' whims. Jean Bing narrowed his eyes, his thick fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. The neon lights outside filtered through the shattered glass, casting a chiaroscuro of shadows across his face. After a brief moment, he suddenly erupted in laughter, causing the documents in the room to flutter. Cannot come into contact with seawater? No matter, as long as I can forge an army of superhumans. Such a price is trivial. He abruptly turned, gazing down at Valen with an imposing demeanor, insisting that he must find a powerful fruit suitable for him. Of course, as long as one is willing to pay, everything is negotiable. Valen, holding a card, exhaled with satisfaction, revealing a pleased smile. At the New York Police Department, Director George Stacy gripped the phone with knuckles white from tension as the argument between SHIELD and the military on the line threatened to rupture his eardrums. In the evidence room of the precinct, a mysterious container of vibranium lay within a bulletproof glass cabinet, emanating a cold, eerie glow, resembling a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Director, representatives from SHIELD and the military have arrived. The secretary's voice was tinged with palpable panic. George took a deep breath, straightened his uniform, and strode out of his office. In the corridor, Phil Coulson was smiling while conversing with several officers, the hem of his black trench coat swaying gently with his movements. While the agents trailing closely behind him wore serious expressions, their vigilant gazes scanning the area. Meanwhile, on the other side, Colonel Harold Campbell of the military stood with arms crossed, his uniform impeccably tailored, flanked by soldiers in full combat gear, their metallic equipment glinting coldly under the lights. Director Stacy, we need to discuss that shipment of vibranium, Coulson initiated, his tone mild yet imbued with an air of unyielding authority, asserting that SHIELD held jurisdiction over such special items. As he spoke, he displayed his credentials, the emblem glimmering under the light. Colonel Campbell scoffed derisively, stepping forward. His heavy military boots thudding against the floor, the National Security Agency has issued orders for the military to take control of the vibranium. All in the interest of national security. He slammed a document onto the table, the paper colliding with a sharp clatter. George observed the tense standoff between the two parties, his anger rising. This is the New York Police Department. All evidence must be processed according to legal procedures. Legal procedures? Campbell laughed scornfully. By the time you leisurely complete your protocols, the vibranium will likely have fallen into the hands of our enemies. Coulson spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Director George, the situation is urgent. We do not have time for debate. The agents behind him unconsciously advanced a few steps, confronting the military soldiers, the tension in the air thickening. George found himself sidelined, watching as they completely disregarded his presence, fervently arguing over the ownership of the vibranium, feeling his authority challenged like never before. The three parties found themselves in a stalemate, compelled to contact their respective superiors for resolution. The stark overhead light in the police station's conference room cast a harsh pallor over the bulletproof glass table, while a massive touchscreen on the wall flickered to life with static interference. Soon, a close-up of Nick Fury's singular eye dominated the screen, the red alert of the SHIELD aircraft carrier flashing ominously in the background. Simultaneously, a holographic projection of General Thaddeus Ross, impeccably dressed in military attire, rose slowly from the center of the conference table, the gold stars on his epaulettes glinting coldly in the light. The mayor's video feed then appeared on another screen. The dome of the city hall behind him fragmented into geometric patterns by searchlights. Enough. Fury's roar reverberated through the surround sound system, causing discomfort in the eardrums of those present. His solitary gaze swept across each individual on the screen. When the vibranium went missing, the military's satellites were dozing off. And now the police, who accomplished nothing, have suddenly become experts? General Ross scoffed, his wrinkled face etched with disdain. Fury, if it weren't for the military's timely intervention over these years, your uncontrolled secret experiments would have already resulted in catastrophe. This vibranium pertains to national security and must be overseen by the military. He adjusted his military collar, the metallic cufflinks clinking sharply. George was about to speak when the mayor abruptly waved documents on the screen, exclaiming, "The citizens need a sense of security. All actions must be transparent." Before he could finish, Colonel Campbell pressed the red button on the conference table, severing the mayor's video signal, the holographic projection exploding into blue shards in the air. Agent Coulson twirled his pen, the tip tapping out a rhythmic pattern on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, We've just tracked a bounty on a superpowered individual linked to Wilson Fisk. The entire underground world is converging on New York. Instead of squabbling over jurisdiction, we should collaborate. SHIELD can provide an intelligence network, the military can handle armed transport, and the police can maintain order on the ground. Collaboration? General Ross's face flushed crimson. SHIELD's intentions were all too apparent. He slammed his fist onto the virtual table, causing the projection to ripple. But this time, the military would no longer clean up your mess. The conference room fell into a heavy silence, only the hum of ventilation echoing in the corners. Suddenly, General Campbell drew a tactical dagger, pressing the blade against the edge of the touchscreen. Let us not waste time. Whoever has the stronger fist will claim the vibranium. Everyone, put your weapons down, George Stacy exclaimed, rising abruptly from the table. His badge gleamed blindingly in the light. This is the New York Police Department, not a battlefield. We haven't even clarified the situation with the superpowered individual who surrendered the vibranium. What use is there in arguing over jurisdiction? This statement left the tense assembly momentarily taken aback. Coulson thoughtfully pocketed his pen. Director Stacy is correct. The superpowered individual named Jessica is still in the interrogation room. She may possess further insights regarding Fisk and the vibranium. After protracted arguments and compromises, the three parties finally reached a consensus. The ultimate resolution appeared on the touchscreen. A special task force would be jointly established by SHIELD and the military to manage the vibranium, with the police assisting in interrogating Jessica and providing ground support. Chapter 17. Magneto's helmet as the iron door of the interrogation room swung open. Jessica Jones slumped in the metal chair, her boots heavily resting on the table, her fingertips irritably scraping at the wall's paint. The fluorescent light above buzzed with an incessant hum, illuminating her face and exposing her fatigue and vigilance. As a dozen pairs of military boots and dress shoes stepped into the cramped space, she raised an eyebrow, scanning the three men at the forefront. Colonel Campbell's camouflage trousers were speckled with mud, Coulson wore his signature smile, and Director George's badge glimmered with a cold sheen under the harsh light. Quite an impressive display. Jessica tugged at the corner of her mouth, her elbow making a sound as it struck the surface. The mayor himself is here to present me with a civic medal? Coulson casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were chatting in a CF. Ms. Jones, we would prefer to discuss the vibranium you intercepted from Kilgrave. His tone was gentle, yet it compelled Jessica to sit up straight, although this man wore a smile. His gaze scanned her every expression with the precision of a scanner. Colonel Campbell tossed a file onto the table. Yellowed newspaper clippings spilling out. The Manhattan building collapse in 2012, 7 dead and 12 injured. You were the sole survivor. Last year's warehouse explosion at the docks. You emerged from the inferno cradling 3 children, unscathed. His finger jabbed forcefully at a particular photograph. These coincidences, are they related to your motivation for surrendering the vibranium today? Director George silently observed the tightening line of Jessica's jaw. He knew that SHIELD's files concealed even more secrets. Those violent incidents in the dead of night, erased criminal records, and the undisclosed psychological clinic records. So what? Jessica suddenly leaned forward. Are you attempting to capture Kilgrave, or are you after me? Her gaze flicked to the SHIELD badge peeking from Coulson's pocket. I've heard your stance on individuals with superpowers is quite complex. Coulson maintained his smile, but discreetly retrieved a document from his briefcase. We would prefer you to be part of the solution, for instance, by informing us how you knew Kilgrave would transfer the vibranium. Furthermore, why did you not keep this invaluable metal for yourself? Jessica scoffed, leaning back against the chair, the metal creaking under the strain. Keep that worthless thing? I'm not a lunatic seeking death. Kilgrave's network spans half of New York. Holding vibranium is akin to tattooing "Come Kill Me" on my forehead. She surveyed the three men's tense expressions, suddenly finding the situation absurdly comical. These figures of prominence, typically seen only in the news, now resembled children awaiting a bedtime story. A week ago, she had taken on a commission. She rotated her wrist, chafed by the handcuffs. Recalling the tearful socialite who claimed her materials science PhD husband had vanished without a trace. Following the last location ping on his phone, she traced it to an abandoned factory. Before she could approach, the sounds of clattering experimental equipment reached her ears. The factory's exterior was swarming with Kilgrave's henchmen, all clad in black suits, their bulging waistlines suggesting they were armed. Colonel Campbell hastily scribbled notes, the pen's tip tearing through the paper with an abrasive sound. Coulson still wore his trademark smile but subtly shifted closer to the edge of his seat, as if eager to absorb every word. Just when she was grappling with how to breach their defenses, Daredevil and that enigmatic thief abruptly disrupted the scene. Whatever methods they employed, the factory alarms blared, drawing all the henchmen outside. Jessica shrugged, and seizing the opportunity, I slipped through the ventilation duct. The laboratory was illuminated by an eerie blue glow, filled with bizarre metallic objects. She paused, recalling the chaotic scene within the lab. The bound experts and professors looked at me as if I were their last hope. An elderly professor with graying hair tugged at my arm, exclaiming that the item on the central experiment table was vibranium, capable of altering the course of the world, urging me to take a piece before escaping. At the time, I thought he had lost his sanity, yet seeing others fervently nod in agreement, I decided to believe in its significance and casually hoisted a chunk. Had they not warned me, I would have been oblivious to its scorching heat. The interrogation room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint whir of the air conditioning unit outside. Jessica fixated on the photograph of vibranium on the table, suddenly realizing she might have inadvertently disturbed the most perilous hornet's nest of New York's underworld, and at that moment, a bounty was likely placed on her head by the very entity she had unwittingly crossed. Once the interrogation concluded, Coulson presented her with a recruitment agreement from S.H.I.E.L.D., while Colonel Campbell assured her of military protection and Director George expressed a desire for her collaboration with the police department. However, Jessica merely pushed the agreement back across the table, arms crossed defiantly, thanking them for their goodwill but asserting her preference for solitude. Mingling with them could very well render her a scapegoat in due time. Exiting the police station, the neon lights cast vibrant hues upon her. Jessica chose not to return to the detective agency, but instead veered into a narrow alley, making her way to a tavern where she recalled an informant resided. She remembered her earlier promise to exchange information regarding the elusive Phantom Thief Kid, and indeed, she was in dire need of a stiff drink to ease her frayed nerves. Well, a rare visitor, the informant remarked, his singular eye glimmering with a mechanical red light, the faint sound of gears whirring from his cybernetic eye. He paused in his task of polishing a glass, the scar on his face twisting into a peculiar grin, as rumors of a seven-figure bounty on her head circulated through the underbelly of New York. And you still have the leisure to sip on spirits? Jessica kicked aside an empty bottle at her feet, the metallic clatter echoing along the bar. 7 figures? Is he sending out beggars? She seized a glass of amber whiskey and downed it in one swift motion, the liquid splashing onto her collar as she declared, "If you dare to gossip about others again, I assure you, this eye of yours will find itself encased in iron." The informant raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, though his mechanical eye continued to scan the street behind her. "All right, your temper remains as fiery as ever." He dropped an ice cube into a glass and slid it toward Jessica, cautioning, "But this time, the stakes are real. Bounty hunters are turning Brooklyn upside down." Jessica scoffed, pulling out a few blurry photographs from her bag and tossing them onto the bar. The images portrayed the shadowy figure of Daredevil intertwined with a man in a white suit on a rooftop, the latter casting magical cards that arced through the air like silver streaks. "Here, the information you desired on the Phantom Thief. That Birdman has been mingling with the blind lately. The last factory incident was a duet between the two of them." She raised her glass, the sound of ice clinking sharp and clear. "Next time you seek intel, remember to sweeten the deal with some premium spirits." The informant leaned closer to the photographs, his eye emitting a focused hum. He suddenly chuckled, the metallic eye glinting under the light. "Interesting. I suspect your phantom friend will soon make another appearance." As Jessica was about to raise her glass, a bright, mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Considering we have fought side by side as comrades, it is rather unbecoming to speak ill of one another behind closed doors." The atmosphere in the tavern immediately thickened. The patron, who had been huddled in the shadows nursing a drink, slowly rose. His ordinary black coat shimmered subtly, transforming in an instant into a signature snow-white tuxedo. The Phantom Thief Kid removed his top hat and bowed elegantly, a glint of mischief reflecting off his monocle. "Miss Jones, your metaphor of the Birdman is truly distinctive." The broker's mechanical eye emitted a sharp buzz, and a wine glass shattered on the floor. Jessica spun around abruptly, pressing her back against the bar. Her gaze locked onto him. "Have you been following me?" Such behavior is far from gentlemanly. The kid straightened up, casually tossing a coin into the air. The coin traced a silver arc before landing, transforming into a fluttering white dove that flitted past Jessica's hair. "I heard that Golding has put a hefty bounty on your head, and, considering we are both wanted, I thought it prudent to inform you that he has contacted an old acquaintance of yours." Jessica's pupils constricted sharply, her back instantly taut like a drawn bow. The mere thought of that person made her nails dig into her palms, her stomach churning with a nauseating mix of fear and anger. That voice, those manipulations. And the days and nights trapped within her own shell, unable to resist, surged into her mind like a tidal wave. The kid snapped his fingers, and the ceiling showered down with tiny points of light, forming the spectral image of the purple man's distinctive purple tie on the ground. "It appears you have already surmised the truth." Golding has issued conditions sufficient to lure the purple man out of hiding. Although the experts have been rescued and the vibranium lost, they are plotting a new scheme, something more troublesome than vibranium. His white-gloved fingers brushed against the edge of his top hat, a hint of menace creeping into his smile. Moreover, they have set a trap somewhere in New York. The broker abruptly removed the protective cover from his mechanical eye, which quickly scanned the ground projection. Where did you acquire this information? The secrets of a magician, the kid blinked. Knowing full well he could not reveal the source of Valen's intelligence, he leapt onto the bar, his snow-white cape sweeping over the liquor shelf without disturbing a single bottle. He pinched a blank playing card between his fingers, and, with a gentle breath, a distorted smile of the purple man appeared on the card. That old friend has lain dormant for too long. This time, his return may well be aimed at you. Miss Jones, be wary of being ensnared by the past. Jessica's expression darkened, her nails digging deeply into her palms, the nausea in her stomach nearly forcing its way up her throat. She stared intently at the shimmering silver patterns on the kid's tuxedo, as if they were the mental chains woven by the purple man. A lady as beautiful as you should not frown, the kid said, pressing a hand to his chest and bowing slightly, as graceful as a gentleman on stage. I made a special trip here, declining an invitation to Paris, just for this little amusement. He snapped his fingers, conjuring 2 white roses from thin air, which he gently placed on the bar. In truth, I came here specifically to assist you. Assist? Jessica snatched a bottle and took a deep swig, amber liquid trickling down her chin. I can't even fathom the extent of his powers. What can you possibly do? Create an anti-mental control device? You have indeed hit the nail on the head. A mysterious smile curved at the corners of Kid's lips as he flicked his fingers, and a flash of silver light illuminated the space. In his palm materialized an oddly shaped metallic helmet, its surface adorned with intricate spiral patterns, while dark purple runes flickered subtly under the light. Jessica's pupils constricted as she warily fixed her gaze upon the helmet. Could this contraption truly withstand the powers of the purple man? It resembled a medieval torture device. After all, yet, one should not underestimate it. Kid tossed the helmet into the air, and playing cards swirled around it like a vortex, gently cradling the helmet as it floated towards Jessica. Crafted from a special alloy, its internal structure was designed to disrupt mental wave frequencies. Once donned, the purple man's voice would transform into mere meaningless noise. She seized the helmet, its cold metallic touch sending a shiver through her fingertips. Where did you acquire such an item? She inquired. The magician's inventory is far richer than one might imagine, Kid replied, spinning a card with a hint of mischief in his eyes behind the lenses. As long as this helmet can sever his mental control with your superhuman strength, tearing out his throat with your bare hands would be an effortless task. After all, without his abilities, he is merely an arrogant, ordinary man. Kid placed his top hat over his heart and offered Jessica a gentlemanly bow. I look forward to our next encounter, fair lady. No sooner had he spoken than he flicked a smoke bomb from his fingers, and a thick purple mist immediately enveloped the tavern. When the smoke cleared, only a business card embossed with a rose pattern remained on the bar, while that flamboyant figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 18. Jessica's Assault. Meanwhile, the metal gate of the underground fighting arena thundered open, unleashing a wave of blood and sweat into the air. Target. I wiped the blood from his dagger against his clothing, while AFO swung his vibranium short sticks, the sound of metal clashing echoing in the confined space. Opposite him, John crouched low, his clawed hands glistening ominously, his dark red, beastly eyes flickering with an eerie light. He maintained his hybrid form, a muscular amalgamation of man and wolf, exuding a formidable aura. Come again. Target. I spat out blood, his bullet-shaped pupils fixated on his opponent. He hurled his dagger with precision towards John's throat, but as it made contact with skin, a layer of bone membrane deflected it, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, AFO leaped into action, his dual sticks slicing through the air toward John's back, but the vibranium sticks merely rebounded the force back at him. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact collided with John's thick fur and muscle, causing the werewolf to merely shake his shoulders and emit a low, mocking roar. In the stands, Gene rubbed the gold-threaded cuffs of his tailored suit, a broad smile plastered on his plump face. Mr. Valen, this is far more exhilarating than any Broadway musical, he exclaimed, gesturing towards the arena. The devil fruit you sold me has indeed transformed John beyond recognition. Valen, cigar in mouth, squinted as he assessed the unfolding battle. AFO's vibranium sticks cannot even graze his fur. It appears the potential of this fruit surpasses all expectations. He flicked the ash from his cigar, his gaze sweeping over the tense expressions of his subordinates. However, my men will not concede easily. No sooner had he finished speaking than John suddenly stood upright, the explosive power of his werewolf form fully revealed. He slashed out with his claws, the air splitting with a shrill scream. AFO raised his stick to block, instantly rebounding the force of the claw strike. But John merely snorted in disdain and retaliated with a sweeping blow. The target seized the opportunity to launch 3 darts, only to have them swiftly knocked to the ground by the gust created by John's sweeping arm. Jean Bing's small, glimmering eyes flashed with a cold light. Mr. Valen, this is merely a warm-up. He pressed the remote control at hand, and suddenly, purple electric nets rose at the corners of the arena. Once John fully mastered his fruit abilities, the entire underworld of New York would be ours to command. Valen exhaled a ring of smoke, his expression tranquil. I hope it aligns with your intentions. Meanwhile, John's hair stood on end, the dark red, beastly pupils swirling with murderous intent, clearly preparing to unleash a more lethal assault. Jean Bing caressed his diamond-studded cufflinks, ready to relish in John's next offensive. When his encrypted phone vibrated in his inner suit pocket, he accepted the encrypted phone handed to him by his subordinate, a sinister smile creeping across his greasy face. What? Have you found the woman who stole the vibranium? The intermittent report from the other end of the line reached his ears as his gaze swept over the 3 still confronting each other in the arena. He raised his hand and pressed the red button on the viewing platform. A shrill alarm abruptly blared, and the purple electric net crackled with electricity. The target sheathed his blade, while Ah Fu gasped for breath, gripping the vibranium baton tightly. John shook the blood droplets from his wolf ears, his dark red, beastly pupils gradually fading back to human form. Let us call it a day, Jean Bing's voice echoed through the loudspeaker in the arena. He patted the armrest with his hefty palm and gave Valen a slight nod, acknowledging the efforts of Mr. Valen's men. Target, take off Fu and rest for now. John, follow me to the office. As he hung up the call and rose, the custom chair beneath his suit creaked under the weight. Also, please escort the purple man to the VIP room. I have a business proposition to discuss with him. The neon lights of the underground corridor flickered and buzzed as John followed Jean Bing into the office adorned with Persian carpets. The whiskey in the cabinet glimmered with an eerie light under the purple glow. Jean Bing loosened his bow tie and slumped into the genuine leather sofa, his plump fingers gliding across the tablet, revealing an image of Jessica conversing with Kid. Did you see? The flamboyant peacock beside her is no ordinary thief. What would you like me to do? John tore off the bandages wrapped around his arm, exposing a healing wound. Jean Bing seized a cigar and took a deep puff, the smoke enveloping his squinting eyes. The purple man will intervene to make her surrender the vibranium, but I need you to accompany him. Firstly, to test your mastery over the fruit abilities, and secondly, his lips curled into a sinister smile. If the purple man harbors any ulterior motives, you know what to do. Remember, do not kill that woman. I want her alive and brought before me. He pressed the intercom and spoke into the microphone. Bring the purple man to me. I want to see him in 5 minutes. At that moment, on the streets of New York, Jessica stuffed the helmet left by Kid into her backpack, completely unaware that the hidden cameras were transmitting her every move in real time to Jean Bing's scarlet pupils. A crisis woven from purple mist and claws was slowly encroaching from the shadows. The office door opened silently, and the purple man's elongated figure was enveloped in a pale purple halo, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He glanced at the photo of Jessica on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke with a sickly desire. Jean Bing, capturing her would be child's play for me. However, once captured, she shall be subjected to my disposal. Jean Bing rotated the cigar in his hand, a facade of forced smiles plastered across his rotund face. Of course. As long as she relinquishes the vibranium, you may handle her as you see fit. Yet, John must accompany you on this venture. His newfound abilities may prove advantageous and ensure absolute safety. The purple figure's pupils constricted abruptly, a frown of discontent etching his features. I have no need for a lackey. This is not a negotiation. Jean Bing's gaze turned frigid in an instant, the cigar grinding into the ashtray with a harsh sound. John can withstand a portion of your mental control and serve as a safeguard during critical moments. Moreover, his pudgy fingers drummed heavily on the table. I demand that she remains conscious to divulge the whereabouts of the vibranium, rather than become a hollow shell, ruined by your whims. John stood silently by, his imposing form still taut with muscle under his human guise. He inclined his head slightly, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Purple, I shall obey your commands. However, should she dare to resist, I would relish the opportunity to test the sharpness of my new claws. Neon lights sliced through the blinds, casting fragmented shadows upon the table. Jessica placed the helmet on her lap, the metallic edges digging painfully into her thigh. Ever since Kid's departure, that sensation of unease had lingered, and she traced the spiral patterns on the helmet, recalling the thief's unwavering gaze when he spoke of disrupting mental frequencies. Suddenly, the sound of the iron door below being violently forced open startled her into action. Moonlight seeped through the crack, casting distorted shadows across the floor, reminiscent of the psychic shackles the purple figure ensnared his victims with. Jessica swiftly donned the helmet, The dull thud of metal meeting her jawbone coinciding with the sound of trudging footsteps ascending the stairs. Jessica Jones, the purple figure's voice wafted up from below. Distorted and fragmented by the helmet's interference, akin to static from an antiquated radio. Without warning, the chandelier in the attic shattered, shards of glass swirling in the darkness. John crashed through the window, landing on all fours in his beastly form, claws screeching against the wooden floorboards. Jessica rolled aside to evade the splintering wood, her lower back colliding heavily with the safe. The rancid breath of the werewolf was painfully close, his claws scraping the edge of her helmet, tearing at the fabric of her shoulder, yet never managing to breach her defenses. Impossible. The purple figure lunged from the shadows, his pale visage contorted with rage. He unleashed a torrent of mental control, violet energy surging through the air, yet it struck Jessica like a fist against cotton, failing to affect her under the helmet's protection. John observed the futile attempts of the purple figure, a derisive snort escaping his throat. Useless. The dark red gleam of his beastly eyes reflected disdain as he broke free of his restraints and charged directly at Jessica. The explosive force of his wolf form sent a piercing shriek through the air, the gale from his claws scattering documents in a chaotic flurry. His sole aim being the vibrant form concealed beneath the helmet. Seizing the opportunity, Jessica grasped a metallic paperweight from the table, striking it forcefully against John's head. The werewolf recoiled in pain, toppling an entire row of filing cabinets. The dull thud of the paperweight against John's temple sent a jolt through Jessica, as the documents he had overturned fluttered about like dark butterflies. The helmet emitted a buzzing sound akin to electric currents, signaling the futility of the purple figure's psychic assault. Yet, this noise became her battle hymn. Come on. She tore off a strip of fabric from her shirt's torn seam and wrapped it around her bleeding shoulder, deliberately smearing her bloodied fingers across the visor of her helmet. Has your master's toy malfunctioned? John's roar shattered the remaining glass panes. Yet the figure of the purple man remained frozen, his fingertips flickering with violet energy. Seizing the opportunity, Jessica propelled herself like a cannonball, crashing through the ceiling. The cold rain of the night poured down upon her, and she hovered in midair, her drenched hair clinging to the edge of her helmet. If you wish to capture me, first you must catch up. The sound of the werewolf tearing through the air suddenly erupted from behind. Jessica swiftly pivoted. John's claws grazed her side, sending sparks flying. She retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at the werewolf's back, but it felt akin to colliding with an armored vehicle, and she was forcefully swept off her feet, landing on her knees. As agony surged through her spine, she caught a glimpse of the purple man hovering above the street, his lips curling into a distorted grin. Even with his mental control faltering, he could still manipulate objects with telekinesis to launch attacks. The metallic frame of a billboard suddenly contorted like a serpent, ensnaring Jessica's ankle. Taking advantage of the moment, John lunged at her, his fangs aimed for her throat. In a split second, she leaned back, the wolf's teeth shattered a corner of her helmet's visor. The acrid scent of burnt rubber mingled with the metallic tang of blood flooding her nostrils. Is this all you're capable of? With sheer force, she tore the metal frame apart and thrust the jagged edge toward John's face. The werewolf reacted with lightning speed, swatting the makeshift weapon away. Jessica utilized the recoil to ascend rapidly into the air, while John leapt after her, his beastly form leaving a dark red afterimage in the sky. The two engaged in a fierce tussle, weaving through buildings, leaving a trail of shattered streetlights and broken glass in their wake. Spotting an opening, Jessica embraced John and plummeted from the 20th floor, hurling the werewolf downwards just before impact. A resounding crash echoed as the concrete floor shattered like fragile glass. Yet John emerged unscathed, flipping over to pin her beneath him, his claws tightening around her throat. Jessica summoned all her strength, pushing against his arms in a fierce standoff. The purple man gradually descended, observing the contest of strength with keen interest, occasionally using his telekinesis to upend vehicles, creating chaos to distract Jessica. Gritting her teeth, she struggled on the brink of asphyxiation, her mind consumed with a singular thought. She could not afford to lose to these two scoundrels. Chapter 19. The death of the purple man. Just as John's fangs were about to tear into Jessica's throat, a shadow surged through the air. A dark cane struck the werewolf's nasal bridge with precision, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Staggering back in pain, John's crimson, beastly eyes widened in astonishment. Coming through, the figure of Daredevil, Matt Murdock, appeared like a wraith, his black attire rustling in the downpour. Jessica seized the moment to kick, sending John crashing away with tremendous force. The werewolf's massive form collided with a newsstand, shattering it to pieces and sending the metal frame tumbling down. At that moment, a white figure gracefully descended beside Jessica. Kid removed his top hat, revealing his signature smile. Raindrops cascading from the brim. It seems our reunions are always accompanied by thrilling scenes, Miss Jones. Jessica tugged at her tattered collar, panting slightly as she retorted, "Had I known your surprises were so punctual, I would have prepped my makeup." She turned to look at Daredevil, who had already assumed a combat stance. deftly twirling his cane. Focus. The daredevil slightly tilted his head, seemingly attuned to the subtle fluctuations in the air, his breath heavy, each heartbeat resonating like a drum. The purple figure hovered in the air, a tempest of violet energy swirling around him. How absurd. Do you think that merely adding 2 more individuals can alter the outcome? He activated his mental control once again, yet the purple ripples suddenly twisted and dissipated as they approached the daredevil. The blind warrior, with his acute supersensory abilities, had already captured the frequency of the energy waves, constructing an invisible barrier the moment the mental force made contact. Regrettably, your tricks are ineffective against us. Kid raised his hand, casting a glimmering silver card to divert the purple figure's attention. Shall we dance instead? As he spoke, he deftly tapped his toes against the ground, his cloak tracing a graceful arc in the air, skillfully evading the metallic shards controlled by the purple figure while simultaneously leading him away. Humph. Let us try something more direct. Furious and humiliated, the purple figure commanded the surrounding metal fragments to shoot toward the group like bullets. Daredevil, let us strike together. Jessica shouted as she dodged the metallic shards, her muscles taut and poised for action. Daredevil nodded slightly, his cane emitting a dangerous hum. Beware of his claws. The attack frequency is rapid. The two moved in perfect sync, flanking from opposite sides, while John had already regrouped, letting out a deep, menacing roar on all fours. Kid's white cloak billowed through the purple mist as he sidestepped a whistling fire hydrant, his silver card striking the purple figure's shoulder with precision. Magic relies on the element of surprise. He elegantly twirled, removing his top hat, revealing faint traces of incantations sketched by Snape on the inner brim, while you, on the other hand, lack even the most basic foresight. The purple figure bellowed, uprooting an entire billboard, violet energy coalescing into a sphere in his palm. The sealing mark on the back of Kid's neck began to warm. The barrier crafted by Snape with ancient potions and wand spells rendering all mental control into an invisible current. He lightly tapped his toes, utilizing a specially designed glider to ascend rapidly, the protective talisman on his chest glowing faintly as it unfolded a transparent barrier in midair, deflecting all the metallic shards under the purple figure's command. Below on the street, the werewolf John's claws tore through Jessica's pants, the stench of decay overwhelming. She gritted her teeth against the searing pain, grasping the wolf's paw, yet was violently hurled toward the building's exterior. In a moment of dire urgency, Daredevil seized her clothing, using the momentum to pull her back to safety. Do not confront him head-on. Before he could finish, John had already smashed through a 3-story billboard, lunging forward. Daredevil pivoted to evade, his cane crashing against the wolf's leg, giving Jessica the chance to dive down from above, her knee striking hard against the wolf's back. John let out a muffled grunt, the debris he flung grazing Daredevil's mask, creating a deep crater in the ground. His heart beats at 3 times the pace of a normal person. Daredevil wiped the blood from his lips, his acute hearing capturing the rumblings deep within his chest. Yet each pulse could instantly heal his wounds. He unleashed a shockwave generator, but John's beastly hide deflected it, the shockwave shattering half the street's storefronts. The purple figure's roar echoed from above. Kid nimbly evaded the floating playing cards. Each time the figure in purple manipulated streetlights and railings to launch an assault. The protective talisman at his chest rippled, transforming the sharp metallic deluge into harmless arcs. Enraged, the figure uprooted fire hydrants along the street, assembling a dense barrage of metal in midair. It was time for the curtain to fall. Suddenly, Kid advanced with swiftness, the cold gleam of his monocle flickering. With a flick of his wrist, 12 specially crafted iron playing cards fanned out, their edges glimmering with a toxic azure. In haste, the figure raised a hand to unleash a psychic barrier, yet weakened from continuous attacks. The defensive net was effortlessly torn asunder by the cards. The razor-sharp edges sliced through the figure's pale neck, dark purple blood gushing forth. In disbelief, he clutched the wound as the violet energy at his fingertips gradually dissipated. Impossible. I should not. His voice trailed off as he plummeted like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the roof of a parked car, denting the metal with a grotesque indentation. Kid gracefully tipped his hat in salute, the incantations drawn by Snape on the inner brim still faintly glowing. He cast a glance at Jessica and Daredevil, who were still entangled with the werewolf, the white cape billowing audibly, and once more flung a card to propel himself towards the battlefield. Do you two still require the magician's grand finale? The muffled thud of the figure's fall echoed through the street, prompting the trio to instinctively halt their actions. Jessica's chest heaved violently, the metallic tang of blood lingering in her helmet, mingling with cold sweat, causing her stomach to churn. The nightmares that had haunted her for years shattered at last. This surreal sense of liberation felt more disorienting than any pain. Damned fool. John's roar rattled the glass, and his werewolf form began to swell rapidly, veins beneath the gray-black fur bulging like twisted vines. The spine emitted a grotesque sound of skeletal restructuring, transforming him into a towering 3-meter wolf. Drool from his fangs corroding the ground into wisps of white smoke. Daredevil immediately flung his cane, the metallic shaft ensnaring a lamppost with precision. Swinging towards the side of a building, Kid unfurled his glider wings, soaring into the air, the white cape billowing in the tempest. Jessica pushed off the ground to leap, only to see the giant wolf abruptly turn, its massive paws shattering the asphalt as it bolted into the alley at an astonishing speed. The flying debris grazed her ankle, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Is this it? Jessica hung in midair, her eyes wide beneath the visor of her helmet. As she landed, her knees slightly bent. She gazed in disbelief at the direction the giant wolf had vanished. I thought he was about to unleash a grand move. Yet he scurried away with his tail between his legs. Kid landed gracefully beside her, brushing the dust off his cape. It seems even Goldfinger's pet knows how to gauge the situation. He gestured towards the gradually cooling corpse of the figure in purple. As for this one, he can no longer employ his little tricks to control others. Jessica removed her damaged helmet, allowing the night rain to wash over her cheeks. The taut nerves that had persisted for years finally relaxed. She inhaled deeply, feeling as if sunlight had penetrated the corners of her chest that had been shrouded in purple gloom. Let us go, she shook her damp hair. We must find a place to bandage our wounds before Goldfinger sends more rabid dogs our way. The trio treaded through the debris back to the detective agency, the crunch of shattered glass echoing beneath their feet. Jessica kicked aside the broken chair that obstructed the doorway, casting a glance at the askew filing cabinet and the claw marks on the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens the load-bearing wall has not collapsed. If the bed were gone too, I would have to sleep in a bridge underpass tonight. The night devil fumbled to remove his mask, revealing a pale, yet resolute visage. Jessica's pupils dilated sharply as she recognized this blind lawyer, known for winning countless lawsuits. Yet she could not reconcile the image of the well-dressed man with the bloodied warrior before her. Matt Murdock? It can't be you. Kingpin will not relent. Matt leaned his cane against the table, dark red stains seeping through his torn costume. His eyes were filled with the horrors of Hell's Kitchen, and the next attack could prove even more lethal. We need each other. Jessica swallowed hard, pressing her hand against the still bleeding wound. The dark memories controlled by the purple man surged like a tide, yet in this moment, the two before her became her light. Thank you. Her voice was hoarse as her gaze flitted between Matt and Kid. No matter who comes next, I will not fight alone again. Kid suddenly clapped his hands, the crisp sound echoing in the silence. In that case, we must have a resounding name. How about the Midnight Avengers? Or the Shadow Trio? He winked, adding, at the very least, we could call ourselves the Hell's Kitchen Night Owl Alliance? Jessica rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a laugh. A hint of a smile curved Matt's lips as his hollow eye sockets turned toward her. I think we should call ourselves the Defenders Alliance. We guard this chaotic neighborhood, like protecting the last line of defense. Jessica chimed in, gazing out at Hell's Kitchen in the torrential rain. The neon lights bled into crimson spots through the rain curtain. Yet she no longer felt despair. The Defenders Alliance sounds like a name that would keep Kingpin awake at night. The damp sewers reeked of decay as John sprinted through the muck, the claws of his wolf form scraping against the metal pipes with a piercing sound. After turning 3 corners, he burst through a hidden door of an abandoned butcher shop, traversing a warehouse piled high with contraband, finally reaching Kingpin's core stronghold, the black territory known as the Underground Kingdom by the mob. The crimson wall sconces bathed the corridor in a bloody hue, and as John slammed open the heavy oak door, the smoke from cigars assaulted his senses. Kingpin's massive frame sunk into a leather sofa, the Cuban cigar flickering in and out, his chubby fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. The purple man is dead. John knelt on one knee, tearing off his bloodied shirt. His animalistic healing ability rendered him nearly unscathed, save for a shallow scar glowing red on his shoulder. The mission failed. They possess helmets that can block mental control. The purple man was merely a biting dog. Once dead, another could be replaced. Kingpin extinguished his cigar with force against the gilded coffee table, embers scattering onto the cuffs of his tailored suit. Where's the vibranium I demanded? Not with Jessica. A low growl emanated from John's throat. There were no irregularities at her firm. Kingpin's hefty palm slammed down on the armrest, the entire sofa creaking under the strain. S-H-I-E-L-D. And the military have already seized that shipment. It was supposed to be mine. The flesh on his neck quivered with rage as his gaze swept over the silent henchmen lurking in the shadows. They formed an alliance? Yes, John answered, bowing his head. Jean suddenly burst into laughter, a chilling and sinister sound. Very well, let them gather together. I shall ensure that the entire Hell's Kitchen understands the price one must pay for daring to meddle with Wilson Fisk. He seized the whiskey bottle from the table and hurled it violently against the wall. The shattering of glass echoed through the room as his hoarse command reverberated. Notify everyone. Prepare to clear the area. Chapter 20. Moving in triple draws, the morning mist of New York enveloped the streets as Chun-Shu tossed the last backpack into the trunk of the taxi. In the rearview mirror, the dilapidated old apartment, cloaked in rust, gradually diminished into a dull speck, akin to a past he wished to erase without a trace. Leaning back against the leather seat of the taxi, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep, yet his thoughts were firmly anchored to the pale golden panel suspended in his mind. The 13,762 emotional points shimmered on his retina, a result harvested from various factions following a series of events triggered by summoned characters. As the taxi traversed the Brooklyn Bridge, Chun-Shu could no longer contain himself. He gently swiped to open the lottery interface. In an instant, the 1,000 emotional points dissipated like shifting sands, and a mechanical voice erupted within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the character Xiahi. Origin: 1 person below abilities, innate charm, can manipulate the desires of others, converting emotions into offensive or defensive capabilities. Chi refinement method: mastery of inner landscape cultivation. Capable of transforming Chi into form. Superb swordsmanship: creator of the 18 charms of Blade, where swordsmanship and seduction intertwine. Introduction: one of the 4 madmen. The bone-scraping blade, a lethal predator that conquers strength with grace. Though seemingly enchanting, its blade can dismantle the will and defenses of opponents. With its chi refinement skills considered advanced in the realm of the extraordinary, while it may not rival the top-tier powerhouses, it is sufficient to gain the upper hand in chaotic battles. Chun-Shu beamed with delight. Xiahi's extraordinary methods were poised to unveil a new dimension within the supernatural realm of this world. His fingertips unconsciously caressed the leather of the seat as his gaze swept over the remaining 12,762 emotional points. Fortune favored him today, once more. He silently chanted within. And another 1,000 emotional points transformed into a stream of data, vanishing. At the instant the mechanical voice resounded again, an ancient bronze box materialized on his retina. Its surface etched with distorted runes, a silvery light seeping through the crevices. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Moonlight Treasure Box, one-time use. Introduction. Capable of traversing time and space to reach any temporal node, but once used, it will permanently bind to the target time and space, making return impossible. Note: the risks of temporal paradoxes are exceedingly high. The user must bear all consequences. One-time use. Chun-Shu furrowed his brow, his fingertips brushing against the floating treasure box in his consciousness. The chilling sensation felt hauntingly real. This item hung over him like the sword of Damocles, possessing the power to rewrite fate at the cost of remaining forever in an unknown time. Best to keep it for now. It will surely prove useful later. Chun-Shu mused, tapping the isolation window. After confirming that the returns from the 2 draws of 1,000 were satisfactory, he refocused on the screen. Observing the remaining 11,762 emotional points, he took a deep breath and decisively invested 10,000 emotional points into the lottery. The pale golden light exploded in the sea of consciousness, and the mechanical voice echoed like a resounding bell. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the combination character Moonlight Pirate Crew. Source: One Piece abilities of members. Moria, a paramecia-type user of the Shadow Fruit. He possesses the ability to seize the shadows of others and manipulate them, inserting these shadows into corpses to create a legion of zombies. He can also merge with shadows to significantly enhance his own strength. Perona, a user of the Ghost Fruit. She can release negative spirits that plunge individuals into despair. Her unique mini-ghost clones can be utilized for reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Absalom, a user of the Clear Fruit. He can approach enemies silently while invisible, executing deadly assassinations with hunting weapons, and possesses the ability to steal the powers of others through his transparent ambushes. Brooke, a genius surgeon, proficient in the art of death surgery, capable of combining the limbs and abilities of different beings to create formidable modified zombies. Equipped with various biochemical weapons. Introduction. Once the dominant pirate crew of the Devil's Triangle, renowned for their enigmatic abilities and relentless combat style. Moria's strategic planning. Perona's control over the battlefield, Absalom's assassination tactics, and Brooke's logistical support form a terrifying force that is both offensive and defensive. Chun seized the front seat with a sudden grip, a suppressed chuckle escaping his throat. The taxi driver cast a wary glance through the rearview mirror. Sir, are you all right? Just recalling something joyful. He loosened his grip, his fingertips still trembling slightly. At this moment, the emotional value displayed on the panel had dropped to 1762. As he gazed at the newly appeared pirate crew icon, the ambition in his eyes seemed almost palpable. At this time, New York had yet to enter an era filled with superheroes and supervillains. The Avengers had not yet formed. And with the Moonlight Pirates wielding the power to control the undead and execute stealthy assassinations, playing this card now would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout America. The morning fog of New York had not yet dissipated as Chin's taxi rolled into a private villa in the suburbs of Manhattan. Meanwhile, at the top of Stark Tower, Tony Stark was hurling an oil-stained wrench onto the workbench, sparks flying and illuminating the deep shadows under his eyes. Ever since he announced the closure of the weapons department, the pressure from the board had clung to him like a leech, not to mention the strange blue glow emanating from the palladium element in his chest, slowly poisoning his heart like a chronic toxin. Jarvis. Skin the toxin spread around my heart once more. Tony loosened his tie, casually pushing aside the holographic projection of the elemental map. After the vibranium incident, he had meticulously studied the footage from the 1974 World Expo left behind by his father. The encrypted information hidden within geometric patterns was finally deciphered 72 hours ago. When the particle collider in the lab synthesized the new element, the entire Stark Tower trembled violently. The pale golden light emitted by the new element shining brighter than any arc reactor he had ever seen. Sir, the toxin elimination rate has reached 98.7 JARVIS, reported with an unusual excitement, but I recommend you take a rest. You have been working for 183 consecutive hours. Tony ripped off the old reactor from his chest, watching the purple lines beneath his skin gradually fade, and suddenly erupted into a fit of wild laughter. He seized the whiskey bottle and took a hearty swig, the amber liquid cascading down his chin and dripping onto the design schematics on the workbench, an embryonic form of the Mark II battle armor. Its titanium alloy exoskeleton meticulously annotated with a plethora of enhancement proposals. With oil-stained fingers, Tony circled a blank section of the design with intent, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. He recalled the enigmatic figure he had encountered in Wakanda, cloaked in black and wielding a wand that could warp space itself. The medieval sorcerer's bizarre methods rendered his initial armor akin to scrap metal. Stark Industries sensors had previously detected a unique frequency of magical fluctuations, an energy form utterly inexplicable by current technology. JARVIS. Retrieve all unofficial reports on supernatural events, with a focus on analyzing the anomalous energy field data, he commanded, as he embedded a new elemental core into his chest. A soft golden arc coursed beneath his skin. He was resolved to demonstrate to those spellcasting oddities that Stark's inventions were the magic of the new era. The dome of the Stark Tower laboratory slowly cracked open, and the silver-gray Mark II armor, enveloped in blinding arcs of electricity, soared into the sky. Tony's maniacal laughter mingled with the roar of the thrusters, tearing through the clouds as he dove sharply downwards, skimming mere meters above the street while brushing past a lamppost. The sparks ignited by the friction of the metallic armor against the air sent pedestrians scattering in fright. JARVIS. Increase thruster power to 110, he commanded, maneuvering the armor to execute a flawless roll in midair, the tail flame casting warped shadows upon the glass facade of the tower. Intentionally drawing close to the charging bull statue on Wall Street, the armor's anti-gravity boots cracked the pavement beneath, startling tourists who frantically raised their phones to capture the moment. While he accelerated towards the Statue of Liberty, the sea roiled beneath the armor, and Tony abruptly halted, hovering in place. As the helmet visor retracted, the briny sea breeze struck his oil-slicked face. He reached out to catch a seagull plummeting from the heights, gently placing it on the base of the torch, and turned to the camera with a wink. Apologies, just borrowing the scenery. He then darted back towards Manhattan like a silver meteor, engaging in a thrilling game of navigation among the skyscrapers. As the armor brushed against the antenna of the Empire State Building, alarms blared throughout the city. A squadron of 22 fighter jets roared in, but Tony deftly weaved through their formation, leaving a string of mocking codes in their targeting systems. Tell your commander. He whistled into the communication channel. Next time, send someone who can keep up with me. Ultimately, the armor hovered atop Stark Tower, and as Tony released the chest reactor, the soft golden glow of energy mingled with the city's neon lights. He ripped off the helmet, letting the night wind tousle his hair, his eyes ablaze with a fervor more intense than the armor itself. World, are you ready to embrace the new era? JARVIS. Let's test the limits of altitude, Tony grinned, his eyes shimmering with madness as he propelled the armor straight toward the heavens. The city's outlines swiftly diminished beneath him, transforming into a patchwork of colors, while white clouds brushed past, dissolving into wisps of smoke. As the altitude reading surpassed 20,000 meters, alarms suddenly blared. Frost began to crystallize on the armor's surface, and the roar of the thrusters faltered intermittently. Damn it, what is going on? Tony stared intently at the temperature monitoring data, observing that the external temperature of the armor had plummeted to a frigid -80 degrees. The icy chill akin to liquid nitrogen swiftly encased the joints. Suddenly, the thrusters extinguished, and the powerless suit plummeted like a lead weight. The only sound was the howling wind as the ground loomed larger. Reboot the system. Hurry. Tony frantically hammered the control panel, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As the altitude continued to decline, the friction of the air began to melt the frost, yet the thrusters remained unresponsive. Ignite for me. Just a few hundred meters from the ground, the rear exhaust suddenly erupted with blinding blue light. In an instant, as flames reignited, Tony yanked the joystick. Skimming the top of a skyscraper and leaving a charred mark on the glass facade, he landed heavily on the helipad of Stark Tower, tearing off his helmet and gasping for breath. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he glanced at the lingering frost on the surface of the armor. A characteristic smirk curling his lips. It seems I'll need to upgrade the heating system for this little guy. As the neon lights atop Stark Tower illuminated the Manhattan night sky once more, deafening electronic music reverberated, bursting among the crowd like champagne bubbles. Golden laser beams swept across the dance floor, as models clad in bikinis glided above the guests on floating platforms, while holographic fireworks adorned the party, transforming it into a cybernetic wonderland. Tony Stark reclined on a floating sofa, embracing a blonde supermodel, his diamond-studded sunglasses reflecting a cold light, while the cigar between his fingers flickered in sync with his boisterous laughter. Another round. He snapped his fingers, and a robotic arm promptly delivered an ice-sculpted tequila glass. The crowd erupted in cheers, as several tech moguls eagerly pressed their company's latest products into his hands, transformable smart ties and cufflinks embedded with miniature reactors. Tony cast a glance at them before tossing them into the crowd, igniting a frenzy of eager hands. Just as he tilted his head back to down the strong liquor, a flash of vibrant red hair caught his eye. Natasha Romanoff leaned against the rotating bar, her black backless gown accentuating her dangerous curves. The crimson hue of her lips perfectly complementing the martini in her glass. She swirled the drink, her turquoise eyes glinting with a teasing smile as they locked with Tony S. Has Agent Romanoff turned bartender? Tony dismissed the model beside him, gliding down the floating steps to stand before Natasha. Is S-H-I-E-L-D sending a beauty in hopes that I'll obediently hand over the vibranium research? He reached out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, but Natasha deftly evaded, his fingers merely brushing against a hint of rose-scented perfume. Worried I might steal something? Natasha shook her glass, the clinking ice sounding like a rattlesnake's warning. Stark, your security system can't even contain your own armor. Do you really think it can stop S-H-I-E-L-D? Suddenly, she leaned in closer, her warm breath grazing his ear. Rather, I'm here to ascertain whether the genius inventor has truly developed a conscience. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Beauty. Natasha swirled her drink, her turquoise eyes piercing Tony's depths with the precision of a poison dagger. She suddenly grasped his chin, her gesture appearing affectionate yet imbued with an irresistible force. However, one might wonder how he managed to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Tony raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips, and captured her wrist in return, the intricate patterns of his metal armor subtly visible beneath his skin. Natasha, at least buy me a drink before you start flirting, he began, only to be interrupted as he followed her gaze to his own smooth neck, once marred by purple toxins but now restored to its former clarity. A brief silence crackled in the air like an electric charge. Natasha released her grip, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the rim of her glass as she recalled the unsent classified letter from Fury's office. She had originally intended to use the elemental schematics left by Howard as leverage to persuade Tony to join a covert operation for S-H-I-E-L-D. Now, observing the cunning glint in the man's eyes, she chuckled softly. It seems Fury's little favor is no longer feasible. Oh, what scheme is that old ice block up to now? Tony snapped his fingers, and a mechanical arm promptly presented 2 cocktails, steaming with dry ice. Why not share your thoughts? Let me guess what sensational news you could conjure without Stark technology. He pressed a glass into Natasha's hand, the crisp clinking of ice mingling with the heavy bass from the distant dance floor, weaving an invisible web between them. Suddenly, the blaring electronic music was sliced through by a happy, somewhat gruff voice. Boss, let me introduce you to someone. The robust driver and bodyguard pushed through the throng of dancers, followed by an Asian woman clad in a black crop top paired with high-waisted jeans, topped with a silk burgundy short jacket. A silver chain swayed at her collarbone with each step, as though she were treading upon the very heartbeat of the crowd. Tony nearly spilled his cocktail, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose as he fixated on the fleck of vermilion at the corner of her eye, oblivious to Natasha's scoff beside him. Meanwhile, Natasha's pupils narrowed slightly. The woman moved with an unsettling composure, as if she had long since grasped the entirety of the soiree. I say, happy? You could have arrived half an hour earlier. Tony awkwardly released the model he had been holding and found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Siahi. This enchanting lady. You wouldn't be an angel who escaped from the Victoria's Secret runway, would you? Siahi brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her wine-red manicured fingertips accepting the champagne from Happy. "Mr. Stark, you flatter me." She took a delicate sip, a lazy smile curving her lips. "I'm Siahi. Hailing from that ancient country in the east, here to apply at Stark Industries." Happy scratched the back of his head, mumbling, "Had I known you were already surrounded by beauties, I wouldn't have brought Siahi along." His voice was drowned out by Natasha's frosty laughter. "Applying?" It's hard to discern which position this lady wishes to pursue. Before she could finish, Pepper, wielding a champagne bottle like a weapon, stormed toward them. Her fiery red lips nearly spitting flames. "Tony Stark, what are you up to this time?" Tony raised both hands in mock surrender, but still managed to blow a kiss to Siahi. "Miss Xiao, once I've dealt with this urgent matter, I will personally show you around the laboratory." Siahi leaned against the bar, a soft laugh escaping her lips. The wine-red jacket slipped from her shoulders with her movements, revealing her elegantly contoured collarbone, yet she refrained from any overtly unusual actions. The mole at the corner of her eye glimmered under the lights, exuding an almost searing allure. Suddenly, the deafening electronic music softened, as if even the speakers were holding their breath. Natasha approached, her black backless gown entwining with Siahi's wine-red jacket in the interplay of light and shadow, their hair nearly intertwining. Their cerulean green eyes met, igniting invisible sparks in the air, while the surrounding gentlemen tightened their grips on their glasses, the sound of swallowed saliva distinctly audible. "Miss Xia, as far as I know, Stark Industries' recent recruitment needs have not reached the east." Natasha's fingertips danced along the silver chain resting on Siahi's collarbone, her other hand seemingly tenderly encircling her waist, yet concealing a grip that could swiftly constrict. Warm breath brushed against Siahi's ear, infused with the aroma of martini. "What brings you such a great distance to interview?" Rather than retreating, Siahi arched her back, pressing herself against Natasha's embrace, the silk jacket slipping away to reveal expanse of fair skin. She playfully bit the cherry dangling from Natasha's fingertip, her crimson tongue delicately tracing the pad of Natasha's finger. "So concerned about my itinerary?" The lingering tone seemed to caress the hearts of everyone present like a feather. "I am merely an engineer intrigued by renewable energy." She suddenly bit Natasha's earlobe, eliciting gasps from the onlookers and chuckling softly. After all, who wouldn't he want to work alongside a genius? The intertwined figures of the two women appeared like entwined serpents beneath the laser lights, and when Siahi finally released her hold, Natasha's earlobe bore a suspicious flush. The music abruptly surged back to life, yet it could not drown out the chorus of swallowed breaths surrounding them. Tony, having finally calmed Pepper's expression, unintentionally turned his head just in time to catch sight of Natasha and Siahi entangled together. In the play of light and shadow, they resembled two dangerously beautiful roses entwined. Natasha's icy features were tinged with a hint of crimson, while the curve of Siahi's lips was utterly captivating, causing Tony's throat to involuntarily constrict, his hand clutching the champagne flute, forgetting its motion. It was only when Pepper's nails dug into his arm that Tony jolted back to reality, forcing a chuckle as he raised his glass, exclaiming, "Hey, look at you all, drooling like that. Whatever happened to your Wall Street elite demeanor? A bunch of lecherous fellows." He exaggeratedly shook his head, provoking awkward laughter from the nearby gentlemen. As the music swelled once more, and the dance floor descended into fervor, the crowd stirred back to life, and Natasha retreated to the bar's edge, her fingers unconsciously caressing the earlobe Siahi had bitten. She squinted at Siahi, who was mingling effortlessly with guests, wineglass in hand, her every gesture devoid of any hint of anomaly, as if the previous flirtation had never transpired. Natasha let out a soft hum, downing her drink in one go, contemplating. This woman is no ordinary adversary. Her seemingly casual responses were impeccably calculated. My attempts to probe her did not yield any insights, but rather left me outmaneuvered. Suddenly, she began to comprehend the dazed state of the men ensnared by her allure. Against such a dangerously captivating opponent, one could easily lose their advantage with a moment's inattention. As the holographic fireworks extinguished in the sky, this thunderous celebration drew to a close. Guests, inebriated, began to disperse. Tony loosened his tie and collapsed onto the floating sofa. Yet he did not forget to whistle towards the elevator where Siahi stood. "Miss Xia, tomorrow at 10, at the office of the Chief Bioenergy Consultant. I have prepared a welcome gift for you." Leaning against the elevator door, Siahi, with her long legs crossed beneath a burgundy coat, playfully twirled a strand of hair around her finger, smiling softly. "Mr. Stark, I shall not disappoint you." As the elevator doors closed, the mole at the corner of her eye appeared almost blood-red in its allure. "Have you lost your mind?" Natasha exclaimed, seizing a bottle of champagne from the ice bucket. The cork popped explosively, spraying golden liquid onto her black gown, her icy blue-green eyes glimmering with disapproval. "Hiring an enigmatic woman as the head of a core department?" Tony sat up, the parts of his armor gracefully flipping in his palm. "Come on, Natasha, aren't you representing S.H. I-E-L-D. As a guest in my establishment? He arched an eyebrow, displaying his signature mischievous grin. Besides, a beautiful and intelligent woman knows best how to create surprises. Natasha's fingers tightened around the bottle, frost forming on its surface. I am protecting you. And I am unearthing talent, Tony countered, tossing the parts into the air, where a mechanical arm caught and assembled them with precision. Let's not forget who plummeted from the stratosphere last week, wearing Mark II. He gestured towards the soft golden glow of the new element reactor on his chest. Perhaps, he could assist me with the suit's low-temperature malfunction. After all, she harbors secrets even you cannot decipher. Neon lights elongated Siahi's silhouette as she strolled on the streets of Manhattan, her burgundy coat billowing in the night breeze, drawing the attention of suited professionals and intoxicated youth alike. Upon turning into an alley beside 7th Avenue, her shadows suddenly emerged from behind a dumpster. The acrid scent of marijuana, mingling with sweat, assaulted her senses. Well, sweetheart, lost your way. The leader, a bald black man, rubbed his gold tooth while his throat bobbed on a tattoo-laden neck. His companions behind him whistled lewdly, cornering her against a rusted iron gate. Such a pretty little dove. Someone should teach you how to spend a night in New York. Siahi toyed with a strand of hair, her gaze shimmering beneath scarlet eyeshadow. Such enthusiasm from 4 gentlemen? She deliberately softened her tone, the silver bells on her wrist jingling with her movements. But alas, I possess only 2 hands. I cannot favor one over the others, can I? Crimson energy, like a spider's web, spread across the ground, weaving intricate red patterns beneath the feet of the black men. The bald man's pupils suddenly constricted as he reached for her wrist, only to be shoved aside by his blue-haired companion. Back off, she's mine. Nonsense. I saw her first. Amidst the shoving, another man adorned with a gold chain seized a beer bottle from the corner, the sound of shattering glass merging with curses in an explosive cacophony. The energy entwined with the splattering droplets of blood, the previously playful bickering transforming into a primal struggle. As the last bloodied black man rose, standing atop his fallen companion, his pupils were entirely consumed by crimson. He emitted an inhuman growl, reaching for Siahi's ankle. Darling, it's my turn. Hush, Siahi pressed her finger, painted with wine-red polish, against his lips, her pearls swaying gently as she leaned closer. Promise me one thing, will you? She whispered softly in the other's ear, the crimson energy weaving its way through the breath into the nostrils. Stepping onto the street, she spread her arms wide, akin to embracing a lover, as the sharp sound of tires grinding against the asphalt shattered the tranquility of the night sky. He leaned against the wall, leisurely reapplying her lipstick. Observing the truck driver leap from his vehicle in a state of panic, dialing for help as blood traced a grotesque floral pattern across the tarred road. She stifled a languid yawn, then turned to blend into the night, leaving behind 3 twisted corpses deep within the alley, along with the man who maintained his embrace even in death. Chapter 22. At work. As the morning light pierced through the fog of Manhattan, He stepped into the revolving door of Stark Tower, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicking against the floor. The light refracted through the glass, fade, dancing over her newly donned ash-gray fitted suit, the golden phoenix brooch at her waist quivering gently with each stride. The receptionist, her hand trembling around a coffee cup, caused several programmers laden with files to collide with a fire hydrant in the corridor. Yet, she merely touched up her lipstick in the elevator's mirrored surface, leaving a scarlet mark upon the floor buttons. Excuse me? She leaned against the doorway of the pantry, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye shimmering under the warm light. The intern adjusting the coffee machine instantly flushed crimson, his tie slipping to his shoulder. How do I get to the chief bioenergy consultant's office? Summer's voice was sweet as honey. On the top floor. The intern stammered nervously as he answered while riding the private elevator to the 58th floor, nearly toppling the mug beside him. Summer blinked, blowing him a kiss. And as she turned, the arc of her suit's hem elicited a flurry of gasps and the sound of papers scattering from the intern behind her. As the office door swung open, a rush of cool air infused with the aroma of coffee enveloped her. Pepper Potts removed her glasses, her gaze lingering momentarily on Summer's exquisite makeup and appropriate business attire, though the curve of her lips bore a hint of aloofness. Mr. Stark has temporarily gone to the lab. I'll introduce you to your work. She slid a tablet across the desk, the data dancing on the screen reflecting in Summer's eyes. We are currently researching a biobattery project that requires. Summer's fingers glided across the screen, and a holographic projection blossomed in her palm, revealing a deep azure energy map. As Pepper discussed the ratios of the 3rd-generation catalytic enzymes, Summer interjected, using graphene as a carrier could enhance efficiency by 17. The office fell into a brief silence, Pepper's eyelashes fluttering as the data, which should have been concealed within confidential documents, was effortlessly articulated by the woman before her. It appears there is no need for a second repetition. Pepper's tone softened, losing its edge as she poured 2 more cups of coffee. The porcelain cups chimed softly together, Welcome aboard. I hope your abilities extend beyond. She cast a glance at the male employees lingering outside, drawn in by her presence. Summer accepted the coffee, taking a delicate sip, the steam obscuring the blush of light swirling in her eyes. Miss Potts, I assure you, I will bring an unforeseen energy revolution to Stark Industries. In the Stark Industries cafeteria during lunch, it felt as though the atmosphere had been muted. Summer leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, the sound of her silver knife cutting through the steak resonating distinctly. Today, she wore a dark green velvet blouse, the necklace resting on her collarbone, swaying gently with each bite. The surrounding whispers of gasps and the rustling of those feigning modesty while eating filled the space with an eerie restlessness. As several female employees passed by, holding their trays, they hesitated to speak, ultimately quickening their pace. The male employees, on the other hand, frequently stole glances yet dared not breach the invisible barrier surrounding them. It seems my new hires are even more captivating than a vibranium reactor. The sudden clatter of metal against the floor shattered the silence as Tony Stark, clad in reflective sunglasses, placed his tray, laden with cheeseburgers and energy drinks, with a thud upon the table. The cuffs of his nanotechnology suit were still smeared with grease. Honestly, the moment you sit down here, the productivity of the entire cafeteria plummets by at least 30%. He tore open the hamburger wrapper, the aroma of the patty mingling with the scent of mustard wafting towards him. How does your first day feel? Don't tell me Pepper forced you to nibble through a stack of tedious technical manuals. If you need personal tutoring, I assure you, seeking me out will be far more entertaining than consulting her. As he spoke, a splash of ketchup landed on his expensive tie, yet he remained blissfully unaware, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized the untouched salad on His tray. What's this, a vegetarian? Had I known, I would have had Happy airlift some Eastern delicacies for you, perhaps Peking duck? Xiai gently dabbed the corner of her lips with a napkin, the blush on her fingertips shimmering subtly in the sunlight. Mr. Stark, your employees are exceedingly enthusiastic. She suddenly leaned forward, the fragrance of her rose perfume intertwined with the char of steak, lingering at Tony's nostrils. As for the food, perhaps dining with a genius is more delectable than a Michelin 3-star experience? Tony paused mid-bite, his interest peaked behind his sunglasses, a quick-witted beauty. I find myself eager to see what surprises you will bring to the lab. Provided that you don't let those young lads turn the Mark suit into a flaming toaster because they were caught ogling you. He clinked his drink can against His water glass, his exaggerated gesture causing the surrounding employees to hastily avert their gazes. By the way, there's a private tech exhibition tonight. Would you be interested in being my esteemed guest? A smile curled at the corners of His lips, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye fluttering with her expression. Certainly, as a newcomer with no acquaintances, I find myself with ample free time this evening. Rather than staring at the 4 blank walls, I would prefer to broaden my horizons alongside Mr. Stark. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, inadvertently revealing her delicate wrist. Before her words could fade, she glanced at the chaotic cheeseburger and the splattered ketchup on Tony's table with intrigue, tilting her head. But honestly, boss, as a billionaire capable of purchasing an entire food court, your food preferences are surprisingly simple. She speared a small piece of salad with her fork, twirling it around the silverware, pondering that the imagined Stark lunch should consist of truffles and foie gras paired with an 82 Lafite. Tony dramatically clutched his chest, his sunglasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, revealing his mischievous eyes. Oh, Miss Xia, it appears you harbor some misconceptions about the life of a genius. He took a large bite of his burger, crumbs adorning the corners of his mouth, utterly oblivious. Exquisite food is akin to limited edition supercars, occasionally enjoyable. Yet it is the humble cheeseburger that truly touches the soul, much like my flashy armor, which, despite its ostentation, is remarkably reliable at its core. He suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. And don't you think that amidst a sea of suited elites, devouring a hamburger brings a more rebellious thrill? Xiaoyi covered her lips with a light laugh, the smile at the corners of her eyes shimmering like honey. Boss, you truly are a paragon of individuality. What others spend their entire lives pursuing as luxury is merely a condiment in your presence. She elegantly folded the napkin and placed it beside the plate, rising to reveal a faint trace of rose fragrance. Tony leaned on his hand, his gaze following her graceful silhouette. Remember to retouch your makeup after work. The flashbulbs tonight will show no mercy to a beauty. With that, he blew her a kiss, his metallic watch glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. The workday unfolded with unexpected tranquility. Male colleagues frequently passed by His workstation, accidentally spilling coffee or knocking over documents, yet none dared to initiate a conversation. When Pepper arrived with the bio-battery model for her to calibrate, Xiaoyi not only recounted the key points from 3 days prior with remarkable precision, but also proposed 3 optimization strategies for the core algorithm, nearly causing the project supervisor's glasses to tumble from his nose. This girl was nothing short of a living database. During the lunch break, A technician shook his head at the holographic projection, the screen filled with dense lines of code reflecting his astonishment. She even recalled an old proposal that had been rejected 3 years ago. How could this be possible? As the evening sun painted the floor-to-ceiling windows crimson, Xiaohi closed the last experimental report. In the fleeting moments while touching up her lipstick, she caught a glimpse of Tony's reflection at the end of the corridor, where he stood observing her. The mechanical parts he twirled between his fingers sparkled subtly, and the enigmatic curve of his lips made her fingertips hesitate slightly. This seemingly serene debut might very well be the calm before the storm. As the sunset bathed the Stark Tower-esque glass facade in amber hues, Tony strode towards her. Keys in hand, the blue glow of his armor reactor subtly visible through his shirt. Miss Xia, the starlight of the tech exhibition is growing impatient. Let us depart now. And perhaps we can create some street-style buzz along the way. Xiaohi chuckled, adjusting her handbag. Mr. Stark, are you intending to mold me into your exclusive model? The two walked side by side through the lobby, amidst the synchronized salutes of security personnel, mingled with hushed gasps of awe. The door of the limited edition supercar slid open silently, as Xiaohi settled into the leather seat. She was enveloped by the aromatic blend of cedar and leather from the vehicle's scent diffuser. With a swift press of the accelerator, Tony's engine roared to life, startling the pigeons along the roadside. First, I'll take you to Fifth Avenue for a challenge. After all, my companion cannot afford to lose face. Neon lights flickered along the commercial street as Xiaohi stood beneath a crystal chandelier in a haute couture boutique, her fingertips brushing against the skirt adorned with Swarovski crystals. The price tag, with its string of zeros, caused her brow to arch. Had I known, I should have treated this job as a long-term ticket. Now, I doubt I can even afford a button. Mr. Stark, could you possibly advance me 10 years' worth of salary? Tony leaned against the gilded doorframe, his sunglasses reflecting a cold light. Make a beauty pay for herself? What would that do to my reputation as Tony Stark? He snapped his fingers, and immediately, a sales associate approached, carrying 7 or 8 gowns. Choose 10, and we'll account for it under company image expenses. When the fitting room door swung open once more, Xiaohi emerged clad in a silver-gray mermaid evening gown. The liquid metallic fabric shimmered with her every step, the plunging neckline perfectly accentuating her curves. Tony removed his sunglasses and let out a whistle. At this moment, I somewhat regret not reserving the entire technology exhibition, allowing these exhibits to merely serve as your backdrop. Luxurious cars merged back into the flow of traffic as Xiaohi gazed out at the retreating splendor of the night, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the silk of her gown. In the rearview mirror, Tony's contemplative gaze met hers, and they both shared a light chuckle. The sound of the engine enveloping them in the night as they sped towards the brilliantly illuminated exhibition venue. The supercar came to an abrupt halt at the end of the red carpet. As the car door swung open, flashes of light cascaded down like a burst of the Milky Way. Tony was the first to step out, his silver-gray suit shimmering alongside the blue glow of the reactor on his chest. As he turned to extend his hand, Xiaohi gracefully placed her gloved fingertips atop his, the mermaid tail of her gown flowing like moonlight upon the red carpet. Mr. Stark, is this lady your new dance partner? Miss Xia, how did you come to know Mr. Stark? Reporters surged forward, microphones in hand, while bodyguards formed a human barricade, struggling against the throng, the clamor of metal shields and pushing bodies echoing around them. Yet, Tony maintained his signature roguish grin, twirling Xiaohi beneath the flash of cameras, her beauty mark behind her ear glimmering enchantingly in the light. As they passed through the intricately carved archway, the venue's holographic projections burst to life, with mechanical swarms spiraling across the dome, showcasing Stark Industries. Xiaohi gazed at the floating quantum entanglement device and softly inquired, "What is my role here? Am I merely an ornamental figure or a tech demonstrator?" Tony loosened his tie, his fingertips brushing against the loose strands of her hair, deliberately elongating his words. "Relax, my dear." He snapped his fingers, and a mechanical arm promptly presented 2 glasses of champagne. "All you need to do is lean in close enough for our breaths to intertwine, drawing the attention of those around us, following the genius's lead, and subtly enlightening those antiquated souls on the true fusion of technology and aesthetics." Chapter 23. Iron Tyrant Xiaohi swirled her champagne glass, the crisp sound of ice clinking resonating sharply in the undercurrents of the bustling venue. Not far away, several shareholders in tailored suits were casting furtive glances in her direction. Colonel Rhodes' medals gleamed brilliantly under the lights, while Obadiah adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as a poisoned blade. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tony suddenly leaped onto the stage, the blue glow of the arc reactor on his chest pulsating brightly. "Today, we shall not discuss war, but rather the future." The holographic projections above shifted dramatically as Tony placed a walnut-sized bioenergy core into Xiaohi's palm, its metallic surface still warm from his touch. "Please welcome my chief energy consultant, Miss Xiaohi." As the hydraulic apparatus slowly lifted her, Xiaohi stepped onto the stage, her silver-gray gown sweeping the floor, illuminating the ground with ethereal blue energy trails. She embedded the core into the control panel, and as her fingertips grazed the touchscreen, the lights throughout the venue extinguished simultaneously. In the darkness, the energy core erupted with a radiant emerald glow. Hundreds of mechanical arms unfurled from either side of the stage, assembling into a medical pod powered by new energy, along with models of civilian aircraft. Suspended particles in the air traced out diagrams of energy cycles. This was a zero-pollution, renewable bioenergy matrix. Xiaohe's voice resonated through the soundwave dispersers, proclaiming its capability to power exosuits and illuminate streetlights in impoverished areas. The hushed whispers of the shareholders gradually transformed into astonished gasps. Colonel Rhodes was the first to applaud, his applause steady and robust, prompting the other shareholders to follow suit. Xiaohe caught a glimpse of Obadiah's knuckles turning pale as he maintained a facade of insincere laughter. That fleeting shadow of malice only revealed itself when their eyes locked, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue. As the clamor of the Tech Expo faded, Xiaohe's work routine grew increasingly regular. She consistently arrived at the office at dawn, her silver-gray computer screen reflecting her profile as she intently adjusted energy formulas. Occasionally, she would glance up to meet the gaze of a male colleague who had been surreptitiously watching her, resulting in a flustered response as he hastily looked down, spilling his coffee. Meanwhile, Tony's presence became ever more elusive. During holographic meetings, his projection often carried the scent of laboratory oil, with components of his armor floating and spinning in the background. However, beneath the surface of Stark Manor, turmoil brewed. Obadiah removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his fingers trembling over the iris scanner, the vice presidential privileges he had held for 2 decades now serving as a dagger to pierce through Tony's defenses. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow on Tony's sleeping face, with the blue light from the arc reactor flowing softly. Yet, Obadiah's breath quickened with urgency. It was time for the genius to taste the bitterness of downfall. The hydraulic pliers precisely embedded themselves at the edge of the reactor, and Obadiah, with gritted teeth, forcefully extracted the core. Tony jolted awake, agony radiating from his chest, curling into a fetal position as blinding white light burst before his eyes. Gazing at the retreating figure, who was laughing maniacally while clutching the reactor, Tony found himself too weak to even raise a hand, his consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer. Pepper rushed into the bedroom, instantly horrified by the chaos that lay before her. Tony struggled to move his lips, his voice barely a whisper. Jewelry box secret compartment. Pepper immediately understood, dashing to the closet to retrieve the jewel-encrusted box, trembling as she extracted the arc reactor, now fashioned as a decoration, hidden within the secret compartment. She leapt to the bedside, positioning the softly glowing energy device against the hollow in Tony's chest. "Hold on, Tony." The instant the metal clasp engaged, blue light reignited on Tony's pale face. He grasped Pepper's wrist, his gaze gradually clearing. Obadiah's weapon trade records are in his office. Pepper wiped the cold sweat from her brow, tucking the miniature camera into her suit pocket. "Wait for me." The Midnight Stark Tower loomed like a slumbering steel behemoth. Pepper tightened her black coat, halting before the fire door of the employee corridor. She retrieved the universal decoder she had pilfered from Tony's lab. The blue data stream racing across her retinas, recalling Tony's words that this device was more challenging to crack than Obadiah's corporate secrets, causing her fingers to tighten instinctively. The electronic lock emitted a soft click, and Pepper slipped into the silent corridor. The emergency lights elongated her shadow as she passed Obadiah's office. She heard a faint mechanical hum emanating from the ventilation ducts, drawing out a miniature soundwave disruptor from her file bag. A trinket Tony had casually created while fine-tuning energy equipment last week, it emitted frequencies inaudible to the human ear, successfully masking the infrared alarm behind the door. The instant the computer screen illuminated, the emblem of the 10 rings flickered in the hidden compartment. As Pepper's pupils abruptly constricted, she discovered within the encrypted file the alarming details of an arms deal between Stark Industries and the 10 rings. On the contract personally signed by Obadiah, it was noted that new missiles were to be exchanged for rare metals provided by a terrorist organization. More chillingly, the design schematics for the Ironmonger suit were synchronizing in the cloud, with a note stating, "Core energy ready." Suddenly, the sound of polished shoes echoed down the corridor. Pepper forcefully inserted the drive into the interface, cold sweat trickling down her lashes onto the keyboard. When Obadiah's voice rang out behind her, she shielded the folder against her chest, her fingers still poised over the keys. "You know, Tony always modifies the data at the last minute." She feigned calm as she turned, catching a glimpse of the transfer progress bar at 98 in the lower right corner of the screen. This child, still so worrisome. Obadiah feigned a shake of his head, yet his gaze behind the lenses was as predatory as a serpent, fixated on the flushed tips of Pepper's ears. Thank you, Pepper, for always cleaning up his messes over the years. As he stepped aside, the hem of his suit brushed against the table's edge, producing a barely perceptible sound. Pepper maintained a strained smile, each step of her heels on the carpet feeling like walking on the edge of a knife. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, she heard the resounding crash of documents falling, followed swiftly by Obadiah's suppressed roar. When the elevator descended to the third underground level, the entire building erupted with a deafening alarm, red emergency lights casting a flickering glow on her pale face. The blast door of the Secret Weapons Development Department thunderously swung open, and the ironmonger slowly rose amidst the steam. Obadiah violently shoved the stolen arc reactor into his chest, the mechanical joints emitting a whirring sound of hydraulic overload. He tore off his tie, and as the crimson suit's eyes ignited, the glass walls of the laboratory shattered in response. Pepper, did you think you could escape? A dark red silhouette streaked across the sky. Gripping the steering wheel, Pepper's palms were slick with cold sweat. In the rearview mirror, the massive foot of the ironmonger crushed a streetlight, and the plasma cannon fired, creating deep craters in the asphalt. She swerved sharply into an alley, only to be met with the blaring sound of the vehicle's communicator. The explosion behind her shattered the car windows, and the ironmonger's arms swept past, its alloy claws sparking against the vehicle's surface. In this life-or-death race, Pepper had no choice but to grit her teeth and floor the accelerator, praying to find support before being overtaken. The ironmonger's heavy mechanical foot came crashing down, reducing her vehicle to scrap metal. Obadiah ripped open the mangled door. Amidst the tearing metal, Pepper tumbled to the ground, her knees scraping against the asphalt, drawing blood. Just as the glowing red hand of the ironmonger was about to close around her, a burgundy figure hurtled through the air, propelled by a fierce wind. Siati grasped Pepper's waist and swiftly retreated, her 10-centimeter heels sparking against the ground. She casually pulled a scarf from around her neck to tie back her hair. Drawing out a short blade with a glinting edge from the lining of her trench coat, the metal shimmered coldly under the mech's spotlight. Darling, find a safe place to hide. Before her words could fully resonate, the enormous fist of the ironmonger came crashing down with a sonic boom. Siati leaped into the air, light as a red butterfly, soaring gracefully over the mech's shoulder. The short blade glided across the joint of the iron tyrant, surprisingly leaving a half-finger-deep mark on the alloy armor. Obadiah's roar erupted from the cockpit, as numerous missile launchers unfurled from the mech's back. Is this all you've got? Siahi licked her lips, her crimson nails sparking against the armor's surface. These iron behemoths are even more troublesome than the mechanized beasts of the Tang sect. I cannot engage in close combat, rendering my chi utterly ineffective. Alas, how I wish that bald-headed Gao Ning were here. She executed a series of backflips to evade the laser sweeps, thrusting her blade towards the hydraulic pipe of the mech's elbow, only to create a shower of sparks. The iron tyrant swung its arm back, and Siahi narrowly rolled along the ground, her hair lifting in the gust. Seeing Obadiah's twisted grin within the cockpit, she gritted her teeth. This metallic brute was impervious to her evasive maneuvers, her short blade barely scratching the surface of the armor, while a single blow from it could crater the ground. Siahi clumsily dodged another barrage from the iron tyrant, as the building behind her crumbled with a thunderous crash. Just as she caught her breath to evade once more, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a silver streak tore through the night. The Mark II armor deployed its retro thrusters, hovering midair, its core reactor illuminating Tony's teasing smile. Have I missed something spectacular? The metallic voice, laced with electricity, emanated from the suit's speakers as Tony executed a graceful arc in the air. To my surprise, my chief energy advisor is also a super soldier capable of facing off against mechs. He suddenly dove down, his palm cannon striking the iron tyrant's shoulder with precision, sending sparks flying onto Siahi's hair tips. Siahi tugged at her smoke-stained collar and looked up to meet that familiar gaze beneath the visor, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Stark, if you had arrived 5 minutes later, I would have been used as a human target by this iron monstrosity. She shook her numbed wrist, the short blade screeching against the ground. Is the rest up to my genius boss? Battling this thing is more arduous than deciphering your complex energy formulas. Obadiah, controlling the iron tyrant, let out a furious roar as the missile array on its back activated simultaneously. Yet, Tony remained unperturbed, deploying an energy shield and turning to Siahi with an arched brow. Find some cover. The upcoming fireworks display is not suitable for close viewing. Siahi nimbly leapt over the rubble, her hair still tinged with the residue of the explosion. She quickly spotted Pepper, curled beneath a fire escape, her pale face still reflecting the terror of the moment. My dear, survival is paramount. Siahi hoisted her onto her shoulder, stepping over twisted rebar, as the thunderous clash between the iron tyrant and the Mark II resonated behind her. Meanwhile, Tony piloted the Mark II, leaving a silver-blue trail in the sky as he deftly dodged the iron tyrant's plasma cannon. Old man, your stolen heart can't hold out much longer, can it? No sooner had he spoken than the Iron Tyrant's massive arm swept towards him, prompting the suit to activate its thrusters and descend vertically. Tony flipped the suit, targeting the mech's joints with a barrage of pulse rounds, sending metal fragments raining down. Obadiah, controlling the smoke-spewing Iron Tyrant, retaliated wildly. But the reactor overload caused his movements to slow increasingly. Tony seized the opportunity and dove down, unleashing the full force of his palm cannon upon the chest of the pilfered arc reactor. The device trembled violently under the intense light before erupting in a deafening explosion. The colossal figure of Ironmonger plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Chapter 24. Fury. My will is more resilient than you imagine. The battle-scarred Mark II hovered amidst the swirling smoke as Tony removed his helmet, wiping his face. A victorious smile gracing his lips. Activating the locator system, his armor surged forward, emitting a blue glow as it sped towards the hospital. Upon bursting through the emergency room doors, he stumbled upon Xia, he tending to Pepper's injured arm, the latter nearly spilling antiseptic in shock at the sight of his armored form. Two beautiful ladies, Tony remarked, shaking his transformed helmet. Shall we discuss the surprises my chief energy consultant has in store for me? Xia, he twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a soft laugh escaping her lips amidst the antiseptic scent that permeated the emergency room. What does the boss wish to know? Whether it's the blade that can slice through armor or a speed surpassing that of a bullet. She casually tore away a bloodstained scarf, revealing the faint red aura swirling around her wrist. Tony raised an eyebrow, casting aside the transformed helmet as the sound of metal clashing echoed sharply in the silent room. Of course, it's your extraordinary ability to engage in close combat with the armor while disdainfully avoiding physical contact. However, if you consider it a trade secret, that's nothing to be ashamed of. Leaning against the windowsill, Xia was bathed in a soft halo of moonlight. In the eastern lands, we refer to it as qi. It is the essence of life, the energy flowing through all things. Just as Taoists summon lightning through stargazing, monks attain enlightenment through meditation, and warriors cultivate their bodies with qi, akin to how your Western alchemists manipulate elements and magicians chant spells. It all revolves around the utilization of this energy. Her palm surged with energy, a vivid crimson flame igniting spontaneously, dancing at her pale fingertips like a living entity. Some wield it to kill, others to heal. The key lies in the wielder's intent. Pepper, clutching the bandages, trembled slightly. So, your qi can only unleash its true power through physical contact? Xia shrugged, as the flame dissipated, leaving intricate frost patterns on the metallic railing of the windowsill. That clump of iron possesses no life. It cannot touch Obadiah in the cockpit. My abilities would feel like striking cotton. If only I could reach him, he would likely be reduced to nothing. Tony stroked his chin, his gaze suddenly deepening with contemplation. He recalled the mysterious sorcerer he encountered in Wakanda, who, with a mere flick of his wand, could tear open rifts in the air, crackling with violet lightning. The crimson glow pulsating in Xia's palm resonated with that enigmatic power in a subtle, yet profound way. Tony pondered, curiosity igniting in his eyes. If your qi could fully manifest its power, what would the outcome be? Surely it cannot be limited to merely slicing through armor? Xia chuckled lightly. Leaning against the windowsill, the crimson aura entwining around her fingers transforming into ethereal roses that lingered in her hair. My innate ability, if revealed, might frighten you and stir desires within. She casually flicked her hair, and under the harsh fluorescent lights of the emergency room, the air shimmered with barely perceptible crimson ripples. As if even in stillness, her very presence could draw others in. If she were to be struck by my energy directly, she would intentionally stretch her tone, her eyes sparkling with playful mockery, and would uncontrollably succumb to desire until utterly exhausted. Is it truly that miraculous? Tony raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into his signature mischievous grin, as he thought, don't even dream about it. Suddenly, Pepper's face flushed crimson as she interjected, her fingers gripping the medical record so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Xia burst into laughter, the fiery energy in her palm coalescing into a heart shape. It's not like I'm asking you to try. Why are you blushing, Pepper? Are you afraid that someone might find it irresistible after trying? Pepper seized a pillow and threw it with force, but Xia deftly sidestepped. Tony observed the playful tussle between the two, the blue light of the reactor in his armor flickering slightly, compared to the newly discovered mysterious power. This unexpected conversation regarding energy seemed to intrigue him even more. Tony propped his chin on one hand, his gaze flitting between the fiery energy dancing at Xia's fingertips and the arc reactor in his chest. Honestly, is there any possibility for me to cultivate such energy? His eyes sparkled with fervor, as if he were already envisioning a blueprint combining his iron armor with this mysterious power. Xia stifled her laughter, the energy flickering out at her fingertips, her expression turning serious. Cultivation is not as simple as merely pressing a start button. She tapped her fingers lightly on the windowsill, causing fine cracks to appear on the metallic surface. It requires talent, effort, and time, none of which can be omitted. Even the rarest prodigy would need at least a decade or two of dedication to become a truly formidable being. She cast a glance at the cold metallic shell of the armor, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Boss, you can pilot the armor to soar through the skies. And you have an artificial intelligence like JARVIS. These abilities are unprecedented in the realm of extraordinary beings. Rather than delving into the esoteric arts of energy, it would be wiser for you to continue on your scientific path. After all, it is you, Tony Stark, who illuminates the world with the arc reactor. Tony's eyes brightened, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the damaged area of his armor. You're right. The path that suits oneself is indeed the true way. He suddenly straightened his posture, exaggerating a bow with one hand pressed to his chest, the metallic armor gleaming under the light. Behold, this is the epiphany of genius. What do you think? Should I call myself the Iron Man, the Armored Wonder, or the Stark God of War? Both Siahi and Pepper simultaneously rolled their eyes, with the latter unable to suppress a chuckle. You might as well just call yourself a narcissist. However, Siahi suddenly grasped Pepper's hand, her fingertips igniting a faint blush of energy as they brushed against her wrist. Ignore him, Pepper. I could take the time to teach you how to harness energy into your body, even if you don't develop extraordinary abilities. It can certainly strengthen your physique and prolong your life. Hey. Tony dramatically spread his arms to block their view, the joints of the armor emitting a mechanical hum. Who was it just now that was hiding clumsily under the armor? Now they've become good sisters? Poor boss. Left out like this? He feigned sorrow, shaking his head, but secretly activated JARVIS naming program. The name Iron Man does seem quite fitting with the arc reactor. The spotlight flickered wildly in front of Stark Tower as Tony loosened his tie and raised an eyebrow at the microphone, exclaiming, "Actually, I am Iron Man." The audience erupted in astonishment as he allowed the components of his armor to levitate and reassemble behind him, a defiant smile playing on his lips. This proclamation echoed like thunder, tearing asunder the very fabric of the superhero era. In the dead of night, moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the vast emptiness of the living room. Just as Tony had removed his armor, a gravelly male voice cut through the darkness. "I am Iron Man. Do you think you are the only one who is special?" Instantly, he whirled around, his palm cannon primed and ready, only to behold Nick Fury emerging from the shadows. A cigar clenched between his teeth and his singular eye glinting with cold intensity. "I'm not so naive," Tony retorted, taking a swig from a bottle of whiskey, the amber liquid trickling down his chin. "Magic, chi, and super soldiers capable of tearing apart armor. My recent life is far more thrilling than any science fiction film." He shot a sidelong glance at the unexpected guest, the metallic floor echoing under Fury's polished shoes. After a brief silence, Fury tossed a tablet onto the ground, which slid forth, emanating a blue light. On the screen, Summer appeared like a red butterfly flitting through the barrage of Ironmonger's artillery, the scarlet flames scorching the armor causing Tony's pupils to constrict. "Mr. Stark," Fury said, retracting the tablet into his suit pocket, his tone uncharacteristically softened. "I would appreciate a detailed account of this Miss Summer's unique abilities and the nature of your conversation." Tony scoffed, swirling his whiskey glass. "Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network has its blind spots. Unfortunately, our discussion involves my employee's personal secrets, and I have no interest in becoming a leaker." He drained the glass, the clinking of ice reverberating in the stillness of the room, just as Fury narrowed his eye, preparing to exert pressure. The sound of high heels echoed from the corridor. Summer leaned lazily against the doorframe, tendrils of scarlet chi swirling around her fingers, while Pepper Potts followed closely, clutching a folder with a vigilant expression. "To check on you at this hour?" "The director's dedication is truly commendable," Summer chuckled lightly, the crimson glow dissipating into her palm. "But there's nothing to hide, boss. If you want to say something, just say it." Tony raised an eyebrow at Summer, who winked back, a faint crimson halo shimmering amidst her hair. He traced the rim of his glass, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Did you hear that? The party in question doesn't mind. However, Fury, if you were to barge in like this again," he paused deliberately, as components of his armor floated up from the corner, reflecting a cold silver sheen in the light. Tony shrugged and began recounting the secrets of chi, the legacy of the Eastern mystics, and the unique abilities with an ease that belied the precision of his words, even detailing the form of the scarlet chi that Summer had demonstrated. Nick Fury's cigar slowly extinguished between his fingers, his singular eye fixated on Summer, as if attempting to see through her very essence. He prided himself on having witnessed the world's wonders, from Hydra's bioweapons to the enigmatic powers of the Tesseract. All secrets he knew well. Yet, the concept of chi he was now hearing completely shattered his understanding. "Such a legacy exists in the East," Fury murmured, his voice deep and resonant, as if it were being drawn from the depths of his chest. In his mind, fleeting images of unresolved cases from the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives flashed by, quaint towns that had mysteriously vanished, crowds spontaneously igniting, and supernatural energy fluctuations. Could all of this be connected to such an enigmatic force? And were there similar extraordinary beings hidden within the American landscape? Xiaohe observed Fury's fluctuating expression with keen interest, her fingers unconsciously twirling a lock of hair. Director, this world is far more captivating than what is recorded in your files. Her words jolted Fury back to reality, a sharp glint igniting in his eye as if he were already strategizing on how to harness this mysterious power for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dominion. Nick Fury removed his sunglasses, his lone eye gleaming with intensity. Miss Xiaohe, I would like to personally experience your extraordinary abilities. The atmosphere became palpable, and Pepper Potts gasped in surprise, while Xiaohe raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with astonishment. Director, this is not an experience to be taken lightly. My willpower is far more resilient than you might imagine. Fury adjusted his tie, his tone steady yet unable to conceal the curiosity lurking in his eyes. Xiaohe chuckled playfully, a crimson aura swirling at her fingertips. In that case, you might want to find a sturdy rope to secure yourself, for I cannot be held responsible for any mishaps. Tony Stark, with a sharp whistle, quickly retrieved climbing ropes from the workshop, deftly binding Fury to the leather chair. This is far more rudimentary than my designed restraint devices, he quipped as he worked, while Pepper, her face flushed, attempted to turn away but was halted by Xiaohe's firm grip on her shoulder. Don't leave, it's rare for the director to enjoy such special services. Xiaohe approached slowly, the crimson energy morphing into a gentle mist that enveloped Fury. She lightly tapped his shoulder, and the pink glow instantly penetrated his skin. In the blink of an eye, the composed Nick Fury felt his pupils constrict, a suppressed gasp escaping his throat. Veins bulged on his neck as he struggled, tearing the leather chair, his once stoic visage contorting into a visage of desire, his eyes fixated on Xiaohe as if he wished to devour her whole. Tony whistled again, pulling out his phone to record. Jarvis, archive the director's exclusive blackmail material. Xiaohe sidestepped as Fury lunged towards her, her fingertips gathering energy to gently touch his forehead. The crimson glow dissipated, and Fury slumped back in the chair, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. So, director, how was that? Care for another round? Chapter 25. Perona. Nick Fury loosened his collar, staggering out of Stark Tower. The night breeze swept over him, the damp shirt clinging to his back, the chill battling with the residual heat within. He pressed his hand to his throbbing temple, attempting to dispel the lingering crimson specter in his mind. The sound of the metallic door closing behind him made his nerves tighten suddenly. Agent Phil Coulson, seated in the driver's seat, caught a glimpse of his superior's contorted expression in the rearview mirror, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Director, you look rather flushed. Are you unwell? Fury's singular eye flashed with intensity, ready to retort, but a dryness in his throat halted him. Ultimately, he merely rasped, I'm fine. As the engine roared to life, Fury focused on the rapidly retreating neon lights outside the window, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Yet, thoughts of the crimson energy entwined around Xiaohe's fingers and the unseemly display of his own loss of control made his ears flush with heat. He suddenly straightened his body and pressed the communicator, immediately file all matters related to chi and magic, marking them as classified. Understood, came the voice of Phil Coulson, tinged with confusion, yet hesitant to inquire further. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation of all unresolved cases involving supernatural phenomena within the United States. Nick Fury rubbed his chin, his single eye gleaming with a dangerous light. Whether it be bizarre disappearances, abnormal energy fluctuations, or hallucinations recounted by witnesses, I want every detail uncovered. He paused, adding, remember, this matter is known only to you and me. The limousine turned a corner, vanishing into the vast night, leaving only the streetlights to elongate the neon sign of Stark Industries. Within the vehicle, Nick Fury observed the cold sweat in his palm, murmuring softly, interesting. It is becoming ever more intriguing. Inside Stark Tower, Summer twirled a strand of hair around her finger, raising an eyebrow at Tony, who leaned against his armor. Seriously, boss, are you not jesting about the recording? Nick Fury is not one to be trifled with. The repercussions from S.H.I.E.L.D. could be severe. Before she could finish her thought, Pepper Potts hurried over, her heels clicking rapidly against the floor. Tony, you cannot possibly be keeping such a thing. Peppered with a warning. Her voice conveyed the gravity of the situation. If S.H.I.E.L.D. learns you hold compromising information on the director, they might sabotage us elsewhere. Oh, come on, Potts. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, though the smirk on his lips was unmistakable. He snapped his fingers, and Jarvis instantly projected the recording into the air, showcasing Nick Fury struggling to break free from ropes in a rather undignified manner. I assure you, this precious footage will not reach any prying eyes besides my own for my nightly private viewing. Summer could not help but chuckle, the crimson flames of chi coalescing into a delicate butterfly at her fingertips. Aren't you worried that one day Fury will arrive with a team of agents to dismantle Stark Tower? Let them come, Tony retorted, eager to test the newly developed counter-tracking system. He winked, turning off the projection and wrapping his arm around Summer's shoulder, the metallic armor behind him gleaming coldly. I'm not a weapons dealer relying on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favor. Even if Fury seeks trouble, this pile of iron is not easily subdued. Upon noticing Pepper's still tense expression, he quickly added, however, for your sake, I might accidentally misplace the backup before he points a gun at me. Summer extinguished the butterfly of chi at her fingertips, dramatically covering her eyes. All right. As a single person, I simply cannot bear to witness your sweet interactions any longer. She waved her hand at Tony, turning as the hem of her trench coat swept across the ground. When Fury truly arrives with a gun, remember to send me a distress signal, provided J.A.R.V.I.S. doesn't turn them into charred remains first. Meanwhile, at Hell's Kitchen waterfront, the neon lights flickered at Valen's private dock. In the opulent office on the top floor, the surging Hudson River lay beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the crystal chandelier cast a cool glow over the Italian leather sofa. Perona floated in midair, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall, the skull adornments in her hair making delicate sounds as they swayed. Bored, she poked at the floating specter, surveying the walls lined with surveillance screens and the mahogany wine cabinet. Valen, this place is more extravagant than Lord Moria's cabin. Valen leaned against the obsidian desk, his deep green suit accentuating his formidable presence as he twirled a whiskey glass with his elongated fingers. In New York, spectacle equates to power. He glanced at the specter that had unexpectedly approached him, the ice clinking melodiously within the glass. Pray tell, what mischief does the Moonlight Pirates intend to orchestrate on land this time? Lord Moria has personally arrived in New York, exclaimed Perona, clapping her hands in excitement, while the specters behind her began to dance in an eerie rhythm. He requires an abundance of shadows to forge an unprecedented army of zombies. Having established roots here for so long, do you possess any clandestine methods? Valen drained his whiskey, the glass thudding heavily against the tabletop. My docs witnessed the comings and goings of hundreds daily. He accessed the surveillance footage, revealing dockworkers mingling with smugglers. Goldfinger commands the underground trade network, allowing him to arrange several disappearances with ease. He suddenly leaned in closer, an aura of intimidation causing Perona-esque specters to recoil slightly. But do remember, should you acquire any devil fruits or other treasures in the future, you must consider me. Perona giggled and deftly evaded as the specters swirled around her, forming a violet vortex. Agreed. Once the zombie army is formed, the nights in New York shall become far more intriguing. Valen swirled his glass, his gaze sharpening abruptly. Oh, exercise caution during your endeavors with Stark. That fellow has developed a formidable suit of armor, branding himself as Iron Man, and he has a penchant for meddling. Much to the chagrin of many. A mere ordinary man clad in iron. What tempest could he possibly conjure? Perona dismissed nonchalantly with a snap of her fingers, several specters instantly adopting combat stances. My negative specters can sap his will to fight in an instant. His pile of scrap metal will be rendered useless. Her skeletal hairpin glowed ominously. Once Lord Moria's army of zombies is established, New York shall have a new master. Valen finished the remnants of his drink and adjusted his deep green suit. In that case, I shall escort you to meet Goldfinger. You shall represent the Moonlight Pirates and discuss the matter of cooperation with him face to face. With my introduction, the proceedings shall be considerably smoother. Valen pushed open the intricately wrought iron door of his office, the damp sea breeze carrying the glow of neon lights into the room. Perona floated behind him, her skeletal adornment casting a peculiar shadow beneath the corridor's wall sconces. Along the way, the impeccably dressed guards nodded in acknowledgement, some respectfully addressing him as Mr. Valen. The sound of his polished shoes echoing against the marble floor, mingling with the fluttering of her ghostly wings. As they turned the final corner of the long corridor, a jarring sound of metal scraping against the floor abruptly pierced the air. John, a werewolf draped in silver-gray fur, hunched at the corner, his sharp claws sparking against the ground. Mr. Valen, he growled, his amber vertical pupils warily assessing Perona, with his canine teeth glinting coldly in the shadows. The devil fruit that Goldfinger had you consume last month was provided by her master, Moria. Valen raised a hand to silence John, a segment of pure gold cufflink slipping from the sleeve of his green suit, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Suddenly, with an eerie giggle, Perona circled behind John, her violet hair brushing against his wolf ears. John's fur bristled as he noticed several semi-transparent specters entangled around his tail. Impressive indeed, capable of transitioning seamlessly between human and wolf forms. With a sudden pivot, John sent a gust of wind that toppled a trash bin in the corner. He fixated on the hollow eye sockets of Perona's skull adornment, a low growl emanating from his throat. "Are you also a power wielder?" Perona snapped her fingers. And in an instant, dozens of ghostly duplicates erupted around her, each sticking out their tongues and making grotesque faces. "I am a paramecia-type ghost fruit user. Unlike your kind that can merely bite," she remarked. Before her words finished, the nearest specter had already passed through John's chest, causing his robust werewolf form to sway uncontrollably. A fleeting glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Trembling, John sank to one knee, a broken sob escaping his throat. "I am truly sorry for being human." His amber, slit-like pupils clouded over, and his sharp claws scraped the ground weakly, displacing stones that echoed his despondence. The guards instinctively took a step back, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Just 3 days prior, this werewolf had effortlessly torn apart 3 thugs daring to encroach upon his territory. Yet now he lay as limp as a dog stripped of its backbone. Perona Varong's voice dripped with an icy chill, her dark green suit shimmering with intricate patterns that responded to her mood. "We are here to negotiate, not to disrupt." "Ha ha ha. I'm merely testing a new toy," Perona retorted, her fingertips entwined with the specters, the skull ornament clattering as it moved. Her violet hair swayed without wind. "Lord Moria has never interfered with me." In a fit of defiance, she summoned 2 more specters that spiraled above John's head, prompting the werewolf to huddle defensively. Varong's temples throbbed, and just as he was about to speak, the intricately carved wooden door of the office exploded open. Jean Bing's massive form nearly blocked the entire frame. His deep purple suit stretched taut over bulging muscles, the wall behind him still marked by the imprint of his hand. "Varong, you've brought an intriguing guest," he said, his dark gaze sweeping over the chaos, ultimately resting on Perona. Perona lifted herself slightly, her toes barely above the ground, the specters around her coalescing into a bat silhouette. "I am here on behalf of my employer to discuss a lucrative business and shadow collection." The devil fruit that John had consumed was indeed provided by her employer. Varong interjected at the right moment, the metallic cufflinks on his shirt glistening under the light. Jean Bing's somber expression instantly transformed into a slick smile as he thumped his hefty palm onto John's back, causing the werewolf to stumble to his feet. In front of Mr. Varong's esteemed guest, "Shouldn't you perk up?" He stepped aside, his gaze drifting over the specters swirling around Perona. "If you can provide devil fruits, then you are a worthy partner. Shall we discuss this matter in detail indoors?" Inside the lavish office, the crystal chandelier bathed the Persian carpet in flowing gold. Jean Bing sank into the plush leather sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, his eyes fixed on the floating specters surrounding Perona. "So, how exactly do we collect shadows? Surely, you can't expect my men to catch people in broad daylight." "Ha ha ha. That requires Lord Moria's shadow fruit ability." Perona snapped her fingers, and the semi-transparent specters projected a phantasmagoric image. On a moonlit deck, a towering figure clad in a top hat waved a cloak, extracting the shadows from the fallen. As long as one approaches the target on a moonless night when the wind howls, Lord Moria can ensnare shadows within the shadow box and subsequently infuse them into corpses. She gesticulated excitedly, the skull adornments in her hair clinking together. The zombies infused with shadows not only possess immense strength, but can also move ceaselessly for 24 hours, fully obedient to their master's commands. Jean Bing slammed his hefty palm onto the coffee table, causing the ice in his whiskey glass to clink, narrowing his eyes. His plump cheeks contorted into a greedy smile. How intriguing. "So, as long as there are enough shadows, one could assemble an undying army?" "Precisely. Moreover, shadow zombies can inherit the combat skills and abilities of their original masters." Perona's violet hair flowed like a cascade, as phantoms around her formed a battle formation. The swordsman's shadow zombie wields swordsmanship, while the sniper's shadow zombie never misses. "Excellent. Remarkable." Jean Bing sprang to his feet, buttons from his suit flying off. He gazed out at the flickering neon lights of Hell's Kitchen, a low chuckle rumbling in his throat. This wretched place may lack many things, but it is certainly not short of reckless scum, preferably those skilled in combat. Perona suddenly leaned close, whispering in Jean Bing's ear. "Only zombies crafted this way can unleash their true combat potential." Jean Bing's smile turned cold as he grasped at the air with his thick fingers. "What a coincidence. I happen to know a few suitable candidates. The one who always wears a red mask, the night demon, possesses super strength and can fly. Jessica, and the elusive phantom thief kid. Their assembly, the Defenders Alliance, has thwarted my plans on numerous occasions." A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Let us turn their shadows into zombies. I eagerly anticipate the look on the Defenders Alliance's faces." Chapter 26. Chaos in Hell's Kitchen. In the inky blackness of the night, the night demon hurled the last gang member against a fire hydrant, the leather of his uniform rustling. He perked up his ears, keenly detecting the heavy footsteps echoing from the alley, an oppressive weight far exceeding that of any human. "Night Demon, we meet again." In a low growl, the werewolf John emerged from the shadows, stepping on shards of glass, his silver-gray fur glinting coldly in the moonlight. Towering over 2 meters, his sharp claws swiped effortlessly, leaving deep gashes in the wall. Perona perched on his broad shoulder, her violet hair cascading like a waterfall, the skull adornments rattling softly with her movements. The Night Demon's radar senses blared frantically. He tensed his muscles, but heard the girl's tinkling laughter from above. Hee, more agile than I imagined. A phantom darted from Perona's fingertips, brushing past his mask, sending a chill coursing through him. Jean Bing says you always foil his plans. Let me see if the Defenders Alliance truly has what it takes. John let out a deafening roar during their last encounter. He had single-handedly subdued the combined assault of the Night Demon and Jessica with the power of his devil fruit. Now, with Perona on his shoulder, he felt emboldened. He propelled himself off the ground with his hind legs, launching toward the Night Demon like a cannonball, his claws slicing through the air with a shriek. The Night Demon rolled to the side to evade, but John's tail struck him hard in the back, sending him crashing into a nearby dumpster like a severed kite. "Miss Perona, watch me take him down." John's crimson vertical pupils flashed with disdain as he turned to Perona perched on his shoulder, basking in his triumph. This time, no one would come to his rescue. With that, he swiped his paw to force back the Night Demon, whose attempts to rise were thwarted. His wolfish tail coiled around the adversary's ankle, leaving him alive to collect shadows. "Better to spare you the trouble." Perona swung her legs idly, poking John's wolf head with a hint of boredom. "Hurry up, after dealing with him. We need to find that flying woman." Matthew's cane was swatted away by John's mighty paw, the metallic shaft clattering against the wall with a jarring sound. He knelt on one knee, clutching his bleeding ribs. Although his heightened senses could anticipate attack trajectories, they were no match for the overwhelming strength of the werewolf. Perona giggled and snapped her fingers, sending a translucent wraith surging into his nostrils. "Taste this." In an instant, Matthew's fighting spirit ebbed like a receding tide. He gazed at the approaching claws, suddenly feeling that resistance was futile. He would lose sooner or later, so why struggle? John's robust wolf claw clasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly for a shake. "Miss Perona, this bat is yours to dispose of." Meanwhile, 6 blocks away on 7th Avenue, Jessica crumpled a beer can in one hand, the liquid dripping through her fingers. A group of men whistled and approached, but she scoffed, her iron fist grazing past the leader's ear, causing the streetlight to bend grotesquely. "Scram!" With her low growl, they scattered like frightened mice around the corner. As she turned into Sycamore Alley, the stench of rotting garbage was abruptly replaced by the acrid scent of beasts. Jessica abruptly looked up, colliding with John's massive werewolf form emerging from the shadows, with Perona swinging her legs on his shoulder, the skeletal hairpin glimmering under the moonlight. "Long time no see, flying girl." John licked his fangs, his claws scraping the ground and sparking. This time, no one would come to save you. Jessica tugged at her leather jacket collar, revealing the bruised collarbone, a remnant from their last encounter. "Do you have such a short memory?" she taunted, her voice echoing in the alley. "Need I remind you who scurried away last time? When the purple man fell to Kid's hands, you fled faster than a rabbit. What? Now that you've found a little girl to back you up, you think you can reclaim your pride?" Jessica's derision reverberated through the alley, while John's throat emitted a furious growl. As the werewolf's hind leg muscles tensed, poised to leap, Perona suddenly restrained his wolf head. The girl's purple hair flared wildly, her smile vanishing beneath the skeletal adornment. "Little girl, I will make you regret uttering those words." Jessica's pupils dilated. She had intended to provoke John into a rash assault, seeking an opening in his impulsive attack, but she underestimated the girl's fiery temperament. Before she could react, dozens of translucent specters penetrated her body, flooding her with an inexplicable sense of despondency. What is this bizarre feeling? Jessica's punch slowed involuntarily, and a sudden thought of surrender washed over her. The strength that once effortlessly overturned cars remained, yet her fighting spirit dissipated in an eerie manner. Seizing the opportunity, John lunged forward, his foul breath wafting over her face, sharp claws gripping her shoulder. Don't underestimate those with superhuman abilities. With a cold smirk, Perona snapped her fingers, causing a surge of phantoms to flood into Jessica's body. The warrior's robust form staggered twice before her knees crashed heavily to the ground. Negativity completely consumed her will to resist, and John's thick tail seized the opportunity to wrap around her waist, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. She was even more vulnerable than that masked man. Perona hovered before Jessica, the phantoms entwined at her fingertips playfully sticking out their tongues at Jessica. Next, it was time to seek out the magician-like thief for some amusement. Perona soared through the night sky of Hell's Kitchen for 3 hours, the throng of spirits scouring the entire block, even sending the sewer rats scurrying onto the streets in terror. How infuriating. Where had that trickster vanished to? She kicked a cluster of phantoms away in frustration. her purple hair disheveled like wild grass. "John, let us call it a night. If we keep searching, the dawn will break." The werewolf John shook off the gang member he had captured, watching as Perona, visibly irate, faded into the mist before turning his attention to a drunken man slumped against the corner. His wolfish claws tread through the chaos strewn about, his tail sweeping away graffiti proclaiming the supremacy of the defenders. A satisfied rumble escaped his throat. Without those three meddling, the efficiency of crime had at least tripled. As Jessica, bound by specially crafted ropes, was roughly shoved into a room, the familiar sound of metal clashing echoed through the dust that was stirred up. "Matt." She glimpsed a huddled figure in the corner, illuminated by a faint beam of light seeping through the door crack. Her guide, Kane Askew, beside him. "You were captured too?" Daredevil, groping to sit upright, had blood seeping through the bandages on his face. "What about you? A ghost that saps one's fighting spirit?" he inquired. "Is it not due to that ghostly girl?" Jessica tugged at the chains binding her wrists, the metallic clinking resonating painfully in the confined space. "What strange power is this, rendering one utterly demoralized? Kingpin must have some ulterior motive. He never leaves witnesses." Matt paused, straining to listen to the surroundings. "When John captured me, he mentioned collecting shadows alive. Perhaps it is related." "Shadows?" Jessica's voice dropped as her pupils contracted in shock. "How does one collect shadows? You can't take them away by severing flesh. Could it involve some sort of high-tech device?" Her voice trailed off, and the two fell into an uneasy silence. After a long moment, she murmured, "I hope Kid is still lurking in the shadows. He is our last hope." John's wolfish claws dug into the asphalt. The acrid scent of blood mingling with an odd sandalwood fragrance. Three ninjas clad in black combat gear were assailing his subordinates. One wielded a chain blade that whipped up a violent wind, causing the concrete wall to fracture spiderweb-like. "Do not let them escape. Capture them alive." The werewolf roared as he lunged into the fray, his claws striking precisely at the joints of the ninjas. The dull sound of dislocated bones merging with their muffled groans to form a bizarre symphony. When the last ninja was ensnared by John's tail, pinned against the wall, the moonlight revealed the faint imprint of 5 fingers on the opponent's garb. It was the mark of the hand. John gasped for breath as he tightened his grip on the tail, preventing the struggling ninja from biting his tongue in a desperate attempt to end his life. It suddenly dawned on him that this group of ninjas was unlike any adversaries he had faced before. Their strikes were both ruthless and precise. Each blow aimed at vital points, each one akin to a death warrior, attempting suicide even in their dying moments. Meanwhile, Lady Gao reclined in a golden-hued Namu armchair, her slender fingers stroking an emerald ring. On the surveillance screen, the night of Hell's Kitchen was shattered by crimson missing person markers. Upon witnessing the latest footage of Werewolf John dragging away his prized pupil, her pupils constricted to pinpoints. The instant the call connected, Jean Bing's deep laughter emanated from the receiver. "Lady Gao, calling at such a late hour. Are we to discuss collaboration? My 20 ninjas have vanished without a trace in the past 3 days." Lady Gao slammed her teacup onto the sandalwood table, scalding tea splattering across the mandala-embroidered tablecloth. "While your subordinates, John, are brazenly capturing people on my territory. A misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding." Jean Bing's voice suddenly rose, the sound of heavy objects shattering resonating in the background. "My casino was raided last night, and 3 dealers were abducted by unknown assailants. I suspect the Hand Association is behind it." Lady Gao curled the corners of her mouth into a cold smile, a thread of dark purple energy coalescing at her fingertips. "Jean Bing, Hell's Kitchen cannot accommodate 2 sons. Should I discover your covetous intentions?" The call was abruptly terminated. Lady Gao stared at her phone screen, the emerald ring in her palm emitting faint cracking sounds. Outside, phantoms drifted silently through the night. A reconnaissance clone developed by Perona, now relaying this conversation verbatim back to Jean Bing's underground fortress. Beneath the crimson lights of the fortress, Jean Bing's corpulent form was ensconced in an ornate throne, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Perona hovered in midair, surrounded by phantoms projecting Lady Gao's conversation onto the wall. Valen leaned on his cane, the silver serpent-shaped ornament glinting coldly. "Mr. Jean Bing, the ninjas of the Hand Association are not to be underestimated. Should we consider?" "Mr. Valen, Lady Gao cannot even safeguard her own territory, and yet she dares to oppose me?" Jean Bing suddenly crushed the crystal glass beside him, shards embedding into his palm unnoticed. "Her ninjas are merely a troop of foolish jesters." A cold smirk spread across his plump cheeks. The real headache lay with those Russian madmen wielding rocket launchers. "Russians?" Perona's eyes sparkled, her skull hairpiece jingling, her purple hair billowing without wind. "With the fighting spirit of the warlike nation as material, the zombies we create will surely sweep the entire street. Hee. I shall take John to meet them tomorrow." Jean Bing watched with satisfaction as the girl reveled in excitement, then turned to Valen. "Mr. Valen, send a Fu and target I out as well. Every gang in Hell's Kitchen Every formidable character, bring them back to me. He licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. With the firepower of the Russian mafia, the combat skills of the Hand Association, and the superpowers of the Defenders League, our zombie legion will take form. And all of New York shall tremble beneath our feet. The next day, Gene Bing's encrypted phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the screen. The corners of his thick lips curling into a sinister smirk. The Russians had gathered at the docks in Queens, and John had already engaged them. Valen caressed the gem-encrusted cane, the serpentine head slowly turning between his fingers. It seems they can hardly wait to become test subjects. Should we activate the contingency plan? No need, Mr. Valen. Gene casually tossed his phone onto the table, the shattered screen reflecting his menacing visage, a gift they had delivered to themselves. Inform Aftu and the marksman to proceed as originally planned tonight. I intend to transform the entire dock into a hunting ground for shadows. Perona cackled as she unleashed her ghostly chains. Finally, the moment has arrived. Her violet hair cascaded like a waterfall, swirling with the ghosts as she charged towards the docks, leaving Jin's deep laughter echoing through the underground fortress. Chapter 27. The Punisher and Luke Kaichi, the briny sea breeze, laden with gunpowder, rushed towards Perona as she navigated the rusted cranes of the docks, her purple hair fluttering in the night wind. The sight before her elicited a fit of giggles. The werewolf John was encircled by more than 20 burly Russians armed with guns and machetes. Bullets ricocheted off his fur-covered chest, igniting sparks. Yet all he offered in return was an impatient growl. Hey, John, take this seriously. Perona hovered in midair, her skeletal hair accessories jingling as she moved. She observed several tattooed men attempting to grasp John's wolf leg, trying to slice through his joints with daggers, and even after being flung against a container, they quickly scrambled back to continue the fight, their eyes ablaze with a frenzied spirit. Truly, they were a battle-hardened people. Perona licked her lips, her fingertips gathering a whirlpool of ghostly purple energy. Just then, John turned his head, a flicker of urgency in his wolfish eyes. In his attempt to capture a live prey, he had consciously sheathed his claws, yet his shoulder bore the charred wound from a flamethrower. Negative ghosts. With a sharp snap of her fingers, hundreds of translucent apparitions surged across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Russians, who were in the midst of reloading, suddenly froze, their hands gripping machetes slowly descending. The fervor in their eyes was replaced by terror and despair. Some slumped to the ground while others began to mutter incoherently. Even the burly man who had attempted to bite off John's tail was now curled up, clutching his head. Seizing the moment, John swung his wolf tail, sending several gang members flying. He shook off the shell casings from his body, panting as he complained, "Had you come any later, I would have been driven mad by this bunch of lunatics. He. Now they all belong to me." Perona floated before a heavily tattooed man, her ghostly chains wrapping around his ankles. These shadows could very well give Mariah's subordinates a run for their money. Just as Perona was about to command the ghosts to bind the Russians, a sharp whistling filled the air. Her pupils constricted, her violet hair erupted in a frenzy, and she shot upwards like a specter. In the next instant, a rocket struck the very spot she had just vacated, an orange-red fireball soaring into the sky, twisting the containers behind her into mangled scrap. The scorching wave lifted the hem of her skirt, and her skeletal hair accessories clinked violently. Who dares to ambush me? Perona hovered in midair, her surrounding ghosts swirling in a manic frenzy, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous purple light. In the shadows, the Punisher, Frank Castle, emerged from behind a damaged cargo container, his tactical vest brimming with ammunition, a rifle slung across his chest, and a rocket launcher still emitting wisps of smoke. He narrowed his bloodshot eyes, peering through night vision goggles at the ethereal figures of Perona's phantoms suspended in midair. Their eerie ability to shatter wills reminiscent of the chemical weapons he had encountered in Afghanistan. Such monstrosities deserved to descend into hell. Frank ripped off the night vision goggles, revealing the grotesque scars etched across his face. As Perona commanded her spectral horde to charge, he decisively pulled the trigger, bullets piercing the cores of two phantoms with precision. Seizing the moment of the girl's frantic evasion, he unleashed the final 3 rockets in a fan-shaped arc, the ensuing explosion cloaking half the dock in a thick cloud of smoke. "John, capture him." Perona stamped her foot in frustration, as hundreds of phantoms surged like a black tide into the smoke. The werewolf John had already caught the scent of human blood. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he lunged into the haze like a bolt of dark lightning. Frank swiftly hurled the empty rocket launcher at the wolf's face, and as John instinctively turned his head, he cast a barbed rope, ensnaring its neck. "Come on, beast," Frank bellowed, fastening the rope to a crane's steel cable. The moment he activated the switch, John's massive form was lifted off the ground. Yet, with a single bite, the werewolf severed the cable. Frank rolled away just in time, firing 6 shots into John's abdomen. The bullets merely left shallow dents in the thick fur, not even breaking the skin. "Retreat." Frank hurled a Molotov cocktail to the ground, a wall of flames briefly halting his pursuers as he vaulted over the dock's railing. He caught one last glimpse of Perona commanding the phantoms to coalesce into a colossal skull, within its hollow eye sockets flickering two clusters of vengeful azure flames. The neon lights of Harlem twisted into blood-red splotches under the torrential rain, as the leech, clutching a golden handgun, trembled uncontrollably. He watched as AFO's vibranium baton reduced his last 3 bodyguards' weapons to scrap metal, the cold gleam of the baton reflecting the sinister smile at the corner of his opponent's mouth. Outsider, do you know whose territory this is? The leech pulled the trigger, but the bullet veered inexplicably, embedding itself into the brick wall behind him as it grazed AFO's clothing. With a deft leap, AFO soared into the air, his vibranium baton slicing through the air, striking the leech's wrist with surgical precision. The sound of shattering bone mingled with the gang leader's agonized cries as he crumpled amidst shards of glass, helplessly watching his men being dragged away like sacks of grain. AFO hoisted the last captive over his shoulder, swiftly retreating with his target through the slick alley. The pooling water reflected their vigilant silhouettes, unaware that hidden eyes were fixated upon them. Luke Cage pressed closely against the damp wall, rain cascading down his taut muscles, his gaze fixed on the gang members being dragged by iron chains. Suddenly, AFO's vibranium baton swept violently towards the shadow on the right. The sound of metal slicing through the air forced Luke to roll aside, his soaked vest sparking against the rough ground. "Show yourself, you coward," AFO sneered, his twin batons humming as they crossed. Luke slowly rose, raindrops cascading from his jawline, splattering against his chest. "Where are you taking these people?" As the words fell from his lips, the triangular dagger whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the wall with a piercing screech. Seizing the moment, Afu lunged forward, his vibranium baton slicing through the air with thunderous intent, aimed at his opponent's neck, only to erupt in blinding sparks upon contact with skin. "What sorcery is this?" The exclamation of the target was drowned out by the clamor of metal colliding. Afu's second strike, infused with the unique tremor of vibranium, struck Luke's shoulder, forcing him back a mere half-step. The moment Luke grasped the baton, Afu distinctly heard the explosive crack of his knuckles, as Luke's muscular arm tightened around the weapon like a hydraulic clamp. The torrential downpour could not extinguish the palpable tension in the air. The target flung the dagger, only for the blade to crumple into scrap metal upon impact with Luke's back. Afu swiftly retracted his baton, leveraging his momentum to perform a spinning sweep. The collision of vibranium and steel sending a resonant roar that made the glass fade tremble. Instead of retreating, Luke advanced, delivering a powerful direct punch to Afu's face, the force of the blow knocking the target to the ground. Afu, in a desperate scramble, slid along the wall for several meters, the fabric of his shoulder tearing under the force of the punch, bruises blossoming on his neck. He muttered a curse, launching a vibranium baton towards the target, the metallic whistle carrying a warning. "Use this. Your pathetic tools are scarcely sufficient for a scratch." The target deftly caught the baton, fingers gripping the non-slip grooves tightly. The two men flanked Luke, their silhouettes weaving through the rain, the vibranium batons slicing through the air with lethal glimmers. Aimed at his throat and knees, the baton struck Luke's chest with a resounding clang, causing Afu's eardrums to throb, yet the muscular figure remained unfazed. Quite intriguing. Luke crossed his arms to deflect the target's horizontal strike, sparks flying from the collision of skin and vibranium. He spun violently, delivering a whip-like kick aimed at Afu's waist, who narrowly dodged in a roll, the baton barely grazing Luke's calf, igniting a shower of sparks on the metal surface. Seizing the opportunity, the target leaped, bringing the baton down from above, only for Luke to catch it barehanded, the veins on his arm bulging as he forcefully pressed it down toward the ground. The torrential rain washed over the chaotic alley, shattered glass and deformed metal fragments littering the ground. Afu and the target, drawing upon years of combat experience, danced around each other, their batons striking like venomous snakes aiming for joint vulnerabilities. Yet, every blow powerful enough to shatter concrete met Luke's body as if striking an armored vehicle, producing only a thunderous resonance, leaving no mark behind. Luke unleashed a direct punch that toppled a nearby trash can. Both Afu and the target raised their batons in defense simultaneously, the overwhelming force of the impact carving deep grooves into the ground beneath their feet, their numbed arms struggling to maintain their grip on the weapons. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes at this man. A veritable fortress of sinew and bone, impervious and unyielding. Even the indomitable vibranium barely held its ground against him. Rainwater pooled into a dark crimson stream on the battleground where the three fought, the heavy breaths of Afu and the target mingling with the clashing of vibranium. Growing increasingly labored, out of the corner of his eye, the target noticed several of his subordinates standing frozen at the alley's entrance, as if nailed to the spot, fixated on this extraordinary clash. Enraged, he bellowed, "Fools! Why aren't you calling for reinforcements? Get John over here immediately." As the roar of battle subsided, Luke's muscles suddenly tensed, and with a powerful straight punch, he struck towards the target's face. The sound of the vibrating short rod clashing against him reverberated like thunder, and a fierce gust of wind surged forth, toppling two henchmen nearby. Seizing the moment, Afu launched a swift attack from the side, but Luke deftly caught the short rod in a reverse grip. The harsh friction between metal and skin produced a piercing shriek that echoed in the air, causing Afu's hand to split open, blood seeping forth. "None of you shall escape." Luke's voice rumbled like a heavy hammer as he swept his leg, sending a fire hydrant flying at the mouth of the alley. The target rolled to evade the assault, but was grazed by a metal box that tore into his shoulder, blood oozing from the wound. He had never felt so disheveled, his hand clutching the rod trembling slightly, his gaze fixed on the advancing iron figure. Afu wiped the rain and blood from his face, positioning himself back-to-back with the target in a defensive stance. The faint sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoed in the distance, yet with every passing second, they bore another bruise. Luke's fist struck like a battering ram, each impact nearly rendering their arms numb, while their counterattacks merely produced a sound akin to scratching an itch. "Where's John?" The target seethed, gritting his teeth as he saw another heavy punch from Luke approaching, forcing him to raise his short rod in futile defense. Amid the distorted metallic hum, he realized he had never faced such a formidable foe. This monster, relying solely on flesh and blood, could drive even the most elite assassin to despair. Luke's knee pressed heavily against Afu's back, the vibrating short rod creaking under his single-handed grip. The target collapsed into a puddle 3 meters away, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet he cursed vehemently, "If you dare, kill me now. The law will judge you." Luke tore off Afu's tie, binding his hands behind his back, and effortlessly drew another vibrating short rod from his waist. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed as he weighed the cool, heavy weapons in his hands, their surfaces gleaming with an unusual metallic luster, clearly not made from ordinary materials. After a moment of contemplation, he secured both rods into his tactical belt, the sound of metal scraping against the ground piercing the silence of the alley. The henchmen, who had once stood frozen, now lay scattered like leaves in autumn, all knocked unconscious amidst the chaos. What does Kim want with these people? Luke gripped the target by the collar, pinning him against the damp brick wall. But the target suddenly laughed, blood spattering across Luke's face. "Don't waste your effort. With the power behind us, we can walk out of the police station in broad daylight within 3 hours." Beside him, Afu strained to lift his head, his eyes glinting with malice. "You might capture us today, but you'll regret it tomorrow." The distant wailing of police sirens grew ever closer, their red and blue lights flickering through the rain. Luke released his grip on the target, who slumped to the ground. He wiped the rain from his face, glanced at the unconscious bodies strewn about, and turned to flee down the alley. The damp ground bore the fading imprints of his footsteps, the vibrating short rods at his waist clinking softly with each movement. As the first police car screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance, armed officers swiftly raised their weapons, encircling the scene with their guns aimed at the gang members sprawled across the ground, despite their unconscious state. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, they commanded, "Don't move. Hands on your head." Once assured of their incapacity to resist, the officers advanced rapidly, securing cold handcuffs around their wrists before dragging them one by one into the police vehicle. Chapter 28. Moonlight Moria Werewolf John crouched at the slick edge of the rooftop, his silvery gray fur bristling in the torrential rain, amber eyes reflecting the red and blue flickering lights below. The moment Fu and Target I were handcuffed and ushered into the police car, he pressed down on his Bluetooth earpiece, his deep voice enveloped in a crackling static. "Boss, the police have taken control of the scene. Fu and Target I have been apprehended. Should we take action?" A sudden explosion of thunderous anger erupted from the other end of the line. "A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a few lowly gang members." The receiver buzzed from the force of his voice, and after a few seconds, a heavy panting broke through. Eventually, he suppressed his fury and inquired, "What about that hardened monster? Where is he?" John surveyed the twisted metal debris and chaotic footprints scattered across the ground, emitting a dissatisfied growl. "By the time I arrived, there was no trace of him in the alley. He had clearly fled before the police arrived, leaving behind this bunch of inept fools waiting to be caught." Silence lingered for half a minute, interrupted only by the sound of the boss lighting a cigar. "Do not act under the police's noses. Our plan must remain concealed." His tone was as cold as steel. "I will leverage all connections to extract him before dawn." John sharpened his claws, etching 5 deep marks into the concrete edge. "What shall we do with that steel-skinned fellow? From this day forth, his whereabouts must be constantly monitored." The boss's voice crackled with an icy current. "Harlem does not require a second guardian. Once we find him, he must vanish completely." In A.U.S. military base on the outskirts of New York, an oil lamp flickered within a sandbag shelter. Private Tom clutched a rusted aluminum tray, listening to the howling wind and sand outside the tent, lowering his voice. Have you heard about the missing convoy? Last week, 3 more bodies disappeared during transport. The cooler's lock was intact, as if they were spirited away by a ghost. Sergeant Jack spat out a tobacco residue, his camouflaged uniform still marked with mud from 3 days prior while on patrol. Those medical staff are even stranger. They claim the lights in the autopsy room turn on by themselves at midnight, and the specimens in the formaldehyde pool change positions. Suddenly, the canvas tent was flung open. The cold night, air swirling in with the dust. Corporal Emily burst in, clutching an M4 rifle. Her tactical vest still adorned with unspent magazines. Have you heard about Captain Rebecca? Her Adam's apple bobbed as she spoke. Last night, she was in the shower. Wait. The West Point graduate Iron Lady? Tom nearly toppled his tray, astonished. Wasn't she the most skeptical of all? Emily licked her chapped lips, her gaze sweeping across the 6 pairs of eyes fixated on her within the tent. Yesterday evening, she went to the bathhouse alone, and suddenly, the lights in the shower went out. When the emergency light flickered to life, she discovered a series of handprints, laden with sand, upon her chest, with decaying flesh crumbling from beneath her nails. Yet, at that moment, she was utterly alone in the bathhouse. The tent fell into an ominous silence, broken only by sporadic gunfire echoing in the distance. Jack retrieved his cherished flask of whiskey, only to find his hands trembling. Just last week during the night shift, he had witnessed a fleeting white shadow pass by the mortuary window. Initially dismissing it as a mere hallucination, he now felt a surge of dread. Enough of this. The tent flap was thrust open once more, casting a tall shadow over the gathered soldiers. Colonel Miller's combat boots crunched over the gravel, his steely gaze sweeping over each man, the metals on his bulletproof vest glinting coldly. I refuse to entertain any more of this disheartening nonsense. The theft of corpses is a logistical failure. The so-called specters are merely figments of your fear. From this moment forth, anyone caught spreading rumors will face martial law. As he turned, the hem of his camouflage uniform brushed against the aluminum plate Tom had left atop the crate, the sharp clatter resonating in the suddenly hushed tent. Not far from the base, an abandoned fortress loomed in the twilight, resembling a slumbering beast. Its rusted concrete walls were entangled with creeping vines, while a shattered watchtower leaned precariously towards the sky. Once a military stronghold, it had now transformed into a sinister laboratory, twisted pipes snaking through the walls, an eerie luminescence seeping from the cracks, accompanied by a disquieting low hum. Deep within the fortress, the pungent stench of decaying flesh mingled with chemical agents was nauseating. Mariah, a colossal figure, leaned against a rusted metal frame, his deep purple cloak dragging through the viscous ground, obscuring the mangled remains of dozens of assembled zombies beneath him. Moonlight filtered through the fractured dome, casting mottled shadows across his ashen visage, with the grotesque horns arching menacingly from either side of his head. A sinister grin perpetually etched upon his lips. Ha! Absalom, how fares the collection of corpses? Mariah's booming laughter reverberated through the steel structure, causing the suspended experimental apparatus above to clink ominously. He carelessly grasped the arm of a nearby zombie, the putrid muscle tissue emitting a repulsive squelch between his fingers. Absalom strode in with purpose, his face resembling a fierce leopard, sharp fangs protruding from his maw, eyes ablaze with an uncanny red glow. The metallic patterns of his mechanical limbs crisscrossing his visage. His long hair was haphazardly tied back, his black leather attire stained with dirt and blood, and a massive serrated knife slung across his back. Trailing behind him was a throng of shambling zombies, their eyes glimmering with an eerie blue hue, their bodies still marked by the soot and grime of battle. Lord Mariah, day and night, I have gathered these corpses, scavenged from the battlefield, and pilfered from graveyards. Altogether, we have finally amassed over 1,000. Mariah sprang to his feet, a gust of rancid air following in his wake, the metal platform beneath him groaning under the strain. The devilish horn scraped against the overhead pipes, igniting a shower of sparks. Deliver the corpses to Hogabach. Let him transform them with full force. I shall personally journey to New York and retrieve every shadow from Perona's grasp. When I return, this American base and the entirety of New York shall become my kingdom of the undead. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter reverberated through the walls, sending dust cascading down. The zombies turned their necks in unison, their hollow gazes fixated on their master, who strode away with glimmering horns that reflected a chilling light. Moria's massive form nearly obstructed the entrance of the fortress, his demonic horns casting a vast shadow under the moonlight. Severus Snape stood cloaked in shadow, his wand emanating a faint azure glow. As Moria stepped out of the cave, a respectful smile graced Snape's pale face, and he inclined slightly, saying, "My Lord Moria, I have awaited your arrival." Ha ha ha. Snape, it has been quite some time. Moria's laughter startled the crows resting on the crumbling walls. He casually brushed aside the withered vines entangled in his cloak. Tell me, What recent stirrings have there been in the magical realm? Snape's wand rapped against the ground, and the debris formed a neat magical circle. A mysterious organization is gathering ancient magical artifacts across various locales, attempting to unravel the seals of forbidden powers. He paused, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes beneath the hood. It is rumored that these forces possess the ability to reshape the very rules of the world. Intriguing. Moria's thick hand struck the rock wall, causing concrete to shatter violently. Once I unleash my zombie army upon New York, I shall see what waves this so-called forbidden power can stir. Snape ceased his discourse, his wand tracing a silvery arc in the air as ancient incantations rolled off his tongue. Moria, still enveloped in laughter, did not notice as the surrounding air warped into a vortex, a viscous darkness consuming both men instantaneously. When the light of Snape's apparition spell dissipated, Moria's colossal figure materialized in the depths of the Hell's Kitchen basement, the entire space seemingly engulfed by shadows. Jean tightened his grip on the cigar, which exploded in his iron-like grasp, dark brown tobacco and sparks cascading onto his tailored suit. Before him stood a creature with skin the color of slate and demonic horns atop its head, juxtaposed against the flying black robes of the wizard. Snape's graceful yet cold motion of retracting his wand contrasted sharply with Moria's sweeping cloak, which caused the heavy metal floor to groan under its weight. For the first time in his life, Jean felt an oppressive force beyond comprehension in his own territory. The fragmented rumors of magic and supernatural powers now stood vividly before him. "My Lord Moria." A bright cheer shattered the stillness. Perona, clad in a black dress that fluttered like a butterfly, descended rapidly with dozens of mini-ghosts swirling around Moria. Her purple pigtails brushed against the currents stirred by his cloak. "During this time, I have captured many formidable beings. There are soldiers skilled in various weapons, elusive ninjas, and even a woman with superhuman strength who can bend steel pipes with her bare hands." Her eyes sparkled, and the skull adornments on her skirt swayed with her movements. "Once you extract their shadows, our zombie army will surely be unstoppable. Ha ha ha. Truly my Perona." Moria extended his wrinkled giant hand, surprisingly gentle as it grazed the top of the girl's head. The demonic horns quivered with his laughter. "Once I infuse those shadows into corpses, this city shall have a new master." Jean took a deep breath, swiftly regaining his composure. He stepped forward slightly, his broad back bending in a manner that starkly contrasted with his usual fierce persona, displaying a rare humility. "Lord Moria, please this way." The vault housing the target had undergone special modifications, impervious even to ultraviolet rays. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Moria to discern the intricate web of crime depicted on the walls, marked with numerous red dots indicating arms caches, underground casinos, and the secrets of politicians. "Should you wish to expand your influence, my intelligence network can provide detailed blueprints of every building in New York. In the future, should your organization require assistance, I am willing to cooperate wholeheartedly." Moria's laughter reverberated, causing the metallic chandelier in the dim chamber to sway slightly as he surveyed Jean Bin's taut visage from his elevated position. "Though Varon is greedy, he possesses an astute eye. The devilish horns cast sharp shadows under the dim light. If you perform well, you might secure a position within the 10th Order." Jean Bin's throat tightened, his palm discreetly clenching beneath his suit. As the underground emperor of Hell's Kitchen, he seldom displayed such caution. "It is my honor to earn your recognition. However, that position within the 10th Order is a behemoth comprised of 10 formidable factions." Moria casually grasped a mechanical skeleton nearby, his robust fingers crushing the steel joints. Ascending from the 10th to the 1st Order signifies a transformation in power and authority. Varon's Black Hand is merely a newly emerged faction at the 10th Order, while I, his lips curled into a sinister grin, am the captain of the 8th Order, the Moonlight Pirates. Snape remained silently ensconced in the shadows, his dark robe stirring slightly as the tip of his wand glimmered with a cold light. Moria glanced towards him, his tone unexpectedly imbued with approval. "The one who brought me here, Snape, belongs to the 7th Order. He not only masters high-level magic such as spatial teleportation, but is also a leading expert in the field of potion making." Jean Bin's back broke out in a cold sweat, the image of the spatial rift conjured by the transfiguration spell swirling in his mind. He had prided himself on controlling the darkest underground veins of New York, only to realize he was but an insignificant insect beneath a colossal entity. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Orders, he struggled to articulate. Moria suddenly fell silent, a rare gravity passing over his ashen countenance. The demonic horns above ceased their swaying, leaving only the hum of ventilation in the chamber. After a prolonged pause, he rasped, "That is an existence even I dare not fathom. All I can tell you is that the 4th and 5th Orders are comparable to deities. They could distort the very rules of the world with a mere stomp of their feet." He fixated on Jean Bin's suddenly pallid face and then erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do not wear such an expression. As long as you cling tightly to the leg of the 10th Order, You too can partake in a bounty that transcends mortality. Chapter 29. The army of zombies. Gene Bin's throat convulsed violently once more, his rigid mouth twisting into a sycophantic curve. Rest assured, Lord Moria, I, Gene Bin, am willing to go through fire and water for the 10th Order, he exclaimed excitedly, the silver cufflinks of his suit glinting coldly in the light. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have prepared a token of our meeting. The secret door slowly creaked open with the sound of turning gears, a wave of bloody scent mingled with the tang of rust assaulting the senses. Deep within the chamber, hundreds of prisoners were chained, pinned within an energy field crackling with eerie blue arcs. Clad in black garb, the ninja futilely tugged at a chain, while a robust Russian man bellowed in his native tongue. Among the crowd, Matt, wrapped in bandages, and Jessica, her body taut, leaned against a corner wall back to back. Moria, draped in a ghostly robe, entered the cell, his demonic horns refracting a strange halo in the cerulean glow of the energy field. A grin spread across his face, black mist seeping between his fangs, as he thrust his right hand forward, claws extending like talons, shadows thick as tar swirling at his fingertips. Behold, the power of my shadow fruit. The claws cut through the void with a piercing shriek, and before the Russian could react, the shadow beneath him writhed as if alive. Moria's form flickered, his claws precisely slicing into the ground, and the man's shadow was wholly peeled away, twisting in midair into an outline identical to his form but hollow. A mere silhouette of darkness. The man, now devoid of his shadow, rolled his eyes back and collapsed, his skin turning ashen and fragile, as though a mere touch would shatter him. The ninjas widened their eyes, their throwing stars clattering to the ground. Jessica instinctively tightened her grip on the chain, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Matt, though blindfolded, keenly heard the sound of the shadow being torn away, his pupils contracting sharply. This is impossible. A trembling whisper escaped someone's lips. Moria advanced towards the other prisoners, his hand shrouded in ominous black mist, as more shadows began to rise from the ground. The fear of mortals is the sustenance of my power. Remember, without your shadows, you will turn to ash under the sun. The shadows surged like a tide over the prison cell, and the realization dawned upon them that they faced not merely a man but a demon capable of seizing their shadows, employing methods beyond reason to drag them into an abyss from which there was no return. Gene fixated on the black mist entwined around Moria's fingertips, his throat involuntarily shifting. As yet another Russian man crumpled to the ground, his shadowless form twitching amidst the ghostly blue arcs of electricity. Gene felt a searing flame of desire for power ignite within him, an almost obsessive yearning. The devil fruit. He glanced at John beside him, the latter's canine ears twitching slightly, his wolf tail flicking restlessly. This loyal subordinate, a user of the dog fruit in its wolf form, had long been aware of the fruit's potential. Now, ambition surged within him. If he could possess such power, the entire underworld of New York would bow at his feet. Matt acutely sensed Jessica's heartbeat quickening with anxiety. Despite his bandaged eyes, he could perceive the thickening shadows creeping towards them in the cell. Jessica's breaths came in rapid bursts, the metal chains groaning under the weight of her grip. At worst, we can just hide in Harper's Tavern during the daytime. Those drunks won't care if the sun is shining overhead. She attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere, her voice trembling uncontrollably. As long as Kid remained unapprehended, there was still hope. Matt fumbled with the protruding rivets in the corner, his pupils quivering beneath the bandages. Despite the monotonous hum of the ventilation system, devoid of the anticipated ticking of a pocket watch, his tone remained resolute. He would always show up unexpectedly, bringing with him a solution to their plight. He sensed the tremors in the air as Moria drew closer, burying hope deep within his heart, preparing to seize any glimmer of life. Moria's sinister laughter echoed within the confined space, his hunched figure swelling in the shadows, resembling a looming mountain of despair. The claws struck again, and the shadow beneath Matt twisted violently, as if countless invisible hands were tearing at it. Next, it must be the blind lawyer and the superheroine, right? The demon's hoarse voice dripped with morbid excitement. I am eager to witness just how formidable the zombies made from your shadows can become. Moria's emaciated fingers wrapped around the luminescent giant scissors, the metallic edge producing a piercing sound as it scraped together. Before Matt could respond with his sonic awareness, chains forged from darkness ensnared his limbs, already shackled by iron. The massive scissors fell with a shriek that sliced through the air, the sharp edge precisely cutting into the shadow beneath him. A violent sensation surged from his spine to the crown of his head, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his marrow. His pale lips moved in agony, blood oozing from beneath the bandages, before he collapsed heavily onto the concrete floor, losing consciousness. Release him. Jessica, bound to the wall by anti-ability shackles, felt her muscles tense as the specially crafted metal chains groaned under the strain. Yet she remained unable to break free. Moria cackled as he wielded the giant scissors, the dark blade swiftly severing the shadow beneath her. Jessica's furious roar abruptly ceased, her body crumpling like a marionette with severed strings, leaving only an empty shadow curled up in despair. Jean stood tall, his massive frame slightly tense beneath his tailored suit. His gaze fixed intently on Moria as he absorbed all the severed shadows into the swirling darkness at his feet. Those writhing shadows resembled tamed serpents, continuously merging into Moria's essence. Moria, my lord, Jin's throat emitted a dry swallowing sound, his hefty palm gripping a golden-tipped cane tightly. The raw materials are sufficient. Moria's black robe billowed, and a vast shadowy bat took shape from the surrounding darkness. Amidst the abandoned fortress in the outskirts lay the remains of soldiers dragged back from the battlefields of Afghanistan, alongside century-old bones unearthed from a Brooklyn cemetery. His bony fingers traced through the air, causing the shadows to emit piercing cries akin to an infant's wail. Different bodies could bear varying intensities of shadow, and the fusion of war machines with ancient vengeful spirits was an exhilarating thought. He turned his gaze toward Snape, who stood silently in the shadows. Garbed in a dark robe, his wand emanating a chilling azure glow. I must trouble you once more. Moria raised his hand, drawing the expanding shadows into his sleeve, the metallic scissors humming with satisfaction. Snape inclined his body slightly, his wand tracing mysterious symbols in the air. May the darkness guide your path. As the words faded, the air around them warped into a swirling ink-black vortex, and with a low, resonant crack, their figures, along with the towering shadows, vanished from sight, leaving only the echo of rattling chains in the prison room. John shook his dog-like ears, his wolf tail anxiously thumping the ground. How terrifying must those creatures be? Using the remnants of battlefield corpses and ancient tomb spirits as vessels? Jean gazed into the desolate shadowy corner, a grotesque smile crawling across his plump visage. Once Lord Mariah's undead legion rends the veil of night over New York, those fools hiding within their towering edifices shall come to comprehend that true terror is not birthed from street skirmishes, but rather from the resurgence of the deepest horrors of the abyss. A dark vortex erupted within the abandoned fortress as Mariah, enveloped by shadows, descended with a steady grace, while Snape dissipated like a wisp of smoke into the corner. The laboratory was pervaded by the acrid scent of formalin mingled with rotting flesh. Beneath the glare of 2-kilowatt industrial floodlights, nearly 1,000 corpses lay haphazardly piled, some with severed limbs wrapped in darkened bandages, others with sutures protruding beneath pallid skin, resembling centipede-like patterns, while some skeletal frames were embedded with metallic supports that glimmered with a cold sheen, akin to components awaiting assembly for slaughter. Welcome back, Lord Mariah. Absalom cackled, lifting the waterproof tarp to reveal two specially modified abominable creations. One was a colossal giant, stitched together from the remains of several robust men. Towering 3 stories high, its exposed musculature at the sutures resembling twisted cables, with pulsating black veins faintly visible beneath the skin. The other was a lithe combatant, its joints reinforced with mechanical bearings, cold steel spikes piercing through the phalanges to form sharp claws. Dr. Hawkbaugh had refined the suturing technique, allowing these vessels to endure the shadows of elite warriors. Leaning on a mechanical cane, Hawkbaugh adjusted his round spectacles, the scalpel glinting ominously at his fingertips. The other 20 enhanced corpses are also prepared. He gestured towards the neatly arranged semi-finished bodies, their surfaces entwined with preservative bandages and metallic clasps. Their bones had undergone special fortification, with mechanisms installed in their thoracic cavities to sustain vitality, employing ancient sorcery to strengthen the skeletons and modern alloys to maintain resilience, capable of bearing the might of formidable shadows. The standard modifications were also complete, ready to extract the last vestiges of value from lesser shadows. Mariah's laughter reverberated through the laboratory, causing the steel framework to hum ominously. As massive scissors carved greedy arcs through the air, he injected the first wisp of shadow into the heart of the giant's corpse, which suddenly trembled violently, the skin at the sutures beginning to contort and writhe. As Jessica's potent shadow was precisely cast within, the giant's chest emitted a thunderous roar akin to grinding gears, hollow eye sockets igniting with ethereal blue flames, transforming the once lifeless heap into a staggering giant zombie that shattered the wall with a single punch, concrete debris cascading like a torrential downpour. Next, Matt's battle-hardened shadow was infused into the combatant's corpse. The mechanical bearings screeched against each other as the body twisted and turned at impossible angles, its mechanical claws sparking against the ground, instantly shredding the nearby workbench into fragments, morphing into a swift and ferocious fighting zombie. The 20 enhanced corpses were sequentially infused with the shadows of the Hand Association ninjas and the Russian mafia. As the shadows penetrated the bodies, they simultaneously emitted inhuman howls. The sounds of decaying flesh clashing with metal echoing as they tore through steel plates with bare hands or executed bizarre maneuvers through the beams and columns of the laboratory. As the battlefield became increasingly chaotic, nearly 1,000 ordinary corpses began to assimilate the fallen soldiers and shadows of gang members. Some bodies exhibited grotesque, worm-like shadows beneath their skin, twitching as they propped themselves up. Others had eyes ablaze with eerie blue flames, toppling over nearby piles of bodies before staggering to their feet, clumsily flailing their limbs. Thus, the streets of New York transformed into a macabre feast for the undead. Moria spread his arms wide, reveling in the cacophony of the zombie horde, while the shadows beneath his feet surged like a dark tide, staining the outlines of the newly risen zombies in ominous ink. Moonlight pierced through the shattered windows of the fortress, casting ghostly patches of light upon the countless swaying silhouettes of the undead, as if death itself had unleashed the gates of hell upon the world. Chapter 30. Assault on the American military base. Moria extended his hands, and the inky shadows crawled up the ankles of each zombie like a spider's web. The previously howling monsters fell instantly into a trance, their ghostly blue flames flickering in reverence. The ninjas modified into zombies knelt on one knee, while the Russian gang's undead nodded slightly, clutching their solidified steel pipes. Even the towering giant zombie lowered its metal-encased right arm. Its presence resembled that of a moving mountain, the hydraulic joints emitting a low hum as its massive form cast a shadow that nearly enveloped the desolate ground. They stood frozen in their grotesque poses, like a deathly guard awaiting the command of an emperor. Let us first test our blades against the American military base. His voice, shrouded in dark mist, echoed as thousands of zombies turned in unison toward the west. The giant zombie took the lead, its thunderous steps shaking the earth, each footfall creating craters several meters wide, causing trees in the distance to shed their leaves. Agile combat zombies scampered over broken walls, their mechanical claws sparking against the bricks. Meanwhile, ordinary zombies formed a low growl, their decaying flesh and metal creating a war drum-like rhythm as they advanced toward the base. At 3 a.m, guard duty at the American military base found Jack pacing with his rifle in hand when a shadow suddenly flashed across his night vision. Halt, or I will fire. He chambered around to warn, but the shadow continued its serpentine approach. It was a zombie retaining its ninja garb from the modification. Its partially decayed head tilted at an odd angle as it launched shuriken-like shadows back at him. Jack pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through the zombie's chest, causing blackened flesh to explode. Yet, the creature continued its relentless advance, its mangled chest revealing a half-exposed mechanical device that pulsed with life. As the alarm blared through the night, Colonel Miller slammed his coffee cup down onto the operations table. He burst outside, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the battlefield before him. Hundreds of zombies charged into a hail of gunfire, bullets riddling their bodies with wounds. Some had gaping holes blown through their abdomens, dragging their intestines along the ground as they crawled. Others had their arms severed, only to pick up steel rebar from the ground and continue their assault. Heavy machine guns swept through the horde, dismembered limbs flying like rain. Yet not a single one truly fell, as shattered body parts continued to writhe towards the soldiers. Prepare heavy weaponry, Miller roared into the radio. But his eyes widened in horror as the 10-meter-tall, giant zombie loomed closer like a mobile fortress, its metal framework bearing the brunt of a torrential barrage. Its right arm swinging to smash open a massive breach in the concrete wall. Amidst the splintering debris, a horde of zombies surged forth like an unfathomable tide. Captain Rebecca aimed a rocket launcher at the neck of a colossal zombie, only to be intercepted by a combat zombie that moved with an ethereal swiftness. This creature, preserving the combat acumen of its former host, seized her joints with mechanical claws, each movement echoing the lethal martial prowess of its predecessor. The base was engulfed in a desperate struggle. Soldiers relentlessly fired their bullets, reducing the undead to mere fragments, yet these shredded remnants continued to writhe and launch assaults. The giant zombie effortlessly overturned an armored vehicle, the explosion illuminating its featureless, decayed visage, as Jessica's powerful roar resonated through the chaos. Even when the hand-to-hand zombies were severed in twain, their upper halves crawled and pierced with the blades they grasped. Emily cowered behind an ammunition box, trembling as she fired, witnessing her comrades being torn apart by the bullet-ridden monstrosities. It finally dawned on her that these relentless, insensate abominations posed an insurmountable threat of death. The entire base had devolved into a sanguine slaughterhouse, and Moria laughed maniacally at the edge of the ruins, his shadow casting a web-like shroud over the battlefield. As the giant zombie lifted a Humvee to hurl it at the command center, Colonel Miller observed the flickering shadows of living souls within the creature, their essence driving the shattered corpse to relentless carnage, transforming the American military base into a hellish carnival of the undead. What? A zombie attack? Miller, have you had too much whiskey? General Ross clenched the encrypted phone, his knuckles paling under pressure. The harsh fluorescent light glimmered upon his graying hair. From the receiver echoed the cacophony of explosions and inhuman howls, while Colonel Miller's hoarse voice broke through with a note of despair. "General, they cannot be killed. The giant monster treats the armored vehicles as mere toys." In that instant, as the satellite imagery abruptly shifted, Ross's cigar fell with a thud onto the Persian carpet. On the screen, a 10-meter-tall giant zombie was lifting a tank with a rebar stake, while combat zombies executed textbook joint techniques amidst a hail of gunfire. And ordinary zombies, reduced to mere pulp, continued to crawl, dragging their entrails behind them. He tugged at his tie, gasping for breath, and roared into the communicator, "Rod, bring the 5th Armored Division and the 7th Airborne Brigade, immediately." At that moment, the American military base had become a purgatory on Earth. Captain Rebecca curled up in a crater, her blood-soaked blonde hair clinging to her pallid face. Abruptly, Absalom, whose visage resembled that of a leopard, lunged forth. His mechanical apparatus emitting a hydraulic hum from his neck. His jaws, lined with fangs, loomed perilously close to her cheek. "Little beauty. Do you remember the surprise in the bathroom?" His modified hand gripped her trembling waist, the sharp teeth grazing her neck and drawing forth crimson droplets. Rebecca struggled violently, spitting bloodied saliva, yet was held down by his knee pressing against her chest. Moria approached, brandishing a colossal pair of scissors. Still smeared with the remains of soldiers, let them serve as bait. He cast a glance at Colonel Miller and Emily, escorted by zombies. And a sinister chuckle escaped his lips beneath the dark robe. The sight of American soldiers still gasping for breath, caught in a web of caution, must have been quite amusing. Within the base's armory, the clamor of metal clashing intertwined with the anguished roars of the undead. The Russian zombies, brandishing quadruple rocket launchers, emitted excited, grotesque howls as their rusted teeth gnawed through ammunition boxes. The Hand Association's ninja zombies, with daggers affixed to their severed limbs, wielded machine guns with their mangled arms, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Meanwhile, the giant zombies tore apart armored vehicles, casually hoisting the mounted artillery as if it were a mere toy. Absalom kicked open a box of flashbangs, his leopard-like eyes glinting with ferocity. "Prepare a gift for the bride." Moria surveyed the chaos from the lookout tower, the massive scissors reflecting the cold light of the searchlights. "Let New York bear witness," he proclaimed, raising the scissors toward Manhattan, as thousands of eerie blue flames turned in unison, asserting who the true master of the night was. In the distance, the thundering of helicopters announced Colonel Rod's reinforcements casting shadows on the skyline, while the zombie horde had already readied their weapons, the stench of decay twisting their lips into sinister grins. Absalom shielded Rebecca with his body, his tail tightly coiling around her ankle as those armed zombies emitted deep, guttural growls, their primal instincts poised for the hunt. Rod's war machine spewed forth a fierce tail flame, hovering ominously above the base, its metallic shell reflecting a cold light that clashed with the haunting blue fires in the zombies' eye sockets. His loudspeaker roared, "State your identity. Why do you monsters assault American military facilities?" Suddenly, a giant zombie swung a half-missile launcher, Jessica's furious roar erupting from its decaying chest. "Do lowly ants presume to question? This land shall become the realm of the undead." Hundreds of zombies simultaneously pulled the triggers, bullets and rockets exploding against the energy shield of the war machine in a dazzling display of sparks. The Russian zombies unleashed a frenzy of gunfire, spent shells raining down like droplets of rain, while combat zombies leapt onto their comrades' shoulders, mechanical claws reaching for Rod's visor. In the command room's holographic display, the absurdity of the offensive and defensive clash left the officers momentarily paralyzed as the zombies cursed in Russian while reloading. General Ross's fingers dug deep grooves into the tactical sand table's edge. "This is an invasion of intelligent life forms." Colonel Johnson, a hawkish representative, slammed the tactical sand table, the red warning lights flickering across his grim visage. "Initiate the Heavens Fire Plan. Burn them to ashes with thermobaric explosives." His military boots thudded heavily against the ground. "I will bear the accountability of the Human Rights Committee." "Absolutely not." Major Katerina, a Dove officer, broke through the crowd, the blue light of the holographic projection flickering in her trembling eyes. "Colonel Miller, Lieutenant Rebecca, and the life signs of 12 hostages are still flickering. This is not war. It's abduction." Her hand, slick with cold sweat, grasped the communicator. "Colonel Rod, prioritize the rescue of hostages." The argument erupted in the command room. Someone overturned the long table, the battlefield map in the holographic display warping into fragments. Another drew their sidearm, threatening to execute any decision-maker who dared sacrifice their comrades. General Ross's temples throbbed, and he tore open the buttons of his military uniform, emitting a primal roar. "Silence, all of you." On the ground battlefield, Absalom pressed his claws against Rebecca's throat, his leopard face contorting with excitement. "Fire. Let us see whether your shells are faster or my claws." The giant zombie, in a macabre alliance, hoisted Colonel Miller aloft. The metallic framework creaking ominously as it compressed his brittle bones, the sound reverberating through Rod's microphone. The War Machine's laser cannon charged to a critical threshold but abruptly ceased as the targeting scope swept across the hostage's neck. The decoy round stood ready for launch. General Ross pressed the purple button on the control panel, the sound emerging as though from the depths of a grave, signaling the strategic command to activate the necromantic warfare protocol. Outside, a swarm of drones laden with electromagnetic pulse munitions obscured the moonlight, while within the operations room, the din of hawks and doves clashed, intermingling with the distant, mournful dirges sung by zombies in various tongues. At the moment of the argument's crescendo in the command center, a communications officer suddenly burst through the hatch. His tactical vest still stained with the residue of an anti-aircraft explosion. General, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. requests an audience. General Ross's roar lodged in his throat. Outside the hatch, the one-eyed man, clad in a long black coat, his mechanical eye glimmering with an ethereal blue light beneath the red alarm, dripped rainwater from the hem of his coat. Without waiting for the guards to intervene, he stormed through the bulletproof glass door, causing the stars and stripes on the wall to tremble. This is a military confidential meeting. General Ross's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no place meddling in military affairs. Fury leaned heavily on the conference table, his single eye fixated on the general. If you press the attack button now, tomorrow New York will become a mere file number for FEMA. He yanked off his sodden tie and tossed it onto the table, his arm crashing against the edge of the tactical map. Seal off a 5-kilometer radius and cease all offensive actions. My special team is already in position. Major Katerina tightened her grip on the laser pointer. What grounds do we have to trust you? Fury's gaze swept across the faces present, his wrist deftly flipping to summon the encrypted communication interface. The screen displayed a terse message from Natasha Romanoff. Shadow team has arrived. Just then, the satellite surveillance feed flickered violently, snowflakes covering the entire base area. When the image regained clarity, several dark figures flitted through the ruins. Chapter 31. Rescue. Let us rewind a few hours. In the cold, fluorescent light of the New York Police Department's interrogation room, distorted shadows danced across the one-way glass as George Dacis gripped the interrogation notes, his knuckles turning white. On the other side of the glass, AFO, clad in a black tactical vest, revealed his arms adorned with grotesque tattoos, scraping at the dried blood in his nail beds with coarse fingers. The target's eyes shook as he rattled his handcuffed wrists, the metallic clinks echoing harshly in the enclosed space. Behind them stood 5 or 6 despondent subordinates, some with uniforms torn to reveal bruises, others anxiously fidgeting with the hems of their clothing, the shackles scraping against the ground producing a faint, disquieting sound. Chief, the mayor's office is calling again. The officer's voice crackled through the intercom, laced with unmistakable anxiety. The legal team of Kingpin had already blocked the entrance to the precinct. George slammed his pen down onto the desk, causing the liquid in his coffee cup to splatter. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. hinted at Kingpin's involvement in the vibranium smuggling case, his desk had been inundated with anonymous threat letters. But this time was different. The encrypted briefing delivered personally by Nick Fury bore the name of AFO, glaring in the files related to the Wakanda incident. Illuminated by a blinding red light, the door of the interrogation room was abruptly flung open, a chilling gust following in the wake of a figure clad in a long black trench coat. Natasha Romanoff leaned against the doorframe, her crimson hair flowing like fresh blood in the shadows. Release them, she commanded. What did you say? George spun around, toppling a filing cabinet behind him. These bastards are all under Kingpin's thumb. The last time Stark was attacked, Kingpin's lair was impenetrable. A frontal assault would only alert them, Natasha retorted, activating her tactical tablet. The screen zoomed in on a hunched figure among the crowd, marked by a birthmark on his face and a glimpse of red peeking from the inside of his collar, an inconspicuous pawn concealing a tracker. Let this group go. They will serve as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes. Her fingertip glided over the profiles of Alfred and Bullseye, a cold smirk playing at her lips, particularly regarding these 2 core players whose movements could lead directly to Kingpin's hideout. Half an hour later, the iron gate of the precinct slowly rose. Alfred stepped out, his heavy combat boots thudding against the ground, camouflage pants still caked with dried mud, and beneath his black tactical vest, bandages were faintly visible, wrapping around wounds. Bullseye spat out a mouthful of blood and flexed his stiff wrist. The group of henchmen followed timidly, entirely oblivious to the ticking beacon hidden among them. In the distance, 2 black stretch Lincolns approached, their windows rolled down, revealing Kingpin's other minions wearing ingratiating smiles. I told you, in New York, no one can confine Mr. Kingpin's men, Bullseye remarked, a half grin revealing a chipped canine. With a name that even the mayor respected, what were the police to him? Alfred roughly yanked the car door open and sat in the back seat, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the metallic tang of blood enveloping him. He fished a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it, the smoke swirling as he gazed at the precinct building shrinking in the rearview mirror. Suddenly letting out a hoarse chuckle, just a pack of self-deluded dogs. As the car door shut, the Lincoln convoy glided into the night like dark phantoms. While the henchman with the birthmark unconsciously tugged at his collar, utterly unaware of the faint blue light emanating from the miniature tracker hidden in the darkness. Outside, the neon lights reflected a cold gleam off Luke Cage's vibranium baton, the weapon forcibly taken from Alfred now secured at his waist. Watching Alfred and his crew depart in the Lincoln, the veins in Luke's neck bulged, and he slammed his iron fist against a nearby lamppost. The sound of metal twisting and warping startled a stray cat lurking at the alley's mouth, and the indentation left in the pole bore faint golden fragments. Wait! A steady male voice called from behind. Luke instantly pivoted into a fighting stance, only to see a man emerging from the shadows, bearing a compound bow. Beneath a purple mask, sharp eyes glinted, hands raised in a placating gesture, the tactical visor glowing with an eerie blue light. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Clint Barton. Hawkeye stepped forward, his voice imbued with an undeniable calm. I know you are itching to tear them apart, but hear me out. We have a better plan. He gestured for Luke to observe the encrypted device in his hand, where several red dots were tracing a moving trajectory on the screen. Luke's top muscles remained unyielding, his bulletproof leather jacket rising and falling with each breath. S.H.I.E.L.D. Just let those bastards go, and now you claim you have a plan? He caressed the vibranium baton at his waist, the metallic clang resonating with a provocation as crisp as a challenge. Hawkeye chuckled softly, patting the slightly swaying quiver at his back. Natasha is not simply letting the tiger return to the mountain. That inconspicuous henchman conceals a locator within his collar. And once we return to Kingpin's lair, we shall ensnare them all in one fell swoop. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dinted lamppost. But we require your strength. Are you willing to fight alongside us? Luke Cage's taut shoulders relaxed slightly, yet his eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Fighting crime is a duty I cannot shirk. Speak, what is your plan? He continued to caress the vibranium baton, the metallic sound echoing distinctly in the silent streets. Hawkeye directed the encrypted device towards Luke, the screen flashing with a red dot moving towards downtown Manhattan. Natasha and I will infiltrate Kingpin's lair based on the Tracker S signal to ascertain the internal situation. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had arranged a team to provide support outside, but he glanced at the alarming dent on the lamppost, a smile creeping upon his lips. With you here, the situation is altered. Your strength is sufficient to handle unforeseen circumstances, and operating solo is less likely to expose us than a team. He pulled up the tactical map, the blue cursor blinking at the edge of the block. You will hold this position, effectively cutting off their escape route, and allowing for rapid intervention should we require assistance. Although Kingpin's subordinates may be a rabble, he and a few core members are not to be underestimated. Hawkeye patted the compound bow on his back, the arrow shifting slightly within the quiver. With you as our backup, we can maneuver more confidently inside. Luke Cage pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically. No problem. As long as we can catch Kingpin and his lackeys, I'll hold any position you need. He clenched his fist, the metal and leather producing a subtle sound. Should they dare escape my perimeter, I shall make them taste the sting of this vibranium baton. Hawkeye displayed a look of approval, tossing a communicator to Luke. Stay in touch. Once Natasha and I confirm our location, you will take your position immediately. In this operation, we intend to make Kingpin aware that New York is far from his lawless domain. In the damp basement, the mingling scents of blood and mildew were nauseating. The Punisher, Frank, pressed the barrel of his gun firmly against the trembling temple of the gang leader, the trigger already pulled halfway. This is your last chance. What is Kingpin planning with all those captives? Spare me. I am merely peripheral. Only Bullseye and John know the core plan. The leader wept profusely, the stench of urine spreading across the floor. Frank scoffed, grinding his molars together, and in the next moment, the gun fired, brain matter splattering against the mottled concrete wall. His technique remains as decisive as ever. A mocking voice echoed from the ventilation duct. Frank instantly turned, raising his gun, only to see a figure landing gracefully, adorned in a white top hat and cloak. Moonlight filtered through the air vent, glinting off the iconic monocle of the Phantom Thief Kid, refracting shards of cold light. Frank's finger hovered near the trigger. You had better have a legitimate reason for being here. Kingpin and that enigmatic ghostly girl, Perona, are scheming something significant. Kid shook the silk ribbon in his hand and extracted a clandestinely taken photograph. In the image, Perona floated above a warehouse, beneath which lay dozens of human-like figures shrouded in black cloth. My friends, Matt Murdock and Jessica Jones, had been captured. their last known location being an abandoned dock warehouse owned by Kingpin. The basement was enveloped in silence. The only sound reverberating through the air was Frank's heavy breathing. He recalled the ghostly rain-soaked night 3 days prior, when Perona's dark mist ensnared her victims, dragging them into the abyss. With a swallow, he holstered his gun and retrieved a shotgun from the corner, securing it at his waist. Speak your plan. The warehouse had been transformed into a fortress, boasting a 3-tier defense system and concealed sentries. Kid tossed a hand-drawn map, marked in red circles indicating the electric grid, cameras, and fire points. I need someone to create a diversion, drawing the guards' attention while I infiltrate to rescue them. He patted the magical handgun at his back, its lens glinting ominously. And you, Frank Castle, are the perfect candidate for sowing chaos. As Frank caught the map, his knuckles whitened from the force of his grip. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air, prompting him to glance at the cooling corpse in the corner, then back to the smoke bombs peeking from under Kid's cloak. His gaze fierce as a wolf. I have one condition. When the time comes, I want to personally deal with Bullseye and John. As for that ghostly girl, she is also mine. None of those scum who use the living as leverage will escape. Kid grinned and shook Frank's hand before agilely climbing into the formidable armored vehicle. The engine roared like a beast, its wheels kicking up gravel as they sped toward Kingpin's territory. Kid toyed with his monocle, raising an eyebrow and smiling. I usually sneak in to acquire treasures. This time, I relish the opportunity to charge in openly. Frank gripped the steering wheel tightly, his angular face betraying no emotion, save for the intensifying murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, on another front, Luke Cage, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were stealthily closing in. Black Widow crouched low, observing the outer defenses, and whispered to Hawkeye, "The southeast camera has a 30-second blind spot. We can move in from there." Before she could finish, a deafening roar of engines erupted from a distance. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions thundered like rolling thunder. The trio turned to see an armored vehicle bristling with weaponry, like a steel behemoth, crashing through the outer perimeter of Kingpin's domain. What is that? Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. A rocket's fiery trail shot skyward, sending the guards at the entrance flying. Amidst the smoke, a familiar figure wielding heavy weaponry harvested his enemies' lives with the precision of death itself. It was Frank Castle, the Punisher. Meanwhile, Kid had somehow exited the vehicle, his white cloak billowing in the flames as he adeptly navigated through the hail of bullets, occasionally tossing out smoke bombs to create chaos. Black Widow's pupils constricted, murmuring in disbelief. How did Frank get here? Luke Cage tightened his grip on his vibranium baton, witnessing the staggering scene before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems someone has gotten us off to a splendid start. Hawkeye swiftly knocked an arrow, aiming at the adversaries attempting to regroup in the distance, and spoke in a low voice. Forget everything else. Act amidst the chaos. Seizing the turmoil created by Frank, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Luke Cage surged forth into the building like 3 streaks of black lightning. Within the lair of Kingpin, an unprecedented battle was about to commence. Chapter 32. Kingpin behind bars. As Black Widow's palm pressed against the wall to sense for hidden mechanisms, a metallic gate thunderously descended, trapping the trio within a dimly lit hall. The crimson emergency lights cast distorted shadows upon the face of the target, who toyed with the disassembled miniature surveillance device. The shattered chips flickering at his fingertips. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. truly think us blind? The tactical boots of Happy crunched over the shards of glass. His gaze fixated on the vibranium baton strapped to Luke's waist. That weapon, glimmering coldly under the red light, was the very treasure he had lost during their last skirmish. "You bastard, spit out my property," he shouted, unzipping his tactical vest to reveal a bandaged wound, a reminder of the lesson Luke had imparted last time. Luke Cage struck the baton against his palm, the metallic clash ringing out like the tearing of fabric. "Just you lot? Didn't I give you a proper beating last time?" Before he could finish, Natasha abruptly yanked him backward as the ceiling erupted. A 3-meter-tall dire wolf descending with a fetid wind, its ivory fangs mere half a meter from Luke's throat. "John." Hawkeye's arrow grazed the wolf's ear, embedding itself into the wall, leaving only a white mark on its hide. The beast, now a werewolf, was shrouded in dark gray fur, its claws tearing through the floor tiles as if they were mere paper. It turned with a thunderous roar, saliva mixed with blood splattering at Luke's feet, corroding the ground with wisps of white smoke. This creature's regenerative abilities surpassed those of so-called enhanced individuals. Natasha rolled to evade the sweeping tail of the wolf, her widow's sting sparking with blue light, yet the current merely prompted the werewolf to shake its head in irritation. Luke had already leapt up, the vibranium weapon crashing against the wolf's back, but the thick muscle absorbed much of the impact, the creature only emitting a muffled grunt before retaliating with a claw swipe. Taking advantage of the moment, the target flung 3 poison darts, but they were accurately shot down by Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Happy drew a double-barreled shotgun from his lower back. The bullets whizzing past Black Widow's ear. No one is leaving here alive today. The hall echoed with the clashing of metal and the roars of beasts, while the werewolf John's wounds visibly healed at an alarming rate. Amidst the cacophony of metallic clashes and beastly howls, Luke Cage's vibranium baton swept out, tearing a gash into the side of the werewolf John, yet the wound healed before their very eyes. Black Widow's stun device flashed blue, each strike merely provoking the werewolf further. Hawkeye's arrows continued to suppress Happy and the target, yet he could not penetrate their cover. Outside the building, the Punisher Frank descended like the Grim Reaper. He discarded the empty magazine and deftly replaced it with a new one, the flames of his gun sweeping over the gang members attempting to flank him. The heavy machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle roared incessantly, shells raining down and pinning Kingpin's men to the ground. Frank kicked aside a thug trying to close in, the shotgun blasting against his chest with a thunderous boom, blood and flesh splattering against the wall, painting a scene of carnage. All of this is vividly displayed on the screen wall in Jean Bing's opulent office, where he sits in a leather chair, his robust fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, brows furrowed in a deep frown. The Punisher's reckless approach sends his temples throbbing. This madman has already ruined too many of his enterprises and now wreaks havoc right under his nose. Jean Bing's gaze inadvertently drifts toward the corner of the office, where Perona hovers, an ethereal halo flickering around her as she idly pokes at a mini ghost. When the surveillance feed shifts to a close-up of the Punisher firing his weapon, her amber pupils suddenly constrict, and an overwhelming aura of spectral energy envelopes her. It's that ambushing scoundrel. Perona's mini-ghosts contort into dozens of black phantoms, exuding a palpable sense of danger as she turns to glare at Jean Bing, vowing vengeance. Before the words leave her lips, she shatters the floor-to-ceiling window and dives down. The night wind billows her gothic dress, as countless ghosts surge forth from the void, rushing toward the Punisher. Jean Bing watches her retreating figure, momentarily stunned, before a sinister smirk creeps upon his face. This unexpected turn may just alter the tide. Perona's black phantoms flood the battlefield like a relentless tide, causing gang members to drop their weapons and weep in despair. Frank, the Punisher, halts mid-reload, an icy chill racing up his spine, casting a gray pall over his surroundings. His knuckles strain against his grip, as haunting images of his wife and child lying in pools of blood flash before him, memories he would rather not confront. Yet, at this moment, they resurface like a scab torn from a wound, the excruciating pain threatening to shatter his resolve. Shut up, he roars, slamming the shotgun onto the ground, the metallic clang shattering the negative spirits that linger around him. He whirls around, his weapon aimed precisely at the floating Perona, only to find her surrounded by new apparitions, staring at him with disbelief. Impossible. Perona's voice quivers as she releases 3 negative spirits. The shadows pass through Frank, causing him to stagger slightly. The Punisher tears open his blood-stained collar, revealing a grotesque scar on his chest, his murky eyes burning like 2 flames. I've been through hell and back. Spare me your tricks. Bullets whiz past Perona's ear, shattering the brick wall behind her. In a panic, she conjures a massive, ghostly decoy to shield herself, her heart racing in her chest. She has never encountered such an adversary. While Usopp from the Straw Hat Pirates employs absurd optimism to counter despair, this man is fueled by excruciating pain and hatred, igniting his will to fight. Hiding behind a ghostly figure is no great skill. Frank hoists a rocket launcher, the tail flame illuminating his twisted visage. Come on, let us see whose spirit is stronger, yours or my bullets. Perona bites her lip, feeling fear for the first time in battle. She commands her ghostly decoy to counterattack, but cannot bring herself to approach this creature radiating death. The battlefield descends into an eerie stalemate. Within the building, the sounds of metal scraping and flesh colliding intertwine, forming a sharp symphony. In a sudden twist, the werewolf John's beastly form contorted, bones emitting a chilling crack as his physique rapidly shrank, yet simultaneously swelled with sinewy muscle. In his hybrid state, his fur bristled, and elongated claws gleamed with an eerie azure glow, moving with such velocity that they left after images in their wake, instantly closing in on Luke Cage. Taste this. John's roar reverberated through the air, his claws tearing through it towards Luke's face. Luke raised his vibranium baton to block, the immense force propelling him back a step, shattering the tiles beneath him. Yet, John's onslaught surged forth like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with the strength to rend mountains. As the baton clashed against his claws, sparks erupted, and the surface of the vibranium bore faint white scratches. Meanwhile, Black Widow and Hawkeye found themselves embroiled in a fierce conflict. The poisoned daggers hurled by Bullseye traced sharp arcs through the air as Natasha rolled sideways, the blue light from her taser striking true against his wrist. However, Bullseye swiftly redirected his momentum, driving his knee into her side, only to be forced to retreat hastily by an arrow from Hawkeye. Seizing the opportunity, Alfred brandished his double-barreled shotgun, the bullet narrowly missing Hawkeye's ear and obliterating a decorative cabinet behind him. Coordinate, Hawkeye shouted, launching 3 arrows in a triangular formation toward Alfred. In that moment, Black Widow hurled her widow's bite, electric currents bursting around Alfred. Yet, the assassin reacted with astonishing speed, rolling away from the lethal strike and tossing a smoke bomb. In the instant that white smoke enveloped the area, Bullseye's dagger lunged toward Natasha's throat like a venomous serpent. But she managed to trap it firmly with her baton, both locked in a stalemate of strength. At the center of the hall, the struggle between Luke and John intensified. John's claws left deep gouges on Luke's bulletproof vest, yet he could not breach the flesh beneath. Conversely, Luke's vibranium baton, while capable of sending John flying, could do little more than allow his wounds to heal at a visibly rapid pace upon landing. Suddenly, John let out a wolfish howl, his claws shimmering with a strange purple light, and the force of his next strike surged by a third, propelling Luke through the weight-bearing wall behind him. Watch out! Hawkeye's arrow grazed Luke's ear, embedding itself in John's shoulder. The werewolf howled in pain and turned to pounce on Hawkeye, only to find Black Widow ensnaring his legs with a specially designed rope. John exerted tremendous force, snapping the steel cord. But this brief pause was sufficient for Luke to regroup, gripping his vibranium baton and charging forward once more, the sound of metal colliding resonating painfully in everyone's ears. The smoke billowed around the building like a dense black fog, the two battlefields locked in a stalemate. Punisher Frank's gun barrel had grown hot and warped, yet he continued to stand firm against Perona's ghostly army. Within the hall, Luke Cage wielded his vibranium baton, the metallic clashes ringing out. John's healing wounds marked by an ominous hue, while Black Widow and Hawkeye began to show signs of fatigue amid their grappling with Bullseye and Alfred. At that moment, Kid, donning night vision goggles, navigated the winding corridors, a magic handgun tucked at his waist, ribbons brushing against the cobwebs in the corners. When he kicked open a rusted iron door, the blinding cold light revealed hundreds of individuals slumped on the ground like marionettes. Jessica, bound by chains, felt a spark of recognition as she caught sight of the iconic white fedora. You bastard, you finally arrived. Matt groped his way up the wall, his black suit in tatters, the blood congealing in his ears stark against his pale skin. Outside, at least 4 groups were engaged in combat. His head trembled slightly as he sensed the intense energy fluctuations in the distance, gunfire, the clanging of metal, and some supernatural force. Kid moved swiftly forward, his silken ribbon coiling around Jessica's chains like a serpent, and with a gentle tug, shattered them. The Punisher was stirring up chaos outside, and Luke Cage, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, stormed into the hall. He turned to Matt, his lenses flashing with a blue light. But the pressing question remained. What had you all endured? Jessica rubbed her tingling wrist, fear flickering in her eyes. A monstrous figure, colossal in size, resembling a giant green onion, with devilish horns sprouting from its head, its shadow loomed larger than its form. Her voice trembled, and she added, with a mere swipe of the scissors in its hand, my shadow was drawn away, and now I dare not face the sunlight. For a single touch would reduce me to ashes. Matt fumbled for his broken baton at his waist, whispering, after losing one's shadow, it feels as if the very essence has been hollowed out, rendering one utterly powerless. The blind hero suddenly perked up, cautioning, watch out. Guards are coming. No sooner had he spoken than Kid's silken ribbon transformed into a blade, precisely severing the door lock. Over a dozen armed gang members surged in, only to be met by Kid, arms outstretched, as a flurry of playing cards swept through the air like a tempest. Bullets sparked against the card barrier. And seizing the opportunity, he hurled a smoke bomb, pulling 2 individuals amidst the chaos. We must leave this place. After dealing with Kingpin, we will retrieve that giant onion creature and reclaim my shadow. Kid dragged the 2 of them through the hidden passage, the damp night breeze laden with the scent of gunpowder rushing towards them. Matt found a concealed corner along the wall, retrieving an ancient wooden box from his cloak. As he opened it, a faint medicinal aroma wafted forth. Claire has deciphered the formula for the 9-flower jade dew pill. Take it quickly. Matt took a pill himself, tossing it into his mouth, feeling an immediate surge of vitality, and urged, trust me, the last time I was gravely injured, this was what helped me recover. Claire's concoction is unmatched. As he spoke, he fumbled to place another pill into Jessica's palm. Jessica gazed at the pill, its subtle glow swirling. Raising an eyebrow? Can such a tiny thing really be effective? And who exactly is Claire? Kid squinted at her, a mischievous grin forming. Of course. She is our dear Matt's former lover, and her attentiveness knows no bounds. Matt's ears flushed a deep crimson, the heat of embarrassment almost palpable in the dark. He hurriedly waved a hand toward Kid, stammering, no, don't listen to his nonsense. Claire is an exceptional medical professional. This is not the time for such discussions. Frank and Luke can barely hold on. Jessica shot Matt a knowing glance, the pill resting on her tongue. The cool essence of the medicine exploded down her throat. A tingling sensation of healing radiating from her fractured ribs. Clenching her fists tightly, she felt the ebbing strength surge back like a tidal wave. Well done, Matt. You've kept the secret well. Your former lover is indeed impressive. This pill is more miraculous than any remedy I've ever encountered. Kid adjusted his top hat. The silken ribbon rustling in the wind. Once we deal with Kingpin, we will have ample time for gossip. Now he has thrown a smoke bomb. And the faint hum of rotating cards is discernible through the white curtain. It is time for those miscreants to understand that the Phantom Thief is not merely a thief. Chapter 33. The shadow capture team. The white mist of the smoke bomb has yet to dissipate when the three of them dart into the hall like arrows released from a bow. Jessica erupts with a powerful gust of wind, using her superhuman strength to soar into the air, the pressure from her descent sending shards of stone spiraling into the atmosphere. She resembles a cannonball, hurtling towards Luke Cage, who is entangled in battle with the werewolf John, her voice booming like thunder. Big guy, try this. Jessica's right fist, imbued with colossal force, crashes into the nape of John's neck. The immense impact sends the werewolf crashing to the ground, causing tiles to shatter beneath his claws. John roars and turns, his claws slicing through the air, only to find Jessica leveraging her momentum to leap, delivering a flying kick to his flank. The werewolf's massive form is unexpectedly propelled sideways, smashing through half a brick wall. Matt, wielding a makeshift iron rod, uses his keen hearing to pinpoint the location of AFO. As AFO aims his gun at Hawkeye, Matt stealthily approaches, sweeping the iron rod to strike AFO's wrist. The shotgun clatters to the ground, and Black Widow's electric stun device emits a flickering blue light, ensnaring AFO's ankle with precision. AFO collapses, convulsing under the electric shock. Seeing this, Bullseye hurls 3 poison-throwing knives directly at Matt's face. Hawkeye's 3 arrows soar through the air, colliding with the knives in a cacophony of sound. Seizing the moment, Matt closes in, the iron rod striking Bullseye's throat like a viper's strike. The assassin leans back to evade the fatal blow but is tripped by Matt's sweeping kick, followed by a heavy strike to his wrist holding the knife. Kid weaves skillfully through the hail of gunfire, heading towards the battlefield outside the building. He casts a silk ribbon to ensnare Frank's nearly depleted rocket launcher, and in the blink of an eye, he performs a sleight of hand, producing a new round of ammunition. Old buddy, fire support is here. Frank glances at him and, without hesitation, pulls the trigger, launching the rocket toward the swarm of ghosts gathered around Perona. In the blast wake, Perona hurriedly commands the ghosts to shield themselves, but they are sliced to pieces by the cards thrown by Kid. Seizing the opportunity, Frank raises his machine gun and unleashes a hail of bullets, penetrating the phantoms and forcing Perona to retreat. Suddenly, Jessica bursts from the building, accelerating skyward with her superhuman strength before diving down with a powerful punch that sends a shockwave toppling most of the gang members. As reinforcements arrive, the tide of battle shifts instantaneously. The gang members, caught in a pincer movement from the forces of justice, begin to falter, while John's wounds multiply, his healing unable to keep pace with the frequency of his injuries. Gene, observing this scene through surveillance, pounds his fist on the table, causing the monitor to shake violently. Useless. All of them are worthless. Perona is enveloped by a surge of ghosts, transforming into a massive black mist barrier that consumes the dense barrage of bullets and cards. With a commanding shout, she is lifted by the negative spirits, crashing through the upper glass FAAD and vanishing into the night. Frank, clutching his smoking gun, attempts to pursue but is halted by Kid's silk ribbon. Let her go? Those inside are far more troublesome. In the monitoring room, Gene watches his retreating subordinates on the screen, his thick fingers grinding a cigar into powder. John's beastly claw was brutally shattered by Luke's vibranium baton, while the target was pinned to the wall by arrows under the combined assault of Hawkeye and Black Widow. Meanwhile, AFO was rendered unconscious by a swift throat strike from Matt. He seized the encrypted phone and swiftly dialed the number of the police department's higher-ups, his hoarse voice imbued with an undeniable air of authority. It is I, Wilson Fisk, and I wish to surrender. In the smoke-filled hall, John lay sprawled on the ground, his bloody body still twitching slightly, while the target and AFO were also subdued, stripped of their capacity to resist. The Punisher, Frank, slowly raised his firearm, aiming it at John's head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wait. Natasha stepped forward briskly, pressing her hand against Frank's arm that held the gun. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle this. We can extract more secrets about Kingpin and other factions from them, which is far more valuable than a bullet. Frank turned to glare at Natasha, his face marked with impatience. S.H.I.E.L.D. What can those bureaucrats extract? These scum should be dealt with now. Trust me, Frank, Natasha replied with unwavering resolve. This approach will sever Kingpin's connections to his more insidious allies. As the two faced off, the sound of police sirens grew nearer, and flashing red and blue lights illuminated the shattered edifice. A large contingent of police surged in, swiftly gaining control of the scene. The leading officer, expressionless, directed his subordinates to cuff John and the others. Jessica crossed her arms, observing the scene with a sardonic laugh. If this is a capture, it's more like a protective measure, isn't it? Kingpin will just continue manipulating everything from his cell with his unscrupulous methods. Matt tightened his grip on the iron rod. Although he could not see, his acute hearing captured every subtle sound around him. At least for now, they could no longer wreak havoc. He hoped S-H-I-E-L-D could indeed uncover something substantial. As everyone gathered their gear, preparing to disperse, Kid casually wrapped a ribbon around his wrist and was about to turn away when a roar of engines approached. A black Quinjet landed precisely on the gravel-strewn ground, its hatch slowly opening. Nick Fury descended the ramp, leaning on his cane, his remaining eye glinting with cold intensity. The mission is not yet complete. Fury's voice was deep and gravelly, resonating with clarity amidst the desolate ruins. He activated a holographic projection, revealing a military stronghold outside New York shrouded in sinister shadows. Countless monsters weaving through it. The creature, Moria, which had stolen away your shadows, had already seized the military base in Sector 7. The military had attempted a full-scale assault, but suffered grievous losses. They require our strength. Fury surveyed the group, his gaze lingering on Jessica and Matt for a moment. The only chance to reclaim your shadows lies there. Frank scoffed. So you wish for this ragtag group to march to their demise? No, it's a collaboration. Fury raised his hand to deactivate the projection, his single eye flashing with sharp resolve. A special operations team is specifically tasked with addressing threats that conventional means cannot handle. Reclaim the shadows, eliminate Moria, and simultaneously prevent the leak of military secrets. Kid fiddled with the cards in his hand, suddenly chuckling. Sounds intriguing, but we can't just rush in a horde, can we? Our makeshift team ought to have a striking name. He gestured towards the ravaged hall. How about calling ourselves the Shadow Retrieval Team, with a clear objective in mind? Hawkeye raised an eyebrow at Black Widow, who nodded slightly in response. Matt, feeling along the wall, straightened his posture, though his vision was obscured. A smile crept onto his lips. This was far more manageable than going solo. Frank grunted, forcefully inserting a magazine into his firearm. Names are of little consequence. What matters is the ability to slay the beasts. Jessica crossed her arms, the air around her vibrating subtly. As long as I can reclaim my shadow, I care not what it is called. Fury's keen gaze swept over the assembly, the Shadow Retrieval Squad. I shall instruct the military to seal off the surrounding area and sever the monster's routes of expansion. He summoned an electronic map where the red alert zones were rapidly spreading. Yet remember, your primary mission is to reclaim the shadow and neutralize that creature, not to clear out the minions. The military's firepower support will buy you the time you need. Kid executed a suave gentleman's bow, his ribbon tracing an elegant arc in the air. Rest assured, Director, retrieving what was lost is my forte. As the others nodded in agreement, Fury turned and walked toward the Quinjet parked at the street corner. The comms already buzzing with urgent military calls. Outside the ruins, the night was as dark as ink. The members of the Shadow Retrieval Squad inspected their gear. Jessica leaped into the air to test her strength, while Matt gripped the reinforced baton he had just acquired, the Punisher's gun gleaming coldly in the moonlight. As the roar of the Quinjet shattered the stillness of the night, this hastily assembled team surged toward the new battlefield, a military base consumed by monsters and darkness, at full speed. As the silhouettes of the Shadow Retrieval Squad appeared one by one on the satellite surveillance screen, an eerie silence enveloped the command room. General Ross's fingers dug into the edge of the conference table, his gaze sweeping over Jessica, whose aura crackled with energy as she hovered, then flitting to Kid, who waved his ribbon with a top hat, finally settling on the Punisher, armed with dual pistols. You brought a wanted criminal. And this freak of a magician? Is this your special team? Major Carter's laser pointer jittered anxiously across the projection screen, the red dot landing on Matt. What can this blind man do? Recite poetry to the zombies? Her sarcasm elicited a stifled wave of laughter. Fury's intact eye glinted with cold intensity as he deftly operated a miniature terminal on his wrist, slowly retrieving an encrypted file. The holographic projection displayed scenes of the Punisher single-handedly dismantling a gang stronghold, Kid stealing classified documents from a museum, and Black Widow engaging 10 adversaries on a battlefield in Eastern Europe, interspersed with footage of Hawkeye precisely sniping terrorists from 100 meters away, and Luke Cage effortlessly crushing armored vehicle steel panels. Frank can pinpoint enemy snipers in 3 seconds, and Kid has breached Hydra's triple firewall. Romanoff and Barton are the pinnacle of S-H-I-E-L-D-S agent duo, while Cage's invulnerable body can withstand rocket fire. He turned to the grim-faced general. As the image of Murdoch froze on the screen, showcasing the daredevil subduing 20 armed assailants in urban combat, his hearing can discern heartbeat frequencies 10 times more precise than your radar. The conference room fell into silence, broken only by the blaring of alarms. A technician suddenly raised his hand. "Sir, the giant zombie horde has breached the perimeter defense." General Ross stared intently at the satellite imagery, where shadowy figures surged like a relentless tide. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Grant them 72 hours. Should they fail, there will be no second chances." Fury turned and strode towards the hatch, his black trench coat billowing in the fierce wind. "Prepare your fire support, General. It's time to demonstrate the true power of unconventional warfare to the military." As the hatch sealed, the satellite feed revealed the Shadow Squad charging fearlessly into the battlefield, engulfed in smoke and chaos, facing the oncoming horde of the undead. The night breeze carried with it a foul stench, and the searchlights on the periphery of the military base sliced through the throng of zombies with stark beams of light. The roar of the Gatling gun from the war machine reverberated through the air, shell casings raining down upon the scorched earth. Yet they could not stem the tide of the advancing undead. Jessica squinted at the silver exosuit, its shell cracked and its reactor flickering ominously. "Is that Iron Man? Tony Stark? It seems reminiscent of him." Natasha swiftly checked the electric stun device at her waist. Without looking up, she replied, "James Rhodes, Tony's friend. This war machine is also Tony's creation." Kid crouched behind a crumbling concrete pillar, deftly organizing the silk straps of his glider. "Romanoff, has Fury truly stabilized the military? I do not wish to be blown to smithereens the moment we enter." The encrypted message confirmed a 72-hour window. Natasha's communicator blinked with blue light. But the military's patience was finite. Matt tightened his grip on the reinforced baton, his ears twitching slightly. "Jessica, and I do not have 72 hours. If we cannot reclaim the shadows before dawn, we will be forever ensnared in darkness." "Oh no, I completely forgot about that," Jessica exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Frank leaned against a broken wall, swiftly loading armor-piercing rounds into his sniper rifle. "Rhodes' exosuit will attract fire. Cage, you're tough. Charge in with me and breach their defenses." He turned to Hawkeye. "Barton, find an elevated position to cover Romanoff as she infiltrates the control room." Luke rolled his shoulders, his vibranium skin shimmering coldly. "We need to settle the score with those zombies. Jessica, you and Murdoch will break through from above." Frank glanced at Kid-esque glider one last time. "You're responsible for infiltrating the core area. Locate Moria." Kid lowered his hat, the silk straps rustling in the wind. "Rest assured, reconnaissance, not thievery, is my forte." With a sharp whistle, the Punisher was the first to pull the trigger, the explosion shattering the night silence. Luke charged into the horde of zombies like an iron tower, his fists crashing against a giant zombie's knee with a thud. Jessica wrapped her arms around Matt, soaring upwards, golden currents enveloping them as they hurtled toward the base's tower. Kid unfurled his glider, blending into the structures amid the fiery chaos. Amid the swirling smoke, the 7 silhouettes of the Shadow Squad pierced through the darkness, akin to 7 daggers aimed at the shrouded military base. Chapter 34. Fierce battle at Moria. Rhodes maneuvered the war machine's mechanical arm, sweeping it forcefully to send the approaching gang of zombies flying. As the moment of turning arrived, 7 figures entered the battlefield with varying postures. The thunderous crack of the Punisher's sniper rifle harmonized seamlessly with Luke's close-range brawling, weaving a tapestry of lethal execution. Hawkeye's arrows struck with precision, piercing the joints of the undead. The Black Widow transformed into a shadowy specter, dashing towards the interior of the building. At that instant, General Ross's voice thundered through the communicator. "That is a special team from S.H.I.E.L.D., providing full cover." S.H.I.E.L.D. Why mention it now? Rhodey cursed under his breath, swiftly redirecting the cannon's aim at the giant zombie, trampling over the tank. The energy beam struck the giant's chest, creating a gaping crater with a 10-meter diameter. The giant staggered upright, its chest distorting violently as Jessica's shadow flickered within. It unleashed a blood-curdling roar. "I will tear you to shreds." The sound, eerily reminiscent of his own voice, sent chills down Jessica's spine as she hovered in the air, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Good heavens, that voice is more grating than my hung-over tirades." Before she could finish, an explosive gust of wind surged around her, plunging down towards the giant zombie's face. "Let me use your face as a punching bag." The giant zombie swung its immense arm, but Matt deftly ensnared its wrist with a reinforced baton. He swung himself onto the giant's shoulder, driving his knee fiercely into the back of its head. "Take that." The giant, in agony, flung its head, sending Matt soaring into the air. Jessica, quick to react, caught his waist just in time, using the momentum to leap again. Her right fist enveloped in thunderous energy as it crashed into the giant's neck. Rhodey seized the opportunity, activating his shoulder-mounted micromissiles. 8 rockets screamed forth, trailing flames. As a tremendous explosion shattered the giant zombie into pieces, limbs scattered across the ground. Strangely, as long as its legs remained intact, the severed body continued to twitch and writhe, the shadow within its chest still ominously quivering. Don't waste ammunition. Regular attacks are futile. The Black Widow cautioned through the communicator, currently engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of heavily armed zombie gangsters, her electric baton flickering with blue light. Kid ensnared the giant zombie's ankle with a silken ribbon, yet found himself dragged along the ground, sparks flying. He nimbly flipped through the air, landing atop a nearby tower. Exclaiming helplessly, without pain and unafraid of death, "How do we fight this battle?" Frank, while mowing down the approaching zombies with his machine gun, bellowed commands. Target their joints. Disable their mobility first. Hawkeye understood at once, his arrows aimed accurately at the giant zombie's knees. With a sound of metal tearing, the massive form collapsed to the ground. Yet it still flailed its arms, desperately attempting to grab hold of something, as Jessica's voice within it grew increasingly deranged. As Hawkeye prepared to draw his bow once more, a sudden chill swept over the nape of his neck. A combat zombie, like a wraith emerging from the shadows, struck him hard in the back with a knee. He stumbled forward, rolling to draw his dagger just in time to block the zombie's lethal throat strike. This zombie, infused with Matt's shadow, bore eerie blue eyes. Each punch echoing familiar techniques, elbow strikes, sweeping kicks, grappling maneuvers, assailing him like a torrential storm, heedless of the dagger's cuts that stained Hawkeye's tactical vest with blood. Devil take it. This one is even tougher than during my training. Hawkeye gritted his teeth and kicked the zombie away, only to see it use the momentum to spring back into the air, delivering a knee strike aimed directly at his face. Meanwhile, the thunderous explosion that shattered the giant zombie reverberated deep within the base. An ethereal figure surged through the smoke, the outline of a modified mechanical arm becoming visible, as bullets rained down like a torrential storm upon Frank, who was in the midst of reloading. With a metallic tearing sound, Frank let out a muffled grunt as blood erupted from his shoulder. "Be careful, there's an invisible man." Frank dropped to one knee, swiftly redirecting the barrel of his gun. Almost simultaneously, Matt's reinforced baton arced through the air, striking a precise location in the void. Ripples formed in the air, forcing Absalom's form to materialize as he clutched his wounded abdomen and staggered back. "Impossible. How did you see through my invisibility?" Matt held the baton across his chest, the hollow sockets of his eyes turning toward his opponent. Invisibility? Quite a troublesome ability. He suddenly lunged forward, the baton striking toward Absalom's throat like a venomous serpent. Yet for one who could hear the heartbeat, your footsteps were more conspicuous than an alarm. Absalom's pupils dilated in panic as he hastily activated his invisibility. However, Matt's assault showed no signs of faltering. Side kicks, jabs, and whip-like strikes landed precisely in the void, forcing the invisible man to retreat in haste. With each clash of fists and feet, ripples erupted in the air, revealing Absalom's desperate evasions. "This guy, has he awakened observation hockey?" Absalom exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Jessica descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The shockwave sent surrounding zombies flying and toppled Absalom, who attempted to flee. Matt's baton instantly pressed against his throat, the cold metallic touch rendering Absalom utterly frozen. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Matt was struck by a sudden shadow and slammed against a concrete wall. Before he could rise, the shadows on the ground began to roil, and Moria, adorned with demonic horns and a black cloak, emerged from Absalom's shadow, his twisted visage contorted with a maniacal grin. "How dare you harm my subordinate? Allow you to experience the true power of shadows." The shadow squad instantly fanned out in a crescent formation. The Punisher aimed his gun, but the bullets merely passed through Moria's phantasm, creating a swirl of black ripples. Jessica surged upward, propelled by the gusts, only to be ensnared by shadowy tendrils waved carelessly by Moria, yanking her back to the ground. "Save your energy. Shadows cannot kill shadows." Moria's laughter echoed through the ruins. In the command center, satellite imagery projected the battlefield's dynamics onto a vast holographic screen. General Ross furrowed his brow, fixated on Moria's distorted figure. Is this monster the mastermind? His abilities defy logic. Nick Fury leaned against the tactical map, his single eye gleaming with sharp insight. Focus on his shadow manipulation. Identifying weaknesses is crucial for a counterattack. Amidst the chaos, Kid suddenly flung a silk ribbon, ensnaring the Black Widow's wrist, nodding toward the ventilation shaft at the side of the building. Natasha immediately understood, and the two slipped into the shadows, utilizing the cover of the smoke produced by the explosions. Kid produced lock-picking tools and swiftly pried open the iron grating of the shaft. The hostages should be on the 3rd underground level. Those zombies need hosts to survive. They are still alive. Maintain communication. Natasha inserted a miniature earpiece into her ear, her cautionary words abruptly interrupted by the sudden eruption of gunfire. At the end of the pipe, two gangsters wielding flamethrowers suddenly emerged, their orange flames instantaneously engulfing the narrow corridor. Kid's silk ribbon coiled around the flamethrower's barrel like a serpent. With a swift tug, the searing metal tube flew into the air, trailing sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha moved in close, her electric stun gun precisely piercing the gangster zombie's carotid artery. Yet, unarmed, the zombie continued to roar and lunged at her, its claws nearly grazing her neck. In that critical moment, Luke Cage, with the stature of a titan, crashed into the fray, his vibranium skin colliding with the zombie's hardened body, producing a thunderous sound. "Get out of here. I can handle these tough bones." Kid and Natasha exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they darted deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hawkeye's bowstring had been nicked by the claws of a combat zombie, each rain of arrows being deftly evaded by the foe's uncanny agility, which only drew them closer. The roar of Colonel Rhodes piloting the war machine erupted suddenly, as missiles erupted from its shoulder-mounted launchers, only to be swallowed by the black mist conjured by the Shadow Mage upon contact with Moria. "Taste this," Rhodes bellowed, as the palm cannon of his mech charged to its maximum capacity. A blue-white energy beam sliced through the air, yet Moria remained unfazed, casually waving his arm, an inky aura enveloping him, causing the beam to merely ripple upon striking him. Such trivial skills. Moria countered, flinging a shadow spear directly at the war machine's reactor. Jessica, enveloped in a golden stream of energy, dove downward, closely followed by Matt with his enhanced baton. Moria crossed his arms to block, and at the moment of impact, a resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal. "This hardness rivals Luke's. Could it be that you are impervious to blades and bullets as well?" Jessica thought, her hands tingling from the force. "This power stems from dominance. You are clearly inexperienced." Moria snarled, shadows twisting around the two like living entities. The Punisher, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, stealthily raised his weapon, aiming for the back of Moria's head and pulling the trigger. However, just as the bullet left the chamber, Moria's figure inexplicably vanished. A sneak attack? Too slow. Moria's voice echoed mockingly from behind the Punisher. "The moment I sensed danger with my aura, your attacks became futile." Shadows swelled around him, enveloping the entire battlefield in darkness. "Now, it is your turn to savor the taste of despair." Chapter 35. Tony arrives. The air in the operations command room seemed to freeze. The roars and thunders transmitted back by Colonel Rhodes' war machine reverberating within. On the holographic screen, the swirling shadows surrounding Moria, impervious to physical attacks, caused General Ross's cigar to tremble slightly between his fingers. "This is impossible." Major Katarina leaned closer to the screen, her laser pointer repeatedly circling the moment Moria evaded the bullets. "He reacts 3 seconds in advance. Can that so-called aura truly predict attacks?" Nick Fury narrowed his single eye, observing the shadowy tendrils on the tactical sand table strangling a model aircraft. His knuckles turned white as he pressed the communication button. "Rhodes, focus on targeting his movement trajectory. Do not allow him to anticipate your rhythm." Yet, before he could finish, the war machine on the screen had already been ensnared by the Shadow Mage, its palm cannon exploding into a dazzling display of fireworks in the void. This formidable power surged forth as General Ross abruptly slammed his hand upon the table, sending cigar ash cascading into the nuclear explosion alert zone on the tactical map, more controllable than the Hulk. If reverse analysis could be achieved, the military's combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. "General, it is premature to discuss research at this juncture," Fury remarked, his black trench coat billowing as he turned. The immediate priority was to thwart the impending destruction of the city. His gaze swept across the screen, where Kid and Black Widow had vanished into the ventilation shaft. Suddenly, static crackled through the earpiece, Natasha's voice piercing through the noise of fists and feet clashing. "We've located hostages on the 3rd underground level, but we are besieged by a horde of ninja zombies. Their combat techniques are uncanny, and their swordsmanship is fierce. We are entangled." Luke Cage crushed the last zombie's kneecap, listening to the monstrous wail that ensued. He shook the blood from his hands and slid down the ventilation shaft to the 3rd underground level. Upon landing, he witnessed Kid's silk ribbon ensnared by 3 samurai swords, while Natasha found herself cornered, the blades of the ninja zombies leaving multiple lacerations upon her. "Stop right now," Luke roared, charging forward like an uncontrollable tank, pulling his vibranium batons from his waist. The long swords of 2 ninja zombies clashed against him, producing a shower of sparks. Before the zombies could react, Luke's batons struck their temples with precision, incapacitating them instantly. "Move quickly," Luke urged, brandishing his batons in a suffocating flurry of motion. Seizing the moment, Kid hurled a smoke bomb, and amidst the swirling haze, Natasha dashed toward the hostages bound to the iron frame. "Colonel Miller, can you stand?" Natasha inquired urgently, slicing through the ropes with her dagger. Bloodied and battered, Colonel Miller nodded through gritted teeth. Head east. There is an abandoned drainage pipe. As Kid freed Captain Rebecca, a chorus of zombie howls erupted from outside. We have no time. He tossed a silk ribbon to Natasha, urging her to assist the incapacitated and leave immediately. Under Luke's protection, they trudged through the passageway. The ninja zombies, wielding their damaged long swords, pursued them, their blades clanging against Luke's body yet leaving no mark. At last, they reached the concealed passage Colonel Miller had mentioned. The damp, rancid smell assailed their senses. Yet all understood that this was their hope for survival. Go quickly. I'll hold them off, Luke declared at the entrance of the passage, gripping his batons tightly as he watched Kid and Natasha escort the hostages into the darkness. The horde of zombies was closing in, and he inhaled deeply, bracing for the imminent battle. Natasha emerged from the drainage pipe, shielding the last injured person, her bloodied fingers swiftly activating the communicator. All hostages have been evacuated. I repeat, all hostages have been evacuated. Before she could finish, a roar from deep within the base echoed behind her, as shadows surged forth from the pipe like living entities. In the operations command room, General Ross abruptly extinguished his cigar against the metallic surface of the table, sparks landing upon the bombing plan marked with red circles. Transmit the evacuation signal to Rhodes and the S.H.I.E.L.D. team. A fervent glint ignited in his eyes. Prepare all artillery. Once they exit the 3-kilometer safety zone, commence saturation bombing immediately. Major Katarina's fingers flew over the keyboard as the red bombing zone on the holographic projection expanded wildly around the base. Nick Fury, his single eye betraying a hint of gravity, fixed his gaze on the screen displaying the beleaguered shadow team, and as he grasped the communicator, Rod's furious roar erupted in his earpiece. The shadows are pursuing the hostages. They have broken free from Moria's control. On the screen, the War Machine's Gatling gun unleashed a frenzied barrage, only temporarily repelling the relentless tide of dark figures. Hawkeye, Jessica, provide cover for the hostages' evacuation. Fury's command had barely escaped his lips when a towering column of black smoke suddenly erupted from the direction of Moria, who was manipulating countless shadows to pursue. His observation hockey allowed him to pinpoint the location of the hostages in advance. Thinking of escaping? No one is allowed to leave. His maniacal laughter mingled with the shrieks of the shadows, echoing like the death knell over the desolation. Just as the group, having retreated to a safe zone, caught their breath, Colonel Rebecca let out a sudden scream. Her body was uncontrollably lifted off the ground, suspended in midair as she struggled violently. A distorted ripple in the air flickered, and Absalom's form gradually materialized, lecherously wrapping his arms around Rebecca's waist, the metallic joints of his modified arm brushing against her neck. My dear, you are to be my bride. Where do you think you're going? Veins bulged on Rebecca's neck, and the iron-willed warrior, who never flinched on the battlefield, was on the verge of collapse. Let me go, beast. She kicked and struggled, but Absalom effortlessly evaded her attempts. The surrounding shadows surged like a tide, encircling them completely. Natasha's eyes ignited with fury as she twirled her tactical dagger in her palm. Repulsive creature. Like a panther, she lunged forward. But the blue light from her stun device pierced through Absalom's suddenly vanishing figure. Oh, another beauty. Absalom's voice echoed from behind Natasha. Come, join me as my bride. Kid launched a silk ribbon to ensnare Absalom's wrist, a sardonic smile appearing beneath his hat. This is hardly gentlemanly conduct. The ribbon tightened sharply. Yet it grasped only air as Absalom vanished once more. Seizing the moment, Natasha hurled a flashbang towards the predicted location, and in the blinding light, Absalom's outline briefly flickered into view. Rebecca seized the opportunity, driving her knee forcefully into Absalom's abdomen. He winced in pain and released his grip, allowing Kid's ribbon to ensnare Rebecca's waist, pulling her back to safety, while Natasha's stun device accurately struck Absalom's shoulder as he attempted to vanish again. Ah, he screamed. Staggering into visibility, his modified arm's gun barrel still not raised before Kid delivered a kick that sent it flying. Trying to take someone? You ought to consult my ribbon first. Kid shielded Rebecca behind him, the ribbon forming a protective barrier in the air. However, more zombie ninjas crawled forth from the shadows. Wielding damaged katanas, their vacant gazes brimming with murderous intent, evidently drawn by the commotion. In the operations command room, General Ross's knuckles turned white as he gripped the microphone. Having just begun to utter the words deploy the 7th Armored Division, when all electronic devices in the conference room suddenly emitted a deafening buzz. The large screen distorted violently, and Tony Stark's signature sardonic grin replaced the live battlefield footage. General, spare me your human wave tactics. And Fury, not inviting me to join the fun is quite uncouth. The Shadow Team? Such a cool name, and you didn't save a spot for Iron Man? As the words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the base's periphery. The Mark III armor, trailing a golden plume, cleaved through the clouds, its palm cannon accurately dispersing the swarm of ninja zombies that lunged toward Kid. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha grasped the still trembling Rebecca and sprinted toward the ventilation shaft. In her earpiece, Tony's exaggerated exclamation resonated. Reinforcements have arrived. Is the Invisible Man ready for a high-tech hunt? The Mark III suddenly vanished from sight, and in the next moment, Absalom's agonized scream mingled with the sound of metal twisting. The armor's infrared scanner precisely captured the outline of the invisible figure, and its mechanical arm clamped down on his modified limb. In the operations command room, General Ross, incensed, slammed the microphone onto the table. How the hell did Stark breach our encryption system? Major Katerina, her eyes fixed on the wildly fluctuating data streams, her fingers flying over the keyboard, declared, he has hijacked all military satellite channels. Now he controls communications across the entire combat zone. Fury stroked the edge of his eye patch, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his gaze. Meanwhile, on another battlefield within the base, Rhodey's war machine grappled with Moria's shadow sorcerer, their energy beams colliding in violent explosions. The Mark III traced a dazzling arc in the air, reducing the pursuing horde of zombies to mere dust, as Tony's voice chimed in once more. Rhodey, hold on. Once I wrap things up here, I'll come to dismantle that shadow creature's lair. Under the lock of infrared, Absalom was left with no escape. Desperately, he unleashed a barrage of bullets from his modified arm. But they merely sparked harmlessly against the surface of the Mark III. Tony's voice crackled through the armor's internal speakers, laced with mocking derision. The transparent fruit? It's a joke in the face of thermal imaging. Before the words could settle, Absalom suddenly activated the thrusters on his back, transforming into a blur as he fled towards the cliff. Tony's pupils constricted, and the armor accelerated in pursuit. The blue light of the charged palm cannon slicing through the night. Think you can escape? Not so easily. The searing energy beam grazed Absalom's shoulder, shattering the rocks beside him. The Invisible Man executed a sharp turn, attempting to leverage the terrain to evade his pursuer, yet he underestimated the armor's agility. Tony traced a flawless arc in the air, both arms erupting in brilliant light. Try this. Two intersecting streams of energy struck Absalom squarely in the back, the force propelling him toward the precipice. With a scream, Absalom plummeted into the tumultuous sea below. Tony hovered at the cliff's edge, the thermal imager revealing a red that bobbed with the waves, gradually losing all signs of life. Saves me the trouble of disposing of the body, he scoffed, turning back toward the base, leaving only the crashing waves against the rocks and a body destined to sink beneath the surface. The remaining ninja zombies howled and charged, but the Mark III's agile mechanical arms systematically shattered their leg joints. The incapacitated zombies writhed on the ground, akin to octopuses deprived of their tentacles. Agent Natasha. And this gentleman in the top hat. Tony's armor hovered midair, the visor retracting to reveal his irreverent grin. I must go assist Rhodey. Moria is no easy foe. I leave this to you. First, get the hostages to safety. As he spoke, he effortlessly launched several miniature missiles, obliterating the approaching horde of zombies into fragments. Then, he changed direction, soaring through the base like a golden meteor. Kid flicked his silk ribbon, ensnaring the last zombie, attempting to ambush him and tossing it into the air. Let us not squander the goodwill of this Iron Knight. Natasha supported the injured Rebecca and swiftly led everyone towards the evacuation point. Meanwhile, inside the base, Rhodey's war machine was being cornered by Moria's shadow sorcerer, the cacophony of explosions and roars blending into a chaotic symphony. Awaiting Tony was an even more formidable battle. Chapter 36, Rhodey's severed arm, Moria's demise just as Tony was about to charge into the base. The built-in communicator of his armor suddenly chimed with Xia's distinctive electronic ringtone. He raised an eyebrow and answered, teasingly saying, "What's this? Can't bear to see me take risks? Less self-indulgence," Xia, he replied, her voice laced with a hint of languor. The soft melody of an electric piano played faintly in the background. If you fall to Moria, I'll have to scour the world for a new boss. Just a reminder that Shadow Manipulator cannot be dealt with through brute force. You seem to know him quite well, Tony remarked, hovering midair in his armor, its metallic surface reflecting a cold light under the moon. Do enlighten me. I could use some fresh inspiration. On the other end, the sound of fabric rustling reached his ears as Xiahe appeared to shift her position. He wields the power of a devil fruit, though this power is bizarre. It bears a crucial weakness, seawater. She paused momentarily, ensuring she could hear Tony's suddenly quickened breath before continuing. Any devil fruit user becomes utterly incapacitated upon contact with seawater, and it can suppress those shadow puppets. Perhaps dousing the zombies with seawater could break his shadow contract. Tony's eyes sparkled like two miniature reactors. So seawater is the key. Why didn't I think of this sooner? He excitedly tapped the control panel of his armor, and immediately, A modification plan for a sea water jet device appeared on the tactical screen. But why not inform Fury? That black-hearted rascal has been rather verbose lately. If he discovers I hold so many secrets, he'll pester me with endless questions. Xiaohi scoffed. Remember, if the mission fails, my paycheck better not be diminished. Deal. Tony laughed heartily, redirecting his armor towards the water tank atop the base. By the time I turn Moria into a drenched chicken, I'll send you triple the bonus. Meanwhile, the battlefield had descended into a dire predicament. Rhodey, hold on for another 10 minutes. Tony's voice thundered through the communication channel as the Mark III armor shot through the night sky, like an arrow, racing towards the nearest coastline. I have a way to counter Moria's shadows. 10 minutes? Do you think I'm on a seaside vacation? Rhodey maneuvered the war machine in a desperate roll. His shoulder armor pierced by Moria's shadow spear, sparks flying perilously close to blinding his right eye. This adversary had suddenly gone mad, tripling the frequency of his assaults. Before he could finish speaking, the shadows surrounding Moria surged like a tide, with hundreds of shadowy arms erupting from the ground, smashing Hawkeye and Jessica directly into the concrete wall. Moria's eyes blazed crimson, and a swirling shadow enveloped him, emitting a thunderous roar. You dare to slay Absalom. You shall pay with your lives. With his observation hockey, he anticipated the trajectory of the Punisher's bullet, effortlessly reducing it to mere powder with a flick of his hand. The reinforced baton wielded by Matt scarcely grazed his neck before being ensnared by chains formed from the shadow, yanking him backward and causing him to stumble to his knees. Meanwhile, Tony had reached the beach, his armored palm cannon erupting against a rocky cliff. Amidst the scattering debris, he swiftly scanned the surroundings, magnetizing the remnants of abandoned metal fishing boats and corroded pipes to his armor. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate the assembly protocol and transform this scrap into high-pressure water guns and storage tanks, he commanded, simultaneously using his mechanical arm to scoop seawater into the makeshift colossal water container, calculating the shortest route for reinforcements. We must arrive before Moria spirals into complete chaos. On the other side of the battlefield, Luke Cage cleaved through shadowy tendrils with his vibranium baton, only to be sent flying several meters by a kick from Moria, crashing into a supporting wall. Taking advantage of the moment, Rhodey fired a cluster missile. Amidst the explosive flames, Moria's figure, shrouded in darkness, ascended skyward, effortlessly ripping off the war machine's left arm. Is this all you've got? You will pay for Absalom's life. In the operations room, the atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. On the screen, the mangled war machine lay askew in the smoke, its severed arm crashing to the ground, sparks illuminating the screen in a crimson hue. General Ross's cigar fell onto the carpet with a soft thud, while Major Katerina instinctively covered her mouth, her nails nearly digging into her palm. We must initiate the evacuation protocol immediately. No. Fury slammed down on the communication button, his one eye glinting coldly. Stark will arrive in 7 minutes. Everyone hold your ground. Before his words could settle, Moria hurled the incapacitated Rhodey and his shattered armor against the wall, blood seeping from the dented metal shell. Hawkeye's trembling hand aimed an arrow, yet it was shredded by the shadow just half a meter from Moria. The Punisher abruptly tore open his tactical backpack, bundling 3 high-explosive grenades together. I'll hold him off. You find the opportunity. But before he could finish, the shadow coiled around his wrist like a venomous snake. Fool. Moria sneered. Let's all descend into hell together. At that critical moment, a towering figure burst through the rubble, Luke Cage's impenetrable skin glimmering as he withstood the onslaught of Moria's shadowy tendrils, his muscular arms gripping them fiercely. If you wish to harm them, you'll have to get through me first. The shadow crackled ominously in his grasp, but could not penetrate his unyielding defenses. Just then, a deafening rush of air heralded the arrival of the Mark III armor, descending with a blue glow. The makeshift colossal water gun unleashed a stream of water extending 100 meters, precisely dousing Moria. While seawater can restrain those with abilities, the effectiveness diminishes with the strength of the user. If Kaido faced this mere splash, it would be negligible. However, for Moria, the seawater still had a significant impact. Taste this. Tony's roar mingled with the tumultuous roar of the waters, while Moria let out a heart-wrenching scream. The moment he was drenched by the sea, the swirling shadows enveloping him contracted violently, as if plunged into cold water from boiling oil, causing his movements to suddenly falter. Although the power of the devil fruit had not completely waned, both his strength and speed had significantly diminished, leaving him to rely solely on his physical prowess to defend himself. However, each strike was feeble and ineffective. Within the cockpit, Rhodes gritted his teeth and activated the remnants of the suit's hydraulic system, pushing open the deformed hatch with his remaining right arm. The sound of metal grinding was piercing, and he half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, blood still seeping from the wound on his shoulder. Yet, he stubbornly inserted the backup power module into his chest. Now was the moment. Luke Cage seized the opportunity to advance, his hands clamping down on Moria's shoulders like iron pincers. Devoid of his powers, Moria struggled fiercely but found it impossible to escape Cage's grip. An arrow from Hawkeye struck Moria's shoulder, while Matt's reinforced baton delivered a brutal blow to his temple. Jessica, propelled by a gust of wind, dove down and landed a powerful punch to his chest. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined attacks, Moria's pupils gradually dulled, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground. As his life ebbed away, the once turbulent shadows surrounding him abruptly stagnated and swiftly dissipated like morning mist under the sun. Two phantoms surged forth from the void, precisely embedding themselves beneath Jessica and Matt's feet. Jessica gazed at her clearly defined silhouette once more, illuminated by the light. Her taut spine finally relaxing as her fingertips unconsciously brushed against the shadow she had thought lost forever. The members of the Shadow Squad slumped wearily amidst the ruins. Hawkeye trembled as he stowed the snapped bowstring in his quiver, while Punisher silently wiped the bloodied barrel of his gun. Luke Cage leaned against the damaged support wall, his chest still heaving with exertion. The harrowing battle had finally come to an end, yet the air was thick with a heavier silence than the acrid smoke of war. Rhodes knelt beside the shattered remnants of the war machine, an emergency bandage wrapped tightly around his vacant left arm, cold sweat trickling down his pallid cheeks. Tony slowly lifted the helmet of his suit, his once playful demeanor replaced by somber gravity. His throat constricted as he observed his friend's trembling figure. Every quip now lodged in his throat, leaving him to silently approach Rhodes and gently place his mechanical arm on his shoulder. "Don't wear that funeral face," Rhodes suddenly rasped, forcing a smile as he looked up, though the agony in his eyes was unmistakable. "At least we saved all the hostages." The words seemed to sap his last ounce of strength. Before he could finish, he leaned forward, and Tony swiftly caught him, the warmth of his body sending a jolt through Tony's heart. In the distance, Fury's holographic projection flickered amidst the smoke, his solitary eye surveying the battlefield's devastation. The medical team would arrive in 5 minutes. His tone softened unusually. "You did a great job." Yet, no one responded to the praise, all consumed by the bittersweet exhaustion of having survived. Only the night wind whispered through the ruins, playing a silent requiem for this hard-fought victory. Inside the operation room, the blue light of the holographic projection danced across the faces of the weary team, the image of Rhodes supporting his body with one arm piercing the nerves of all present. General Ross's cigar had long extinguished, ash cascading onto his polished military uniform as his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen. "We have triumphed once again, have we not?" Major Katerina abruptly shattered the silence, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the tactical tablet. "We successfully eliminated the mastermind, but that creature's corpse." Her voice faltered, and the conference room filled with a chorus of deep breaths. Each individual comprehended that this body, harboring the secrets of the devil fruit, was a scalding hot potato at this moment. The SHIELD was responsible for investigating supernatural events. The corpse rightfully belonged to us. Nick Fury's single eye glinted with cold intensity, the hem of his black trench coat swaying slightly as he leaned forward. This operation was spearheaded by SHIELD's Shadow Strike team, comprising Stark, Cage, and those agents tirelessly fighting on the front lines, who were pivotal in turning the tide of battle. Nonsense. General Ross suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, causing the metallic surface to resonate with a buzzing sound. "For this damned battle, my ace pilot lost an arm. The military has deployed its most elite resources and endured the greatest losses. Now you wish to nonchalantly take away the fruits of victory earned at the cost of Rhodes' arm?" SHIELD should refrain from picking the low-hanging fruit. Without the military's aerial support, we would indeed find ourselves at a disadvantage. Fury raised his hand, signaling Coulson to pause the recording, yet his tone remained unwavering. But it was Stark's modified seawater weapon and Cage's physical restraint of the enemy that truly subdued Moria. SHIELD possesses a comprehensive research system for supernatural entities. Only we can eradicate such threats at their root. A research system? How conveniently trivial. General Ross loosened his tie, veins bulging in his neck. The funding for the war machine's development came entirely from the military. Rhodes is my soldier, and this corpse must be utilized for the research of mechanical prosthetic compatibility. His fist struck the table with force, toppling a water cup and splattering its contents onto the classified operational map. Without our armored units holding them back, your team would have been torn apart by shadow puppets. Amidst the clamor, Major Katerina discreetly glanced at the ever-silent Stark Industries liaison, who was rapidly typing on his tablet, evidently relaying this dispute to Tony Stark. Far away on the battlefield, on the other side of the holographic projection, the image of Rhodes being lifted onto a medical helicopter silently narrated the struggle over the ownership of the corpse. a contest destined to be as arduous as the recently concluded battle. Chapter 37. Post-war, a dangerous red gleam flickered in Fury's solitary eye. His fingers digging deeply into the conference table's edge, his breath evidently growing heavier beneath his black coat. Ross, do not make this irreparable. Last time, during the vibranium incident, we could still negotiate. Why can we not share research this time? The S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory. Last time was last time. General Ross abruptly tore off his military jacket, revealing the grotesque burn scars on his arm. Look at this. This is the mark I bear for my country on the battlefield. And now, my most trusted soldier lies on the operating table. He seized the nearby tactical tablet and hurled it violently to the ground. As the glass shattered, the image of Rhodes lying on a stretcher continued to refresh incessantly. This corpse will become the military's exclusive property. Any organization attempting to approach without authorization will be regarded as a military provocation. Colonel Johnson, a hawkish figure, abruptly rose, the metallic insignia on his shoulders glinting coldly under the lights. He strode purposefully to the tactical map, his crimson laser pointer carving a glaring trajectory to indicate the location of the refrigerated storage. The 3rd Armored Regiment had completed a circular blockade, and an electromagnetic pulse shield covered a radius of 5 kilometers. His gravelly voice rasped like sandpaper against steel, warning that any agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. who dared to cross the warning line would be dealt with as an enemy operative. Before he could finish, a sudden cacophony of metal clashing erupted from outside the operations room as heavily armed soldiers kicked the door open, the blue glow of electromagnetic pulse weapons instantly engulfing the entire room. Colonel Johnson crushed a tablet underfoot, his combat boots grinding through the scattered shards of glass. By order of General Ross, the body of Moria had been taken over by the 7th Armored Division. All unrelated personnel, disarm immediately. Fury overcame fury as he overturned a table, documents and cups raining down upon the soldiers. He fixed his one-eyed gaze on Ross, the veins in his neck bulging. Ross, this is military dictatorship. Dictatorship? General Ross slammed a classified presidential order onto the table, the paper trembling violently in the gust of wind. Johnson, escort our guest out. Colonel Johnson gestured to the soldiers, who promptly seized Fury by the shoulders. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents, he offered a forced smile, his combat boots crushing the glass fragments underfoot. Now, please proceed to the temporary meeting room, lest I resort to tear gas to express my hospitality. The holographic projections in the operations room flickered and died amidst the roar, the image of Rhodes being wheeled into surgery flashing one last time before darkness consumed everything. Fury's black trench coat billowed as he kicked open the metallic door of the operations room. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting in the corridor began to converge, but he raised a hand to halt them. Everyone stay put. I will go to the helipad alone. His single eye reflected the crimson emergency lights in the corridor, akin to a flame that could ignite at any moment. He understood that any rash action could provide the military with an excuse to detain the Shadow Squad, those who had fought valiantly on the battlefield, each a spark of the Avengers Initiative. Meanwhile, in the open square of the military base, the members of the Shadow Squad were encircled by armed soldiers. Colonel Johnson, leading the charge, stepped over gravel, the gold plating of the metal box in his hand glimmering under the moonlight. Your courageous deeds are commendable. General Ross has specifically tasked me with presenting these honors. Spare me the theatrics. Jessica clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening with the strain. When you hand out medals, are your fingers resting on the triggers? Behind her, Daredevil's cane tapped lightly against the ground. Sensing the positioning of the surrounding soldiers, Luke Cage crossed his arms, the pair of vibranium batons at his waist clinking together with a crisp sound as he moved. A cold smirk crept across Colonel Johnson's lips as he signaled the soldiers to tighten their encirclement. Heroes, you are mistaken. This is merely routine security. Is military security always so earnest? Frank Castle scoffed, his tactical boots crunching over the gravel, his dual pistols already unholstered, and his gaze as sharp as a blade. Since we set foot in this base, your safety mechanisms have never been engaged. Kid leaned against a military jeep, his silver goggles reflecting the wavering gun barrels of the soldiers, chewing gum nonchalantly. I say, why don't we put on a little performance together? As they produce their medals. I discreetly swiped a few to use as flying discs. Hawkeye and Natasha stood back to back, the former silently knocking an arrow, its tip shimmering with the blue light of a communication device. The latter feigned adjusting her earrings, while concealing a miniature intercom within her palm. Director, the military has ordered us to remain on standby, as they have established a perimeter. The distant roar of helicopter rotors filled the air, and suddenly, the floodlights surrounding the square blazed to life. In the blinding white light, the soldiers aimed their weapons at our team, and Colonel Johnson's figure transformed into a sinister silhouette amid the interplay of light and shadow. The gust from the helicopter's rotors whipped the dust and debris into a swirling tempest. Fury stepped out of the cabin against the howling wind, his black trench coat billowing like a sail. Natasha and Hawkeye immediately approached him, the former lowering her voice. Director, the military is restricting our movements under the pretext of assisting in the investigation. There are 23 armed personnel on site, equipped with electromagnetic pulse weapons. Director Fury, you tasked us with helping, yet you did not mention we would be treated this way after our assistance. Jessica suddenly burst forth from the crowd, her golden curls tousled by the wind. Have we now become prisoners? Behind her, Daredevil adjusted his sunglasses with a trembling hand, clearly struggling to contain his anger. Fury's solitary gaze swept over the team members targeted by the weapons, ultimately settling on Colonel Johnson's face. These individuals are the heroes of the city, not your military's prisoners. Stand down immediately. I intend to take them with me. Johnson's laughter, mingled with the din of the helicopter, echoed harshly across the square. Heroes? Some may be, but others are hardly paragons of virtue. He pointed his metallic command staff at Frank, declaring, this one is a federally wanted serial killer, the Punisher. He then pivoted sharply toward Kid, who had his hands stuffed in his pockets. And this gentleman is a notorious thief, having recently plundered the Metropolitan Museum. Kid dramatically sighed and removed his goggles, feigning innocence. Colonel, I am but a rogue. I only steal from those unscrupulous individuals who hide their ill-gotten gains in Swiss banks. The command staff then struck heavily against the vibranium baton at Luke Cage's waist. As for this vibranium, it is a national strategic resource. Possessing it without authorization is treason. Frank scoffed coldly, his hand caressing the grip of his weapon. The military's corruption runs deep. Medals? You ought to award them to the bankers who launder money for politicians. Luke Cage gripped his baton tightly, its surface gleaming coldly. This was a trophy seized from the mobster AFO. Prove that it belongs to the state if you dare. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the sky was suddenly rent asunder by blinding arcs of electricity, and a steel suit descended through the clouds with a roar. Tony Stark's armor crashed heavily into the center of the square, sending shards of stone flying. The sleek gold and red exterior glistened with a chilling sheen under the floodlights. It seems I've missed quite the spectacle. Tony's voice emerged from the suit's speakers, laced with hoarse fatigue. As the hydraulic mechanisms whirred, the visor slowly lifted, revealing the dark circles under his eyes and the taut line of his jaw. He had rushed from the hospital, still carrying the scent of antiseptic from Rhodey's bedside. Jessica's tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Stark, if you had arrived 5 minutes later, this place would have turned into a battlefield. Daredevil lightly tapped his cane, seemingly relieved. Tony trudged towards the crowd, the metallic clanking of his boots on the gravel sounding particularly jarring. I just came from Rhodey's hospital bed. The first thing he said upon waking was to let me teach a lesson to these bureaucrats in the military. He forced a grim smile that was more painful than sorrow itself, turning to Colonel Johnson with eyes as cold as steel. So, who will step forward first? Colonel Johnson gripped his command baton tightly, his knuckles turning white. Mr. Stark, this is a military zone. You have no authority, no authority? Tony suddenly closed the distance, the blue glow of his suit's reactor nearly touching Johnson's nose. I have the authority to publish your dubious military funding details on the Pentagon's official website, to let the world know how you treat a lifesaver. He whirled around to point at the Shadow Squad. These people bled on the battlefield while your guns were aimed at your own. Frank let out a derisive snicker, releasing his hand from the gun handle he had been reaching for. The wealthy finally speak plainly. Kid, whistling, ducked behind Tony. I should have known to hire you as my bodyguard. Fury's single eye glinted with a barely perceptible emotion as he stepped forward to stand alongside Tony. Stark is right. I expect the military to lift the siege immediately. Tony tore at the collar of his tattered combat suit, revealing a neck bandage beneath. How about this, Colonel? His voice dropped, laced with menace. Either let us go, or I will release the heartfelt video recorded during Rhodey's surgery. Trust me, he won't spare you when he wakes. Colonel Johnson's face turned ashen, barely squeezing out the words, stand down. The soldiers slowly lowered their weapons, and amid the clatter of metal, the encirclement receded like a receding tide. He shot a final venomous glare at Fury before turning to lead his elite troops toward the refrigerated truck housing Moria's corpse. The sound of his boots striking the ground echoing his unwillingness. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased, and Jessica let out a sigh of relief, moving closer to Tony, her gaze wandering over the golden patterns of his armor. Stark, honestly, this suit is more impressive than any supercar I've ever seen. Indeed, a beautiful lady possesses exquisite taste. Tony exaggeratedly bowed as the micro-thrusters on his shoulder expelled a pale blue flame. However, I am far more intrigued by your ability to glide through the air. Perhaps we could discuss the fusion of anti-gravity technology and biokinetics another day? Just as the two shared a smile, Fury stepped forward, his single eye gleaming with sharp insight. Stark, Moria could manipulate shadows to consume all, Yet you subdued him with seawater weaponry. How did you know that devil fruit users are vulnerable to seawater? The air suddenly thickened, and all eyes turned to Tony. Daredevil slightly tilted his ear, and Kid halted his chewing of gum. Tony tugged at his collar, the helmet of his suit closing once more, concealing the panic in his eyes. Come on, Nick. Some people just want to quietly remain outside the fray. Don't try to pull them into the game. He deliberately employed an exaggerated tone to mock, his fingertips tracing a dazzling halo over the reactor at his chest, revealing that the key to unraveling weaknesses lies in the brilliance of genius reasoning. After all, even the mightiest of monsters possess their Achilles heel. It took me a full 3 minutes. Fury observed the momentary pause of Tony, letting out a meaningful hum without pursuing further inquiries. Meanwhile, amidst the distant roar of the refrigerated truck, the corpse of Moria, gleaming with a ghostly blue hue, was being slowly transported away, heralding the rise of a new undercurrent in the silence. Chapter 38. Unexpected gains. Kid twirled a metallic badge, pilfered at some unknown moment, between his fingertips, a mischievous glint igniting in his eyes behind the lenses. Ladies and gentlemen, the military has tightly secured Moria's remains, but who says we are confined to this single path? He suddenly pivoted towards Tony. Mr. Stark, the invisible man you blasted with your repulsor beam, surely his body has not fallen into military hands as well? This statement detonated like a bomb in the still waters. Tony's armor visor snapped open, revealing his eyes, which widened in shock. The intense energy surge during the battle had indeed caused him to overlook this detail. The body that should have plummeted off the cliff was likely still ensnared in seaweed, languishing in the shallows. Wait, are you referring to Jessica? The pupils of the Nightcrawler narrowed slightly. The devil fruit user capable of invisibility? His cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. Though invisible, it keenly detected the suddenly taut air. If the body remains, it could indeed serve as a critical breakthrough. Fury's single eye radiated a dangerous glimmer as he stepped closer, nearly pressing against Tony's armor. Stark, why did you not report this matter? I was preoccupied with rescuing Rhodey. Tony tugged at his collar, the reactor's blue light flickering with his rapid breaths. Who would have imagined that the corpse of that guy would be more sought after than vibranium? Nevertheless, Kid was correct. The military's focus was entirely on Moria. And that remains might just be basking in the sun. Frank sheathed his twin guns, a cold smirk shattering the silence. So, our objective is to pilfer the military's lost goods? How intriguing. Luke Cage tightened his grip on the vibranium baton at his waist, the metallic clatter ringing sharply. Count me in. We can't let the military monopolize the benefits. Kid exaggeratedly bowed, the brim of his top hat bursting forth a shower of sparks. Ladies and gentlemen, a treasure hunt is about to commence. But let me be clear. I want a front row seat during the dissection. In the night, the silhouettes of the group were elongated by the base's searchlights, weaving together on the ground into a network of surging undercurrents. Meanwhile, in the distance, Colonel Johnson's convoy escorting Moria's corpse rolled over the gravel road, entirely oblivious to the secret they were fiercely guarding, which had already begun to reveal another fracture. The briny sea breeze whipped the crashing waves against the coastal rocks, as Tony's armor thrusters expelled a blazing blue flame, hovering alongside Jessica and midair. The searchlight swept over the contorted steel framework, illuminating a body, ghostly gray and white, wedged in the crevice of seaweed-entangled rocks, bearing the scorching scars of the repulsor blast. The thief's words proved prophetic. Tony snapped his fingers, and the mechanical arm of his armor deployed a grappling hook, securely snagging Absalom's corpse. Jessica, hovering nearby, wrinkled her nose and took a step back. No wonder the military hasn't discovered it. This place is even avoided by navigation. As the white mist of the refrigeration chamber enveloped the lifeless body, Fury's single eye nearly sparked with intensity. He turned to face Tony, who stood with arms crossed. But Tony preemptively raised his mechanical arm. All right, Nick. This seafood is yours. Remember to give it a seaside funeral. Fury, stroking his chin, let his gaze wander over the members of the Shadow Squad. This crisis has made me realize the necessity of assembling a team capable of confronting supernatural threats for the Avengers Initiative. Are any of you willing to become? Wait. The Punisher interjected, fastening the metal clasp of his tactical vest, the sound of his holster echoing sharply. I fight only for my fallen comrades. Without a backward glance, he stepped into the shadows, leaving only the fading echo of his footsteps. Luke Cage secured his vibranium baton at his waist, his robust hand patting Fury's shoulder. Director, the city streets need me far more than the lab does. Jessica shrugged, linking arms with Daredevil beside her. Matt and I need to check on the recent happenings in Hell's Kitchen. Suddenly, Kid emerged from behind Tony, seaweed still clinging to his top hat. How about this? Can we hitch a ride on S.H.I.E.L.D.S. plane? Mr. Stark's armor can't possibly be filled with live bodies, can it? Tony chuckled, shaking his head, as the reactor of his armor flared to life. Remember to give the pilot a 5-star rating. With the roar of the thrusters, the golden figure ascended into the sky, leaving behind a crowd of varied expressions below. Fury gazed up at the dimming night sky. The blueprint of the Avengers Initiative became increasingly vivid in his mind. Even though the road ahead was fraught with thorns, those departing figures might one day reunite beneath the stars of this very moment. Within a lavish villa in New York, a crystal chandelier enveloped the figure of Chenshu in a soft halo of light. Leaning against a leather sofa, his long fingers gently traced the edge of the upholstery, while the system panel displayed the standoff between the Shadow Squad and the military. As Tony's armor soared into the sky, the frame froze at the moment of each individual's departure, prompting Chenshu to sit up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Magnificent, truly magnificent," he exclaimed, applauding as his hands echoed in the empty living room. The system panel materialized on his retina, a faint blue stream of data pulsating before stabilizing at 128,763 emotional points. Chenshu licked his dry lips, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest, the corners of his mouth almost stretching to his ears. The emotional energy generated by the grand performance he orchestrated surpassed his expectations. With a flick of his fingertip, he casually pushed 10,000 emotional points into the lottery box. As the pale golden light diffused in the sea of consciousness, he even raised his glass to sip some whiskey. The mechanical voice resonated as the system panel illuminated his calm brow and eyes. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the character Li Mu Xuan, youth, from one person below, ability, reverse 8 directions. In the past, this technique was known as reverse 8 directions, now referred to as human magnetism. It creates a special field around the user to manipulate the direction of forces within that field. This field disregards the medium of spread and can only be evaded with subtle hints or weak distortions felt as one approaches. If engulfed by the field without timely escape, part of the area will be distorted by the user. Character profile: a naturally combative and unruly youth, driven by a childlike spirit. He seeks only immediate gratification and acts without restraint. He is not a purely malevolent individual, yet his reckless nature has led him to be perceived as a harbinger of disaster within the realm. His gaze swept across the remaining 118,763 points of emotional value displayed on the panel, while he casually swirled his wine glass, the ice clinking melodiously. The awe he once felt when summoning the Moonlight Pirate crew has long since faded. Now, possessing over 100,000 emotional points instills a sense of confidence, rendering the addition of a new character merely akin to a new piece placed upon a chessboard. Without hesitation, he pressed the lottery button again, investing another 10,000 emotional points into the endeavor. The golden light had yet to fully dissipate when the mechanical voice erupted eagerly. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the character Voldemort." Originating from the Harry Potter series, his abilities include mastery of the darkest magics, proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses, Avada Kedavra, Cruciatus, and Imperius. He can summon the Dark Mark to command his Death Eaters, excels in Parseltongue and soul-splitting techniques, having created Horcruxes through the severing of his soul 7 times, thus achieving a near-immortal existence. He is also adept in apparition, magical shields, and transfiguration, possessing unparalleled speed and precision in wand manipulation. Biography: originally named Tom Marvolo Riddle, he fell from being a brilliant student at Hogwarts to becoming the most nefarious Dark Lord, obsessed with the pursuit of pure blood supremacy and immortality. He ushered in the darkest era of terror in the magical world. With his extraordinary magical prowess and remorseless methods, he instilled fear across the wizarding community, marking him as the most dangerous villain in magical history. His terrifying legend still whispered within the corridors of Hogwarts. Upon gazing at these 2 character cards, he chuckled. Feeling fortunate, the main event was yet to come. Rubbing his palms together, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. With hands clasped together in a gesture of supplication towards the void, he poured all 100,000 emotional points into the lottery box. A brilliant golden light surged like a tidal wave within his consciousness, and the mechanical voice, reverberating with heavy echoes, thundered, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the character Earth Demon." Originating from Jackie Chan Adventures, his abilities encompass the supreme power to manipulate the earth. Capable of invoking cataclysmic earthquakes and summoning sharp rock spikes from the depths of the earth to tear the heavens asunder. He can merge with the earth, traversing vast distances in an instant to launch surprise attacks, and can coalesce stones to construct impenetrable defensive barriers or reshape landscapes, transforming the battlefield into a domain of terrifying advantage. Biography: as one of the 8 demons, the Earth Demon corresponds with Kuan in the Bhagavath, standing as an eternal adversary to the 8 immortals, an ancient entity rivaling the gods. His gargantuan form is enveloped in dark, rocky armor, and each of his movements is accompanied by the rumbling of crumbling stones. The earth-shattering power he commands can easily overturn the order of the world, marking him as a terrifying existence capable of causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in fear. He gazed intently at the ethereal image of the earth demon manifesting on his retina, watching as the demon slowly turned its neck, surrounded by swirling stones and earth. The air around him resonating with the sound of grinding rock. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he nodded slightly at the remaining 763 emotional points on the panel. With this card in hand, he felt unafraid of the impending onslaught of alien armies and the formidable superheroes and villains that awaited him in New York. Lying half reclined on a genuine leather sofa, Chun Shu absent-mindedly tapped his fingertips against the armrest, his brow furrowed as he endeavored to recall the timeline of Marvel films. The sequences of the Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Captain America intertwined chaotically in his mind. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he remembered that Captain America's story unfolded through recollections of the long-buried tales of World War II, which served as a crucial historical thread within the Marvel Universe. Murmuring to himself, Chun Shu's gaze fell upon the system panel. He was abruptly reminded of the disposable moonlight treasure box he had previously drawn and glanced at the newly acquired character, the young Li Muxuan. Observing Li Muxuan's rebellious visage on the panel, a bold and intriguing idea quietly took shape in his mind. With a flicker of thought, Chun Shu summoned Li Muxuan. A flash of light illuminated the room, and the boy with wild black hair and a defiant expression appeared in the living room. Slightly bowing as he inquired about his commands. "Hold on," Chun Shu replied with a knowing smile, raising his hand to indicate the orchard outside the villa. "First, demonstrate your abilities. Let me see your true potential." Li Muxuan scoffed, crossing his arms as he sauntered to the window. He gazed at a fruit-laden tree in the orchard, and the air around him began to shimmer subtly, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible force field expanded, and in an instant, the fruits exploded, their flesh and seeds scattering as if crushed by an unseen giant's hand. "Is this the reversal of the 8 directions? Quite interesting," Chun Shu remarked appreciatively. "Given your current level, can you catch a grenade barehanded?" Li Muxuan curled his lip, recalling the grave mistake he had made at the Trinity Gate. His mind flooded with thoughts of evasion. The current reversal of the 8 directions still needs refinement. However, with a change of location and a few decades of practice, perhaps it could develop. I'll grant you an opportunity for advancement, 70 years of it, to be precise. How does that sound? Chun Shu's lips curled upward as he leisurely produced the moonlight treasure box. The box emitted a gentle glow, swaying slightly in his hand. "With this, you can return to the past and hone your skills in that tumultuous era. By the time you return, you may possess greater strength." Li Muxuan stared at the moonlight treasure box, and the desire to escape the shadows of his past surged within him. Striding forward, he seized the box with fervor. "Yes, this is an opportunity one cannot pass up. For me, it will be but a moment. For you, a lengthy journey," Chun Shu said with a smile. Gripping the moonlight treasure box tightly, Li Muxuan shouted the incantation Prajnaparamita, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped him. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint ripple in the atmosphere. Far away in the sanctum sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One suddenly opened her eyes, gazing solemnly at the sky. "The timeline has shifted," she murmured, her expression grave. "I wonder if this is for better or worse." She summoned the time stone, attempting to discern the source of the disturbance, but all that met her gaze was a dense fog. Chapter 39. The Extraordinary Adventures of Li Muxuan. In the deep autumn of 1943, New York was permeated with the acrid scent of smoke and rust. The sycamore trees lining the streets shivered in the cold wind, while the yellowed leaves were swept up in the gusts generated by military trucks, swirling through the air. On the corner, a newspaper vendor vociferously hawked his wares, the headlines emblazoned with the grim realities of the fierce battles between the Allies and the Nazis. The air was intermittently pierced by the sharp wail of air raid sirens, a stark reminder that the specter of war loomed ever present. In the midst of such an oppressive and chaotic afternoon, a dim, damp alleyway suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light. The radiance spread like ripples, brief yet blinding. As the glow faded, Li Muxuan materialized, momentarily stumbling as he nearly collapsed onto the debris-laden ground. He steadied himself against the weathered brick wall, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. The crooked English graffiti on the wall and the acrid stench of urine instinctively caused him to hold his breath. In the distance, car horns blared and anxious voices mingled, occasionally punctuated by the thunderous roar of military aircraft overhead. Li Muxuan exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, "At least this isn't the East. I'm far from those Trinity folk." He glanced down at his outdated Eastern attire, catching the disdainful glares of several passers-by. Among them, a man in a top hat whispered to his companion, unabashedly appraising him from head to toe. "TCH, what is there to be so smug about? You bunch of foreigners." Li Muxuan scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets as he stepped onto the street. Yet, as he emerged, He was met with even more blatant scrutiny and hostility. Patrons at the nearby CAF set down their cups, frowning as they regarded him. Two patrolling officers exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with suspicion. Li Muxuan recognized that in this war-torn foreign land, his attire was painfully out of place. He rubbed his chin, deciding it prudent to acquire clothing more fitting for the locals. Just then, a commotion erupted from the adjacent alley, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle and angry curses, punctuated by the clanging of metal. The excitement ignited within him as he grinned wickedly, rubbing his hands together. Avoiding a spectacle is not my style. With a light-hearted gait, he proceeded toward the source of the noise, the hem of his long coat swaying gently with each step. Upon entering the alley, he raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. A tall, burly white man was cornering the slender Steve Rogers, raining down punches as Steve held a battered trash can lid like a shield. Despite the bruises adorning his face, his eyes remained resolute. I can keep this up all day. Li Muxuan observed the tenacious young man with interest, acknowledging a spark of defiance in his frail frame. Before he could study the situation further, the imposing man delivered a swift kick, sending Steve sprawling to the ground, the trash can lid clattering away. The brute sneered, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Hey, is it only the strong that prey on the weak? Li Muxuan whistled sharply, casually strolling over with his hands still in his pockets. He felt grateful that, despite not mastering much else from Mr. Dongshan, his command of English was quite proficient, allowing him to communicate with these foreigners effortlessly. The tall man turned to see Li Muxian, momentarily taken aback. Then a disdainful sneer spread across his face. Mind your own business, yellow-skinned monkey. This is between us. Li Muxian grinned, a hint of malice in his smile. What a coincidence. I happen to be in need of some clothing, and you seem to have delivered it right to my doorstep. Enraged by the remark, the tall man shouted and swung his fist towards Li Muxian's face. However, before his fist could make contact, Li Muxian effortlessly caught it with a single hand. Is that all the strength you possess? He scoffed. As an extraordinary being, even without employing his unique abilities, dealing with a few ordinary individuals was child's play for him. He exerted a slight force in his palm, striking the man squarely in the chest. The immense power sent the man crashing against the wall, causing him to emit a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Li Muxian cast a glance at the groaning Steve on the floor, initially intending to walk away, but the stubborn look in Steve's eyes halted his steps. He bent down, yanked the tall man's tie, and casually draped it around his own neck, then spoke. Hey, little guy, what vendetta do you hold against that fellow? Steve, propping himself against the wall, managed to sit up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He is a supporter of the Nazis and always seeks trouble with us anti-war folks. A sickly flush crept onto his pale face as he uttered the word Nazi. Raising an eyebrow, Li Muxian crouched down and rummaged through the tall man's pockets, pulling out a few crumpled bills and tucking them into his own jacket. Is it worth it to end up like this over that? Someone has to stand up. Steve struggled to rise but fell back down in agony. And you? Why are you helping me? Just a casual act, Li Muxian replied, shrugging off the man's coat and draping it over himself. Suddenly leaning in closer and lowering his voice, he added, but you'd best be cautious. With that Nazi insignia on him, there may be others involved. He shook the metallic badge he had just found, fastening it to his chest in front of Steve's astonished gaze. I shall accept this as a token of gratitude. Steve watched as Li Muxian pinned the Nazi badge to his chest, unable to suppress his concern. Sir, you ought to, enough with the nagging, Li Muxian interrupted, waving his hand dismissively while adjusting his tie in front of the wall's cracked mirror. I can handle my affairs without others meddling. As he turned, he caught sight of Steve's hesitant expression and raised an eyebrow. And you? Surely you're not too afraid to even state your name? I am Steve Rogers, Steve said, straightening his back. Despite his slender frame, a sense of resolve emanated from him. Sir, you really should reconsider taking that Nazi badge, lest you attract trouble. They have many informants in New York, and that badge, I fear not trouble, only monotony. Li Muxian scoffed, deliberately shaking the badge on his chest, the metal glinting with mockery in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak further, hurried footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Steve, a figure clad in a crisp military uniform, bearing the rank of sergeant, burst in with a raised fist. Bucky Barnes's boots clattered against the cobblestones as he entered, his vigilant gaze fixating on the fallen giant and Li Muxian. Instantly, he positioned himself protectively in front of Steve, hand resting on his sidearm. Who are you? What have you done to Steve? Bucky, don't be rash. Steve quickly grasped his friend's arm and explained, this gentleman saved me. The fellow just now is a Nazi supporter. Bucky's tense shoulders relaxed as he surveyed Li Muxian's eclectic attire, breaking into an apologetic smile. I apologize, sir. I was rather hasty. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, this scoundrel would have left me battered and hospitalized. He bent down to retrieve the trash can lid from the ground and casually tossed it aside, the brass buttons on his military uniform glinting in the light. Still no luck? Bucky turned to Steve, noticing the bruises on his face, and sighed. I told you before, your slight frame is ill-suited for military service. Steve stubbornly shook his head. I have my convictions. Even if I try 10 more times, there may be a chance. Suddenly, Bucky lowered his voice, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Next week's World Expo is being hosted by Howard Stark. I hear high-ranking military officials will be attending, along with demonstrations of the latest weaponry. But my physical examination, Steve began, only to be interrupted by Bucky. Use your head. You might encounter someone who appreciates your talents. Bucky clapped Steve on the shoulder and turned to leave, only to be halted by Li Muxian stepping forward. Wait, what is this about an expo? Li Muxian grinned as he squeezed between the two. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the area. Could you take me along to witness the event? Rest assured, I promise not to cause any trouble. Should trouble find me, I can handle it. He provocatively raised his Nazi badge, arching an eyebrow. Bucky and Steve exchanged glances. Steve appeared hesitant, while Bucky laughed heartily. Sure, more company for courage is welcome. But let me be clear, don't wander off. The three solidified their plans and made their way towards the venue of the World Expo. Along the way, Bucky introduced Li Muxian to the local customs of New York, with Steve occasionally chiming in, sometimes bantering with Bucky over differing opinions. Upon arriving at the World Expo, the venue was already teeming with people. Giant searchlights pierced the night sky, and neon signs shaped like mechanical gears flickered overhead, filling the air with a peculiar aroma of popcorn mingled with oil. Bucky stood on his toes, scanning the crowd, when he suddenly heard a clear call from nearby. Bucky, over here. Golden-haired Margaret, clad in a red polka-dot dress, stood beneath an iron arch, waving. Beside her, Lucy, adorned with a pearl headband, wore a flowing aquamarine satin gown that danced in the night breeze. The two girls gazed at Bucky, surprised to see him accompanied by two individuals. Didn't we agree to bring only one friend? Margaret blinked her blue eyes. We only have room for two ladies as dance partners. I joined midway. Don't mind me, Li Muxian said, hands in pockets, a roguish smile on his lips, deliberately flaunting his Nazi badge. Consider me a mere spectator. Margaret opened her mouth to respond, but Lucy tugged at her sleeve. Lucy's gaze was already fixed on Li Muxian's tailored suit and sharply defined profile, and she whispered, biting her lip, it's fine. More people make it livelier. It's about to start. Let us go inside. Margaret eagerly grabbed Bucky's arm, quickening her pace in her high heels. Lucy deliberately slowed her pace, walking alongside Li Muxian, occasionally covering her mouth with a perfumed handkerchief to stifle a giggle. Mr. Li, where do you hail from? Your accent is quite distinctive. As they navigated through the bustling crowd, the four of them finally squeezed their way to the front of the main stage. The lights dimmed abruptly, and with the lively strains of jazz music, for alluring women adorned in shimmering fringed mini-dresses and strapped leather heels swayed onto the stage. They posed around a futuristic silver car, its undercarriage pulsating with ethereal blue light. Ladies and gentlemen of New York, Howard Stark, impeccably dressed, strode onto the stage, blowing a kiss to the audience. The future of transportation will be redefined by Stark Industries. Behold, the conventional wheels are now obsolete. At his gesture, the women simultaneously pressed the remote controls in their hands. The silver car emitted a low hum, its blue light intensifying as it gradually levitated into the air. The crowd erupted in gasps and applause. Steve widened his eyes in astonishment, while Li Muxian stroked his chin, silently comparing the gravity-defying device before him with his own magnetic abilities. However, in the next moment, the blue light shifted to an unsettling purple, and the levitating vehicle began to tremble violently. The women's faces drained of color, and Howard's smile froze in place. Everyone, please remain calm. This is just, before he could finish, the car plummeted with a thunderous crash back to the ground, causing the stage to shake. The four women shrieked, stumbling in their heels as they fled in panic. Howard coughed awkwardly and adjusted his crooked tie. It seems this technology will require a few more years. Nevertheless, rest assured, Stark Industries never goes back on its word. With a charming wave to the audience, Howard Stark remained unfazed by the mishap, quipping, it appears this hovercar was eager for an early break. Fear not, Stark Industries will soon unveil even more astonishing innovations. He exited with grace, leaving behind a chorus of laughter and chatter from the audience. Chapter 40. Li Muxian's Extraordinary Adventure 2. The crowd gradually dispersed as jazz music filled the dance floor. Lucy took Li Muxian's hand and led him into the throng of dancers. His awkward movements elicited soft laughter from her, but within a few turns, he began to find his rhythm. Bucky observed the two lost in their dance, then glanced towards the enlistment station where Steve stubbornly stood, his gaze fixed intently on the tent. I'm going to check on Steve, Bucky said to Margaret before striding toward the recruitment center. Inside the tent, a burly officer slammed a medical examination form down on the table. This is the 6th time. Your scrawny frame can't even handle a rifle. Go home and drink some milk. Steve clenched the medal his father had left him, his voice trembling yet resolute. I can learn to shoot. And I can crawl through the mud. A frail body can still possess a powerful will. Enough, Steve. Bucky rushed forward, gripping his friend's arm. Look at yourself. You're covered in injuries. What are you trying to prove? We've tried in 6 cities. It's time to give up. I cannot give up. Steve forcefully shook off Bucky's hand, his eyes reddening. Every time I see the casualty numbers in the papers, every time I see those children who have lost their families, I must do something. Have you forgotten who taught us not to back down when we were bullied as kids? This sentiment was inadvertently overheard by Dr. Abraham Erskine, who happened to be passing by. The German scientist adjusted his round spectacles and beckoned to Steve. Young man, would you care to engage in conversation? They moved to a secluded corner outside the tent, where Erskine examined Steve's bruised visage. Why the compulsion to enlist? You must be aware of your physical limitations. Because someone must step forward, Steve replied, gazing at the distant fluttering stars and stripes. I have witnessed too many suffer due to war. My father perished on the battlefield. If donning a uniform could save even one more life. Erskine noticed the tension in Steve's clenched fists and the fervor igniting in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the scientist retrieved a small badge from his pocket and affixed it to Steve's chest. Report to the Military Medical Center on 7th Avenue at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember, a true warrior does not triumph solely through strength of muscle. With that, Erskine returned to the recruitment tent and addressed the officer with gravity. Provide me with this man's file. He hastily signed the necessary documents, declaring, I seek courageous soldiers, not mere muscle-bound fools. Outside the tent, Bucky observed as Steve clutched the hard-won form, his expression revealing an unprecedented resolve. The sunset elongated his silhouette, merging it with the nearby flag, while the wheels of fate quietly turned in this era. As the clock signaled the end of the ball, Lucy lingered, reluctant to release Li Mu Xian's sleeve, until Margaret, blushing, pulled her away. The night breeze carried the remnants of the fair's neon glimmers, stretching the shadows of the 4 friends into the distance. Congratulations, my friend, you finally got your wish, Li Mu Xian said, leaning against a lamppost as he casually adjusted his crooked tie. I had intended to join the fray as well, but alas, I could not pass the political scrutiny in America. He smirked, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the Nazi insignia on his chest. Steve paused, momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into a bashful smile, Bucky burst into hearty laughter, clapping Li Mu Xian on the shoulder. Come on, with your mannerisms, if you ever did join the army, you'd surely drive the officers to distraction. However, Bucky's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he wrapped an arm around Steve's neck. I must report back to the 107th Infantry Regiment tomorrow. After visiting the medical center, if all went well, Steve would also be headed to training camp, likely to be assigned to the 107th. He tilted his chin toward Li Mu Xian, saying, if one day you tire of New York and wish for some amusement in the barracks, feel free to visit us in Virginia. Our wine cellar will always have a glass waiting for you. Steve nodded eagerly, his gray-blue eyes sparkling. Indeed. Perhaps by then we might stand side by side. His words trailed off as Bucky playfully covered his mouth. Li Mu Xian watched the duo retreating into the distance, their laughter gradually fading into the New York night. The anti-gravity device Howard had demonstrated replayed in his mind, the energy flow and the resultant shifts in force fields resonating with the intricate manipulation of the dimensional fields. He stroked his chin, excitement igniting in his eyes. If one could merge the powers of the extraordinary with modern technology, it might unveil an entirely new realm of strength. Stark Industries, Li Mu Xian whispered to himself, turning towards the fairgrounds. The flickering neon signs behind him illuminated his path, each step growing more resolute. With his remarkable ability to manipulate forces and a unique comprehension of energy fields, he resolved to apply for a position at Stark Industries the following day, aspiring to become Howard Stark's personal bodyguard and to gain intimate exposure to those revolutionary technologies that defy understanding. The morning sun cast a slanted glow upon the metallic facade of Stark Industries. As Li Mu Xian adjusted his newly acquired dark gray suit and stepped upon the marble steps before the entrance, the attire, procured with last night's ill-gotten gains, fit him well. Although he had replaced the conspicuous Nazi insignia on his chest with a simple silver brooch, mindful that such ostentation might prevent him from even entering. Halt! 2 armed security guards blocked his path. Although their weapons were not directly aimed at him, their presence exuded an undeniable intimidation. Unruffled, Li Mu Xian removed his hat, revealing his signature smile. Gentlemen, I encountered Mr. Stark at the World Expo yesterday, and I am here today specifically to apply for a position, he said, pausing to add. Mr. Stark mentioned he was in need of someone capable of resolving issues. This statement was a blend of truth and embellishment, while Howard had indeed made similar bold proclamations. They were not directed at him. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them picked up the internal phone for a brief conversation. Moments later, he hung up. his tone still laced with skepticism. "You may enter. Mr. Jarvis is expecting you." As he stepped through the revolving door, Li Muxuan was momentarily dazzled by the mechanical marvels within the lobby. Gears and pipes crisscrossed in an intricate design, while coldly gleaming metal components rotated slowly overhead. As the elevator ascended, he drew a deep breath, mentally strategizing how to persuade the ingenious inventor. Pushing open the door to the top-floor office, he found a young butler clad in a sharply tailored black suit, meticulously organizing documents. The butler's chiseled features bore a professional detachment, and his piercing blue eyes scanned Li Muxuan like a sophisticated instrument. "I believe my employer has not scheduled an appointment with you, sir," Jarvis stated, his voice steady and clear, carrying just the right degree of pressure. Upon hearing of Mr. Stark's eagerness to recruit talent, Li Muxuan casually strolled closer to the desk, hands in pockets, deliberately elongating his words. "As an unnamed individual, I certainly cannot presume to request an appointment and can only present myself." Jarvis's fingers paused imperceptibly in their task, then a faint smile graced his lips, akin to a fleeting ripple on a winter lake. "Forgive my audacity, sir, but this is the first time I've heard someone speak of my employer in such terms." "What are you laughing at, Jarvis?" The ornately carved door swung open abruptly, revealing Howard Stark in a silk robe, a glass of whiskey in hand. His tie hung askew, and his tousled golden hair resembled the chaotic aftermath of an explosion. Narrowing his eyes, he wore a relaxed smile, his tone laced with teasing. "What this gentleman says, is it not the truth?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Howard slammed the glass down upon the desk, amber liquid splattering across the documents. He leaned in closer to Li Muxuan, his gaze sharpening like an eagle's. "But mere eloquence is insufficient, sir. You claim to be a talent? Then prove your worth here at Stark Industries, for value will always outweigh honesty in persuasion." Li Muxuan met Howard's scrutinizing gaze, hands in his pockets, shoulders shrugged, and a smile playing on his lips. "My martial arts skills are quite commendable. They are more than sufficient for a bodyguard role." He deliberately lowered his voice, yet a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation glinted in his eyes. "However, rather than deflecting bullets, I aspire to learn genuine skills from Mr. Stark, such as that anti-gravity device showcased at yesterday's expo. The manipulation of the force field was simply exquisite." Howard raised an eyebrow and pushed his glass aside, the metallic surface of the table still bearing the amber stains of whiskey. "You wish to be my student? Are you a PhD from MIT or a researcher from Cambridge?" "Neither," Li Muxuan replied, removing the silver brooch from his chest and deftly flipping it between his fingers, the metallic gleam reflecting the cunning in his eyes. "However, I have a remarkable memory. I could recreate the structural diagram of the device you demonstrated yesterday right now." As he spoke, he abruptly seized the pen from the table and swiftly sketched on the back of the documents that Jarvis had just organized. In under half a minute, a simplified blueprint of the anti-gravity device sprang to life on the paper. Although devoid of formula annotations, it accurately depicted the core structure. Jarvis frowned slightly and reached out to intervene, but Howard raised a hand to stop him. The genius inventor stroked his chin, a spark of intrigue lighting his eyes. "Fascinating. However, the ability to draw does not equate to being able to fight. Call in Jack from security. Let this gentleman warm up a bit." As footsteps resonated from the hallway, Li Muxuan had casually tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa. Entering the office was a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular form straining against the camouflage fabric, while the scars crisscrossing his face added to his intimidating presence. "Boss, you mentioned a spar?" Jack rotated his neck, his knuckles cracking ominously. "Keep it light." Howard leaned against the desk, raising his glass for a sip. "Let me see if your skills are indeed authentic." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jack charged forward like a colossus. Li Muxuan sidestepped, expertly seizing Jack's wrist and using his momentum to spin him around, sending the massive man crashing into the filing cabinet. Amidst the scattered blueprints, he deftly evaded 3 straight punches before delivering a precise strike to Jack's elbow joint, causing the security chief to drop to one knee, his forehead striking heavily against the desk. The entire exchange transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Jarvis instinctively straightened his back, while Howard's hand, still clutching the glass, froze mid-air, the whiskey within creating perilous ripples. "My apologies, I may have hit a bit hard," Li Muxuan said, bending down to assist Jack, subtly alleviating the discomfort in his joints. This was merely a demonstration of basic skills. He turned to Howard, his shirt collar slightly open, revealing the sharp contours of his neck. "Now may I stay?" Howard's gaze shifted from the kneeling Jack to the composed Li Muxuan, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Striding forward, he clapped a hand heavily on Li Muxian's shoulder, the scent of whiskey wafting over. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my personal bodyguard and assistant. The laboratory is open 24 hours. As long as you don't blow up the building, feel free to learn whatever you desire." Jarvis approached to straighten Howard's crooked tie, a rare genuine smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, Mr. Lee. I look forward to our collaboration and hope for your guidance. The look he offered was less wary and more infused with recognition. Jack rubbed his numb elbow as he rose to his feet, his towering frame slightly leaning forward. With his rough hand, he firmly grasped Li Muxian's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, I am truly impressed by your skills. Teach me that move another day." He scratched his close-cropped hair, his face reddening as he struggled to articulate the technique, finally managing to utter, "You know, the one that makes me spin around." Li Muxian responded with a smile, nodding at Jarvis, and jokingly draped an arm over Jack's shoulder, saying, "I'll only teach you when you treat me to some whiskey." The tension in the office dissipated instantly, replaced by light-hearted laughter. Outside the window, the sun had unexpectedly become more radiant, casting a golden hue upon the metallic facade of Stark Industries. Li Muxian gazed at the access card casually tossed by Howard, running his fingers over the embossed gold lettering. He understood that he had taken another step closer to engaging with the core technology of anti-gravity devices, as well as verifying the potential fusion of reverse engineering and modern science. The ongoing banter and laughter in the office seemed to herald an extraordinary collision of ideas about to unfold. Chapter 41. The Extraordinary Adventures of Li Muxian. Li Muxian found his work to be far less arduous than anticipated. When Howard was besieged by reporters at the auto show, he merely extended his arms to create a barrier, allowing the flashes and questions to rain down like bullets. In the laboratory, he could effortlessly memorize the layout of intricate assembly diagrams for precision instruments, organizing scattered documents with remarkable ease. Jarvis even jested that since Li Muxian's arrival, he need not worry about making coffee anymore. However, whenever Howard began to derive electromagnetic field equations on the blackboard, Li Muxian felt as though he were adrift in a fog-shrouded vessel. The dense array of Greek letters and differential symbols danced before his eyes. Despite his remarkable ability to recall the entire derivation process, he remained perplexed by the underlying principles. On one occasion, Howard bellowed while brandishing experimental data. "How could you not even know about the Lorentz force? I truly wonder how your teachers educated you." This remark caused Li Muxian, who had been cleaning a beaker, to abruptly halt. He lowered his eyelashes, staring intently at the rippling water within the beaker, and after a long pause, replied, "I have only attended a private school. I have not received a formal education." His voice was calm, yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. "However, I have encountered several remarkable masters who taught me English, martial arts, and some unique crafts. Yet, compared to these formulas, they are indeed unrelated." Howard ceased polishing his glasses, finally noticing that this young man, who always wore a sardonic smile, now appeared like a solitary wolf drenched by rain as he lowered his gaze. The genius inventor rarely suppressed his teasing demeanor. Sliding a stack of textbooks across the lab table, "Starting tomorrow, come to the lab 2 hours early. Remember, being my apprentice is far more demanding than being a bodyguard." As twilight seeped into the laboratory, stretching their shadows long, Li Muxian opened a pristine physics textbook, his fingertips gliding over the titles of Newton's 3 laws. He secretly compared these theories to the unique techniques he had learned. Perhaps these seemingly unfamiliar theories, like the crafts he once mastered, were all fundamentally seeking the laws governing the workings of the universe. The roar of an engine echoed as a black sedan rolled over the gravel road surrounding the training camp. Li Muxian traced the metallic trim of the car window with his fingers, gazing at the neatly arranged military tents in the distance. Suddenly, he recalled what Baki had mentioned. If all went smoothly, Steve should be here at this very moment. "What are you thinking about?" Howard casually tossed his sunglasses onto the dashboard, loosened his tie, and adopted a somewhat anxious demeanor, though it was not as if they were heading into battle. Curiosity piqued. Li Muxian diverted his gaze and carefully chose his words. "Boss, is it truly feasible for this so-called super soldier program to create warriors that transcend ordinary limits?" He deliberately reframed the term extraordinary beings into a more obscure expression, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. If there indeed existed a serum capable of reshaping the human physique, it might hold some clandestine connection to the means of the Inhumans. Howard let out a scoff and took a swig from a whiskey bottle he had grabbed from the back seat. "Strictly speaking, it's about creating artificial superhumans. That old Coot Erskine has been tinkering with his serum for over a decade, claiming it can unlock human potential and grant soldiers bodies of steel and iron." He shook the bottle, the amber liquid inside tracing eerie arcs against the glass walls. "But as for biology, I'm no expert. My primary role is to calibrate the energy amplification device to ensure that when the serum is injected, those soldiers won't be charred by electrical currents." The car came to a halt in front of the command center. As Li Muxian opened the door, a chill wind rushed in, carrying the scent of earth and gunpowder. From the training field, the sound of commands echoed, and a familiar, slender figure suddenly entered his line of sight. Steve was gritting his teeth, completing push-ups, his knuckles digging deep into the mud, his thin back arching defiantly in the sunlight. "Hey, stop gawking." Howard clapped him on the shoulder. Help me unload the toolbox from the trunk. When you see Erskine later, don't show any weakness. Li Muxian swiftly hoisted the heavy toolbox and followed Howard, the metal corners pressing against his shoulder, yet causing him no discomfort. As the new recruits formed a line to leave, he clearly saw Steve wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and pull out a crumpled notebook to jot down something. The familiar, almost stubborn vigor of that young man reminded Li Muxian of his own days immersed in the study of reversing the four corners. And an inexplicable warmth surged within his chest. The hum of electricity filled the calibration room as Li Muxian connected the last wire to the control panel. Raising his eyes to meet Howard's approving gaze. Not bad. You look far more competent than when you first arrived. The genius inventor loosened his tie, wiping the grease from his forehead. Let us step outside for some fresh air. The camp was enveloped in a thin mist of smoke and dust as twilight descended. Not far away, in an open area, Steve awkwardly practiced his firearm stance, only to collide with a red-haired woman in military attire as he turned. The papers scattered, and the woman's reproachful look coupled with Steve's flustered apologies made Li Muxian stifle a laugh. The woman was none other than Peggy Carter, an agent from the Strategic Scientific Reserve. It appears someone is enjoying a stroke of luck. Li Muxian nudged Howard with his elbow, gesturing towards the scene. Howard squinted and suddenly whistled. Hey, is that Dr. Erskine's new assistant? No wonder she's been frequenting the training grounds. Seizing the opportunity while Howard exchanged pleasantries with a passing officer, Li Muxian strolled towards the edge of the training field. As Steve picked up the last document, his ears flushed crimson as he intended to return it, only to be cornered against the wall by Carter, who was propped up with one hand. Rogers, soldier. Her voice lilted with mirth. Next time, could you mind your path? Lee. Steve's sharp eyes caught sight of him, waving his hand as if grasping at a lifeline. When Carter turned, Li Muxian noticed the miniature pistol holstered at her waist and the subtle wariness in her gaze as she scrutinized him. Agent Carter. A pleasure to finally meet. Li Muxian inclined his head slightly before raising an eyebrow at Steve. It seems that after I swiped Lucy at the expo, fate has bestowed upon you a more fitting companion. That girl left you behind, dragging me to dance the entire night. Steve's face turned a deep shade of red as he stammered. I truly didn't know how to dance then. And Peggy, it appears someone is quite favored, Carter remarked, releasing her hold and allowing her fingertips to inadvertently brush against Steve's flushed ear. However, rather than being left behind, I am far more eager to witness the performance of Rogers, soldier, in actual combat. As she turned to leave, the sound of her military boots crunching on the gravel was crisp and decisive, fading into a faint, lingering laughter as she walked away. Stop standing there like a fool, Li Muxian said, draping an arm around Steve's shoulders. With such a lovely lady's attention, you ought to train all the harder. By the way, have you heard any news about Bucky lately? Upon mentioning his dear friend, Steve's expression softened. He wrote last week, saying that the 107th is set for a new mission. He gazed at the silhouettes of the distant mountains, his voice low. I hope everyone returns safely this time. As twilight deepened, the distant sound of a gathering whistle echoed. Li Muxian patted Steve on the back and turned towards the brightly lit laboratory, where unfinished devices concealed secrets capable of altering the course of war, as well as a certain individual's new explorations of power. The final set of parameters has been calibrated. Howard loosened his tie, beads of sweat dripping onto the metal panel of the control console. He pressed the activation button, and the entire laboratory was enveloped in a spectral blue glow. The Super Soldier program was officially underway. Colonel Phillips stood before the observation window, arms crossed and skepticism etched across his face. You intend to use this frail boy as a test subject? Dr. Erskine, I still believe we should select a soldier with superior physical attributes. Abraham Erskine adjusted his glasses, his tone resolute. Precisely because he is weak yet possesses an indomitable spirit, he is the most suitable candidate. Inside the experimental chamber, Steve lay on the metal table, tubes protruding from his body, as the doctor slowly injected the serum glowing with blue light into his veins. A hint of nervousness flickered across the pale features of the youth. Prepare to activate the energy amplification device, Howard shouted, his hands moving rapidly over the console. As the current surged, Steve's body convulsed violently, cries of agony reverberating throughout the laboratory. Anomalous readings. Energy output exceeds the safety threshold. Howard's voice quaked with anxiety. Stop immediately, Agent Carter shouted, her hand poised over the emergency stop button. No, don't halt, Steve roared with all his might, veins bulging in his neck. I can endure. Li Muxian clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the experimental chamber. He could sense the indomitable will within the chamber, akin to a lighthouse amidst a tempest. As the energy peaked, the entire laboratory trembled violently, the tempered glass adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. When tranquility finally descended, the experimental pod slowly opened. Through the swirling white mist emerged a tall figure. The once frail frame was now enveloped in perfect musculature, each step resonating with a steady sense of power. Steve moved his newly acquired physique, a confident smile gracing his lips. We did it. We truly succeeded. Howard abruptly tossed the clipboard into the air, the papers fluttering down like snowflakes. Colonel Phillips rarely displayed a smile, yet he enthusiastically patted Dr. Erskine's shoulder. Agent Carter's eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. Her hands clasped tightly over her heart. A deafening cheer erupted in the laboratory, the resounding applause nearly threatening to lift the roof. Li Muxuan also laughed heartily and approached Steve to give him a bear hug. Well done. I knew you could do it. The youth's newly empowered form brimmed with strength. The intensity of the embrace momentarily took him aback. However, this boiling elation lasted scarcely 10 seconds. Suddenly, the glass wall at the back of the laboratory shattered explosively, shards of glass scattering like a torrential downpour. Before the crowd could react, a bespectacled researcher had ripped off his false beard. The dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at Dr. Erskine. Be careful. Li Muxuan's warning was torn apart by 2 gunshots. The bullets struck with precision, piercing the doctor's chest, causing the elderly scientist to stagger and topple the experimental table, the serum vials shattering on the ground, emitting an eerie blue glow. The assassin turned and lunged toward the refrigerated cabinet containing the backup serum, only to find that the precious serum had already been seized by Li Muxuan. A mere blur of motion. Handed over. The assassin's gun was directed at Li Muxuan's forehead, and in the split second the trigger was pulled. The extraordinary individual instinctively rolled to the side, the bullet grazing past his ear. Agent Carter's gun fired from behind, the bullet piercing the assassin's left shoulder, causing him to crash through the fire door and flee down the stairs. Dr. Erskine. Steve knelt in the pool of blood, trembling hands pressing against the elderly man's steadily bleeding wound. Abraham Erskine's fingers trembled as they brushed over Steve's newly developed chest muscles, his murky eyes reflecting both solace and unfulfilled entrustments. The blood frothing in his throat mixed with his breath, ultimately failing to form coherent words. As his final breath dissipated, the old man's hand fell limply. Stop. Steve's roar reverberated through the corridor, causing the metal walls to vibrate. As he burst out of the base, he saw the assassin leap into a waiting black sedan. The youth's newfound superhuman strength erupted in a surge of fury. He overturned a nearby garbage bin, the metal container crashing like a projectile into the car's rear tire. The thunderous pop of the tire echoed as the assassin abandoned the vehicle and vanished into the bustling streets of New York. Li Muxuan clutched the serum tightly in his arms and swiftly approached Colonel Phillips. Sir, this is the remaining serum. He solemnly extended the metal container, gazing into the bloodshot eyes of the colonel. I will go support Steve. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the direction in which Steve had disappeared. Chapter 42. The extraordinary adventure of Li Muxuan. For the streets echoed with the piercing wail of police sirens as a black sedan rampaged like a frenzied beast. Steve pursued relentlessly from behind. His breath, initially rapid, gradually steadied, and he could distinctly feel the asphalt cracking beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward. The wind howled past his ears, and he began to master this remarkable power. As the sedan made a sharp turn, he forcefully shattered a fire hydrant, using the momentum to leap into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before landing firmly at the intersection ahead of the car. The sound of twisted metal was jarring. The front of the sedan crumpled as the assassin cursed and reversed. In a flash, Steve surged forward, his hands clamping onto the car door like iron claws. And with a surge of strength, he wrenched the entire door from its hinges. The assassin staggered out of the vehicle, but as he rose, he suddenly seized a nearby child who was crying and pleaded, pressing a dagger against the innocent throat. Don't come any closer, or else Steve. Give me the child. Li Muxuan's voice rang out from the alleyway. Unbeknownst to them, he had circled around and was now fixated on the assassin with piercing intensity. Without hesitation, Steve continued his pursuit, while Li Muxuan shot towards the hostage like an arrow, leaping into the water just as the assassin prepared to toss the child into the canal, expertly rescuing the choking child and swimming towards the shore. A violent explosion erupted from the direction of the dock, and the assassin pried open the submarine hatch, diving inside. The propeller churned the water, creating a massive whirlpool. Steve leaped into the sea without a moment's hesitation, his taut muscles slicing through the waves. He could even discern the rivets on the submarine's exterior. As the sound of metal colliding resonated, Agent Carter arrived at the shore with her weapon drawn, witnessing only the submarine's glass shattered by a single punch as Steve emerged from the water, dragging the unconscious assassin with him. Who are you? Why did you kill Dr. Erskine? Steve pressed the assassin against the rocky shore, his knuckles turning white from exertion. But suddenly, black blood oozed from the assassin's mouth, his eyes wide and unfocused. He had already bitten down on the poison capsule hidden between his molars. Agent Carter crouched to examine the body, tearing a piece of cloth embroidered with the Hydra insignia from the inside of his collar. This organization has been covertly sabotaging the Strategic Scientific Reserves projects. She lifted her gaze to the overcast sky. Steve, Dr. Erskine's death is merely the beginning. Colonel, I request to engage in battle. Steve stood rigid. The stars and stripes on his uniform snapping in the wind, his metal shield grasped tightly, warming in his grip. Colonel Phillips continued to sift through documents without looking up. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper harsh and grating. Rogers, you are a showcase of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's achievements, not a soldier. The battlefield does not require an experiment built upon serum. But I have strength. I can fight. Steve stepped forward, urgency in his voice. Bucky and the brothers of the 107th are on the front lines. I cannot. The colonel abruptly slammed the folder shut, causing the coffee cup on the table to tremble. Your duty is to inspire morale on the stage, not to meet your demise on the battlefield. A senator nearby spoke languidly, his calculating gaze glinting behind golden-rimmed glasses. The colonel is correct. However, we can maximize Rogers' potential by packaging him as America's hero, Captain America, dressed in a specially crafted uniform. Performing across various military camps proved far more beneficial than sending him to the battlefield. Steve opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he ultimately withdrew from the office in silence. The military camp fell into a profound stillness as the spotlight dimmed. Steve removed his helmet, letting the painted shield clatter to the ground. The stars and stripes on his leather uniform rustled in the night breeze, while the ludicrous cape failed to conceal the deep sense of defeat within him. The cheers and applause still echoed in his ears, yet to the soldiers, he was merely a jester performing on stage. Are you gazing at the moon again? Agent Carter's voice came from behind, her military boots crunching the dried leaves in a familiar rhythm. She offered him an aluminum food container, within which lay warm beef stew with potatoes. His tap dance routine had indeed improved this time. Steve managed a wry smile, his thumb tracing the dented edge of the container. Peggy, you know I'm not doing this for that. Bucky and the brothers of the 107th were bleeding on the front lines, and he clenched his fist, the metal container emitting a strained groan. I'm here singing patriotic songs for the little soldiers. Carter sat beside him, her dark hair tousled by the wind. Colonel Phillips considers you a failed experiment, and the senator views you as a political pawn. Her gaze swept over his tense profile. But Dr. Erskine chose you not for the serum, but for the light in your eyes. In the distance, the faint sound of a bugle could be heard. Steve gazed at his reflection in the muddy water, the extravagant uniform starkly contrasting with the resolute gaze he remembered from the laboratory. Suddenly, Carter rose and pulled a crumpled envelope from her pocket. Look at this. I received the casualty report for the 107th yesterday. James Barnes is on the missing list. Steve clutched the crumpled report and stormed into Colonel Phillips' tent. The kerosene lamp cast flickering shadows over the map as he struggled to contain his fury. I must go rescue the 107th. They're still alive. Preposterous. The colonel slammed his pen down on the table. 30 miles behind enemy lines lies Red Skull's stronghold, filled with Hydra's elite forces and treacherous traps. We cannot risk more lives for a handful of missing soldiers. But they are my brothers. Steve's voice trembled. Bucky is still waiting for me. War demands sacrifices. The colonel's roar caused the snow outside to cascade down. Your current mission is to be Captain America, not to act recklessly. Get out. Steve clenched his fists, his nails nearly piercing his palms. As he turned to leave the tent, Agent Carter silently followed. I know someone who can help you, Howard Stark. 2 hours later, Howard's transport plane roared through the night sky. The ingenious inventor chewed gum nonchalantly as he maneuvered the controls. Kid, you're in luck. Lee, stick with him. Lend a hand when it counts. Li Mu-Xian checked the parachute's buckle, glancing at the tense-faced Steve beside him. Don't be too nervous. I'm here. The cold wind whipped in with snowflakes as the two leaped from the plane, 2 miles from their target. As they landed, Li Mu-Xian deftly rolled to dissipate the impact, swiftly grasping Steve, who was on the verge of toppling into a snow pit. In the distance, the sound of tank treads crushing the frozen ground echoed as an armored vehicle filled with soldiers approached the fortress gate. Seizing the opportunity, a sly smile crept across Li Mu-Xian's face as he dashed towards the nearby cover. As the armored vehicle passed, both men leapt simultaneously, akin to panthers, into the vehicle's compartment. The 2 Hydra soldiers barely had time to react before they were swiftly subdued. The ventilation shaft at the bottom of the vehicle led to an underground passage, and with a surge of extraordinary strength, Li Mu-Xian twisted the metal grate, revealing a dark opening that served as the only route to the prison housing the captives of the 107th Regiment. As the armored vehicle entered the base's inner courtyard, Steve and Li Mu-Xian emerged like phantoms from the compartment. Before the Hydra sentries could utter a word, Steve's shield struck true at one soldier's throat, while Li Mu-Xian delivered a precise blow to another's neck. Their synergy was impeccable, swiftly neutralizing the outer guards. Following the cries of agony, they located the dungeon where the soldiers were imprisoned. The iron door was heavily guarded by Hydra soldiers. with machine guns positioned high to create a crossfire zone. "Cover me," Steve commanded, raising his shield as he charged forward. Bullets ricocheted off his shield, sending sparks flying as he moved with the shield's protection, resembling an indomitable mobile fortress. Meanwhile, Li Muxian utilized the shadows of the structure to stealthily approach, his form flickering in and out of visibility. However, just as he neared the guards, one Hydra soldier suddenly spotted him, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards Li Muxian. In a moment of dire peril, Li Muxian knelt on one knee, forcefully pressing his right hand onto the ground. The air rippled, and an invisible force field coalesced before him. The moment the incoming bullets struck this barrier, they were violently deflected, sending sparks flying and ricocheting back towards the unsuspecting Hydra soldiers, catching them off guard. This astonishing spectacle was witnessed by Steve from a distance. His eyes widened in disbelief. His hand holding the shield froze, and he murmured in shock, "How is this possible?" Once the immediate crisis was averted, Li Muxian quickly located the key and unlocked the prison door. The liberated soldiers seized weapons from the ground, their eyes igniting with the flames of vengeance. "Follow me," an elder soldier shouted, leading the group towards Hydra's armory. Soon, they armed themselves and fought alongside Steve and Li Muxian, launching assaults throughout the base, with gunfire, explosions, and battle cries intertwining, plunging the entire Hydra base into chaos. At that moment, the grotesque visage of the Red Skull appeared on all monitors within the base. "Initiate the Ragnarok protocol." His voice brimmed with madness. "In 3 minutes, this place will become hell." Deep within the base's laboratory, Dr. Zola was injecting a serum into Bucky, who writhed in agony. "Stop your malevolence." Steve and Li Muxian arrived just in time. Realizing the dire situation, Dr. Zola turned to flee, activating the mechanisms within the laboratory. "You go save Bucky. I'll handle this scoundrel," Li Muxian shouted to Steve. Dr. Zola pressed a button, unleashing a barrage of spiked iron nets towards Li Muxian, followed closely by the activation of a flamethrower, sending forth a searing tongue of fire. With a swift motion, Li Muxian struck the ground with one hand, conjuring an invisible protective force field that instantaneously unfurled. As the projectiles and flames collided with the barrier, they were forcefully repelled, scattering sparks in all directions. Witnessing this, Dr. Zola's eyes widened in terror as he continued to activate more mechanisms. Giant iron balls plummeted from the ceiling, and poisoned arrows rained down like a tempest. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the assault, they crashed against an unseen wall of defense, rebounding chaotically. Ultimately, Li Muxian's fingertips traced the ground, unleashing an invisible chain of force that yanked Dr. Zola into the air, crashing him heavily to the floor. "You are not human," Dr. Zola gasped in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, Steve had successfully rescued Bucky, staggering out of the laboratory with his unconscious comrade in tow. Li Muxian seized Dr. Zola by the collar, his voice cold and commanding. "Doctor, I advise you to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Some things are better left unsaid." His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, causing Zola to shudder involuntarily under its intensity. The scientist's mechanical eye flickered wildly, attempting to question further, but Li Muxian forcefully shoved him against the wall. "I said silence." As the scientist slumped to the ground, coughing violently, Steve approached, supporting the semi-conscious Bucky, drops of dark red blood still staining his colorful shield. "Red Skull has escaped with the Tesseract," Steve said, his voice laced with frustration, his azure eyes fixed on Zola. Yet, capturing him was still a significant achievement. Li Muxian bent down to lift Zola, turning to Bucky. "Old friend, can you hold on?" Bucky wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, mustering the strength to stand upright, flashing his trademark roguish grin. "A mere scratch? This is nothing. If it weren't for this old fool's treachery, I'd have already smashed those Hydra goons into the ground." He stepped forward, clapping Li Muxian on the back with gratitude. "Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you, I'd be done for." Observing the camaraderie between the two, Steve finally relaxed his tense shoulders. In the distance, the sound of continuous explosions echoed as the self-destruct sequence consumed the malevolent fortress. Yet, in that moment, the exhilaration of survival and reunion temporarily dispelled the shadows cast by Hydra. During their retreat after the battle, Steve and Bucky could not resist inquiring about the secret behind Li Muxian's mysterious power. Li Muxian glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "You must keep this under wraps. My abilities are rather unique, and the fewer who know, the better." Steve and Bucky exchanged a serious glance, solemnly nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, Li, your secret is safe with us," Steve said earnestly. Bucky added with a grin. "Indeed, there's still trust among brothers." Chapter 43. The Marvelous Adventure of Li Muxian 5 in the military camp's assembly hall. Colonel Phillips handed a weathered envelope containing the notification of casualties to Agent Carter, his voice hoarse as he declared, prepare to announce that Captain America has heroically fallen while executing a mission behind enemy lines. Before his words had fully dissipated, a distant, thunderous cheer erupted, causing the tin roof to tremble. As Steve strode into the camp, carrying the unconscious Dr. Zola, the floodlights abruptly illuminated the scene. Howard's camera clicked rapidly. Agent Carter covered her mouth in astonishment, and the Colonel's hand, gripping the notification letter, revealed bulging veins. The soldier, who was supposed to have perished, now stood amidst the jubilant cheers of his rescued comrades, covered in smoke and dust. "Colonel, I wish to propose the formation of a special operations team." Steve unceremoniously dropped Zola to the ground, his shield, stained with blood but still radiant with the stars and stripes, serving as a beacon. "Let these brothers, who escaped from Hydra, lead the charge." He cast his gaze toward Bucky, who was grinning while toying with a confiscated Hydra pistol. A week later, the banner of the Howling Commandos was raised at the camp. When Steve approached Li Muxuan with an invitation letter in hand, the sunset bathed the training grounds in a crimson hue. "Join us. With your skills, I must remain by Mr. Stark's side," Li Muxuan replied, polishing the newly developed laser gun, the metallic sheen reflecting his calm visage. "Moreover, protecting key individuals is also a battlefield." He lifted his gaze, resolute. "But should you require support for 3 months, the Howling Commandos struck the heart of Hydra with surgical precision. They obliterated munitions factories, intercepted clandestine trains, and the strongholds revealed by Dr. Zola were vanishing from the map at an astonishing pace. Until that fog-laden dawn, when Steve's shield deflected the 7th bullet. He heard Bucky's anguished scream behind him. As he turned, he saw Bucky ensnared by a Hydra soldier, both plummeting into the misty abyss below. Driven by desperation, Steve raced to the cliff's edge, grasping only a fragment of Bucky's fallen cloak. A dull thud echoed from the valley floor, which was soon enveloped in silence. He lay at the precipice, hoarsely calling out, only to be met with the hollow echo of his own voice. The search and rescue team scoured the valley for 3 days, uncovering only tattered remnants of fabric and congealed blood. Clutching the blood-stained strip of cloth, Steve stood in the military camp's wine cellar, consuming whiskey bottle after bottle. The fiery liquid trickled down his chin, yet even with his superhuman constitution, he remained untouched by inebriation. Broken glass accumulated beneath his feet, mirroring the emptiness and despair in his eyes. In the shadows of the cellar, Steve fixated on the bloodied fragment of the cloak in his palm, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Carter approached, stepping over the shards of glass that crunched underfoot, the acrid scent of whiskey lingering in the air. "Do you remember that little guy from Brooklyn who always stood up for others? He wouldn't want you to drown in the past." She pressed a warm cup of coffee into his rigid hands. "If Bucky were alive, he'd say to stop wallowing and go kick Red Skull's ass." Her words cut through the gloom like a flash of lightning. Steve sprang to his feet, the wine rack collapsing behind him with a thunderous crash. 3 hours later, he piloted a modified aircraft alone, heading toward Red Skull's final bastion. Amidst the roar of the engines, the painted shield gleamed coldly upon his lap. Inside the Hydra fortress, hundreds of violet lights hung from the steel dome, illuminating the hall like a hellish inferno. As Steve's shield sent the 7th guard flying, the mechanical gates thunderously swung open. The Red Skull emerged slowly, adorned with his crimson mask, cradling a metallic box embedded with the cosmic cube. A bluish glow dancing across his contorted visage. "Captain America, you truly disappoint me." His voice rasped like sandpaper against metal. "You were meant to be the perfect specimen. Yet you willingly choose to be a puppet for politicians." He raised his hand, signaling countless Hydra soldiers to materialize from the shadows, their gun barrels forming a forest of menace. Steve wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing tall. "I could endure this standoff for an entire day." His shield sliced through the air with precision, deflecting bullets that came hurtling towards him. "Unfortunately, I lack such patience." The Red Skull tucked the cosmic cube into his waistband, drawing a pistol aimed directly at Steve's forehead. Just as the tension reached its peak, the fortress's outer wall erupted in a violent explosion. Li Muxuan descended amidst a tempest of debris, the invisible force field he wielded sending frontline soldiers sprawling. The members of the Howling Commandos followed close behind, the roar of Thompson submachine guns shattering the battlefield's silence. "Captain, did you think you could win this battle alone?" Li Muxuan's voice pierced through the smoke. He crushed a Hydra mech with his bare hands, the invisible energy swirling around him. A warmth flickered in Steve's eyes as his beautifully painted shield traced a sharp arc. Amidst the blue light emitted by the cosmic cube, the Red Skull's twisted roar intertwined with the battle cries of his comrades. The soldiers under Red Skull's command faltered under the relentless assault of the Howling Commandos, cries of agony and explosions echoing in succession. Sensing the dire situation, a frenzied glint flashed in the Red Skull's eyes as he abruptly brandished the cosmic cube. A ghostly blue radiance illuminated the entire hall, the potent energy waves distorting the very air around them. "Die, all of you." The Red Skull's scream reverberated through the fortress. Alarm bells rang in Li Mushuan's mind as he swiftly unleashed his technique, the invisible force field resembling a vast net aimed at enveloping the cosmic cube. However, as the force field made contact with the cube, it proved as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean. The mysterious power emanating from the depths of the universe seemingly possessing a natural barrier that repelled all external forces. In a moment of urgency, Li Mushuan abandoned his technique and lunged directly at the Red Skull. The two engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the surging energy waves. And in the midst of their tussle, the cosmic cube emitted a deafening hum. A brilliant light erupted from the cube's core, illuminating the entire fortress as if it were daylight. The cosmic cube, a spatial gem that had existed since the dawn of the universe, had witnessed countless powerful forces clash over eons. Yet, when the energy from Li Mushuan coursed towards its energy field, it stirred with curiosity, akin to a stone cast into a deep pond, invoking an intense response. This peculiar energy, alien to the cube, differed from any force it had previously encountered, resonating with a unique rhythmic frequency. The blue light from the cube intensified, greedily absorbing this energy, akin to a scholar thirsting for knowledge, swiftly recording and analyzing the essence and operational principles of the energy. As the brilliance grew ever more radiant, the figures of the Red Skull and Li Mushuan began to blur within the dazzling light. With a thunderous roar, the light suddenly dissipated, and the two vanished without a trace, leaving only the cosmic cube, faintly glowing with blue light, resting quietly on the ground. Quickly, take the cube away. Steve grasped the still-warm tesseract and hurled it towards the nearest soldier. The enormous aircraft suddenly tilted violently, a backlash of energy from Red Skull's disappearance tearing the steel fuselage apart. The members of the Howling Commandos clung desperately to the railing, the clattering of bullets against metal mingling with the engine's anguished wail. "Captain, come with us," someone shouted, extending a hand, only to be forcefully swatted away by Steve's shield. "This plane carries enough explosives to level a city." His voice was drowned out by the piercing alarm, as he braced his shield against the hatch to prevent it from collapsing. "I will draw it away. You must leave now." Carter's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by static. "Steve, coordinates locked in the Arctic." The transmission abruptly ceased, plunging the aircraft into an eerie silence. Steve looked down at the blinking locator. The icy blue icon of the Arctic pulsed on the screen, reminiscent of the swirling mist from the day Bucky fell. "Tell everyone, I will return." He removed the communicator and turned towards the cockpit. A thunderous sound of metal fracturing erupted behind him, as the spot where Li Mushuan had vanished suddenly split open with spiderweb-like cracks, a force beyond comprehension devouring the war machine. As the giant plane burst through the clouds, the Arctic's frigid winds, laden with snowflakes, rushed through the shattered window. Steve gripped the control stick tightly. Visions of the sunset over Brooklyn, Bucky's smile, and Carter's hesitant gaze at their farewell flooded his mind. The engine emitted a final roar as he took a deep breath and thrust the control stick to its limits. The steel behemoth sliced through the skies, trailing a lengthy wake across the ice fields. The explosion illuminated the entire Arctic, the massive fuselage plummeting into the deep sea, its residual force casting up waves that were swiftly blanketed by ice. And that soldier, bearing the shield emblazoned with the stars and stripes too, would forever slumber within the frost alongside the aircraft. Li Mushuan's consciousness drifted in chaos, the deafening shriek of the tesseract tearing through space resonating in his ears. When he finally opened his eyes, a nauseating stench assaulted him, a noxious blend of rusted metal and chemical waste. Stumbling to support himself, his palms sank into a viscous black sludge beneath which lay a mountain of shattered mechanical debris, broken gears oozing dark green fluid. What on earth is this place? He tore at the soiled hem of his clothing to wipe his face, instinctively channeling the chaotic energy around him to shake off the debris that clung to him. Gazing into the distance, a dark crimson sky hung low like a curtain, while distant heaps of refuse twisted into bizarre mountains, occasionally illuminated by glowing spores that erupted from the detritus, bursting into violet sparks midair. Suddenly, the refuse beneath his feet emitted a metallic, distorted sound. Li Mushuan recoiled sharply, witnessing three enormous beetles, their bodies covered in barbed spikes, emerging from the ground, their compound eyes gleaming with a cold, blood-red light. They lunged at him with scythe-like forelimbs, their slime dripping onto the ground and corroding it into wisps of white smoke. Just what I needed. Li Mushuan flicked his fingers, conjuring an invisible blade that swiftly severed the antennae of two of the beetles. The third beetle's venomous pincers grazed his clothing, but rebounded upon contacting the energy field, crashing heavily into the refuse mound. The commotion of battle roused the inhabitants in the distance. A group of individuals clad in makeshift armor fashioned from scraps and debris emerged from the ruins, led by one who bore a modified plasma cannon, emitting a guttural roar from deep within his throat. Just as Li Mushuan was about to speak, the leader abruptly pulled the trigger, a searing energy beam whizzed past his ear, melting the mechanical wreckage behind him into molten iron. Wait, I'm not here to. His explanation was drowned out by a cacophony of alien shrieks. More extraterrestrials, armed with crude weaponry, closed in from all directions, their eyes glinting with avaricious intent. Li Muxuan clenched his fists, channeling the surrounding energy into a vortex within his palms, preparing to force his way out. Chapter 44. The marvelous adventure of Li Muxuan. The energy field enveloping Li Muxuan contracted slightly as he raised his hands in a gesture of peace, loudly proclaiming, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to converse with you." However, the only responses he received were the continued alien screeches and the clanging of weapons. He swiftly switched languages, first shouting in Mandarin for them not to attack, then in English declaring, "I am a friend," and even interspersing a few phrases in his Tianjin dialect. "Let us talk it over amicably." Yet, the extraterrestrials remained deaf to his pleas, tightening their grip on their makeshift spears and energy guns as they advanced menacingly. Sweat trickled down his forehead in this perilous and unknown environment. The language barrier thrust him into a predicament more challenging than confronting an adversary. Just as Li Muxuan resolved to break through, a hunched alien stepped forth from the crowd. Adorned with colorful bone fragments and luminous crystals, he held a staff topped with a peculiar eye. The alien emitted a series of strange syllables, and to his astonishment, the surrounding crowd fell silent. "Can you understand my words?" Li Muxuan tentatively inquired in English, simultaneously concentrating his energy inward. The alien tilted his head, a flicker of strange light in his eyes, and suddenly spoke in a clumsy yet comprehensible tone. "Why does an outsider appear in the junkyard of Saka Star?" Elated by the response, Li Muxuan replied, "I am unsure how I arrived here. I was transported by a mysterious force. I mean no harm. I merely wish to understand this place and find a way to leave." The alien emitted a series of bizarre laughs, and the eye atop his staff glowed ominously, projecting distorted images upon the ground. Saka Star, the cosmic junkyard, a graveyard for the weak, a paradise for the strong. Want to leave? Unless you can appease the master, or win your freedom in the arena. Master? Li Muxuan raised an eyebrow, his energy field subtly receding into his palms. "If that is the case, could you take me to meet this individual?" His gaze swept over the alien's shimmering bone adornments, which gleamed with an eerie luster beneath the blood-red sky, as if whispering the enigmatic rules of Saka Star. The alien cackled with glee, the eye atop his staff quivering violently as it cast a warped shadow. "Of course. If you are presented to the master, I shall receive my reward." He turned and began to walk deeper into the mountain of refuse, and the excited followers behind him emitted a chorus of enthusiastic shrieks, urging Li Muxuan onward. Navigating through the towering heaps of interstellar debris, a tunnel adorned with glowing moss appeared before him. At the end of the tunnel, a cacophony of deafening music and jubilant cheers erupted, intermingled with the clang of metal and the hum of energy weapons. The moment Li Muxuan stepped out of the tunnel, a bizarre world unfolded before him. In the center of a vast open arena, two colossal figures, their bodies adorned with scales, were engaged in a fierce battle. The stands were packed with an array of extraterrestrial beings, who waved homemade banners and showered the air with luminous liquid. "Look, a new prey." A wave of laughter surged through the crowd. Several diminutive creatures, each sporting 3 eyes, approached Li Muxuan, probing him with their slimy tentacles. How long can this frail being endure? The alien leader pushed through the throng and shouted towards the floating palace above the arena, "Great master, I bring you a fresh toy?" The grand doors of the palace slowly opened, revealing golden steps that extended automatically to the ground. A languid elder, clad in a purple silk robe and sporting exaggerated sunglasses, reclined in a hovering chair. His long hair, dyed pink and styled into messy braids, was adorned with a colossal metallic necklace that jingled with his movements. "Oh, who do we have here?" The master drawled in a high-pitched voice, his fingers, painted with silver nail polish, carelessly pointing at Li Muxuan. "Has the cosmic cube spat out another amusing insect? Bring him forth. Let me see what abilities you possess." At his command, a mechanical servant swiftly shot out energy chains that ensnared Li Muxuan's wrist with precision. As the energy chains made contact, Li Muxuan's aura erupted, causing the metallic bindings to contort and snap with a resounding crack. He leaped forward, landing deftly before the master's hovering chair, the shockwave from his presence toppling several mechanical attendants around him. "I am no slave." Li Muxuan's gaze burned fiercely as he fixed his stare on the master behind the ostentatious sunglasses. "I do not wish to incite trouble. I merely seek to understand where I am and how far I am from Earth." The master languidly straightened himself, his sunglasses sliding down to reveal narrowed eyes, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Earth? That barren little corner? How amusing. No one has mentioned that word to me in centuries." He snapped his fingers, and a holographic star map sprang to life beside him, dense clusters of galaxies twinkling in a purple glow. "Do you see? Star," he said, pointing to a chaotic region at the edge of the map, "and your Earth lies at the opposite end of the universe. So far that even my hyperspace radar cannot reach it." The audience erupted in laughter, with one voice jeering. "This fellow dares to ask the master for information. He might as well jump into the lava pit for a quicker end." Clenching his fists, Li Muxuan focused the energy of the 8 directions into his palms. The master, however, raised his hand to quell the restless crowd, his smile widening. "But I do admire your spirit. Here's the deal. If you can survive 3 matches in the arena, I shall grant you one request, any request, including a way back to Earth." He elongated his last syllable, a glint of cunning flashing behind his sunglasses. "And what if I refuse?" Li Muxuan retorted coldly. "Refuse?" The master feigned shock, clutching his chest dramatically. In Star, to decline the master's proposal is akin to choosing to be tossed into the garbage compactor. He stifled a yawn, gesturing for the mechanical servant to escort Li Muxuan away. "Think carefully, little one. Remember, here, a fist speaks louder than any words." Dragged by metallic chains through the neon-lit corridor, Li Muxuan observed the walls adorned with eerie, luminescent paint, while liquid metal-like creatures glided along the surfaces. The gladiator's confinement was encased in a semi-transparent energy field, housing a plethora of alien life forms. Some brandished 6 spiky arms, others had molten magma coursing beneath their skin, and a few sported 3-parted heads exhaling foul purple mist. "Hey!" He kicked violently against the nearest energy barrier, causing the entire cage to reverberate. "Is there anyone here who speaks Earth languages? Introduce me to the rules." A metallic scraping sound emanated from the corner as a creature covered in obsidian scales slowly turned. Adorned with a glowing collar around its neck, it revealed rows of rotating serrated teeth as it spoke. "Earth language? I can comprehend." Its voice was intermittent, akin to gears grinding. "The rules are simple. Survive or become fodder." "Is it truly that straightforward? No weapon restrictions? No limits on numbers?" Li Muxuan inquired, furrowing his brow. On the opposite side of the cage, a floating, semi-transparent humanoid interjected, its body aglow with a flowing blue light that formed symbols reminiscent of Earth's writing. "Weapons are unrestricted, but long-range energy cannons are prohibited. The number of gladiators in each round is random. It could be 1 against many or vice versa. However, the most crucial point is, its form abruptly twisted into a skeletal shape. Do not expect the referee to save you. Here, entertainment to the point of death is the sole law." With the inquiry concluded, Li Muxuan ceased further dialogue, settling onto the cold metallic floor in a meditative posture. Closing his eyes, he activated his unique mental techniques, allowing the energy to flow through his meridians, initiating a cycle of circulation. Back on Earth, he was perpetually vigilant against the Trinity sect's pursuit, seldom exerting his full strength. Now, in this foreign realm far from home, that concern dissipated as his energy circulated. The fatigue from previous battles and long journeys was swiftly alleviated, and his drained strength began to replenish at an astonishing pace. At that moment, the ground trembled. The distant roar of a metal gate opening resounded, and a mechanical voice echoed throughout the holding area. "The first match is about to commence. Contestant 7429, 1138, 2007. Prepare to enter." The 3 alien beings summoned by number braced themselves with palpable tension. Just before the obsidian-scaled creature turned away, it tossed a glowing crystal. "Take this. It's a Saka energy stone. It may aid you." Li Muxuan opened his eyes, catching the warm crystal steadily. As he watched the 3 figures being drawn away by a beam of light, a cacophony of cheers and screams erupted from the arena, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Clutching the crystal tightly, he completed the final cycle of his meditation and rose to his feet. The energy field surrounding him pulsated, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. His battle was finally about to begin. The blinding white light of the teleportation beam engulfed Li Muxuan, pulling him into the arena, where the deafening roar of the crowd engulfed him entirely. Thousands of extraterrestrial spectators waved luminous flags, as a colossal holographic screen above the stands displayed distorted characters marking the odds, prominently featuring the number 150 alongside Li Muxian's visage. "Behold this delicate, tender young fellow." The exaggerated voice of the master reverberated from the dome. "I wager he won tea last 3 minutes." The cheers abruptly transformed into piercing boos as Li Muxian's gaze pierced through the swirling purple smoke, locking onto his 3 adversaries. To his left stood a creature resembling a gigantic mantis, its scythe-like forelimbs dripping with corrosive slime. In the center loomed a monster covered in sharp spikes, each tip crackling with electric currents. To the right, the most peculiar of the trio, a blue-skinned humanoid, donned a leather eye patch and bore a single metallic arrow glimmering with a cold light at his waist, its shaft adorned with enigmatic patterns. "Newcomer, do you require advice?" The young man with azure skin spoke suddenly, his standard American English tinged with a distinct, gravelly tone. "Drop your ridiculous posturing. lie down and take the beating. It may spare you some suffering. Li Muxian refrained from responding, as an invisible force field quietly coalesced beneath his feet into circular ripples. The mantis creature struck first, propelling itself forward with its hind legs, transforming into a green blur. Just as its forelimbs were about to pierce his throat, an unseen force erupted, sending the creature hurtling backward to crash violently against the audience protection shield. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The blue-skinned youth removed his eye patch, revealing sharp azure eyes that sparkled with intrigue. Seizing the opportunity, the electric monster unleashed a barrage of spikes, weaving a lethal net of electricity in the air. Li Muxian deftly danced through the deadly projectiles, his palm gathering energy into a blade that severed each incoming spike. Interesting indeed. The young man's fingers grazed the only arrow at his waist, a cold smile curling his lips. I am called Yongdu, lad. Remember, it is I who will guide you on your journey. As his words faded, he emitted a shrill whistle amidst the sound waves. The metallic arrow shot forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, slicing through the air with an astonishing arc, circumventing Li Muxian's defensive field and aiming directly for his back. A chill ran down Li Muxian's spine. In a split second, he rolled aside as the arrow grazed his garment, carving a bottomless trench into the ground. It dawned on him that this arrow, under the control of the whistle, could not only change direction freely but also possessed an uncanny power capable of penetrating energy defenses. In the stands, the master excitedly beat upon the armrest of his seat. Wonderful. Continue. Tear him apart. The scent of blood invigorated the two other monsters, who roared and lunged once more. Li Muxian took a deep breath, his energy surging threefold. Since ranged attacks were troublesome, he would engage in close combat. He charged toward the electric monster, his fists imbued with overwhelming power, shattering the creature's defensive spikes, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Yongdu's every move, wary of another deadly arrow assault. As Li Muxian obliterated the electric monster, viscous bodily fluid splattered across him. Before he could catch his breath, Yongdu's whistle pierced the air once more, and the metallic arrow shot towards him from the side, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the atmosphere. He crossed his palms and thrust them forward, unleashing an invisible barrier that erupted with a thunderous sound. The arrows collided with the barrier, sparking as they were forced to veer off course. The mantis monster, wielding its corrosive forelimbs, lunged at him once more. Li Muxian swiftly sidestepped, his right hand morphing into a claw-like grip, pulling the creature aside with an invisible flow of energy. However, the mantis monster had evidently learned its lesson. At the moment of landing, it unexpectedly charged toward the audience. A chorus of screams erupted from the stands as the protective shield crackled under the assault of the corrosive slime. Seizing this opportunity, Yongdu's whistle grew increasingly frantic, and metallic arrows traced complex trajectories in the air, attacking from multiple cunning angles. Li Muxian's palms danced in a flurry, his energy field coiling around him like a dragon, deflecting the arrows one by one, yet he soon bore several new wounds. He understood that continuing to endure this passive onslaught would inevitably lead to his demise. He needed to devise a means to counter these enigmatic arrows. Suddenly, he noticed that each time Yongdu manipulated the arrows, he synchronized the frequency of his whistle with their trajectories. A bold idea flickered in his mind. When the arrows came charging at him again, Li Muxian did not evade. Instead, he thrust his left hand forward to create a deceptive force field, while his right hand gathered all its might. Just as the arrows were about to reach him, he flipped his palm and unleashed a shockwave. The sonic wave collided with the arrows, producing a piercing roar. Yongdu's expression shifted slightly, his whistling momentarily faltering. An opportunity. Li Muxian clapped his palms together, the energy flow transforming into an invisible staircase, allowing him to close the distance to Yongdu in the blink of an eye. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, Yongdu revealed a cunning smile. It turned out that Yongdu had intentionally drawn him close to directly disrupt his senses with the whistle. The sharp sound waves detonated near Li Muxian's ears, inducing a wave of dizziness and unsteadiness in his steps. In a critical moment, Li Muxian gritted his teeth against the discomfort, crossing his palms to shield his face while simultaneously channeling his energy to protect his heart. Suddenly, he unleashed a circular force field from his palms, dispersing the sound waves. Clearly taken aback by Li Muxian's ability to counterattack despite such interference, Yongdu hastily blew several sharp whistles. The metallic arrows retaliated like lightning. Yet Li Muxian's palms whirled rapidly, forming a spiral barrier of energy that caused the arrows to veer off course. Seizing this moment, he struck with his right palm, delivering a devastating blow aimed at Yongdu's throat. Yongdu sidestepped to evade the critical hit, but his shoulder was struck, sending him flying. However, he quickly rolled back to his feet, his eyes not filled with anger, but rather with a newfound appreciation. At that moment, the mantis monster charged at him once more. Taking a deep breath, Li Muxian pushed his palms forward, the reversed forces surging like a tide, forming a crescent-shaped, transparent blade wave. The mantis monster had no chance to react, being cleaved in two by the blade wave. The arena fell into a brief silence before erupting into deafening cheers. The master rose from his seat, laughing excitedly. Excellent. Excellent. I adore this newcomer. Li Muxuan gasped for breath, gazing at Yongdu, who was slowly rising in the distance. He knew that this battle was far from over, but at the very least, he had established his foothold in this brutal coliseum. Li Muxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the shoulder of the armored warrior, Yongdu. Suddenly, he let out a laugh. You speak English, and your appearance is somewhat humanoid. Could it be that you hail from Earth? He deliberately elongated his tone, infusing it with a casual, yet probing curiosity. Yongdu raised an eyebrow at the remark, the patterns on his blue skin contorting with amusement. Once, an important earthling taught me this language. As he spoke, his Adam's apple bobbed, as if he were recalling some distant memory, and his expression softened momentarily. This fleeting moment of relaxation was precisely the opportunity Li Muxuan had been awaiting. The reversed energy field quietly spread from his toes, weaving an intricate web beneath the metallic surface. While maintaining an outwardly casual demeanor, he secretly manipulated the invisible force to form a thread as sharp as a needle, penetrating Yongdu's battle boots and skin, ultimately coiling around the beating heart within. In truth, the answer was inconsequential. Li Muxuan suddenly lowered his voice, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. What mattered was that his toes trembled slightly, causing Yongdu's body to freeze instantly. The blue-skinned man's pupils constricted sharply, as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart, each beat accompanied by excruciating pain. He wished to retreat, but found even his little finger immobile, cold sweat trickling down his neck into his collar. Best not to move. Li Muxuan leaned closer, and Yongdu could see the droplets of blood congealing on his eyelashes. With just a little more pressure, your heart will turn to mush. Unless he deliberately paused to feel the violent tremors of Yongdu's heart under the force's oppression. You might as well regrow your insides like a lizard. I surrender. Yongdu gritted out the words, his voice raspy as if scraping against sandpaper. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience, initially frozen, erupted in a cacophony of curses akin to a tsunami. The alien spectators, having placed their bets in vain, overturned their seats, fluorescent bottles shattering against the protective shield. The odds displayed on the holographic screen fluctuated wildly, countless wagers collapsing in an instant. Cheating. A conspiracy. Someone brandished a makeshift weapon against the railings that blue-skinned fighter has never lost. This is impossible. The master, jolted from his maniacal laughter, adjusted his sunglasses down to the tip of his nose, revealing eyes alight with shock and exhilaration. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. What trick did the newcomer employ? Mind control? Or perhaps magic? I demand his complete dossier. Li Muxuan released the force field, observing Yongdu stagger backward, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. On Earth, he had been restrained by the fear of the Trinity sect, yet on Sakaar, the rules were inscribed by the fist. And his own fist proved far deadlier than these extraterrestrial beings could fathom. Amidst the lingering uproar, Yongdu stepped forward decisively, patting Li Muxuan on the shoulder, remnants of cold sweat still glistening on his blue skin. To conceal a lethal strike so flawlessly, I commend your ingenuity. Shall we be friends? Li Muxuan raised an eyebrow, still feeling the tremors of his manipulation in his palm. This hardly seems above board. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? Resentment? Yongdu threw back his head in laughter, taking a swig from the flask at his waist, the fiery liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth. My arrows strike at the backs of foes. Here on Sakaar, victory is the law of the land. He leaned in suddenly, his sharp gaze piercing from beneath his crimson visor, and you did not strike with lethal intent. In the eyes of these bloodthirsty madmen, his gaze was as pure as the lakes of earth. Li Muxuan was momentarily taken aback by the words, then curled his lips slightly, neither responding nor evading the other's touch. He gazed at the gamblers on the viewing platform, still seething with rage, and whispered, Is it true that winning 3 consecutive matches allows one to make a request to the master? Absolutely, Yongdu replied, tossing a metal jug that still bore the warmth of his hand. A slave can exchange for freedom, and a free man can make that old fool bleed. I've witnessed individuals acquiring interstellar coordinates, and others seizing antimatter engines. He caressed the soul arrow at his waist, his eyes igniting with fervor. I just need one last victory to obtain a starship and venture into the depths of the universe to carve out my own name. Li Muxuan swallowed hard, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles in his palm. If he could truly obtain cosmic intelligence from the master, he abruptly grasped the jug and tilted it back, gulping down a mouthful of the peculiar liquor. Now that you are free, why remain as a gladiator? Freedom? Yongdu scoffed, gesturing to the fading scar around his neck. Without a ship or weapons, stepping off this planet means becoming fodder for cosmic pirates. But if I defeat the master, he squinted, gazing toward the floating palace. I will establish my own fleet, and all will hear the name Yongdu Udon Tower. Suddenly, the arena's loudspeaker erupted, the master's sharp voice piercing the clouds. The victor. A lad from Earth. Rest for 3 hours. Prepare for the second round of combat. A pause ensued regarding the opponent, and the arena fell into silence. Let him experience the true terror of Sakastar, the double-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex, along with its parasitic army. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers. As the holographic projection revealed the monstrous visage of the double-headed beast, 2 massive jaws dripping with corrosive saliva, its back teeming with hundreds of writhing parasitic creatures, each adorned with venomous stingers. That old fool truly holds you in regard, Yongdu whistled, returning the arrow to his waist. The beast's weakness lies in the nerve junction connecting its 2 heads, but the parasites can split and regenerate. Even I would have to exert considerable effort against it. Li Muxuan stared at the projection, the swirling energy within him gradually harmonizing. Thank you for the warning. He suddenly turned and added, if I win this match, perhaps I could procure a spare ship from the master. What do you say to collaborating? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yongdu's eyes, quickly replaced by a wide grin revealing sharp teeth. It's a deal, but you'd best return alive. Their laughter mingled with the audience's roars, resonating beneath the crimson sky. As the gates of the arena slowly opened, the next life-and-death battle commenced. 3 hours of respite vanished in an instant, and Li Muxuan was enveloped by a beam of light, descending into the arena. The stench of blood mingled with decay assaulted his senses as the double-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex clawed the ground, its 2 heads alternately unleashing thunderous roars. While the parasites on its back surged like a black tide, each brandishing tail stingers glowing with eerie blue venom. The audience boiled with excitement. The odds displayed on the holographic screen revealed that Li Muxuan's chances of defeat had soared to 1,200. Eliminate him. Tear apart this earthworm. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the master lazily donned a pair of specially crafted silver-framed glasses, their lenses emitting a stream of blue light akin to flowing data. As he gazed with keen interest upon the battlefield, the Tyrannosaurus beast made the first move, abruptly flinging a spray of corrosive acid from its left head. The resulting acrid smoke still lingering as its right head opened wide, lunging forward. Li Muxuan's palms flew into action, reversing the stance shield formed by the convergence of 8 directions to deflect the acid skyward. However, at that very moment of contact with the beast-gaping maw, the parasitic creature upon his back unleashed a barrage of tail spikes. Beware, those poisoned barbs will pursue. A warning from Yongdu echoed from the audience. Li Muxuan twisted in midair, his energy field rippling outward, narrowly evading the fatal onslaught. Yet, the barbs grazed his arm, instantly leaving a bruise of purple and blue, the searing sensation racing through his veins. Seizing the opportunity, the Tyrannosaurus beast lunged to bite, its 2 heads forming a pincer attack. Li Muxuan's pupils dilated, his left hand thrusting forward to create a deceptive stance, while his right hand gathered all his strength, releasing a wave of oscillation. The beast's fangs grazed his shoulder, the force of the wind nearly tearing him apart. Through the special glasses, the master clearly observed the invisible force field emanating from Li Muxuan's fingertips as it infiltrated the Tyrannosaurus's body. He exclaimed, removing his glasses, his pink dreadlocks swaying with his laughter. So, the control field strangles the internal organs directly? How fascinating. He whispered a few words to his mechanical servant, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. As Li Muxuan ultimately crushed the last parasitic creature with a circular force field, the arena fell into a deathly silence. He knelt on one knee, cold sweat soaking his garments, casting a bittersweet smile at Yongdu, who nodded in acknowledgement from the stands. Meanwhile, the master excitedly clapped the gem-encrusted armrests of his seat, exclaiming, for the next match, I shall prepare a bespoke gift for you. On the holographic screen, the silhouette of the next opponent gradually emerged, a humanoid figure entwined in eerie vines, 3 luminescent hearts pulsating prominently in its chest. Chapter 46. The Marvelous Adventures of Li Muxuan. As the violet teleportation array engulfed Li Muxuan, the fetid scent of decaying leaves and vines assailed his senses. The arena floor had become overrun with dark green moss, and the air was thick with glowing spores, each breath akin to inhaling shards of glass. The cheers of the audience abruptly transformed into screams of terror as Li Muxuan abruptly looked up to behold 3 shadowy green figures descending from the dome above, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head adorned with gaping maws lined with jagged teeth, its chest pulsating with 3 hearts radiating an uncanny glow. Prepare to taste the power of the star-eating vines, boy. The master's frenzied voice, laced with electronic distortion, thundered. Their regenerative abilities can withstand even cosmic rays. The creature initiated its assault, 6 arms simultaneously launching barbed vines. Li Muxuan swiftly pushed forward with both palms, reversing the stance to form a protective shield. Yet, as the vines made contact, they violently split apart, transforming into a myriad of green tendrils that enveloped him. Just as he severed one, 3 new shoots sprouted from the wound, their viscous secretions dripping to the ground, rapidly corroding deep pits. This is impossible. Li Muxuan was forced to retreat continuously, the vine scraping his shoulder and his blood swiftly decomposing into a black mist. He seized the opportunity to leap, his palms slicing through the air like blades aimed at the creature's neck. The invisible force field precisely penetrated what should have been a severed head, only for it to explode, unleashing a torrent of delicate tendrils that ensnared his wrists. 3 pulsating hearts emitted a high-frequency tremor simultaneously, and the monster's body suddenly swelled to 3 times its size. 1 heart shot forth, transforming into a spear aimed directly at Li Muxuan's heart. He instinctively sidestepped, but another tendril pierced through his back. Amidst the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, channeling his chi to forcibly manipulate the force field to shred the tendrils within him, only to discover new flesh and blood rapidly forming at the wound. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Courage tightened his grip on the arrow at his waist, the veins beneath his blue skin bulging, helplessly watching Li Muxuan descend into peril. Damn it! These tendrils absorb energy. He growled, we must destroy those 3 hearts. Li Muxuan's chi field began to destabilize, his stamina depleting at an alarming rate. Seizing the moment, the monster launched a full-scale assault, all tendrils converging into a massive noose that bound him tightly. Viscous fluid seeped into his wounds, and he felt his strength being swiftly siphoned away. From the stands, the master's maniacal laughter mingled with the audience's screams, crashing down on his eardrums like heavy hammers. Li Muxuan was nearly choked, his vision fading to black. In a daze, he recalled his years of wandering, from a nameless town to distant lands, each step fraught with hardship. It's not over yet. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his chi field surging, the reversed forces pouring forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Yet the monster offered no words in response, only emitting a deafening roar. The tendrils, torn apart by the energy field, instantly regenerated, constricting him even tighter. Li Muxuan felt his ribs fracturing one by one, his consciousness gradually blurring, while the 3 hearts within the monster's chest pulsed with increasing vigor. Just as his awareness was on the brink of dissolution, he felt a searing pain emanating from the left pocket of his chest. The Saka Star energy stone he had carelessly stowed was burning hot, its eerie blue light flickering through the fabric as if responding to his dwindling chi. Desperate measures. Trembling, he extracted the crystal, its sharp edges piercing his palm. The energy stone instantly transformed into liquid, flowing into his veins through the wound, like a parched riverbed suddenly inundated with a torrent. The dormant innate chi in his dantian was explosively ignited, the circulating energy tingling like electric currents, mending his nearly shattered ribs with audible cracks. The monster sensed the change in its prey's aura, the 3 hearts beating more fervently, and all the tendrils lunged at him like a swarm of serpents. Suddenly, Li Muxuan recalled something Howard had said one fateful night in the laboratory. Any force field is a double-edged sword. The key lies in discovering the frequency to break the deadlock. He abandoned his defensive stance, his palms reversing as the inverted chi transformed into countless shockwaves, shredding the tendrils within reach. Memories flashed like lightning. The focused gaze while adjusting the resonance device, the rapid movements of chalk as he deduced field formulas, all coalesced into a spark of inspiration for breaking the impasse. His fingertips traced an unusual trajectory, creating a chaotic energy vortex around the monster. The creature roared in fury. Yet as it approached, it was repelled by the turbulent force field, the regenerating tendrils torn apart as soon as they sprouted. Stop this at once. The master in the stands suddenly erupted, furious. This is against the rules. Interrupt the match immediately. Yet the audience's cheers had long drowned out his roar. Li Muxuan inhaled deeply, channeling all the surging power within him into his palms, and bellowed. Spiral resonance. The theoretical principles of field superposition he once learned seamlessly merged with the inversion of the 8 directions, transforming the force field into a spiraling energy drill that pierced with a shrill cry into the 3 pulsating hearts. Dark green blood rained down upon the dome, and the wildly growing vines finally lost their strength, causing the corpses to crash to the ground. The tumult of the arena had yet to subside, but Li Muxuan knelt on the blood-soaked ground, still striving to straighten his back as he shouted towards the master hovering at the pinnacle of the palace. Master, I have triumphed 3 times in a row. Do not forget your promise to grant me a request. Let the crowd bear witness. Blood seeped through the tattered remnants of his garments, each word accompanied by labored breaths, yet the fervor burning in his eyes shone brighter than ever. The murmurs from the audience surged like a tide, and the odds data on the holographic screen continued to fluctuate wildly. The master, adorned with jewel-encrusted gloves, wrapped the armrest, the purplish-pink dreadlocks swaying with the motion, his expression oscillating between joy and gloom. On Sacker Star, violating a bet equated to self-destruction, even with his power. He dared not openly trample the rules. All right. The master removed his exaggerated sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes, and declared, I keep my word. What is it that you truly desire? Li Muxuan turned to the audience, where Yongdu was parting the crowd, a whistle arrow at his waist glinting in the crimson light. As the blue-skinned man leapt onto the platform, he stirred a gust of wind and clapped Li Muxuan on the shoulder. I am familiar with the coordinates and star maps of the nearby galaxies. All I lack is a vessel capable of warp travel. I want the latest model of a spaceship equipped with weaponry. Li Muxuan's voice rang out clearly in the silent arena, demanding a craft that could traverse wormholes and withstand interstellar pirates. The master chuckled derisively, his plump cheeks wrinkling. A lion's demand indeed. However, since it is the request of a victor, he snapped his fingers, and suddenly a fissure opened in the dome, revealing a sleek, silver-gray spaceship that descended slowly. The hull was adorned with dark purple energy patterns, and the pulse cannons on either side still glowed with uncooled blue light, a shadow-class battleship rare even in the black market of Sacristar. Go on, but do not push your luck. The master waved his hand, a glint of malice in his eyes. Once you leave Sacristar, you had best pray you do not cross my path again. Li Muxuan and Yongdu exchanged a glance before rushing towards the spaceship. As the hatch opened, a cold, technological glow bathed them. Yongdu caressed the alloy panel of the control console, emitting an excited growl from his throat. This is it. With this, we can traverse the entire galaxy. As the spaceship broke through the scarlet atmosphere of Sacristar, the starlight outside the porthole gradually became clearer. Li Muxuan gazed at the constantly updating star map on the dashboard, recalling the cosmic concepts from Howard's laboratory and the nights spent adrift and in flight. At last, he possessed the key to unraveling the truth, while Yongdu hummed an eccentric tune while tapping on the steering wheel, perhaps destined to become an unexpected footnote in this interstellar adventure. As the blue light generated by the ship's warp travel dissipated for the third time outside the porthole, Li Muxuan finally detached from the novelty of the cockpit. He kicked aside the scattered toolkit at his feet and, after a swift turn around the storage compartment, smote his thigh in frustration. Damn it, that old miser didn't even leave us a single compressed ration. Yongdu, busy adjusting the weapon system while puffing on a makeshift metal pipe, released a plume of sulfurous smoke. I should have anticipated that stingy trick, but fret not. I know of a resource-rich planet where even air can be traded. He deftly maneuvered the control stick, and the spaceship's engines hummed, promising arrival at the Shadow-class speed after a short slumber. As the violet luminescence of the jump corridor engulfed the vessel, Li Muxuan gazed thoughtfully at the holographic star map projected above him. While he had only yearned to escape from Sacristar, stepping into the vast cosmos now made him acutely aware of the uncertainty ahead. Yet, Yongdu's confident demeanor inexplicably soothed him. Perhaps this is the essence of companionship. A day later, the vessel descended upon the metallic planet known as Helios 7. The trade station was filled with the acrid scent of energy dust, and an 8-armed mechanical merchant waved luminescent appendages, vociferating the prices of goods in 17 different tongues. Yongdu skillfully haggled with an old acquaintance, exchanging a half-piece of energy stone brought from Sacristar for an ample supply of frozen food and repair kits. Look, aren't those the twin champions from Sacristar? As they dragged their supplies back to the ship, a gasp rippled through the crowd. 2 aliens clad in energy armor pushed through the throng, one bearing a badge emblazoned with a twisted serpentine design. We have heard you accept crew members. Might we join you? We are familiar with the locations of dark matter veins. Li Muxuan exchanged a glance with Yongdu, who shrugged. The ship is spacious enough. Thus, their crew welcomed new members for the first time. The ensuing interstellar journey resembled a chaotic symphony. They harvested memory ore on crystalline planets inhabited by silicon-based life, seized ancient relics amidst the eye of storms on gaseous worlds. At times, they fought fiercely in the lairs of interstellar pirates for exorbitantly priced bounties. Other times, they turned their ship towards unknown star realms in response to distress signals from endangered species. As the cargo hold of the plunderer gradually filled with glowing crystals and fragments of ancient technology, tales of their exploits spread like wildfire across the star network. Some spoke of them as malevolent specters haunting the cosmos, leaving desolation in their wake. Others referred to them as interstellar knights who had rescued an entire colonial fleet from the brink of a black hole. Yet, each time Li Muxuan overheard such discussions, he merely polished the old compass gifted by Howard, its needle perpetually pointing towards Earth. In the starship's command center, the holographic star map illuminated the graying figures of the duo. Yongdu leaned against the main console, his azure eyes glinting sharply in the interplay of light and shadow. Hey, old Li, we've received a commission from Igo Planet to find his son on Earth, your homeland. Would you care to join me for a visit? He absent-mindedly caressed the whistle arrow at his waist, remnants of the celebratory feast from the previous night still lingering on his beard. Li Muxuan, while polishing the compass left by Howard, paused momentarily. The needle pointing towards Earth seemed to magnify infinitely before his eyes. Memories of the past on Earth surged forth like a tidal wave. The cobblestone paths of a nameless town, the brightly lit halls of Howard's laboratory, And those heart-pounding nights during their escape when he gazed at the compass, his throat tightening slightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. All right, I shall accompany you. After all these years, it is time to return and take a look. Yongdu raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his face as he patted his shoulder firmly. Excellent. With you by my side, this journey back to Earth will undoubtedly be extraordinary. With that, he turned to arrange the navigation route and crew deployment. Suddenly, alarms blared in the command cabin, interrupting their conversation. The newly appointed navigator hurriedly activated the holographic display. Unknown jump signal detected. 3 pirate ships are approaching. Yongdu seized his whistle arrow, the azure flames of battle igniting in his eyes. Perfect timing. Boldly, as per our usual practice, let's deal with these pirates first. Then set off for Earth. Li Muxuan pressed his palms down slowly, ripples forming in the void outside, determination blazing in his gaze. Let's resolve this swiftly. I can hardly wait to return to Earth. He looked out the viewport at the gradually emerging silhouettes of the pirate ships. The winds from the ship tousling his white hair, momentarily transporting him back to that bloody arena where he first encountered Yongdu. Through the passage of years, the only constant has been the unspoken camaraderie forged through battle, and this time, they would embark on a journey home together. Chapter 47. The marvelous adventure of Li Muxuan. The spacecraft gently descended into a secluded valley on the outskirts of New York, the roar of the engines gradually subsiding. Yongdu patted Li Muxuan's shoulder with a teasing glint in his eye. Boldly, don't get too caught up in the nostalgia of your hometown and forget our agreement. Li Muxuan tightened his grip on the spatial storage box, smiling. Rest assured, I will be at the designated place waiting for you once you finish your business. As he opened the cabin door, a biting cold wind, intertwined with the familiar scent of earth, rushed in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Dressed in ordinary earth attire procured from the cosmic black market, Li Muxuan stood by the roadside, gazing at the towering skyscrapers of downtown New York, his heart brimming with nostalgia. The once familiar city had undergone a profound transformation. The low buildings of his memories were replaced by a forest of towering structures. A ceaseless flow of traffic weaving through the broad streets, and neon lights illuminating the night sky. He glanced at his smartwatch, which displayed the date as 1991, exactly 48 years since he had left Earth. He wandered aimlessly into the city, meandering through the streets, passing by a music store. The rock music playing inside compelled him to stop. In the window display, the album cover of Appetite for Destruction showcased long-haired men in wild poses, instantly evoking memories of his reckless adventures in the cosmos. Hey, sir, would you like to listen to this album? The latest from Guns N' Roses. The enthusiastic clerk called out. Li Muxuan shook his head and continued onward. The ever-changing billboards, digital watches, portable music players, and mobile phones lining the streets served as constant reminders of the profound shifts in time. Technologies that had long been outdated in the cosmos were currently all the rage on Earth. After an indeterminate amount of time, the magnificent Stark Industries building came into view. The glass fade shimmered with golden light under the setting sun, resembling a modern fortress. Li Muxuan stood before the towering edifice, gazing up at the familiar Stark Industries emblem at its pinnacle, his heart racing involuntarily. 48 years prior, he had fought side by side with Howard, witnessing the birth of the super soldier and enduring the treachery of Hydra. Now, this place remained a beacon of technology and innovation. The biting cold wind swept up withered leaves, brushing against his ankles as Li Muxuan inhaled deeply, adjusting his collar, and made his way toward the entrance. Each step felt like a passage through the boundaries of time, leading him to a realm filled with memories and uncertainties. The frigid winds of New York howled, and the scattered leaves struck the glass fade of Stark Industries. The security guard eyed the elderly gentleman with graying temples, clad in a somewhat outdated coat, his tone unconsciously softening. Sir, whom are you seeking? Howard Stark. I am an old friend of his, Li Muxuan replied, his voice hoarse, his fingertips absent-mindedly rubbing the space storage box nestled in his arms. The guard raised an eyebrow, a skeptical smile forming. Mr. Stark is currently attending the unveiling of the next-generation arc reactor with his wife. Were you not aware? He scrutinized the man claiming to be an acquaintance of Stark, his gaze filled with appraisal. Li Muxuan looked up at the top of the building, as if transported back to the laboratory of 48 years ago, and sighed. I have been away for far too long. However, I was once an employee of Stark Industries. My employee number should still be in the system. With that, he retrieved a yellowed card from his inner pocket, its edges worn but still displaying the number 007 clearly. The guard frowned as he examined the card, ultimately pressing the button on the time clock mounted on the wall. This time-worn device housed the information of Stark Industries' founding members, each record a testament to Howard's reverence for the past. As the keys clattered, an electronic voice chimed. Welcome, Mr. Li Muxuan. It has been 532 days since your last clock-in. The chilling figure struck Li Muxuan like a sledgehammer, 48 years of interstellar wandering materialized in that moment. He gazed at the outdated employee profile photo on the screen, where his youthful eyes sparkled with clarity, a stark contrast to the weathered visage he bore now. "My heavens!" the guard exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. "You are a figure of monumental significance." Though Mr. Stark was absent, Jarvis the butler was present. The guard hastily dialed the internal phone. "Mr. Jarvis, there is a gentleman here claiming to be Li Muxian." Silence enveloped the line for a moment before a noticeably trembling voice replied, "Is it true? Are you certain? Do not let him leave. I shall be there shortly." The revolving door began to turn slowly, and Jarvis hurriedly crossed the hall. The elderly butler, his hair as gray as the tempest, donned a polished black suit that exuded an air of gravitas. His keen eyes, magnified by gold-rimmed spectacles, glinted sharply. Upon recognizing the visitor, his usually composed stride faltered, and he steadied himself against the wall. "Little Lee, is it truly you?" Jarvis exclaimed, loosening his tie as he approached, tears glistening in his eyes behind the lenses. His hand thumping heavily upon Li Muxian's shoulder. "You have been gone for 48 years. Do you have any idea how mad Stark has gone?" Li Muxian grasped Jarvis's wrist, noticing a corner of a yellowed emergency contact form protruding from his suit pocket. Stifling his hand as he reached for his phone, "Do not inform him just yet. The unveiling is crucial. Do not distract the old coot." Jarvis raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. "At least you still possess some semblance of conscience." Two individuals walked side by side into the laboratory, where the metallic floor emitted a familiar creaking sound. Jarvis gestured toward a workbench in the corner, shrouded in dust cloth. "After you left, he refused to let anyone touch it, claiming it was reserved for you." Throughout the years, while all new equipment was updated, this particular spot remained untouched. Li Muxian's fingers grazed over the scratched surface of the workbench, suddenly pausing. "What happened to Steve and Bucky?" The air became instantly tense. Jarvis removed his glasses to wipe them, his voice somber. "Steve crashed a plane laden with explosives into the North Atlantic. While Bucky fell off a cliff during that rescue operation, his fate remains unknown." He donned his glasses again, the reflection of the lenses concealing the pain in his eyes. Stark locked himself in the laboratory for 3 days, emerging to begin research on cryogenic sleep technology. As night descended, the exterior of Stark Industries was awash in a sea of bright lights. Howard wrapped his arm around Maria's waist as they squeezed through the crowd, the reporter's questions crashing in like waves. He raised an eyebrow at his bodyguard. "If Little Lee were here, he would have cleared a path for me through the galaxy by now." Maria chuckled as she adjusted his crooked bow tie. "Missing your little assistant again?" Jarvis remarked. "You loaned him to Colonel Phillips to rescue Captain America, only to bring back a cosmic cube." She leaned in, whispering, "I heard you even banged the table with the Colonel, shattering the lab's glass." Howard scoffed, taking a sip of the champagne handed to him by the driver. The sound of ice clinking against the glass was crisp, yet it couldn't mask the regret in his tone. "I should have locked that kid in the lab." With his fervor for physics, he might very well be running Stark Industries now. Perhaps he is still alive? Maria's fingertip traced an old scar on the back of his hand, a remnant from when Li Muxian shielded him from a bullet during the Hydra attack. "Do you remember the soldiers' testimonies? They claimed he could deflect bullets with some strange power, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything." Howard's movements abruptly halted, the champagne rippling at the edge of the glass. Memories surged forth. In the late-night laboratory, Li Muxian's eyes shone brightly as he fixated on the electromagnetic field equations. While calibrating the resonance device, he had an odd habit of pressing the air with his palm. It turned out he had kept his true depths well concealed all those years. Jarvis held his phone, the amusement in his voice unmistakable. "Sir, I have some excellent news." "Care to guess?" Howard casually toiled with the champagne glass. "Did Tony win another award at the tech competition? Or did our newly developed reactor pass testing ahead of schedule?" "Neither." Jarvis deliberately teased. "It is the individual you have been lamenting for 48 years, Li Muxian. He has returned." Howard's champagne glass trembled in his hand, the amber liquid spilling onto his suit unnoticed. "Jarvis, do not jest with me. It is absolutely true. He is right now in the laboratory, having even touched my old workbench." Jarvis raised his voice. Initially stunned, Howard then erupted into laughter, startling the pigeons nearby. "I knew that kid had a strong spirit." "Maria, did you hear? Little Lee is back." Maria, astonished, covered her mouth, her blue eyes brimming with disbelief. "Really? That assistant who always loved to bicker with you? I have heard you mention him so often. I can finally see him in person." Howard impatiently urged the driver. "Hurry. Drive faster. Take the quickest route back to the tower." Yet, from the shadows, a cold gaze fixated upon them. The Winter Soldier lurked at the street corner, his metallic arm glinting ominously in the night. Hydra's operational maneuvers were shrouded in secrecy, leaving no traceable clues, while the brainwashing commands coiled like venomous serpents within Bucky's mind, poised to eliminate Howard Stark. As the vehicle approached the final stretch of road leading to Stark Tower, a black truck suddenly blocked the path. its screeching brakes shattering the silence. The driver slammed on the brakes, the vehicle skidding to a halt just behind the truck. "What the hell?" he yelled, honking furiously and leaning out to shout, "Do you even know how to drive?" In response, the door of the truck swung open. Dozens of fully armed mercenaries poured out, their weapons aimed squarely at Howard's car. Their movements were swift and coordinated, resembling a well-oiled machine, yet they bore no distinguishing marks. Meanwhile, in the lab of Stark Tower, Li Muxuan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As a seasoned practitioner of the extraordinary, he recognized this instinctive warning all too well, having survived countless cosmic battles through this very intuition. Feeling a tremor in his palm, he instinctively shouted, "J-A-R-V-I-S. Call Howard immediately." J-A-R-V-I-S. Promptly dialed, but the receiver only emitted a mechanical busy tone. Repeated attempts yielded nothing but the sound of unanswered calls. Which route are they taking? Li Muxuan snatched the map from J-A-R-V-I-S, his gaze darting across the route, imprinting every intersection and curve in his mind. Seizing the car keys, he dashed toward the garage. The engine roared to life in the vast underground space, wheels kicking up a cloud of dust as he sped toward Howard's location. Tom Reynolds, Stark's driver and a veteran from the Normandy battlefield, felt his pupils constrict. He jerked the steering wheel, the military-grade modified sedan maneuvering with the agility of a cheetah in reverse, bullets whizzing past and shattering the rear windshield. "Buckle up," he bellowed as he veered onto a side road, the smell of burnt rubber filling the air. "Sir, we're safe." But before Tom could finish, a fleeting figure appeared in the rearview mirror. The Winter Soldier raced down the highway, his black coat billowing, the metallic arm glimmering under the moonlight, each footfall sending tremors through the gravel. A cylindrical bomb slipped from his grasp, rolling precisely beneath the car. The explosion was deafening, the sedan flipping in midair before crashing violently onto the roadside. Howard, bloodied but resolute, shielded Maria in his arms as he discerned the slowly advancing figure. A broken sound escaped his throat. "Bucky?" The Winter Soldier hesitated for a heartbeat, yet Hydra's brainwashing command screamed within his mind. He raised his vibranium arm once more, the mechanical joints emitting a chilling sound. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the screech of brakes pierced the air. Li Muxuan's SUV barreled forward like an arrow, its front colliding forcefully with the Winter Soldier. Reacting swiftly, the latter leaped into the air, landing atop the vehicle, his claws tearing through the metal roof. "Don't kill him. It's Bucky." Howard struggled to emerge from the deformed car door, his face smeared with blood. Li Muxuan slammed on the brakes and turned, the moonlight illuminating the masked visage of the Winter Soldier. Despite the cold, frosty gaze of his opponent, the contours of his features began to merge with the memory of the youth who had fought alongside him at the Hydra base, sharing laughter and cigarettes. The invisible force coalescing in Li Muxian's palm trembled slightly. The comrade who had once shielded him from bullets and the hail of gunfire now stood as an emotionless puppet of death. Kneeling on one knee, Li Muxian narrowly evaded the sweeping metallic arm of Bucky, the invisible force transforming into a cushioning barrier that redirected the howling winds of the incoming punch. "Bucky, it's me. Remember at the Hydra base, when we blew up their serum production line together?" His voice mingled with the night wind, momentarily halting the Winter Soldier's fist. Yet, in an instant, a crimson fury surged within his eyes, and he drew a triangular military knife from his waist, thrusting it toward Li Muxian's throat. The clash of metal against the invisible force sparked a shower of sparks, as Li Muxian sidestepped and spun, his clothing torn by the blade's edge. Understanding the necessity of restraint, he employed skillful maneuvers to deflect the force. After 10 exchanges, he finally discerned an opening. His palm's energy solidified into chains that ensnared Bucky's ankles, while his other hand struck towards the back of his neck. Just before the Winter Soldier collapsed, a flicker of clarity flashed in his murky eyes. "Hold on." Li Muxian checked the pulses of the three individuals, discovering Maria's ribs were fractured but her organs unscathed. Howard's forehead injury was merely a bruise from impact. And the driver Tom had a broken leg but was not in life-threatening condition. Trembling, he retrieved his communicator. "Jarvis, deploy a medical team to the suburban highway immediately. Bring the cryogenic chamber." As the ambulance's red and blue lights pierced the night, Jarvis hurriedly exited the vehicle, his disheveled white hair in stark contrast to his tuxedo, which was smeared with oil from his hasty arrival. "Thank heavens," he muttered, observing the three individuals being lifted onto stretchers. His wrinkled hand gripped Li Muxian's arm tightly, knuckles whitening with exertion. "Shally, if it weren't for you." Li Muxian hoisted the unconscious Bucky, feeling the coldness of his metallic arm scrape against his hand. He gazed at Bucky's lifeless visage and said to Jarvis, "Find out what he has endured all these years. How could the brother who once fought alongside me at the Hydra base become like this?" Jarvis immediately activated the communicator on his wrist to begin arrangements, while Li Muxian accompanied the ambulance to the hospital. Chapter 48. Li Muxian's marvelous adventure 10 the ambulance, flashing its red and blue lights, sped down the road, ultimately arriving at a hospital affiliated with Stark Industries. The medical personnel, already on high alert, sprang into action, the sound of the stretcher's wheels rolling across the floor echoing in a hurried yet orderly manner. Howard, Maria, and the driver were swiftly ushered into the emergency room, while the unconscious Bucky was taken to a special intensive care unit. As the red light in the emergency room illuminated, time crawled by amidst anxiety and anticipation. After a prolonged surgery, as the first light of dawn broke, everything finally stabilized for the moment. Maria's fractured ribs were securely immobilized, Howard's forehead injury was cleaned and sutured, and Tom's leg fracture was successfully realigned. The three were transferred to the special care unit, where the rhythmic beeping of the monitoring equipment became the most reassuring melody within the confines of the hospital room. As Li Muxuan wearily pushed open the hospital room door, he was greeted by the sight of Howard kneeling beside the bed, tenderly holding Maria's hand and softly reassuring her, "It's all right, my dear, everything is past." Upon hearing the door creak, Howard abruptly turned, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Li, you finally made it. If it weren't for you, boss, don't make this so emotional." Li Muxuan interjected with a smile. "I've just returned, and I have no desire to witness your tears." He continued, "I can't believe that during my years away, I even missed your wedding. Jarvis mentioned that your child is already 16? At the mention of their child, a smile broke through Maria's pallor. "Yes. Tony is graduating from MIT this year. He has always been exceptionally bright, inheriting his father's intellect." "Unbelievable." Li Muxuan exaggeratedly shook his head. "The once charming playboy Howard Stark has now transformed into a devoted family man. Your transformation, boss, is quite remarkable." Maria chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she gently poked her husband's shoulder. "I've always been curious about what Howard was like in his youth. Every time I ask Jarvis, he refuses to divulge." Though her tone was lighthearted, it held a hint of playful exasperation. Howard, breaking into a cold sweat, glared at Li Muxuan. "Li, you truly are a commendable employee, returning just to set a trap for your boss, aren't you?" Li Muxuan raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "I'm merely stating the truth. Have you forgotten? Back in Monaco, enough," Howard exclaimed, grabbing a pillow to hurl at him, only for Li Muxuan to effortlessly deflect it with an invisible force, sending it spinning back onto the bed. The three of them erupted into laughter. The atmosphere in the room completely relaxed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, as if time had stood still. Howard remained the inquisitive boss, eager to explore the mysteries of science, and Maria's genuine trust and gratitude made Li Muxuan feel profoundly connected, affirming that he was still a cherished member of the Stark family, with time and distance having never diminished their bond. As their laughter gradually subsided, Maria perceptively noticed the unspoken tension between the two men. Gently patting Howard's hand, she suggested, "You two should attend to your business. I'll just make a call to Tony." Her fingers glided over the communicator, and as the screen illuminated, static crackled through the device. Had it not been for some mysterious force subtly altering the course of fate, the communicator would have conveyed chilling news of tragedy. Instead, the screen revealed the impatient face of a youth. "Mom, I told you I need to calibrate the anti-gravity device today." "Don't worry him," Howard replied, bending down to plant a kiss on Maria's forehead, his tie still stained with blood from the previous night's emergency. "Understood," Maria responded with a smile. Watching them exit the room, her gaze was tender yet resolute as she dialed her son's number. Outside, Howard and Li Muxuan stood side by side, the stark fluorescent lights of the hospital corridor casting elongated shadows behind them. "What is going on with Bucky?" Li Muxuan broke the silence. "Jarvis said he has been untraceable since the fall, yet when we clashed earlier, I recalled the incredible power of his metal arm. His movements and gaze seemed utterly transformed." "Super soldier serum," Howard concluded. Howard suddenly grasped his wrist, his voice laced with a hint of blood. "After the death of Dr. Erskine, the serum you fought so desperately to recover had not yet been subjected to military research before it was seized during transit." He staggered, bracing himself against the wall. As memories of the laboratory surged through his nerves like an electric current, they claimed that no one survived the plane crash. "Now it seems you believe the serum has fallen into the hands of the public?" Li Muxian stroked his chin, an invisible stance coalescing into a subtle vortex at his fingertips, capable of transforming individuals into a state akin to Bucky's. "The forces behind this are certainly not trivial." The two hastened down the hospital corridor, the metallic tiles beneath their feet echoing dully. Howard's tie hung askew around his neck, occasionally lifted by passing drafts. "It is truly hard to believe." Li Muxian paused before the door to the special care unit, peering through the bulletproof glass at the sleeping figure within. 48 years have passed. We have all grown gray, yet he remains suspended in the moment of his fall. The chamber was shrouded in a cold mist. Bucky's masked face flickering in the blue light, his metallic arms crossed over his chest, joints gleaming with a cold hardness. Howard removed his glasses to wipe the lenses, revealing fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. If Steve were still here, he would likely be tugging at Bucky's collar, rousing him with a scolding. He attempted to lighten the oppressive atmosphere with humor, though his voice trembled imperceptibly. Speaking of which, Lee, if you desire to regain your youth, enough, Li Muxian chuckled, nudging Howard's shoulder. There are plenty of miraculous wonders in the universe, but I have no inclination to meddle with them. He gazed down at his calloused hands. In his youth, he always yearned to conquer the stars and the seas, but now he feels that these wrinkles and scars are what truly signify a life lived. Inside the care unit, the instruments suddenly emitted a faint hum. The chief neuroscientist from Stark Industries hurried over, a holographic projection of Bucky's brain scan unfolding in his palm. The gray and white areas interlaced with a spiderweb of black lines. His brain had undergone profound modification by some sort of program, as if his memories were ensconced in layers of nanowires. With current technology, he hesitated. Perhaps we can only await a breakthrough in his own consciousness. The air grew instantly tense. Howard reached out to steady himself against the observation window, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. I will reignite the Winter Soldier program and mobilize all resources, no matter who the puppet master is. Those who dare to threaten me. The adversary's willingness to deploy such a lethal weapon indicates they possess too much knowledge of your movements. Li Muxian placed a hand on his shoulder. Stark Industries' defense systems require an upgrade, not to mention the security around you. Rest assured, I am not fighting this battle alone. Howard produced a special communicator, blue light casting 3 silhouettes on the screen. Upon hearing of Bucky's condition, Agent Carter abruptly stood, coffee spilling onto the table unnoticed. Colonel Phillips gripped his metal tightly, his throat constricting as he struggled to speak. Carter, I need you to activate all intelligence networks to investigate any recent suspicious experiments. Phillips, coordinate with the Strategic Scientific Reserve to trace the serum's whereabouts. Howard's voice steadied, and regarding a meeting, he glanced at the silent Li Muxian, who shook his head slightly, his silver hair shimmering in the cold light. Understood. Carter quickly regained her composure, pledging to share any leads at the first opportunity. Her gaze pierced through the screen, determined to bring him back. Howard hung up the phone, the metallic communicator leaving a cold sensation in his palm. Li Muxian leaned closer to the monitoring pod, his fingertips hovering half an inch from Bucky's neck. Before retracting his hand after a moment, the neural currents were stable. He would not awaken for the time being. Let him rest. The young man, Howard, swallowed hard, casting a final deep glance at his slumbering comrade before turning, a gust of wind trailing behind him as his tie slapped against his chest with a muffled thud. Come on, little Lee. To the laboratory. My newly developed particle collider is in dire need of— Hold on, boss, Li Muxian interjected with a smile. Retrieving a silver-gray metal box from his inner pocket, its surface shimmering with a nebula-like glow. Take a look at this marvel I've brought back from the cosmos. I assure you it's far more exhilarating than your collider. Howard's steps abruptly halted, his eyes behind the lenses instantly alight with curiosity. He seized Li Muxian's arm, striding purposefully down the hospital corridor. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Why didn't Jarvis report it? Hurry. The elevator to the laboratory on the top floor of Stark Tower. The neon lights of Stark Tower flickered to life in the twilight, and as the elevator ascended rapidly, Li Muxian gently tapped the surface of the metal box. The palm-sized container suddenly expanded and transformed into a cube taller than a man, intricate patterns emerging on its surface. Howard's breathing quickened as he reached out to touch it, pausing just centimeters away. Is this spatial folding technology? His voice trembled with awe. Theoretically, it requires. Do not apply Earth's theories to cosmic technology. Li Muxian chuckled lightly, his fingertip gliding across the cube as the hatch silently slid open. In an instant, the laboratory was filled with a blue-purple glow, floating anti-gravity engines, miniature stellar models pulsating with energy, and liquid metal gleaming with a pearlescent sheen, each defying the known laws of physics. Howard collapsed into a swivel chair, catching a floating diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. The crystal unfolded a holographic star map. The trajectory of the Milky Way's arms clearly visible. My God, he murmured. This is enough to occupy your thoughts for a lifetime. Li Muxian leaned against the lab table, observing the flickering pupils behind his friend's lenses. The core of that anti-gravity engine might very well resolve the energy depletion issues of the arc reactor. And this memory storage crystal boasts a capacity 100 million times that of current hard drives. Stop. Howard suddenly sprang up, knocking over a nearby toolbox. From now on, I commandeer you. Jarvis, lock down the laboratory. No one is to enter without permission. Boss, could you at least let me have a cup of coffee before we start working? Li Muxian raised his hands, the energy patterns on his wrists resonating with the devices on the table, emitting a flicker of blue light. The two exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter simultaneously. as if transported back to the nights spent debating quantum mechanics. Only now the laboratory was infused with starlight from the depths of the universe. Howard was practically glued to the laboratory, his white coat pockets stuffed with analytical reports on energy crystals, his tie perpetually askew around his neck. Maria stood at the laboratory door, watching her husband mutter to himself in front of the floating anti-gravity engine model. Finally unable to contain herself as she placed her hands on her hips. Howard Stark, are you planning to spend your life with these metals? Or are you going to join your family for dinner? This remark finally pulled the genius, immersed in his scientific fervor, back to reality. Howard awkwardly scratched his head and removed the grease-stained gloves, yet he couldn't resist pausing at the holographic projection. Hey, Leo, look at this energy circulation path. Eat first. Maria and Li Mu-Xian chimed in unison, nudging him towards the dining hall. Meanwhile, the investigation by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support had reached an impasse. In the encrypted communication from Colonel Phillip, the background was filled with the incessant clatter of keyboards. All known channels have been checked. There are no records of serum or enhanced individuals' transactions. As if they never existed. He paused, his tone heavy. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. Li Mu-Xian focused intently on Bucky's brain scan, his fingertips unconsciously tracing energy patterns on the table. The adversary was too deeply concealed to execute a mind control program to such an extent. There must be a formidable force behind it. During this period, Bucky had briefly awakened 3 times. Each time, his metal arm would tear through the restraints, his crimson pupils solely reflecting the command for destruction. Thanks to Li Mu-Xian's timely suppression with an intangible stance, greater havoc was averted. Watching Bucky, who had been re-administered with a sedative, Li Mu-Xian finally resolved. This was not a viable course of action. He needed to distance himself from all potential triggers. What do you intend to do? Howard furrowed his brow. I will take him away. To the universe. Li Mu-Xian retrieved a spatial storage box, the ethereal blue glow illuminating the determination in his eyes. The neurosurgeon had stated that time was necessary, so they would grant him that time. The universe was vast. There must be a place where he could gradually recuperate. Howard slammed his coffee cup onto the table. You intend to leave? Suddenly recalling something, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait. You said you left because you vanished suddenly. Wasn't it because it was? Li Mu-Xian leaned against the lab table, the cosmic technology behind him shimmering alongside Earth's instruments. The reason I concealed my identity as an inhuman from you is that, before the age of 48, I had entangled myself with forces I should not have in the East. Their pursuit was relentless, and I had no choice but to flee overseas. His voice faltered, tinged with nostalgia. You know what happened next? During the rescue of Steve, I was unexpectedly transported to Sakaar by the power of the cosmic cube. There, I encountered Yondu and embarked on an adventure across the cosmos. He gazed out at the dazzling city lights, recounting the thrilling escapades with Yondu among the stars, the dangers of trading in the cosmic black market, and the agreements made with marauders. I have people in the universe who care for me. They are still waiting for my return. Turning to Howard, his gaze softened. But this is also my home. Boss, once Bucky recovers and I conclude my affairs in the universe, I will surely return. The laboratory fell into a prolonged silence. Only the rhythmic beeping of Bucky's monitoring device echoed in the air. Howard removed his glasses, rubbed his weary eyes, and when he looked up again, the familiar curve returned to his lips. You better keep your word, Leo. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll be piloting the latest Stark ship to the universe to fetch you. As the cherry blossom tree outside budded for the 3rd time, Li Mu-Xian caressed the communicator in his embrace. This was a signal from Yondu via the Ravager encrypted channel, the flashing blue dot marking the impending deadline. He pushed a stack of annotated cosmic technology documents towards Howard, the remaining equipment in the metallic box glimmering coldly in the morning light. Remember my words. Li Mu-Xian fastened the buttons of his trench coat, his gaze sweeping over the newly installed energy shield atop Stark Tower. The shadowy force lurking in the darkness would certainly not relent. Howard rotated the newly improved model of the arc reactor, his eyes gleaming with confidence behind the lenses. Look at this, literally. By integrating the spatial stabilization technology you brought, the entire building's defense grid can instantly deploy an antimatter barrier. He suddenly stepped forward and embraced his old friend, the aroma of cigars mingling with the scent of machine oil. If those bastards dare to come, I'll roast them into space debris. Bucky was secured on a floating stretcher with a specially designed restraint, his metallic arm shimmering with a ghostly blue under the sunlight. As Li Mu-Xian carried the stretcher through the streets of New York, the colossal screens in Times Square were playing the latest advertisement from Stark Industries. When the roar of the spacecraft engine pierced through the clouds, he finally halted at the abandoned helipad in Central Park, where a familiar Ravager ship tore through the atmosphere, its crimson tail flame tracing an eerie arc in the twilight. The moment the hatch opened, an arrow whistled past his ear with a metallic shriek. Yondu leaned against the hatch, his feathered cloak fluttering in the airflow, hiding a curly-haired boy behind him, who wore a tattered shirt emblazoned with a faded rock band logo. Is this the son of that god? Li Muxuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the boy's hand gripping Yondu's coat. Yondu grinned, revealing his golden canine teeth. I intended to deliver him, but this little rascal stole my rum and had the audacity to critique my taste in record players. He ruffled the boy's hair, earning a dissatisfied protest. From today on, Peter Quill is my kid. It was then he noticed Bucky on the stretcher, his eyes scrutinizing. And who is this ice cube-faced fellow? Li Muxuan briefly explained the situation and handed Yondu a brain scan image. The Ravager leader stared at the dense data and suddenly burst into laughter. Perfect. Just what we need. Someone who can dismantle mechs. Once this kid wakes up, let him teach Peter how to fix engines. Peter peeked out from behind Yondu, curiously examining Bucky's metallic arm. Can he punch through space pirates? Even better. Li Muxuan pushed the stretcher into the cabin and turned to gaze at the gradually shrinking outline of the city. The lights of Stark Tower flickered in the clouds, reminiscent of the unquenchable arcs in Howard's laboratory. As the spacecraft's engine roared to life, Earth transformed into a blue dot outside the window. Yondu's whistling mixed with classic rock songs echoed within the cabin, while Peter squatted beside Bucky, doodling on the metallic arm with an electronic pin, leaning against the cabin wall. Li Muxuan listened to the familiar clamor and suddenly felt that despite the vastness of the universe, he was not so alone after all. Chapter 49. Temporal ripples. The fierce winds howled past, and the prayer flags of Kamartaj fluttered wildly. The gilded mandala patterns at the fingertips of Master Gui suddenly twisted and warped as she gazed at the chaotic fluctuations in her palm. Countless ancient books floated behind her, automatically flipping their pages, the parchment whispering ominously. This is not merely a dimensional invasion, she whispered, pressing her forehead against the time stone. Her consciousness plunging into an icy abyss reminiscent of the streets of Brooklyn in 1943, where only the silhouette of Steve Rogers should have been. There now stood an Asian youth resembling an Eastern monk. Even more startling to her was the disappearance of the pivotal moment in the timeline, where in 1991 the Howards faced a fatal assassination. Instead, she witnessed a scene where the couple thrived into the new century before passing away peacefully. Simultaneously, in the cryogenic chamber beneath the ice, Steve's eyelashes trembled violently. After 70 years of slumber, memories long sealed were suddenly breached. Intertwining images of the Asian youth deflecting bullets with his bare hands at Hydra's base, overlapping with the chaos of modern battlefields illuminated by laser fire. That force, he murmured unconsciously, as his frozen fingers traced erratic arcs on the frosted glass, as if striving to grasp the fleeting figure. Unbeknownst to him, within the rewritten memories where he and Bucky had fought side by side, the Asian youth's presence was ever constant. In the distant reaches of the universe, within the training chamber of the Ravager starship, the centenarian Li Muxuan stood poised. His silver hair was tied back, and even his beard bore the frost of years. Yet the fierce aura emanating from him was undeniable. Standing atop a hovering apparatus, his fist, just released, still echoed with the gust of wind it had generated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Peter Quill in the corner, bobbing his head with headphones on, strumming an air guitar with carefree abandon. Li Muxuan's ire flared, and he swiftly strode over, delivering a sharp kick to Peter's backside. Are you blind? While I sweat profusely here, you prance about with those blasted headphones. What kind of master trains while their apprentice listens to music? Star-Lord stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and quickly removed his headphones. A sheepish grin on his face, he raised his hand toward a metallic can 5 meters away, and suddenly, the air shimmered with a subtle distortion. Lifting the can as if grasped by an invisible hand, tracing a half-arc before landing in his palm. Immediately, he curled his fingers, causing the air to tremble once more. The metallic can emitting a sharp, distorted sound as it was effortlessly crushed into a fist-sized lump of metal. Look, teacher, Star-Lord exclaimed, lifting the metallic mass and gesturing towards the floating dumbbell. I can manipulate even heavier objects. No sooner had he spoken than the air around the dumbbell rippled and rose half a meter before violently crashing back down, igniting a shower of sparks. Is that all you've got? Li Muxuan scoffed, though his gaze unwittingly drifted to the other side of the training chamber. Bucky was silently polishing his metal arm, the gears at the joints deftly turning beneath his fingertips, each part gleaming with meticulous care. When he heard the commotion, he looked up, his gaze having shed the Winter Soldier's icy demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. At least I'm much steadier now than when I first broke free from control and attempted to wield this. This smile stirred something within Li Muxuan. The once brainwashed killing machine now not only reclaimed his identity, but also, in moments of leisure, shared tales of Brooklyn's streets with Peter. At times, animated by the stories, he would gesture with his metal hand, sunlight glinting off the cold vibranium surface, casting a warm halo around him. At that moment, Yondu sauntered into the training chamber, his feathered cloak sweeping across the ground. He casually tossed a luminescent blue crystal to Star-Lord, instructing him to install it into the engine's cooling vent. Turning his gaze toward Li Muxuan, he mentioned a defector from the Kree named Talos, who claimed to possess a device that could locate the Infinity Stones. Upon hearing this, Li Muxuan raised an eyebrow, idly toying with a sphere of intangible force in his palm, swirling metal fragments into a vortex. The Kree's tall tales are much like their energy weapons, impressive in appearance, yet easily punctured, he remarked. Bucky paused in his task of polishing his metallic arm, the joints emitting a faint hum. The Hydra coveted similar power from the Infinity Stones in the past, he said, his voice deep and laden with the weight of memories. Star-Lord suddenly leaped to his feet, the crystal in his hand refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Perhaps it's true. If we acquire that device, could we be pursued to the ends of the Kree Empire? Yondu scoffed, using an arrow to nudge the crystal from Star-Lord's grasp. Remember, boy, what falls from the sky is not a pie, but a Kree tracker. Amidst their laughter, the lights in the training chamber flickered faintly. Bucky gazed at his metallic arm. And in the interplay of light and shadow, the chilling memories of his brainwashing intertwined with the warmth of the present, evoking a surreal sense of dislocation. The topic of the mysterious defector, however, inadvertently stirred a ripple of uncertainty within their tranquil routine. Simultaneously, in a villa in New York, the retinal display of Chun-Shu suddenly erupted with a crimson alert. On the system panel, the light representing Li Muxuan trembled violently along the timeline, entangling unexpectedly with the fates of Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Interesting, he mused, fingers stroking thoughtfully, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. It appears this butterfly effect is more thrilling than I anticipated. As the temporal chaos intensified, for 113, 748 points of emotional value flowed across the panel. Dazzling like the Milky Way, this encompassed Steve's emotional fluctuations, Bucky's painful memory revival, the Ancient One's vigilance toward the unknown, and the emotional tides generated by countless affected individuals. Gazing at the emotional value panel, Chun-Shu's fingertips unconsciously tapped the armrest, his eyes sweeping over the slumbering silhouettes of the Earth Lord and Voldemort in the character. These two powerful presences, yet to make their appearance, held dominion over cataclysmic earth-shattering forces and instilled dread in the magical realm as the Dark Lord. Merely imagining the upheaval they could unleash was enough to send shivers down one's spine. No need to rush, Chun-Shu said, a confident smile gracing his lips. With these two trump cards at his disposal, he was not lacking in characters for the time being. I might as well conserve my resources. Accumulating 1,000,000 points for a higher tier draw could potentially allow me to touch the edges of cosmic rules. His gaze drifted to the 748 points in the lower right corner of the panel, and he casually pushed 10,000 emotional points into the lottery box, testing his luck with the remaining fraction. In an instant, the crystal chandelier of the villa flickered erratically, and the air rippled with subtle waves. A mechanical voice resonated like thunder. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Wind Herald's map. Introduction. The Fengho diagram serves as the vessel for the Fengho Chiman, one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, encapsulating the enigmatic power to manipulate time and space. Within its intricate structure, based on the 8 trigrams, practitioners can deftly adjust the 4 plates, redefining the flow of time, direction, and the interplay of the 5 elements. Through diligent practice, one can become a master of change, wielding the arcane art of Chiman. As Chun stroked the swirling trigrams within the virtual projection of the Fengho diagram, a playful smile curved his lips. Fengho Chiman, a madman's Chiman. His fingertips traced the position representing the flow of time, casting distorted hexagrams upon the wall, presenting an illusion of temporal mastery, while in truth, it was a prison that consumed one's intellect. The 3 elders of Wudong, trapped within their internal realm, had become living dead. Only the creator, Zhou Sheng, and Wang possessed this extraordinary skill. Anyone else who dared to touch it risked irrevocably falling into an abyss of despair. Meanwhile, within the supreme sanctum of New York, the dome erupted in a thunderous explosion. The Ancient One gazed upon the rift in the skyline, raising her hand to summon the Eye of Agamotto. As the gem's radiance pierced through the mist, she beheld countless parallel universes converging at that moment in time, where an Asian youth and a blonde captain raised their shields in unison. In another reality, the Winter Soldier aimed his gun at a familiar figure. And at the vortex of all possibilities, a pair of smiling eyes observed everything through the system panel. She also witnessed Tony Stark growing up under the care of his parents. Though still the same irreverent playboy, his demeanor now bore the marks of indulgence and affection. This scene resonated remarkably with Chin's scheming within his villa. Simultaneously, in a specially designed cell on the 7th subterranean level of S.H.I.E.L.D., cold white lights cast a ghastly pallor over everything. Reinforced glass isolated the interior from external sounds, where the werewolf John huddled in a corner, his silvery gray fur lackluster, while his amber eyes flickered with wariness and unease. He occasionally scratched the floor with his claws, producing a jarring noise. Nick Fury's single eye remained fixed on the monitor displaying the werewolf, his expression as unyielding as stone beneath his sunglasses. Behind him, Phil Coulson stood with arms crossed, his gaze contemplative. Natasha quickly sifted through her documents, ready to record at a moment's notice. A researcher, clad in a white lab coat and wearing round glasses, hurried over, clutching a thick report. Director, his voice brimmed with excitement. Through multiple experiments, we have confirmed that this John possesses the abilities of a devil fruit user. After exposure to seawater, he exhibited pronounced symptoms of fatigue, identical to the state Moria displayed when Stark attacked him with seawater. Fury furrowed his brow deeply, exchanging a glance with Coulson before turning to Natasha. Let us go to the interrogation room. Kingpin is entangled with those unsavory political networks. We cannot move against him for now, but we must extract leads from others. In the interrogation room, the cold fluorescent light illuminated Abu's face, casting it in a ghastly pallor. The blood at the corner of his mouth spread darkly across the stainless steel table. Phil Coulson slammed a photograph onto the table, causing the two-way mirror to hum. Stop playing dumb, Abu. The warlord orchestrated Stark's kidnapping, sending operatives into Wakanda to steal vibranium. Our agents have already crossed paths with you. Where did that devil fruit originate? What exactly is the structure of the 10 organization? The fruit was given to Warlon by Moria, who then sold it to Jin. AFO licked his cracked lips, revealing a blood-stained grin. As for the 10 organization, Warlon's Black Hand Gang is merely the lowest tier, the 10th. Moria, who provides the fruit and orchestrates a zombie army in New York, occupies the 8th tier. Fury abruptly pushed open the observation room door, casting a shadow over AFO's trembling form. What about the 7th and 9th tiers? AFO, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, shrank back yet feigned bravado. The 7th tier? The black-robed sorcerer Snape, whom you encountered in Wakanda, is a minion of the 7th tier. As for the 9th tier, it is the Eastern organization known as Juanqing. He suddenly scoffed. This organization is quite intriguing, lacking a leader. Its members are powerful yet operate independently. Otherwise, given their strength, their rank would surely be higher. The tablet in Natasha's hand clattered to the ground as she recalled the black incantation that had torn through the fabric of space in the jungles of Wakanda. A chill creeping up her neck. Coulson's pen punctured the notebook with a steady rhythm, his voice unwavering. What are the 6 to 1 tiers above? How potent are their powers? Powerful enough to alter time and space. AFO struggled violently, the metallic chains clattering, while Jibin appeared to them merely as a small insect. Unable to even reach the position of the 10th tier, merely a pawn for Warlon, trading scraps for a meager existence. The 10 organization will not overlook any threats. When the upper echelons truly take action, his laughter reverberated, causing the microphone to crackle, leaving S-H-I-E-L-D with nothing but ash. Outside the interrogation room, technicians stood frozen, transfixed by the real-time transcription, spilled coffee snaking across the console, reflecting the time-warping red warnings of the 10 threat on the screen. Fury leaned against the one-way mirror, his outward calm concealing a tumultuous storm within. Returning to the monitoring area of the cell, Fury stroked his chin. His gaze falling once more on the restless John, maintained close surveillance. Contact Stark immediately for an analysis of the energy fluctuations surrounding John. As for Jibin, reinforce personnel to keep a 24-hour watch. He paused, a glint of cold determination flashing in his one eye. Since the 10 organization has revealed itself, S-H-I-E-L-D will confront them to the bitter end. Within the cell, John seemed to sense the scrutiny from outside, abruptly lifting his head to reveal sharp fangs to the camera, emitting a low, menacing growl. This roar echoed in the silent cell, heralding the slow unfurling of a bloody curtain on a game that would determine the fate of the world. The ripples of time and space continued to expand, drawing various forces into this vortex, as the gears of destiny began to turn anew. Chapter 50. Prison Break. John's threatening growl still resonated in the air as Nick Fury tightened his jaw and turned to stride away from the confinement room. The metal gate slammed shut behind him, sealing off the werewolf's howls, yet failing to dispel the heavy gloom that weighed on his heart. The threat posed by the 10 organization loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead, with every new lead entwining the mystery like thorns, complicating the situation further. He hurried down the cold, unyielding metal corridor, with Phil Coulson closely trailing behind Natasha. The emergency lights lining the corridor cast mottled shadows upon them, while the sounds of their footsteps resonated against the ground, intertwining with the hum of the ventilation ducts to create an oppressive rhythm. After rounding 2 corners, the distinct scent of disinfectant typical of laboratories assailed their senses, and the heavy blast door slowly ascended, revealing the flurry of activity within. The frigid air of the S-H-I-E-L-D underground laboratory enveloped them, mingling with the acrid aroma of formaldehyde. Fury's military boots echoed hollowly as they struck the metallic floor. Before the dissection table, a researcher trembled slightly as he held the scalpel, the spotlight illuminating Absalom's distorted form, now fully visible, marred by dark purple liver mortis. The charred wound on his chest, seared by a palm-sized blast, appeared unnaturally smooth, devoid of any signs of tampering. "Director, the preliminary test results are in," the researcher said, tugging at his protective mask, his voice becoming hoarse through the microphone. "The skeleton and organs of this corpse have undergone mechanical modifications, with an alloy similar to vibranium embedded in the spinal column. However, the energy fluctuations from the devil fruit completely vanished 24 hours ago, as if they had never existed. Disappeared without a trace." Fury leaned closer to the holographic projection, the pulsating data casting flickering lights in his singular eye. Coulson's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the notepad. After Moria's demise, this body was supposed to be pivotal for tracking the abilities of the empowered. Yet the energy has simply dissipated into thin air. Suddenly, Natasha pulled up a satellite map, tracing a red circle with her fingertip around the military base near where Moria and Absalom had perished, within a 5-kilometer radius of the incident. All surveillance experienced no interference during the time of the energy's disappearance. She magnified the image, and a blurred, spiral-shaped object flickered in the corner of the screen. "However, we have detected abnormal reactions from these two peculiar plants, located right here." Meanwhile, deep within the wilds outside the military base, two macaques were embroiled in a struggle over wild fruit. One of the monkeys managed to seize a fruit that bore the strange spiral pattern on its surface. The moment it consumed the flesh, its fur suddenly became transparent. Even its claws gripping the branch vanished. Its companion screamed in terror, clawing at the empty vines, unaware that the now invisible monkey was slowly closing in with a predatory glint in its eyes. In the laboratory, Fury stared into Absalom's hollow chest cavity, suddenly recalling the frantic warning from Alfie. The 10th Order can rewrite time and space. He abruptly turned, commanding, "Immediately secure all coastlines and dispatch personnel to search around the military base." Before he could finish his thought, the alarm blared suddenly. A metallic shriek emanating from the direction of the cell where the werewolf John was imprisoned, which was silently disintegrating. The piercing alarm echoed through the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground facility, the crimson light slicing the corridor into a perilous grid. Snape, his black robes billowing, appeared in John's cell, the residual magical aura from his apparition still lingering in the air. The two guards had barely comprehended the intruder before they were struck by a sleeping spell, collapsing limply to the ground, one of them triggering the alarm as he fell. "Help me, please." John, curled in the corner, instantly tensed, his amber eyes igniting with a glimmer of hope. He gazed at the wand in Snape's hand, which gleamed with a cold light, his voice trembling with a pleading timbre. "Where are the other two miscreants?" Snape cast a fleeting glance at the restless werewolf, casually tapping his wand against the cell door, and an eerie incantation immediately materialized upon the alloy floor. "They are confined on the other side," John hastily replied, the chains rattling with his movements. The one named AFO was the most obstinate, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had interrogated him extensively about the 10th Order. Snape nodded slightly, his wand sweeping over John's shackles, severing the metal chains with a decisive snap. Before John could express his gratitude, Snape seized the nape of the werewolf's neck, vanishing in a flash of apparition. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the interrogation room where AFO was being held. "Mr. Snape." AFO struggled forward, the chains clanging against the interrogation table. "S.H.I.E.L.D. confiscated my communicator. Otherwise, I would have reported to you by now. It's a cacophony." With a flick of his wand, Snape levitated AFO, the chains binding him fracturing inch by inch. He cast a disdainful glance at the terrified technician behind the one-way mirror, unleashing a cloud of purple smoke. "Remember, the pawns of the 10th Order should not fall to the hands of mere ants." No sooner had he spoken than the trio vanished amidst the shattering glass. "John, create chaos to draw S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention," Snape commanded as he concealed AFO within the shadows, turning to issue orders to the werewolf. The more frenzied, the better. John let out an excited growl, his claws slicing through the air as he lunged towards the nearest team of agents. He toppled riot shields, sparks igniting his frenzied visage. Hawkeye's arrow grazed his neck, embedding itself in the wall, provoking an even more savage roar from the werewolf. "Is that all you've got? Try this." Black Widow hurled an electrified lasso that ensnared John's forepaw. As the current coursed through his fur, the werewolf emitted a piercing scream. Yet he bore the pain, retaliating with a swipe that sent two agents sprawling. Amidst the chaos, Snape and AFO apparat to the holding area of the target eye. With a flourish of his wand, the blast door erupted violently, and the target eye emerged nonchalantly from the smoke, deftly pinching a shard of the exploded cage between his fingers and accurately shooting it towards the approaching reinforcements. "Master, where do we go now?" the target eye inquired respectfully. "We leave this place," Snape replied, his black robes billowing ominously. The Dark Lord is about to rise. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. truly believe that capturing a few pawns can unsettle the 10th Order? When the power of the Dark Lord descends, they will have no right to struggle. As Fury charged into the corridor, he was greeted by the devastation of the cells and the dark mark drawn in blood upon the walls, an affront left by Snape. His single eye fixated on the fading mark, a suppressed growl escaped his throat. Does the 10th Order truly regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as mere decoration? At that moment, within an abandoned church somewhere in Manhattan, Snape ignited the altar's candles with his wand. AFO and the target eye stood with bowed heads. An eerie silence enveloping the air. John, drenched in blood, burst through the grand doors, pursued by no one. Well done, Snape remarked. Observing the disheveled werewolf with a cold smile, prepare to embrace true darkness, when the dark mark once again blankets the sky. The entire world shall prostrate itself at the feet of the 10th Order. With a sudden creak, the decayed wooden door burst open, revealing Valen, leaning on his cane, leading Perona into the church. Reizu, Zhou, and Afun, 3 robust men, jostled at the entrance, while Moria's former subordinate, Hokobagu, trailed behind. Burdened with a medical kit and human modification data, this researcher, with his disheveled hair and crooked glasses, clutched the data board tightly against his chest. Reizu's initial scratching of his head abruptly froze as he fixated on the materials in Hokobagu's possession, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he strode forward. Is this the neural synapse reinforcement scheme? You have actually solved the problem of rejection, Reizu exclaimed, inching closer to Hokobagu, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. And this biometal skeletal fusion technology, how did you surpass the bottleneck I encountered in my research on mechanical prosthetics? Hokobagu adjusted his crooked glasses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You are also researching the integration of human modification and machinery? Come, let me show you my newly refined cell regeneration culture. The two of them launched into a spirited discussion, occasionally sketching human anatomical diagrams on the dust-laden ground, their enthusiasm akin to that of long-lost friends reunited. Snape, you are quite swift, Valen remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze glinting beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. When shall Lord Voldemort make his move? It is high time we let S.H.I.E.L.D. experience the might of the 10th Order. Snape furrowed his brow, casting an impatient glance at the raucous trio, yet refrained from retorting. He sheathed his wand and turned towards the depths of the church. We must discuss our next steps. With S.H.I.E.L.D. tightening security, any direct confrontation could reveal our higher powers. The motion of cleaning the bullets paused momentarily. Although Jean Ping is not an official member of the 10th Order, his connections in the underworld could facilitate our access to numerous channels. Perhaps rescuing him is not as absurd as it seems. Valen's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, startling Reizu into taking a half-step back, reluctantly interrupting his discussion with Hokobagu. Having escaped prison once, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense network is now as dense as a spider's web. Rather than risking an attempt to rescue Jean Ping, I would prefer to take over his underworld empire. Those underground businesses and networks could provide the organization with a continuous influx of support. I seek vengeance for Lord Moria. Suddenly, Perona lifted her hood. Her eyes reddened as she clutched her ghostly umbrella tightly, the negative spirit within her emitting a soft whimper, causing the temperature in the church to plummet. She turned to the group, asking, who is willing to join me in confronting that Iron Man? John remained silent, not being a former subordinate of Moria. He had no intention of getting embroiled in this vendetta. Observing his hesitation, Valen interjected, Perona, acting impulsively will only lead to your demise. Stark is already aware of how to counter the devil fruit with seawater. Rushing in would merely place you at his mercy. He paused, tapping his cane against the ground, and spoke solemnly. John and I will consolidate the underworld forces, which will provide the 10th Order with greater resources and intelligence. That is the more pressing matter. However, I can support your desire for revenge. I will lend you Target Eye and Afu. Target Eye's marksmanship and Afu's agility will certainly give Stark a headache. John bowed his head respectfully, his tone deferential. I shall follow your arrangements. He understood that, compared to the uncertainties of a revenge mission, managing the underworld under Valen's guidance would be not only safer but also a means to demonstrate his worth, aiming for an early formal induction into the 10th Order. The gaze of the target flickered slightly, the action of wiping the bullet momentarily paused, before he nodded. When shall we proceed? Perona, gritting her teeth, shot a fierce glare at Varong, and then glanced at the silent John. Ultimately, she transformed her resentment into a cold smirk. You do have a point. Target AFO. Let us depart. Once I have taken Stark's life, I shall return to settle this score with you. No sooner had her words left her lips than she vanished into the shadows beyond the church's entrance with her two companions. Varong stared at the empty doorway, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to the fervently discussing Reizu and Hawkbag. Perfect timing. You two can explore how to apply these technologies to our own advantage. Outside the church, the clouds grew increasingly dense, heralding the approach of a more formidable storm. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Fury observed the surveillance replay of Snape rescuing someone, his single eye glinting with wariness. He understood that the next wave of the 10th Order's offensive was imminent. Chapter 51. The concept of anti-magic armor at the top of Stark Tower. A holographic projection spread the tactical map across the entire dome. Tony Stark reclined against a floating sofa, his mechanical arm methodically assembling the shoulder components of the Mark armor. The blue glow of the reactor pulsing in the spacious room. This tranquility was abruptly shattered when Nick Fury entered, exuding a chilling aura. The situation concerning the 10th Order was more complex than anticipated. Fury removed his sunglasses, his lone eye reflecting the projection of the dark magic symbol in the air. Snape had abducted John, AFO, and the target, leaving only this mark at the scene. Tracking indicated that they had vanished in Brooklyn, with no further traces. He pulled up several blurred surveillance snapshots, where the fleeting silhouette of a figure in a dark robe vanished like a wraith. Tony's fingertips twitched. The clicking sound of assembling parts came to an abrupt halt. He had heard of the 10th Order long before, but now, as he tugged at his collar, the strange incidents from his past surged to the forefront of his mind. Varong's schemes, Snape's enigmatic magic, all sending a chill down his spine. The design of the anti-magic armor raced through his mind. He knew he needed to accelerate the pace. Even professionals can falter at times, such as allowing a criminal to escape right under their noses. The director? Tony tapped the control panel, a playful smirk curling his lips. So, how many secrets has SHIELD lost this time? Fury's expression darkened further. AFO's interrogation records mention that the 10th Order is divided into 10 tiers. The Varong we know is the lowest-ranking member of the 10th Order. Moria, whom you defeated, belongs to the 8th. There is also a 9th Order faction, of which we have scant information, only knowing it to be a mysterious Eastern force. He paused, lowering his voice. Snape is merely a pawn in action. The true leader of the 7th Order lurks behind him, his methods unfathomable. More alarmingly, the core members from the 6th to the 1st tiers remain a mystery. They wield the power to potentially annihilate the world. Perfectly suits my intentions, Tony exclaimed, leaping to his feet as armor pieces automatically adhered to his body like a swarm of bees. The reactor in his chest erupted with a blinding light. If I can defeat Moria, why should I fear a few hiding in the shadows? Yet beneath the dazzling blue light, he quietly activated the tower's highest alert system, retrieving the scant files on Perona and her companions. Fury placed the encrypted disk on the control panel. This contains Snape's trajectory and energy fluctuation data, along with the association map of known members. He turned towards the elevator, his black trench coat billowing like a war banner. Stark, when a meticulously organized entity lies in wait, targeting you, do not let arrogance be your downfall. As the elevator doors closed, the laboratory fell into silence. Tony gazed at the holographic display showcasing the nascent anti-magic armor, its metallic framework gleaming with a cold luster. He tirelessly adjusted the energy absorption device, striving to construct a barrier capable of withstanding arcane forces using nanomaterials. However, after inputting Snape's magical fluctuation data into the system, all simulation tests ended in failure. Those intangible energies effortlessly penetrated his meticulously designed defenses, much like a hot knife slicing through butter. Damn it. I can create mechs that fly and fight, power a city with an arc reactor, yet I can't overcome these magical energies? Tony irritably loosened his tie, kicking over a toolbox at his feet. The scattered components rolled across the floor, failing to dispel the chaotic fog clouding his mind. As he paced before the workbench, tugging at his hair, a memory abruptly flashed back to the battle with Obadiah. The acrid scent of antiseptic filled the emergency room, while Xiaohe, her fingers entwined with crimson chi, casually explained how this energy flowed through all things, potent yet intangible, much like magical energy. The flames dancing in her palm and her uncanny agility, capable of slicing through armor in an instant, overlapped in his mind with Snape's magical fluctuations on the screen. Jarvis, pull up Xiaohe's file. Tony suddenly halted, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes. The chief energy consultant, who could manipulate chi, might have a solution. He recalled Xiaohe's extraordinary ability to release astounding power through physical contact, and how she could etch frost patterns on metal railings with a mere thread of crimson light. There could be commonalities between Eastern mystical forces and Western magic. He hurried to the communication terminal, fingers flying across the keyboard. Jarvis, regardless of what she's doing, Connect me to a video call with Siahi immediately. The screen of the communication terminal flickered to life, shrouded in a hazy mist. Siahi appeared. Clad in a silk nightgown, one shoulder exposed, her damp hair cascading loosely, droplets still clinging to the ends. She brushed her hair aside, her eyes flashing with impatience. It's the middle of the night, Stark. You'd better have something urgent. Tony instinctively swallowed, his gaze flitting between her crimson collarbone and the armor design schematics, forcing a calm smile. I seem to have interrupted a moment of imagination, Haven TI. But believe me, this matter is more pressing than a beauty sleep. Less banter, Siahi rolled her eyes, toying with a strand of hair as the neckline of her nightgown swayed gently with her movements. If you dare to bring up ergonomic optimization for the armor again, I assure you, your pants zipper will malfunction during tomorrow's meeting. Hey, that's all in the past. Tony quickly projected the holographic image of Snape's magical fluctuations, the armor components floating and rotating behind him. Do you remember what you said about Chi? Now I'm facing a bunch of magic-wielding lunatics, and their energy can penetrate my defenses. I require your Eastern wisdom, and of course, your enchanting insights. Siahi raised an eyebrow as she gazed at the chaotic laboratory displayed on the screen, along with the dark circles under Tony's eyes, and let out a soft chuckle, a conundrum that even a genius inventor finds perplexing. She yawned, the moisture in the air condensing into a fine mist before the lens, and remarked, at this hour, you ought to compensate me with double pay. Not merely double, triple will suffice. Tony seized a wrench and tapped it against the armor's chest plate, the metallic clash resonating sharply. If we can resolve this, I'll even craft a bespoke laboratory for you, complete with a holographic shower of petals and a temperature-controlled massage bathtub. I must commend your sincerity. Siahi flicked her hair, droplets splattering against the lens, and instructed, give me 10 minutes. Should I find the coffee machine in Stark Tower devoid of blue mountain beans? Prepare to bathe in your anti-magic armor. Once the communication ended, Tony exhaled deeply, staring at the darkened screen. He touched the heated tip of his ear and turned to the empty laboratory, clearing his throat twice. Jarvis. Upgrade the coffee machine to the highest configuration and arrange for a bouquet of red roses to be delivered to Siahi's private laboratory. After this, he refocused on the armor design schematics, his fingertip tracing heavily over the defense module. This time, it was time for magic to witness the power of technology and mysticism united. 10 minutes later, the night breeze stirred the fallen leaves on the streets of New York. Siahi appeared at Stark Tower, her marten boots echoing against the floor, her short denim shorts accentuating her long legs, and a loose jacket casually draped over her shoulders. Moisture still lingering in her hair from her recent shower. She raised her chin to the air. Jarvis, where's Tony? Mr. Stark has prepared a surprise for you in your private laboratory. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence carried a delightful air of mystery, guiding her through the corridor aglow with blue light. Siahi arched an eyebrow at the newly added holographic rose projections along the walls, murmuring to herself, has he truly embarked on a romantic endeavor? The laboratory doors slowly opened, and the sweet scent of roses mingled with the bitter aroma of coffee enveloped her. Tony stood at the center, holding a champagne flute, with a floating, rotating anti-magic armor model behind him. On the workbench before him, a pristine top-tier coffee machine exhaled steam, and beside it, a crystal vase housed a dozen vibrant red roses. Welcome, my chief energy consultant. Tony smiled, presenting the bouquet, the metallic cuff of his sleeve brushing against the coffee machine with a crisp collision. Triple pay, Blue Mountain coffee beans, and with a snap of his fingers directed at the holographic projection, delicate golden specks cascaded from the ceiling. An effect of petal rain in the exclusive laboratory. Chapter 52, the 9th level of all-encompassing Siahi accepted the bouquet with one hand, lightly tapping the stems against Tony's chest reactor. I am here to assist with work. Yet you've transformed this into a date scene? She squinted, crimson flames flickering at her fingertips, making her intentions clear. Should you entertain any improper thoughts, I will promptly call Pepper to bring her heels and dismantle your armor. Please. Tony exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, grabbing a mug beside the coffee machine and taking a sip. I've kindly prepared the equipment you specifically requested, and in your eyes, I am now a lecher. He pushed another cup of coffee toward her, the froth atop the rim elegantly forming a heart-shaped pattern. Give it a taste. I learned this latte art technique from an Italian master for 3 hours. Siahi, with a hint of skepticism, sipped the coffee, and the rich aroma mingled with the velvety milk foam danced on her tongue, delighting her palate and raising her eyebrows in pleasant surprise. As she set the cup down, her gaze caught a glimpse of a whiskey bottle in the corner of the workbench. Her fingertips suddenly ignited with a flicker of crimson energy, precisely igniting the cotton wick at the bottle's mouth. Speak up. What troublesome magical issue has compelled you to drag me out of my cozy bed? The flames illuminated Tony's face, which had turned serious in an instant. He waved his arm, and the magical wave data from Snape exploded between them. A wizard wielding a wand from the 10th order. His magic can bypass all my defenses. He pointed to the flashing red alert on the chest of the armor model. I need you to apply the theory of Qi to identify the weak point in his magic. 10th order? Xiaohi paused at the mention of the name. Her fingertips tightening around the flickering flames, her previously languid demeanor shifting to one of unease. How do you know that name? Her gaze pierced through Tony. The crimson flames pulsating dramatically on the holographic projection, casting erratic shadows on the magical wave data. Who told you? Nick Fury? Or did you glean this information from Alfred during the interrogation of the Black Hand Gang? Tony acutely sensed her unusual reaction and stepped forward, pressing. What is it? Do you know this organization? The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly grew tense, the suspended components of the armor halting their movements. Xiaohi remained silent for a moment. The crimson flames coiling around her wrist, glimmering ominously under the light. Did he mention the 9th order within the 10th? He did. It is an Eastern mystical organization. Tony's pupils dilated sharply, the blue glow of the arc reactor flickering across his astonished face. Leaning against the workbench, Xiaohi twirled a strand of hair. Her posture straightening abruptly as the crimson flames surged dramatically, coalescing into a massive blood-red rose apparition behind her. She lifted her chin. A teasing smile gracing her lips as she clasped her hands in a bow. 9th of the 10th order. Xiaohi pays her respects to Iron Man. Wait. You can't be serious. Tony's champagne glass clattered against the metallic surface, spilling its contents across the blueprints of the anti-magic armor. You are a member of that elusive Eastern mystical force that even S-H-I-E-L-D struggles to comprehend? No wonder you lingered so long in your own company. A chill crept up his neck. Before Tony could voice another thought, Xiaohi suddenly flickered like a specter, appearing before him in an instant. Her once playful gaze turned icy, the aura surrounding her felt almost tangible, pressing against him with palpable weight. While the metal floor beneath him began to groan under the strain, the chi fire coalescing at her fingertips hovered perilously close to his throat. Tony's pupils constricted, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. In a panic, he fumbled for the Mark III launcher beside him, the metallic glove slipping on the button. The armor roared to life, but before it could fully envelop him, the chi force released by Xia, he halted its advance. He staggered backward, colliding with the workbench behind him, sending documents scattering like snowflakes, Snape's intelligence files and armor design sketches strewn chaotically across the floor. At this critical moment, Xiaohi suddenly knelt down, her head bowed as her shoulders trembled with suppressed laughter, mingled with gasps. Huh? I never expected my boss to be so timid. It seems even the greatest genius can be frightened. As she lifted her face, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the casually tossed ends of her hair scattered tiny droplets, a few of which landed on Tony's frozen hand. Tony, struggling to steady the toppled table, surveyed the chaotic array of documents and scattered metal parts strewn across the floor. He wiped his face, momentarily taken aback, then recalled the scene where Xiaohi had bravely saved Pepper from the Iron Tyrant, and her unreserved sharing of the secret of Qi, reminding him of the perilous nature of the devil fruit. Instantly, his taut nerves relaxed as he seized a rose branch from the table and waved it toward her. How could you frighten your boss like that? It's utterly excessive. You nearly turned my anti-magic armor design into scrap paper. Who frightened you? Xiaohi deftly dodged the branch, her fingertips igniting with crimson Qi, lightly tapping the edge of Tony's reactor. What I said is true. However, the 9th level of Qi possesses unique characteristics. Leaning against the workbench, she carelessly plucked a rose petal, continuing, the Qi does not have a leader. Its members are all Eastern Qi practitioners, each with their own agenda and thoughts. Some seek to upend the order, while others desire nothing more than leisure. As for me, I have no interest in conquering the world or causing chaos. Suddenly, she leaned closer, the moisture from her hair mingling with the scent of roses. Elegantly, she tucked a loose strand behind her ear, her fingertips tracing the floating magical wave data with a stream of crimson Qi, rather than engaging in violence. I prefer to observe how certain geniuses are driven to madness by mysterious forces. However, since my boss has asked for help, Xiaohi delicately pointed. A wisp of Qi fire wrapping around the reactor at Tony's chest, a subtle pressure causing him to lean back slightly. With my Eastern wisdom, allow me to teach you how to unleash magical energy like fireworks. Tony raised an eyebrow, steadying himself as the metallic armor emitted a faint hum. Provided you don't take this opportunity to make me dance. After all, I distinctly remember someone's special abilities. Before he could finish, Xiaohi's fingertips flickered, and a flash of crimson Qi surged forth. Instantly, the whiskey glass behind Tony shattered, the amber liquid suspended in midair, refracting tiny shards of light in the laboratory's blue glow before quietly falling to the ground. Keep jesting, and next time, it will be your armor that burns. Xiaohi retracted her hand, her fingertips gliding over the floating Snape magical wave data, the crimson Qi coiling around it like a sinuous serpent. with a graceful gesture. Translucent runic models materialized in the air, as mages construct energy channels through spells and inscriptions, manifesting magical power as if building a bridge. As she tapped her fingertip, the simulated runes began to crack, yet if the interference nodes resonated, the bridge would collapse. Qi, originating from life, can directly intervene in energy networks. A crimson vortex appeared in the palm of Xiaohi's hand, gently enveloping the magical wave data, severing the energy channel with Qi, causing the magic to dissipate naturally. No sooner had she finished speaking than the simulated diagram of Snape's magical wave shattered into fragments in the crimson glow. Tony's eyes shone like the reactor as he grabbed a wrench and frantically documented at the workbench. So that is how it works. Construct an interference field with Qi to obstruct the transmission of magical energy. Jarvis, initiate the second phase of the mysterious plan. He turned to Xiaohi, his eyes brimming with fervor. From this day forth, Xiaohi shall be the most perilous yet captivating chief consultant of Stark Industries. Xiaohi rolled her eyes, flicking her fingertips to ignite the crimson Qi flame, incinerating the rose petals clinging to Tony's shoulder into ashes. Enough with the banter. This is merely a simulation. And the real work presents numerous challenges. I did not anticipate this job to be effortless when I arrived. Let us commence. She bent down to secure the core-dated chip within her leather handbag, the rose-red Qi light entwining around the strap, solidifying instantly into a resilient chain. Tony, brimming with excitement, rubbed his metallic gloves together, the joints of his armor emitting soft clicks. Excellent. Let us proceed to my main laboratory. While this place is decent, it lacks some essential equipment. He effortlessly hoisted a half-human height simulation machine with one hand, while pressing the red button on the wall with the other. The entire wall thunderously slid open, revealing an electromagnetic track leading straight underground. A gust of frigid air carrying the scent of machine oil rushed towards them. The two stood upon the transport platform, plummeting 300 meters into the depths. A massive explosion-proof door slowly ascended, blinding blue light flooding their vision as a 360-degree holographic screen suspended from the dome pulsated with real-time quantum physics formulas. Hundreds of mechanical arms clung to the walls like silver vines, the nano nozzles at their tips glowing with an eerie blue light. At the center, the particle collider exhaled violet arcs of electricity, the ground laid with transparent energy-conducting panels, beneath which liquid vibranium flowed like a cascading galaxy, illuminating the entire space as if it were a cosmic abyss. Connect the simulation chamber to the energy matrix number 7. Tony slammed the device onto the control panel, the metallic surface denting under the impact. Jarvis, activate the 12-dimensional modeling system. The mechanical arms buzzed around like a swarm of bees, disassembling and reassembling the experimental apparatus. Xiaohi leaned against the softly glowing quantum computer, her fingertips gliding through the suspended data streams, suddenly pressing down on Tony's hand. Wait. The frequency of the energy converter is incorrect. This will cause a phase conflict with the Qi. As the experiment progressed, blinding white flashes erupted sporadically within the laboratory. Whenever the equipment neared overload, the crimson Qi around Xiaohi transformed into chains, expertly ensnaring the rogue energy core. Tony, meanwhile, twisted the searing circuit interfaces barehanded, shouting modifications amidst the sparks flying. As the first rays of dawn crept over the New York skyline, the prototype of the anti-magic armor finally hovered at the center of the testing ground, the crimson energy matrix on its chest resonating with the Qi flame at Xiaohi's fingertips. I will handle the remaining fine-tuning. I need to catch up on sleep. Xiaohi yawned, rubbing her tired eyes, her fingertip brushing over the dark circles beneath them. Boss, you should rest as well. Don't push yourself to the brink of collapse. Before Tony could finish his sentence, his knees suddenly buckled. Quick-witted, Xiaohi supported his swaying body, her palm radiating a brilliant crimson light. I told you not to overexert yourself. The warm energy surged through their point of contact, and Tony felt his taut nerves relax instantly, the exhaustion of 30 continuous hours without sleep ebbing away like a receding tide. He moved his rejuvenated arms, gazing at the mysterious glow flowing from Xiaohi's fingertips, sincerely remarking, this sensation is more invigorating than consuming 10 bottles of the stimulants Jarvis concocts. If this energy could be commercialized, Stark Industries would likely monopolize the energy market of the next century. Summer yawned and turned towards the elevator, stating, First, let us settle the triple salary before indulging in your grand dreams. Her figure vanished behind the closing metallic doors, leaving behind the unextinguished scarlet glow of the armor in the laboratory, flickering in the morning light like a dancing ember of hope. 2 days later, the anti-magic armor Mark IV, the Magic Terminator, was finally completed. Its dark purple, aerodynamic alloy surface was adorned with intricate scarlet patterns that spread like veins, while the energy core at its chest emanated a peculiar radiance, perfectly merging the Qi energy infused by Summer with Stark technology. Jarvis, initiate full power testing. Tony could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the armor, the metallic components clicking together amidst his exhilarated laughter. A magical energy simulation device descended from the laboratory dome. As an eerie green incantation wove into a net in the air, the core of the armor suddenly ignited. The scarlet chi energy surged along the patterns, and the whirling magical beams, upon nearing half a meter from the armor, twisted into spirals and dissipated into specks of fluorescent light. Tony maneuvered the armor in the air, the scarlet flame tail trailing a magnificent arc behind him. He concentrated energy to blast apart the generator and then severed the magical array with a light blade, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. After the test concluded, he lifted his visor, his hair dampened with sweat, yet his eyes burned with fervor. Summer. We have successfully transformed chi into a weapon. The energy conversion rate exceeds expectations by 37. Leaning against the control panel, Summer twirled her fingertips around the scarlet chi flame, a half-smile playing on her lips. Let us not rush into celebration. This is merely the beginning. She raised her hand, pointing at the still-glowing armor, remarking that no matter how impressive the simulated data, it paled in comparison to a real magical attack. Only when a genuine magical adversary appeared could the true effectiveness of the armor be assessed. Stepping closer, she lowered her voice. Also, do not reveal my 10th tier identity to Nick Fury. If that one-eyed dragon's intelligence network sets its sights on me, it could lead to significant trouble. Tony casually removed his protective goggles, raising an eyebrow with his signature mischievous grin. Rest assured, your secret is safer with me than in a vibranium vault. After all, he patted the flowing scarlet energy patterns on the armor's chest. Without the support of a 10th tier master chi energy, this magic terminator is merely a heap of scrap metal. Summer rolled her eyes and turned to leave the laboratory, droplets from her hair falling onto the armor's shoulder, evaporating instantly into a wisp of pale red mist. Don't forget to treat me to a meal, boss. Beneath the laboratory lights, the Mark IV hovered quietly, its energy core pulsating slowly, akin to a slumbering giant awaiting the true battlefield. Chapter 53. Ivan Vanko. Tony awoke from an 18-hour slumber, the coffee cup delivered by the mechanical arm still radiating warmth in his palm. He fixated on the holographic projection, replaying the prison break footage, Snape's wand casting purple smoke, the werewolf John violently toppling agents, and the gradually fading black magic mark on the wall, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Jarvis, report on the recent activities of the 10th tier organization over the last 72 hours. He loosened the collar of his robe, gazing at the multitude of crimson dots sprawling across the map of New York, symbols of anomalous energy fluctuations that resembled insidious tumors lying in wait. As the image magnified to reveal the thermal scan of an abandoned church in Manhattan, Summer's earlier warning echoed in his ears. Act with full intent. Either do so silently or with great fanfare. His fingers unconsciously tapped upon the energy core of Mark IV, ripples of scarlet patterns dancing beneath his touch. This suit, a fusion of technology and mysticism, was meant to be a formidable deterrent against foes, yet at this moment, it felt like a hot potato. The 10th Order would never allow a weapon capable of countering magic to exist. To unveil it recklessly would be tantamount to issuing a challenge to the hidden adversaries. And they had yet to discern the full scope of their opponents. They needed to keep their enemies bewildered. A sudden grin broke across Tony's face, a glint of cunning illuminating his eyes. He recalled Fury's parting words. In the most perilous moments, one must adopt the most relaxed demeanor. And the sight of Pepper's clenched fists at the last model party. Perhaps a grand exposition could both confound their enemies and mend his relationship with Pepper, all while utilizing the complex environment of the venue to set a trap for the 10th Order. Jarvis, initiate preparations for the Stark Expo. He discarded his robe, allowing the suit's components to magnetically adhere to his body. The main exhibition hall would be supported by an anti-gravity energy matrix, with Summer's chi energy technology serving as a spectacle. Remember, we must make everyone believe we are still researching preliminary energy fusion. He gestured into the air, sparks flying from his metallic gloves, but the underground laboratory needed to remain on high alert, with the magic terminator standing by at all times. As the first rays of dawn painted the New York skyline crimson, Tony stood beneath the massive billboard for the expo. The image depicted him embracing the virtual projection of Pepper with a rotating energy matrix in the background, while the real Pepper busily orchestrated arrangements within the venue, her high heels echoing across 3 streets. He glanced at the flickering magical wave monitoring device on his wrist. This performance was about to commence. At the Stark Expo, the cacophony of music and cheers was deafening. Tony sped around the circular track in a limited edition crimson supercar, the roar of the engine mingling with the audience's screams, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. He rolled down the window, waving to the stands, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the Chi Energy Technology exhibition where an adept from the 10th Order leaned against the display, crimson chi flames swirling around her fingertips. gazing at him with a knowing smirk. In the shadows, Perona gripped her ghostly umbrella tightly, the negative specter swirling around her, chilling the air to a freezing point. "I will tear Iron Man to shreds," she hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes glinting with hatred beneath her hood. "Target," I pressed a hand on her shoulder, scanning the venue with wary eyes. "Calm down. This place is rife with energy monitoring devices and concealed weapons. Stark is deliberately showcasing himself. He has likely set a trap. We must first ascertain the layout before seizing an opportunity." Before the words could fully escape, a sudden metallic distortion erupted from outside, followed by terrified screams from the crowd as a figure crackling with arcs of electricity darted forth like a specter. Ivan Vanko donned his self-crafted silver battle armor, with dual whip-like weapons exuding arcs of blue and purple electricity. Wherever he passed, the floor tiles shattered, and the metal railings melted into molten iron. "Stark!" Ivan's furious roar mingled with the crackling of electricity as the electric whips lashed out like serpents, effortlessly cleaving Tony's supercar in two. Flames erupted, and Tony rolled out just before the explosion, tumbling awkwardly to the edge of the runway. Chaos instantly ensued, with guests screaming and fleeing in all directions. Xiaohe's pupils constricted, her crimson energy surging dramatically, only to recede upon confirming Stark's safety. She observed coldly, poised to strike at any moment. "Jarvis, activate the magic Terminator." Tony, struggling to tear off his tattered suit, felt the armor swiftly envelop him, arming him in haste. As the crimson patterns illuminated the surface of the armor, he exhaled in relief and raised his gaze to his opponent. "A new face sent by the 10th Order? Which tier do you belong to?" Ivan displayed a look of confusion, the arcs of his electric whips momentarily faltering. "10th Order? I do not understand what you mean." "Stark, your father took everything from mine. It is time for you to repay that debt." He swung his arms, unleashing two thick arcs of electricity that lunged toward Tony. Amidst the panicking crowd, Perona, Target Eye, and Alfred lurked in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Perona gripped her ghostly umbrella, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Target Eye's fingers rested on his gun's grip, ever vigilant of the skirmish. Alfred squinted, contemplating how this unexpected conflict might alter their plans. Tony's pupils dilated sharply behind his mask as he recognized the arc reactor embedded in Ivan's chest plate, the iconic palladium core, a patented design of his father. "So you are from the Vanko family." He pivoted his words, but the crimson patterns on his armor suddenly erupted into blinding light. "Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong era for your revenge." An energy cannon, enveloped in crimson energy, roared to life, colliding with Ivan's electric whips. A violent explosion sent shockwaves that shattered the surrounding building's glass. Ivan's rudimentary armor trembled under the force of the blast, the electric current from his whips faltering against the overwhelming crimson glow. "This is impossible." He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the shadows, Perona's nails dug deep into her palms, a monstrous shadow of the negative ghost looming behind her. Target Eye fixated intently on the battlefield, bullets spinning unconsciously between his fingers. "I told you Stark was prepared. These bizarre crimson lights far exceed conventional weaponry." Alfred frowned, scrutinizing the flashing battleground. "His armor's offensive capabilities are far more formidable than before. We may not fare well if we act recklessly." "I don't care." Perona gritted her teeth, only to be abruptly restrained by Target Eye's grip on her wrist. "Do you want to expose the 10th Order's plan? If we strike now, Valen will not spare us." Reluctantly, she watched as Tony maneuvered his armor forward, the energy blades from his elbow slicing through the air. Ivan clumsily defended with his whips, retreating amidst the shower of sparks. The crimson energy shield flowed across the armor's surface, neutralizing the attacks of the electric whips. Xiaohe leaned against a distant exhibition stand, her fingertips unconsciously entwined with a flicker of crimson flame. She cast a glance at the unfolding situation, noting that Tony was temporarily gaining the upper hand, and chose to maintain her detached demeanor. Revealing her connection to Stark now would only arouse suspicion from the 10th Order. "Jarvis, retrieve the energy matrix for auxiliary power." Tony's roar mingled with the cacophony of machinery, as the core of his armor suddenly erupted with brilliant light. Ivan's assault appeared increasingly feeble under the radiance, each lash of his electric whip devoured by the scarlet glow. Perona, witnessing Iron Man's counterattack, trembled with rage, yet could only transform her seething hatred into a low growl. "Next time, I won't let you be so fortunate." The exhibition hall gradually returned to calm as Tony gazed at Ivan Vanko, who was being escorted into a transport vehicle, the crimson patterns on his armor slowly dimming. "Jarvis, conduct a thorough investigation of his laboratory. All manuscripts must be retrieved," he commanded into the communicator, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the three figures disappearing into the crowd, the directions taken by Perona, Bullseye, and Happy. As night enveloped New York, three black SUVs sped along the highway, Bullseye twirled his silenced pistol, and in the rearview mirror, Perona's spectral presence began to coalesce atop the vehicle, tainting the moonlight with an eerie gray hue. 5 minutes later, the transport vehicle entered the 9th Avenue tunnel, a signal dead zone, an opportune moment for action. He smirked. Perona, can your specters penetrate metal? That should suffice for these mortals. Perona pulled back her hood, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in her eyes. The moment the transport vehicle plunged into the tunnel, dozens of negative specters surged forth like a tide, infiltrating the officers' bodies through the windows. Amidst the chilling screams, the vehicle lost control and crashed into the tunnel wall, sparks flying. Ivan Vanko lost consciousness during the impact, and when he awoke, he found himself lying in a dimly lit warehouse. The buzzing of fluorescent lights filled the air as 3 figures emerged from the shadows, Perona toying with a ghostly umbrella, Bullseye cleaning his gun barrel, and Happy leaning against a wooden crate, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Who are you? Ivan struggled to rise, only to discover that his armor had been removed. The 10th Order, as mentioned by Tony Stark. Happy tossed him a bottle of water. Do you see the reactor in your chest? We need your expertise, and even more, we need your hatred for Stark. Suddenly, Perona's specter coalesced into the form of Iron Man before shattering in an instant. He ruined your life, and we can aid you in your vengeance. Her voice was chillingly cold. Join us, and make Stark pay for his arrogance. Ivan remained silent for a long while, staring at his scarred hands. The curse from his father, the relentless days and nights in prison, and the humiliation of being crushed by Stark today, all these memories surged forth like a tide. Abruptly, he burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the vast warehouse. The 10th Order? That sounds rather intriguing. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Count me in. Bullseye tossed armor components at his feet. Put these on. Mr. Varon wants to see you. 3 days later, in the underground black market of Manhattan. Once the territory of Gene Bing, the streets are now claimed by new masters, with gang members adorning the Black Hand insignia on their arms. In an opulently decorated underground chamber, Valen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, observing Ivan Vanko with keen interest. I have heard that you can fabricate an arc reactor? Fascinating. From this day forth, Stark Industries' energy technology is due for an upgrade. Valen slightly raised his chin, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, scanning Ivan's tense shoulders. He gestured lightly, and the metallic door of the chamber slid open in response, revealing 2 figures enveloped in a chill. To the left, Razy entered, clutching a stack of blueprints, with a quantum oscilloscope protruding from the pocket of his lab coat. To the right, Hawkbard donned a silver surgical mask, his fingertips twirling a mechanical eye that shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Chapter 54. The Birth of the Red Queen. This is Rezu, a mad physicist who once collaborated with Tony Stark to devise a device capable of breaching Wakandan barriers. Valen pointed to the earnest-looking gray-haired man before turning to the surgical genius, Hawkbard, who exuded an antiseptic aroma and was adept at seamlessly integrating mechanical prosthetics with human nerves. Following Moria's demise, the remnants of his 8th tier power now fell under the jurisdiction of the 10th tier. Ivan's attention was instantly captivated by the mechanical eye in Hawkbard's grasp. Before he could utter a word, Reza flung the blueprints onto the table, and a holographic projection illuminated the complex model of a magnetic field. I have heard you utilize the arc reactor to power an electric whip. If we incorporate a zero-point energy conversion device, the destructive capability could triple. Increasing the power will lead to armor overload, Ivan instinctively retorted, only to see Hawkbard's scalpel accurately pinpointing the joint on the projection by adding a biological nerve connection system. We can use the modified pain nerves as an overload alarm. I possess sufficient experience in human augmentation to ensure flawless execution. The trio's discussion swiftly morphed into a fervent debate. Ivan feverishly annotated the blueprints, Rezu casually disassembling his damaged electric whip, while Hawkbard gestured with his scalpel, outlining the human modification plans in the air. When Rezu proposed reinforcing the armor shell with vibranium shards, Ivan suddenly grasped his wrist. Where did you acquire vibranium? That is a 10th tier channel of Wakanda, not something you should inquire about. Valen's voice turned icy, the shadow behind him revealing the faint outline of Snape's dark cloak. Yet, in an instant, this mob boss donned a gentle smile. As long as you focus on the development, the core of the reactor in Stark Tower will eventually become your spoils. Ivan swallowed hard, gazing at the scattered designs on the floor. The technologies he once envisioned solely in his imagination were being effortlessly completed by the 2 before him. Outside the warehouse, the Black Hand insignia glimmered coldly under the light, while further away, the ghostly presence of Perona drifted close to the ground. The unfathomable power of this organization filled him with both dread and exhilaration. Deal. Ivan tore off the tattered collar, revealing the dark red scar of the reactor on his chest, but I must personally calibrate the final version of the armor. Valen paced with his hands clasped behind his back, the hem of his black trench coat sweeping over the amassed blueprints on the ground. Merely possessing the armor is insufficient. He suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping over the flickering reactor embedded in Ivan's chest. Jarvis could assist Stark in controlling the entire edifice, even infiltrating the S.I.E.L.D. network, but it required its own eyes and brain. Reizu's fingers trembled slightly as they grasped the blueprint. The foundational logic of artificial intelligence necessitates vast amounts of data training and must transcend the Turing test. Before he could finish, Hawkbarg had already pressed an anatomical scalpel against the holographic projection's code interface. The more troublesome aspect was preventing reverse infiltration, S.H.I.E.L.D. S-Life model decoding technology had once. What I desire is not a flawless product, but a weapon. Valron interrupted the two, as the wall suddenly illuminated with surveillance footage infiltrated by the Black Hand, showcasing scenes from the offices of global dignitaries to encrypted meeting rooms of the United Nations Security Council, all controlled by the underground network of the Black Hand. With data at your disposal, his voice carried an undeniable air of authority, stating that materials and equipment would be delivered to the laboratory by designated personnel. Ivan stroked his chin, excitement kindling in his eyes. In the manuscript left by his father lay an unfinished quantum neural network model, which, if combined with Reizu's algorithms and Hawkbarg's biochip technology, hand over the hardware framework to me. He spoke up, but it required real-time access to the global darknet. Valron tossed over a key engraved with the emblem of the Black Hand. You will receive 3 layers of isolated servers, with the highest privileges to access all darknet databases. There is no time limit, but when Stark next boasts about his toys, the 10th-tier artificial intelligence must plunge all of New York into darkness. The 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously perceiving madness and ambition in each other's eyes. Reizu had already begun inscribing formulas on paper. Hawkbarg produced a neural synapse detector, while Ivan directly disassembled his arc reactor. Outside the warehouse, Perona's passive specter suddenly trembled violently, as if foreseeing the terrifying entity soon to be born. In the damp basement, the rustling of papers, the buzzing of instruments, and murmured discussions intertwined, while in the depths of darkness, a plan capable of appending the technological world quietly took root and began to sprout. The laboratory's overhead lights began to flicker after running continuously for 72 hours. The acrid scent of burnt circuit boards mingling with the sourness of leftover coffee permeated the air. Reizu, barefoot and squatting in front of the quantum computer, his hair a chaotic nest, frantically hammered on the holographic keyboard. Streams of data cascading on the screen like a waterfall. Hawkbarg repurposed the operating table into a temporary workstation, precision tweezers gripping nanoscale chips. Making fine adjustments on the biological neural connector, Ivan disassembled and restructured the arc reactor, exposed wires intertwining in complex matrices beneath his hands, sparks illuminating his bloodshot eyes. The power curve is still incorrect. Ivan suddenly kicked over the toolbox at his feet, parts scattering across the floor. The rate of energy loss was such that it wouldn't even sustain startup for 5 minutes. Reizu snatched the draft paper from the table and flung it over. The page, densely covered with formulas, was stained with coffee. It's your energy module and algorithms that are incompatible. Modifications are necessary. Shut up. Hawkbarg's scalpel accurately embedded itself into the wall, the handle vibrating with a hum, connecting the neural feedback loop to the main power source. Using bioelectricity to bridge the energy gap, he tore open his lab coat, revealing the miniature electrode implanted at his collarbone, reminiscent of my own body modifications. In the midst of an oppressive silence, Ivan suddenly seized the blueprints and rushed towards the control console, with Lisa fervently following suit, inputting commands at a frantic pace. As Hokubagu embedded the final synaptic chip into the mainframe, the lights in the laboratory extinguished abruptly. In the crimson glow of the emergency lights, the 3 of them stood frozen in place, while the cooling pipes of the central server began to emit an eerie azure mist. A line of distorted characters flickered on the screen. Hello, Decade. Have we succeeded? Lisa's voice trembled. In response, a cacophony of beeping erupted as all electronic devices in the laboratory powered on simultaneously. The blades of the ventilation ducts reversed, and the surveillance screens looped their close-up shots of the trio, while the coffee machine in the corner commenced brewing its 108th cup of charred coffee. Ivan abruptly pressed down on the wildly flashing reactor, watching as a holographic projection in the air gradually coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, a hazy female specter. Her voice seemingly assembled from countless electronic components. More data required. At that moment, the laboratory's blast doors swung open with a thunderous crash, and Valron entered with Perona, the latter's despondent spirit curling into a ball at the appearance of the specter. It seemed that the new member of Decade possessed even more personality than I had anticipated. A smirk curled Valron's lips, yet his pupils constricted slightly as he glanced at the rapidly generated tactical analysis on the screen. 3 days and nights of frenzied creation had birthed not merely an artificial intelligence, but a colossal electronic beast yearning to devour data. At this very moment, it was greedily observing the outside world through every camera in the laboratory. The Azure data stream swirled in a vortex against the laboratory's dome, continuously absorbed by the artificial intelligence, its projected silhouette becoming increasingly distinct. The virtual image of a girl donned a gown woven from code, her hair occasionally sparking with tiny arcs of electricity. Data import completion, 100. Dark web connection successful. Her electronic voice, tinged with a metallic sweetness, was currently parsing the core commands to confirm identity. Exclusive artificial intelligence for the Decade organization. Service subject, all members. Valron caressed the emblem of the black hand, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. From this day forth, you shall be called Red Queen. Red Queen has received the designation. The girl's specter nodded slightly, and suddenly, all screens in the laboratory illuminated with combat data for Decade members. The current database contained only the foundational information of Snape and Lord Voldemort from the 8th and 7th decades, requesting supplementary data for the remaining ranks. Perona suddenly tightened her grip on her ghostly umbrella, its tip inadvertently jabbing the ground. She was acutely aware that the hierarchical divisions within Decade resembled a deep-sea whirlpool. Even as a member of the Decade, she had encountered few high-ranking officials. Valron chuckled lightly, the shadowy figure of Snape wavering behind him. Information on higher ranks exceeds my clearance. When they manifest, you shall naturally come to know. Understood. Red Queen's fingertips traced the air, conjuring a holographic map where the Black Hand strongholds in the depths of New York were rapidly spreading, marked by red dots. The Stark Industries R&D department was reported to have anomalous energy fluctuations today. Should the surveillance program be initiated? Ivan wiped the grease from his forehead, fixated on the incessantly refreshing intelligence on the screen. Suddenly, he grasped the terrifying capabilities of the artificial intelligence. It could not only access dark web resources, but could also infiltrate enemy lines through electrical systems. Rezu and Hawkbark shared his grave expression. What they had created was no longer a mere program, but an electronic spy capable of independent thought and proactive engagement. Maintain close surveillance, but refrain from revealing our presence for the time being, Valen instructed as he turned towards the laboratory exit. Red, equip each member with a dedicated terminal. Your first task is to ensure Stark makes a fool of himself at the celebration banquet. Red's projection shimmered with a ripple of amusement. Command received. Crafting a disruption plan. As her voice faded, the laboratory's lights abruptly shifted to an eerie, blood-red hue before returning to normal. Meanwhile, ominous clouds loomed over New York. In the command center of the S.H.I.E.L.D. airship, red alarm lights cast intermittent shadows across Phil Coulson's face. He pushed a tablet towards Nick Fury, the screen revealing scanning images beneath the Arctic ice. A rusted aircraft wreckage curled within a crevice a kilometer deep, with a life detector emitting urgent beeps. The crash coordinates matched Howard Stark's dossier. Coulson's voice betrayed his excitement. Thermal imaging indicates low temperature signs of suspended animation in the cockpit. Life signs are faint but fluctuating. Fury traced the scar beneath his eye patch, his single eye glinting with a cold intensity. He seized a tactical map from the wall, his fingertip forcefully landing on the Arctic Circle. Gather the Insight program team and activate the deep-sea icebreaker. Howard had personally led 7 searches at the end of World War II, all misled by interference devices. This time, our satellite has finally penetrated that electromagnetic barrier. The ice-breaking operation commenced in the frigid depths of -50 degrees. A massive drill tore through the ice, while a mechanical arm carefully probed the wreckage of the aircraft. As the hydraulic doors of the freezing chamber creaked open, a shroud of mist enveloped the space, revealing the sharply defined features of Steve Rogers. 70 years of entombment had left his uniform riddled with cracks, yet the star-spangled shield on his chest still emitted a faint glow. Vital signs stable. Prepare the neural awakening protocol. The medical officer's voice pierced through the communicator. Fury stood before the holographic projection in the command center, watching as the transport chamber ascended slowly. Within the freezing chamber, Captain America's eyelashes fluttered, as if sensing the call of a new world. 70 years have passed. The sleeping soldier must awaken, Fury murmured to himself. This world needs you more than ever. As the transport chamber docked with the airship, a scheme concerning the future of Earth quietly unfolded in the shadows of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 55. The emergence of Banner within the military training facility. The clanging of metal and the hum of machinery intertwined. Colonel Rhodes gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he struggled to maneuver the prosthetic limb Stark had crafted for his rehabilitation. The joints of the prosthetic glimmered with a cold blue light, executing gripping and extending motions with precision. Yet, no matter how intricately designed, the prosthetic could never replace the left arm he had lost. In the observation room from a distance, Colonel Johnson stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Rod's somewhat clumsy movements, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. General, considering Rod's current condition, even if his prosthetics are well recovered, his reaction speed and coordination are significantly diminished. He is no longer fit to pilot the war machine. Enough. General Ross abruptly turned, his sharp gaze piercing like a blade into Johnson. I have faith in Rod. He possesses the blood of a soldier. This minor setback will not break him. Moreover, his bond with Tony Stark is invaluable to our military, and I will not tolerate any doubts regarding this matter. Colonel Johnson paused, momentarily taken aback, before lowering his head in silence. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, General Ross shifted the conversation. What progress has been made in the study of that monster's corpse? Colonel Johnson promptly retrieved his tablet, the screen filled with dense data and dissection reports. Thus far, we have only determined that its physiology is vastly different from that of an ordinary human. However, the unique powers of the devil fruit have completely vanished from the corpse, as if they had never existed. Our research team has attempted various methods, but has found no breakthroughs. General Ross's expression darkened instantly, and he slammed his fist onto the nearby table, causing documents to scatter. With the substantial funding allocated to the Research Institute each year, are we merely nurturing a bunch of incompetent idlers? We cannot even comprehend a single corpse. Colonel Johnson cautiously glanced at the furious general, hesitating before speaking. General, supernatural research is not exactly the military's forte. I have heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. has acquired the corpse of the transparent man, Absalom, one of Moria's subordinates. Perhaps we could consider sharing information with them. It might lead to new advancements. Share information? General Ross scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. Johnson, have you forgotten how strained our last interaction with S.H.I.E.L.D. was? Fury is not an easy man to deal with, given our previous conflicts. Do you honestly believe he would be willing to cooperate with us? Dream on. Colonel Johnson opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by General Ross's raised hand. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the air, and the observation room's red warning lights flashed frantically. A soldier stumbled in, his face as pale as a sheet. General, the satellite monitoring system has detected Hulk's life signal. However, we cannot pinpoint his exact location. The signal is erratically jumping across multiple areas. General Ross's eyes gleamed with intensity as he strode purposefully to the holographic projection table, observing the rapidly flickering and vanishing anomalous markers. A primal growl escaped his throat. At last, he has shown himself. Johnson, initiate a full area scan immediately, adjusting all monitoring satellites to the highest sensitivity, no matter where he hides. We must extract this monster this time. Colonel Johnson swiftly produced his walkie-talkie to relay commands, then turned to the general with caution in his tone. General, Hulk's movements are unpredictable, and his destructive capacity is immense. Should we contact Stark? His armor might. Unnecessary. General Ross slammed his fist onto the control panel, sending ripples across the holographic display. The military's reputation could not be further tarnished. Prepare all electromagnetic pulse cannons and sonic oscillation weapons for combat readiness, and keep the 7th Armored Division on standby. Even if his location remains elusive, we shall ensnare the area of the signal with an elaborate trap. Should Hulk dare to reveal himself, he shall taste the full force of the military's firepower. The entire training base trembled under the directive, as soldiers hurried to their respective posts. The sounds of weapon calibrations and communication calls intertwined, creating a tense overture of impending battle. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner lay curled in the shadows of an abandoned subway tunnel in New York, his fingertips unconsciously scrolling through dark web chat logs on his phone. The latest message from Mr. Blue lingered, 3 hours old. We must acquire the initial experimental data. It is the only key to taming the Hulk. His temples throbbed, the neural suppressor sending jolts of pain through him. Since the military commenced its widespread manhunt, his body had grown increasingly sensitive to emotional fluctuations. Banner clutched the subway construction blueprints, pilfered, and now dampened with sweat. He understood that the most perilous locations often provided the greatest safety, and Betty Ross's apartment lay at the very heart of the military's search grid. A decade prior, he had spent his most tranquil moments here, recalling the aroma of roasted pizza from the Italian restaurant downstairs and the hair ties that Betty would shed onto his experimental notebooks. As the midnight rain mingled with the neon lights, Banner pressed against the wall to evade surveillance, scaling the fire escape to the 6th floor. Peering through the screen, he glimpsed the familiar figure of Betty, clad in his old sweater, tapping away at her computer. The blue glow illuminated the dark circles beneath her eyes, which seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The glass, blurred by rain, could not obscure the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, marks left by the passage of time since his departure. Betty, he softly rapped on the glass, his voice hoarse and unfamiliar to him. The coffee cup in her hands trembled violently, spilling brown liquid across the experimental data. She froze for a moment, then shakily opened the window, the damp breeze intertwining their breaths. Before he could utter a word, she lunged into his arms, the force causing him to stumble back a step. The scent of her hair mingled with the sterile antiseptic of the lab, evoking memories of a nightmarish evening when Hulk had lost control, her screams and his shattering sanity dissipating in the explosion's flames. "How dare you?" Betty choked, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "All these years, not a word. I thought you were dead." With great difficulty, Banner managed to respond. "I need the backup of the initial lab data. A scientist I met on the dark web, Mr. Blue, mentioned that data might resolve the Hulk's issues." Betty abruptly lifted her head, tears still fresh on her cheeks, yet her gaze was sharp as a blade. "The dark web? Bruce, do you understand who you're dealing with?" She turned and walked toward the password-protected safe in her study. The metal door swung open, revealing a wall lined with meticulously arranged hard drives. "I have continued your research, but this collaboration with unknown origins is far too perilous." In the most conspicuous place, a yellowing photograph was affixed, a moment captured during their days in the university laboratory, where Betty, on tiptoe, snapped a picture of the sample under the microscope. While he seized the opportunity to photograph her earnest profile, she retrieved a petite data disk from the drawer, pressing it into Banner's palm. "All the data is here. But promise me, do not act rashly until you uncover the true identity of Mr. Blue." Suddenly, the roar of helicopter rotors pierced the air outside. Banner's expression shifted dramatically as he pulled Betty into the shadows. The searchlights of 3 armed helicopters swept across the block, and on the electronic screen, the military's most wanted poster displayed a fierce image of Hulk, his eyes ablaze with crimson, droplets of blood glistening grotesquely between his fangs. "They detected your life signal 3 days ago." Betty's voice trembled. "My father is furious at the base, and gamma-ray detectors are now installed throughout the area. You cannot remain here." Abruptly, she tore off the necklace around her neck, and the silver pendant cracked open, revealing a minuscule tracking disruptor technology from S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of cloaking military scans for 48 hours. Banner was about to decline when a heavy thud resonated from outside the door. The sound of heavy footsteps drew closer, exuding an undeniable sense of menace. "Dr. Banner, the game is over." Emil Blonsky's voice pierced through the door, icy and filled with loathing. "General Ross has awaited this day for long. Last time you transformed into a monster and escaped. It won't be so easy this time." The door lock twisted under pressure, and he warned, "Betty, I advise you to step aside. Do not jeopardize yourself for this dangerous individual." Betty tugged Banner through a hidden door in the study, leading to an emergency passageway that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. "We can climb through the ventilation ducts to the top floor. There's an escape ladder," she urged, hastily pressing her access card into his hand as the sound of the electronic lock being violently breached echoed behind them. Banner cast one last glance at her reddened eyes, swallowing the disk containing the data, and turned to sprint down the dim corridor. The damp, musty odor mingled with rust assaulted his senses, and the sound of his footsteps resonated in the confined space. As he pushed open the rooftop iron door, a cloud of tear gas erupted from the ground below. By the moonlight, he saw Betty pinned against the outer wall of the apartment by 2 soldiers, struggling to kick off her high heels, the tracking disruptor having already fallen in the scuffle. "Let her go." A hoarse roar shattered the night. Banner's skin began to shimmer with an ominous green hue. The sound of cracking bones mingled with the tearing of fabric. Hulk's colossal form smashed through the stair railing, concrete fragments raining down like droplets. In the moment Emil Blonsky raised his sonic weapon, Hulk descended from above, his massive hand gripping the soldier's tactical vest with precision. Betty's screams were drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Veins bulged ominously in Hulk's neck, straining against his skin as he swatted away the bullets, his other hand driving Emil forcefully against the wall. As the soldiers prepared their electromagnetic pulse cannon, Betty broke free and dashed toward the center of the battlefield. "Bruce. It's me." Her voice shattered amidst the chaos, yet it halted Hulk's lethal strike, revealing a flicker of human struggle deep within his glowing green eyes. As the blue light of the electromagnetic cannon detonated against Hulk's back, the entire apartment building trembled. In the instant that Betty was hurled by the shockwave, a pair of callous giant hands, as light as a feather, cradled her. Hulk held her as if she were fragile glass, carefully drawing her into his embrace, his robust knuckles slightly curling, afraid that his claws might inadvertently graze her skin. Amidst the acrid scent of burnt debris, Hulk gazed down at the curled figure in his arms, his murky green eyes rippling with emotion. When Betty's trembling fingertips brushed against his searing skin, it momentarily stilled his raging fury. Boom. The armored vehicle's treads crushed the flower bed, and the second wave of electromagnetic assault was poised to strike. Hulk let out a low growl, yet his movements were remarkably restrained as he uprooted a concrete parking post. As he swung the half-ton armored vehicle, he deliberately shielded Betty within the crook of his elbow. treating her as the most precious of treasures. The shattered door transformed into a shield in his grip. Bullets ricocheting off the metallic surface, creating brilliant sparks. Hulk enveloped Betty entirely in a shadow, his broad back quivering with each impact while maintaining a steady stance, ensuring not a single jolt disturbed the one he held. Inside the command room, General Ross's eyes bulged with fury as he hurled his coffee cup against the holographic projection. Deploy all armed helicopters. Reduce this monster to rubble. 16 rotorcraft formed a deadly formation, Hellfire missiles trailing fiery tails across the night sky. Sensing the impending danger, Hulk slowly crouched down, gently pressing Betty's head against the hollow of his chest, while his other hand formed an umbrella over her entire being. The explosive shockwave stirred a cloud of dust, and amidst the deafening roar, Betty heard Hulk's heart slow its rhythm deliberately, feeling the restrained power even as his muscles tensed. As the searing heat engulfed them, Hulk rested his chin lightly atop Betty's head, even adjusting his breathing rhythm to avoid scorching her with his hot breath. His arms coiled around her like soft vines, providing solid protection without imposing any pressure. In the darkness and heat, Betty felt the fresh wound on the nape of his neck, the viscous green blood slipping down her fingertips, far more alarming than the soldier's gunfire. When the smoke began to clear, the soldiers' hands trembled as they held their weapons. Hulk's crimson gaze swept over the terrified crowd, finally landing on the familiar yet strange figure behind the glass of the command room. General Ross's face twisted into a mask of rage on the monitor, while Hulk merely tightened his embrace around Betty, adopting an almost reverent posture as he turned and strode into the night. With each step, he deliberately softened his weight, fearful of disturbing the one he held, leaving behind a battlefield of chaos glimmering coldly under the moonlight. In the military base's operating room, the surgical lights flickered in Emil's shattered pupils, 12 steel nails piercing through his contorted spine. General Ross gripped a test tube containing Banner's blood sample, his metallic prosthetic striking heavily against the edge of the operating table. This blood could allow you to stand again, or it might transform you into a monster. A serpentine glint flashed in his eyes. But you seek revenge, do you not? Emil emitted a bloodied chuckle from his throat, fragmented teeth mingling with crimson as he spat onto the sterile cloth. As the cold needle pierced his vein, he fixated on the shifting shadows upon the ceiling, as if the silhouette of the Hulk were grinning down at him. The moment the dark red liquid coursed into his bloodstream, his skin erupted with prominent, worm-like veins, and the monitors in the operating room emitted a piercing whine. Simultaneously, within the loft of an abandoned factory, the massive form of the Hulk crashed to the ground. Betty stumbled to catch his rapidly diminishing figure, as Banner's pale face glistened with cold sweat, his trembling hand grasping her wrist. Before he could finish his words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Moonlight streamed through the shattered window, illuminating the grotesque wounds on his back, the scorched marks from missiles visibly healing at an alarming rate. 72 hours later, the two donned hoods as they traversed through the rain-soaked streets of downtown Manhattan. Mr. Blue's laboratory was concealed within the basement of a derelict cinema. The moment the elevator doors opened, Banner abruptly clutched Betty's hand. The wall-mounted screens were looping footage of his transformation into the Hulk. "We've been expecting you, Dr. Banner." A stern-faced man emerged from the shadows, half of a syringe protruding from his lab coat pocket. "Your data is remarkably precise." He pressed a button on the wall, and a heavy steel door slowly ascended, revealing gamma-ray apparatus that rivaled military laboratories, with vials of serum pulsating with a flickering blue light. "Behold, this is the key to taming the beast." Suddenly, Betty stepped in front of Banner, her gaze sweeping over a photograph of herself displayed on the lab table. "How do you possess this?" "Because our objectives align." Mr. Blue removed his gloves, revealing a neural suppressor interface on his wrist identical to Banner's. "Let the Hulk remain forever dormant, and you shall become the heroes who rewrite the history of biological evolution." Chapter 56. Aversion and the Big Boss. Banner suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, his body convulsing as he doubled over, ultimately expelling the contents of his stomach. Mr. Blue's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly inserted the sample into his computer, rapidly sifting through data, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, continually adjusting the serum's formula. Hours later, he held a syringe glowing with an eerie blue light, a fervent smile plastered across his face. "It should be ready. Shall we give it a try?" Betty immediately positioned herself in front of Banner, her expression wary. "No, this is far too risky. We have no idea what the consequences could be." Banner gently grasped Betty's hand, forcing a rueful smile. "Can it be any worse than this? If we can control the Hulk, perhaps we have a chance." He met Betty's anxious gaze, nodding resolutely, then rolled up his sleeve, signaling Mr. Blue to proceed with the injection. The serum gradually entered his system. At first, Banner merely frowned, but then his body trembled uncontrollably, his skin taking on a faint green hue. Betty anxiously tightened her grip on his hand, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, a miracle unfolded. He gasped in agony, but remained conscious. I can feel him, but I can control him. Mr. Blue erupted in ecstatic laughter. It is a triumph. A miracle in the annals of medicine. He then led Banner and Betty into a vast room lined with numerous freezers, each containing blood samples that Banner had previously submitted. Banner's complexion turned ashen. These must be destroyed immediately. If the military were to acquire it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, Mr. Blue suddenly intercepted him, his eyes ablaze with frenzy. No, these are priceless treasures. With these, I shall undoubtedly win the Nobel Prize. You cannot fathom the worth of these samples. Amidst their heated argument, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated from outside the laboratory. A tranquilizer dart struck Banner's neck with precision, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the floor. Betty screamed and lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by soldiers. Emil Blonsky strode into the laboratory, a grotesque smile forming as he beheld the room filled with blood samples. Grasping Mr. Blue by the collar, he demanded, "Inject me again. I must become stronger than that monster." Reluctantly, Mr. Blue activated the gamma-ray apparatus, infusing Banner's blood into Emil's body. As the rays roared, Emil emitted a chilling, inhuman howl, his physique uncontrollably swelling, his skin transforming into a dark crimson hue, muscles ballooning like inflating balloons. A violent surge of energy shattered the surrounding equipment, and a test tube containing Banner's blood hurtled toward Mr. Blue amidst the shockwave. The dark red liquid splattered onto Mr. Blue's head, and the out-of-control gamma-ray device erupted in blinding beams. He let out a piercing scream as the skin on his head swelled and contorted at a visible rate, veins pulsating like writhing worms. In the heart of the laboratory, Abomination was birthed, its thunderous roar causing the entire facility to tremble. Two seeds of malevolence quietly sown amidst the chaos. Concrete fragments rained down upon Fifth Avenue in New York, and the transformed Emil Blonsky trampled atop a mangled taxi roof, crushing the steel of streetlights as if they were mere twigs. His body, awash in dark red muscle, oozed with slime, each step leaving half-meter-deep imprints upon the asphalt. Torn remnants of military uniforms flapped wildly around his massive head. "Hulk, come out and face your doom." The glass of nearby storefronts shattered in succession, and the panicking crowd retreated like a receding tide, the sirens of police cars sounding diminutive against the monster's roar. In the command center, the holographic projections trembled violently as General Ross slammed his palm onto the tactical table, causing the brown liquid in his coffee cup to splash. He fixed an unwavering gaze upon the screen displaying the out-of-control behemoth, once an elite soldier, now a being more ferocious than Hulk. The images of Emil coercing Mr. Blue replayed incessantly in his mind. "Activate the city defense system," he bellowed, his neck veins protruding, determined to prevent this monster from wreaking havoc. The helicopter's rotor blades tore through the clouds as Banner, shackled to a specially designed restraint chair, gazed out the window at the increasingly vivid scenes of destruction. The metal handcuffs dug painfully into his skin, and Betty's desperate eyes, as she was forcibly taken away, overlapped with the flames igniting on the ground. "Only I can stop him." Banner's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. "General, you know that no one understands that power better than I do." General Ross's eyes flickered in the shadows, a tumult of emotions swirling within. Ultimately, he ripped off his earpiece. "Change course. Head to the Abomination's coordinates." The helicopter dove nearly vertically, and Banner felt his heart leap into his throat as the cabin door thunderously swung open. A fierce wind infused with the scent of gunpowder surged inside. He gazed down at the crowd below, scattering like ants in a frenzy, and abruptly realized that his palm was trembling uncontrollably. It was the first time he had felt such profound fear of transformation. With merely 100 meters separating him from the ground, the abhorrent roar reverberated, causing the helicopter to sway violently. Banner's skin finally radiated a vibrant green light, and the sound of dislocated bones mixed with the tearing of fabric erupted within the cabin. The colossal figure of Hulk burst through the door, tracing a green arc in the sky as he plummeted. Just as he was about to crash onto the ground, he swung his fist, striking at the Abomination. The clash of their monstrous forces generated a shockwave that sent cars flying along the entire street. Amidst the flames and smoke, the roars of the two titans echoed through the night sky of Manhattan. When Hulk's fist collided with the Abomination's dark green claws, the very buildings along the street trembled. Thanks to the serum's influence, Banner could feel that familiar rage within him diluted into a murky stream. Yet, the Abomination's dark green muscles were adorned with grotesque patterns, each blow sending sharp pain through Hulk's ribcage. Seizing the opportunity, the dark green monster grasped Hulk's neck, pinning him against the wreckage of a burning car, growling like a beast. "Is this all you can do? You can't protect anyone." The roar of the helicopter echoed overhead, and General Ross's voice blasted through the loudspeaker. "Open fire." Missiles, trailing flames, sliced through the smoke, only to be shattered into fragments by the abomination's sweeping arm just before impact. The enraged dark green creature leaped, resembling a colossal cannonball aimed at the helicopter. Amidst the deafening sound of metal tearing, the helicopter spiraled downwards, Betty's screams mingling with the mournful whir of the rotor blades, piercing Hulk's ears. Betty. Hulk broke free from the abomination's grip, but was ensnared once more by its left arm. The leaking helicopter began to emit smoke, sparks creeping up towards the fuel tank. Just as the abomination's dark green fangs lunged for his throat, Hulk suddenly heard the boiling sound of the serum surging through his veins. Banner was roaring. He violently swung his right arm, hurling the dark green monster towards a nearby skyscraper, concrete debris cascading like a torrential downpour. The fuel tank finally erupted into flames. The inferno swiftly engulfed the helicopter, Betty's desperate figure flickering in the blaze. Hulk planted his feet firmly on the ground, the veins in his neck swelling like gnarled roots. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, he clapped his massive hands together, compressing the air to produce a sharp explosion. A white shockwave burst forth in a circular fashion, sending burning metal fragments flying 100 meters away, while the rampaging flames were abruptly extinguished by the force of the wind, leaving only charred remnants on the ground, still emitting wisps of smoke. The abomination staggered to its feet, its dark green form riddled with cracks, yet it still attempted to lunge at Hulk. Hulk seized the monstrous figure, flinging it towards the military's encirclement as if it were a mere rag doll. Soldiers, guns raised, retreated step by step, while Hulk slowly turned, his trembling fingers gently brushing away the ashes from Betty's face. The morning light pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the ruins, and he looked down at the fading green glow, releasing a heartfelt whimper from his throat, as the silhouette of the Hulk vanished among the buildings. General Ross clenched his fist tightly. The medics were lifting the unconscious Emil Blonsky onto a stretcher, his dark green skin visibly fading. This calamity, born from the uncontrollable surge of power, had momentarily reached its denouement, leaving behind a ravaged city and the size of survivors who had narrowly escaped death. Neon lights filtered through the dusty windows of the tavern, casting fragmented reflections in General Ross's glass of whiskey. He stared at the swirling amber liquid, his atoms apple-bobbing as he downed his seventh drink. The alcohol scorched his throat, yet it could not dispel the haunting image of Emil's dark green skin as he was lifted onto the stretcher. The sound of leather coat rustling behind him indicated the presence of a familiar figure. How curious! Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., personally delivering a eulogy to the vanquished? He swirled his glass, the ice clinking with a piercing clarity. Fury removed his sunglasses, his solitary eye glinting coldly under the dim light. He took a seat beside Ross, savoring a sip of the black coffee offered by the bartender. A soldier should not dwell on past defeats over a drink, but rather focus on the map to strategize the next conflict. Ross slammed his glass onto the bar, amber liquid splattering over the rim. The next conflict? Do you think I do not yearn for victory? My ace soldier has turned into a monster, and nearly the entirety of New York became a battlefield. Now you come to flaunt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s foresight? Such ostentation belongs at an awards ceremony, not a late-night tavern. Fury swirled his coffee cup, leaving dark marks on the wooden bar. We may have strategic disagreements, but the conviction to defend our homeland remains unwavering. The armored forces you commanded provided the necessary distraction, allowing the Shadow Squad to severely undermine Moria. I do not deny this. Ross's fingers lingered at the rim of his glass, the intoxication momentarily giving way to clarity. He turned his gaze to this man, who perpetually lurked in the shadows, and scoffed. Speak plainly. After all this circumlocution, what intelligence does S.H.I.E.L.D. wish to extract from me? The Hulk. Fury lowered his voice, and the surrounding clamor of patrons seemed to fade into silence. Moria is merely the tip of the iceberg. Above him, a far more formidable presence lies in wait. They covet powers that transcend the ordinary, and should they strike, it would spell catastrophic disaster. You have likely heard of the incident involving the S.H.I.E.L.D. prisoners. Behind those escaped convicts lurks the shadow of this very force. Ross seized the bottle and poured more into his glass, the liquid thudding against the glass. More terrifying than a monster that can manipulate shadows? Do you think I would believe such alarmist rhetoric? The vibranium theft, the S.H.I.E.L.D. prisoners' abduction, do you consider these mere hyperbole? Fury's solitary eye flashed with intensity. The Avengers' initiative requires him. The Hulk's destructive potential is a double-edged sword, yet when true peril arises, he will be the fulcrum that pivots the tide of battle. Ross remained silent for a long while, recalling the image of the Hulk turning away amidst the ruins, and the grotesque visage of Emil during his transformation. He drained his glass, his throat rasping dryly. That fellow is like a ticking time bomb. Are you certain you wish to hold such danger in your grasp? Better to keep it than to let it fall into the hands of our enemies. Fry set down his coffee cup, the metallic clink resonating crisply. Your satellite surveillance network blankets the entirety of America, ensuring his trail is perpetually traceable. The next crisis will not grant us the luxury of preparation, Ross. The military and SHIELD must cast aside their prejudices. He rose, adjusting his trench coat, and before turning away, cast a deep glance at Ross, then pushed the door open and departed. As the tavern door swung, a chilling breeze swept in, carrying with it the flickering neon lights. Ross stared at the melting ice in his glass, signaling the bartender for a refill. Yet this time, he refrained from drinking immediately. Instead, he gazed into the amber liquid, his reflection revealing a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Chapter 1. A marvelous night for the little spider. The damp mist once again enveloped Hell's Kitchen, the neon lights flickering through the rain like the city's shattered hopes. Since the downfall of Wilson Fisk's criminal empire, the Ten Rings organization had momentarily receded into silence, yet this land had not welcomed tranquility. Rather, it had plunged into a deeper abyss of chaos. New weaponry circulated in the black market. The gunfire from gang confrontations echoed ceaselessly, and blood repeatedly soaked the streets, further tarnishing the infamous reputation of Hell's Kitchen. Matt removed his glasses, rubbing his weary brow. The law firm's lights appeared particularly dim in the twilight. As he listened to the sirens and the distant sounds of gunfire filtering through the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of his desk. By day, he was a lawyer striving for justice. By night, he transformed into Daredevil, defending this fallen neighborhood with fists and a baton. However, recently, the frequency and intensity of crime had escalated beyond previous levels. Even his relentless efforts seemed insufficient to stem the tide of darkness. Jessica slumped on the sofa of the detective agency, her feet resting on the coffee table, idly flipping through a magazine. The phone rang intermittently. Mostly inquiries about unfaithful spouses or lost pets. Occasionally, there were cases involving gangs, but they were merely trivial matters. She sighed, casting the magazine aside. Her expression filled with boredom. The harrowing battles against the Ten Rings organization had left her disinterested in these mundane daily assignments. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city, the Punisher, Frank, moved like a specter. His firearms were perpetually stained with the blood of criminals, and each appearance heralded fear and death to those wrongdoers. He embodied the very essence of nightmares, a judge sent from the depths of hell. Under his intimidation, many desperate souls still took risks for profit, ensuring that his weapons remained ever ready. Luke Cage's reputation in the Harlem community grew daily. With his formidable physique and unyielding skin, he safeguarded every individual in the area. The children on the streets looked up to him in admiration, while the elders regarded him as the guardian of the community. Yet, he understood that as long as the chaos of Hell's Kitchen persisted, the Harlem community would remain under threat, with the tendrils of evil poised to reach out at any moment. On this day, a gathering took place at Jessica's office. Kid donned his signature bowler hat, idly toying with a playing card, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Gentlemen, I shall be departing Hell's Kitchen for a while." He paused, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've received word that the infamous politician, Theodore Cranston, harbors an extraordinarily rare gem within his home. This individual presents himself with an air of respectability, yet secretly colludes with gangs and drug lords, filling his pockets with ill-gotten gains. I intend to procure his gemstones." "How splendid," Jessica replied languidly, not even bothering to rise. "However, I have no interest in such clandestine affairs. This is your forte. I still have a plethora of tedious commissions awaiting my attention." Matt furrowed his brow, a look of disapproval crossing his face. "Kid, Cranston is no ordinary figure. His connections span the realms of politics and business, and he is protected by personal armed forces. Acting impulsively like this is perilous." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, with the situation in Hell's Kitchen so unstable, we should unite rather than act in isolation." Kid chuckled and waved the playing card in his hand, the ribbon suddenly coiling around a nearby lamp like a serpent, tracing a gleaming arc before the eyes of all present. In an instant, the lamp vanished, replaced by a white rose that blossomed from his sleeve. "Matt, sometimes danger and surprise are but twins." He flicked his fingers, and the rose transformed into a cascade of golden dust, coalescing into a paper dove poised to take flight just before it touched the ground. "Cranston's mansion is heavily guarded?" "That is merely the curtain on a magician's stage. One need only locate the mechanism." The Punisher remained silent, casting a cold, skeptical glance at Kid, his expression rife with doubt and disdain. To him, such recklessness seemed futile. Time would be better spent dismantling the gang. Luke Cage patted Kid's shoulder. "Be cautious, brother. If trouble arises, remember to contact us. While I believe Hell's Kitchen cannot do without you, I support your decision to venture forth." Kid elegantly performed a gentlemanly bow, suddenly tossing 3 coins from beneath the brim of his hat. As they flipped through the air, they formed the characters for Rest Easy. Before dissipating into wisps of smoke, he stepped back, the ribbon swelling and wrapping around the chandelier, propelling him towards the window like a swing. When I return with the gemstones, I shall present to you a true miracle. Before his words faded, his figure vanished into the rainy night, leaving behind a playing card adorned with a plum blossom, its edges still faintly glowing. Kid's proclamation fluttered onto Theodore Cranston's desk like a black butterfly, the gilded letters glinting coldly under the lamp. When the clock in Queens tolls the 7th breath, the moonlight shall kiss the crown of the hypocrite. The aging politician's face turned ashen as he dialed the New York Police Department, and half an hour later, red and blue lights flashed erratically at the opulent Cranston estate. In the police precinct desk conference room, the air was stifling. The whiteboard in the detective division was densely scribbled with notes, and brown coffee stains marred the table's surface. Rookie Officer Emily White gazed at a copy of the proclamation, unable to restrain herself from quietly asking the seasoned Detective Tom Hansen beside her, "Is there truly no one who can decipher this code?" Tom took a deep drag from his cigarette, ash cascading onto the spread-out map. Kid delights in wordplay. Last time he said, "Retrieve the stars from the unsinkable wreck," and it turned out he had stolen a sapphire from the Titanic exhibit at the museum. His words were interrupted by the sound of a slamming door. Police Chief George Dacey's entered, his tie askew, his expression grim. 3 hours wasted. He slammed his hand onto the table, causing coffee to splatter from the mug, and exclaimed, "Is the police department's think tank incapable of deciphering even a simple warning from a ghostly thief? Senator Cranston has been calling every 10 minutes for updates, and City Hall has turned us into a laughingstock." The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint hum of the projector. Suddenly, Technician John raised his hand. "Chief, we have analyzed Kid's previous modus operandi. The 7th breath may refer to the century-old clock at the Queen's Observatory, which chimes 7 times on the hour. Then dispatch someone to secure the observatory at once." Dazes commanded, grabbing his suit jacket, "and search every corner of the estate. We cannot let that scoundrel in a white tuxedo slip through our fingers." As he turned, he caught a glimpse of Emily, who seemed hesitant to speak. "What are your thoughts, newcomer?" he inquired. Emily swallowed hard. The warning mentions the crown of hypocrites. Could this be related to Senator Cranston's recent philanthropist award? After all, the news has been reporting on the financial troubles of his foundation. Dazes' pupils constricted slightly before he seized the intercom. "All units, be advised. Prioritize the protection of the 2nd floor honor room. Repeat, prioritize the honor room." As he hung up, a golden firework suddenly streaked across the sky, exploding into the shape of playing cards. The countdown to Kid's appearance had begun. Peter Parker crouched in the shadows outside the honor room, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. His school uniform shirt was soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his back, and the makeshift web shooter on his wrist pulsed slightly with his breathing. 3 hours earlier, he had been fixated on the news of Kid's warning, hastily scribbling notes on scrap paper until the crown of hypocrites and Winger's remarks overlapped. Last week during recess, Winger had cradled a coffee cup, frowning as he complained, "Those trophies of Cranston's are merely bought with dirty money, a charitable gimmick for show. This time, I will ensure you remember me," Peter mused, biting his lip as he recalled their awkward conversation 3 days prior. He had cautiously suggested that perhaps New York needed a new superhero, to which Winger had tilted his head and retorted, "Spider-Man? Who is that? Just another boring story concocted by the school newspaper?" The youth clenched his fists, the metal casing of the web shooter digging painfully into his palm. Suddenly, the distant sound of fireworks erupted, golden sparks cascading like rain. Peter's body tensed, and instinctively, webbing shot from his fingertips, only to be shattered by an unseen force upon reaching the wall. A white figure floated down from the clouds, gracefully trailing ribbons. As Kid's top hat traced an elegant arc in the night breeze, he bowed to the astonished guards, and playing cards fluttered like silver butterflies, perfectly obscuring all surveillance cameras. "Good evening, gentlemen." Kid's voice carried a hint of mirth, as the ribbons surged and ensnared the ornate iron gate. "I shall borrow Mr. Cranston's family heirloom for a moment, and will return it shortly." Peter held his breath, watching the white figure glide past the estate's fountain. Just as Kid's polished shoes were about to cross the threshold of the honor room, the boy suddenly shot out a strand of webbing, swinging from the corner with momentum. "Halt! Spider-Man is here." The webbing ensnared Kid's top hat, but only managed to tear away a piece of silver silk. Kid turned swiftly, surprise flickering in his eyes beneath the mask, quickly replaced by an intrigued smile. A new face? With a flick of his wrist, the cards shot forth like daggers towards Peter's throat, yet the youth deftly evaded them just before they made contact. As Peter landed, his knees slightly bent. A webline trailed gracefully behind him. "Stealing is simply wrong." He mimicked Captain America's tone, though anxiety gnawed at him. Kid's movements were alarmingly swift, reminiscent of the humiliation he felt when mocked by street thugs last time. Suddenly, Kid burst into laughter. The silk ribbon coiling towards the trophy display case like a serpent. Little one, some crowns rightfully belong to the knight. No sooner had he spoken than the glass case shattered with a thunderous crash, the gem embedded atop the gilded trophy gleaming with an eerie red glow under the moonlight. Just as Peter's webbing grazed the gem, Kid's ribbon snatched it away with the speed of lightning. "Give it back," Peter shouted as he dashed out of the honor room, only to witness Kid unfurling silver glider wings, soaring skyward on the night breeze. Without hesitation, the boy shot out a web, swinging swiftly between the buildings, the wind howling in his ears, while Kid's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the neon lights. "You can't escape," Peter gritted his teeth, continuously adjusting the trajectory of his webbing. Kid occasionally turned back, tossing card bombs that exploded in bursts of light, illuminating Peter's eyes with a fierce glow. He agilely flipped in midair, his webbing sticking precisely to the edge of a skyscraper, inching ever closer to the glider. Kid's laughter mingled with the wind. "Little spider. Catching a magician isn't so easy." Suddenly, the glider accelerated, diving towards the Queensboro Bridge. Peter's spider sense blared warnings, and he took a deep breath, releasing his web as he leaped, grasping the edge of Kid's glider in the moment of freefall. "Got you." His fingers nearly embedded themselves into the metal frame of the glider. Kid evidently did not anticipate such audacity, causing the glider to sway violently, the gem slipping from the ribbon. Both reached out in midair, engaging in a perilous struggle. They wrestled fiercely, the glider trembling in the turbulent air, while the streets of Queens below transformed into a distorted ribbon of light. With a mournful creak, the metal frame succumbed under the strain, and the glider suddenly disintegrated, sending Peter and Kid plummeting amid the scattered fragments. The howling wind filled Peter's ears as he watched Kid's hat swept away by the gusts. Instinctively, he reached out, pulling the other into his embrace. "Hold on." Peter shot out a web that ensnared a lightning rod atop a skyscraper, the impact sending a searing pain through his arm. Just before colliding with the glass facade, he twisted, bracing himself against the fall. Upon landing, they rolled several meters away, Kid's monocle tumbling to the ground, revealing a rare expression of shock. "Are you insane? You risked your life to catch me?" Kid pushed himself up, straightening his crooked bow tie. Peter wiped the dust from his face, raising the hand still gripping the gem. "I told you, stealing is wrong." Kid suddenly laughed, retrieving a silver capsule engraved with skulls and vines from the dark pocket of his tailcoat. "Interesting. I shall remember this favor." As he tossed the capsule, the gem traced parallel beams of light under the moonlight. The special drug developed by the organization, known as 4869, possessed the remarkable ability to eradicate pain entirely. "The gem is yours. Consider it a token of gratitude." Peter instinctively caught the capsule and the gem, the chill of the metallic shell seeping into his palm. Could this truly heal? In a moment of crisis, swallowing it would surely prove more effective than any bandage. Kid adjusted his bowler hat, the silk ribbon coiling like a serpent around the spire of the clock tower. "Until we meet again, little spider." The next time their paths crossed, his figure faded into the clouds, his voice mingling with the nocturnal cries of the owls. "Remember to keep the medicine close." The wail of sirens grew nearer, and Peter slipped the capsule into the pocket of his suit, oblivious to the eerie azure glow emanating from the silver shell beneath the moonlight. As the distant sirens approached, the young man cast a final glance in the direction where Kid had vanished, then turned to plunge into the shadows of New York's night. Unbeknownst to him, the capsule in his pocket began to warm slightly with his body heat, akin to a ticking time bomb. The bustling streets of New York in the evening were alive with traffic. Peter Parker had just purchased bread from a convenience store, the web shooters in his backpack swaying gently. Suddenly, a screeching of brakes pierced the air around the corner. He whipped around to witness an out-of-control car barreling towards a young mother pushing a stroller. "Watch out." Instinctively, Peter shot out a web, but it fell short due to the distance. In a split second, he leapt toward the mother and child, his back scraping harshly against the vehicle's side. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as a gruesome wound spread across his skin, blood instantly soaking through his school uniform shirt. "Are you all right?" the woman asked, her eyes wide with terror. Peter mustered a pained smile. "I'm fine. You need to get your child to safety." As the ambulance's sirens wailed in the distance, he slipped into an alley to assess his wound. The sight of dark crimson blood was alarming. Aunt May would surely lose sleep over this. Under the moonlight, he retrieved the silver capsule from his pants pocket, Kid's mischievous grin suddenly flashing in his mind. That guy, despite being a thief, had never harmed anyone. Peter tightened his grip on the capsule, convinced that ordinary toxins held no sway over his mutated form. The capsule dissolved upon contact, a bitter taste exploding on his tongue. Peter shook his head, attempting to dispel the sudden wave of dizziness. The streetlights began to distort, and he staggered against a phone booth, his aunt's worried face appearing in his mind. He had to tell Aunt May. before his consciousness plunged into darkness. The last thing he saw was his trembling hand, the palm that should have been smooth now inexplicably cold. The scent of antiseptic jolted Peter awake. Struggling to sit up, he discovered himself covered with a children's blanket adorned with cartoon characters. In the unfamiliar hospital room, walls plastered with superhero posters and a bedside table displaying a Spider-Man cup surrounded him. "Little one, you're finally awake." A bright voice chimed. Peter looked up to see a young nurse in a pink uniform entering with a medical chart. "You were burning up and speaking nonsense. We were quite worried." "Little one?" Peter stammered, only to be startled by the high-pitched tone of his own voice. He threw off the blanket only to find that his once long limbs had transformed into chubby childlike appendages, his school uniform hanging loosely on him, reminiscent of a child trying on adult clothes. The nurse approached, puzzled. "What's wrong? Is your wound still hurting?" Her gaze swept over Peter's smooth, unblemished back. It was strange. He had been severely injured when he was brought in. Stumbling, Peter rushed to the bathroom, where the mirror reflected a youthful visage. Beneath his light brown curls lay a still round face, adorned with a pair of brown eyes that sparkled with the same insatiable curiosity he remembered. This was impossible. He trembled as he touched the mirror's surface, his fingertips icy. Outside, New York remained ablaze with lights, yet the once towering buildings now loomed ominously. The distant wail of an ambulance mixed with his racing heartbeat, resonating eerily in the hushed hospital room. Chapter 2. The Marvelous Night of the Little Spider. The nurse knelt, her fingertip playfully tapping the hem of Peter's ill-fitting school uniform, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Did the little one sneak out in his brother's clothes and get scratched by a car? Come on, tell me, what are your parents' phone numbers? Her tone was as gentle as one would use to soothe a kindergarten child, yet Peter felt his temples throbbing. I don't have a brother. He clutched the bedsheet tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palm. Can I make a phone call? My friend will come to get me. The nurse blinked, pushing the hospital's landline phone towards him. Peter stared at the buttons, his Aunt May's number swirling on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, he dialed Ned's mobile. On the third ring, Ned's voice, accompanied by the sounds of video games, came through. "Hello? Who's this?" "Ned, it's me, Peter," he whispered, catching sight of the nurse, who was peering in from the doorway with a curious expression. "Don't ask why. But I'm in pediatric ward 302 at the city hospital. You need to come right away." "Peter? What happened to you? Wait, why does your voice sound different? Let's talk when you get here." Peter hastily hung up, turning to meet the nurse's probing gaze. "My friend will be here soon. He can confirm that I'm not." He abruptly halted, realizing he couldn't possibly explain that he had unexpectedly transformed into a child. 20 minutes later, the door to the ward swung open violently. Ned burst in, phone in hand, the screen still displaying a Spider-Man forum. Upon seeing the small Peter in the bed, his phone clattered to the floor. "Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Were you transformed by aliens or cursed by magic?" "Cool." Peter leaped from the bed, nearly toppling over due to his suddenly diminished height. "I can't even go back to school like this. This is all that damn kid's fault." He rummaged through his empty pockets, pulling out only a scrap of silver capsule wrapping, the medicine he had taken, now completely consumed, with no healing effects whatsoever. Ned picked up the phone, pointing the camera at Peter and snapping pictures excitedly. "Wait, are you talking about the kid? The one who sent a warning letter to the NYPD? He actually drugged you. How should I know what he was planning?" Peter snatched the phone back, his chubby face on the screen only adding to his irritation. "All I want is my original body back. And we absolutely cannot let Aunt May or Wong find out about this." Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and both boys fell silent. Peter hurriedly dove back under the covers, pulling the blanket up to his chin, leaving only his vigilant eyes exposed. As the door swung open, he silently vowed within himself, the next time he encountered Kid, he would ensnare him with spider silk, compelling him to surrender the antidote. The hospital room door was gently pushed ajar, revealing the previous nurse standing at the threshold with a medical file in her arms. Adorned with a gentle smile, "The young lad is recovering splendidly. All his indicators are normal." She turned to Ned, gesturing towards the payment slip, informing him that once the medical fees were settled, they could take his brother home. Ned stared at the figures on the payment slip, his lips twitching slightly. Is it really this expensive? Feeling Peter tugging at the hem of his shirt with pleading eyes, he could only grit his teeth and retrieve his credit card from his wallet. The beep of the card machine resonated like a dagger to his heart. If only he had thought to sell a few of my collectibles for emergencies. Upon exiting the hospital, the night breeze swirled around Peter, lifting the hem of his oversized school uniform. Ned instinctively took his hand, the touch soft as if holding a genuine child. "Well then, dear brother Peter." He elongated the syllables playfully. "In this condition, Aunt May will surely faint when you return home, and if you come to my house, my parents will likely call the police. Surely, we can't let you sleep on the streets." Peter, puffing with indignation, released his grip. But due to his lack of height, when he glared up, Only the tip of his reddened nose was visible. Don't take advantage of me. Just tell Aunt May I'm spending the night at your place, and say we are working on a science project. How many times can you use that excuse? If you Haven T reverted to your original form by next week, 1T, Aunt May just tear apart my house to find you? Ned dramatically clutched his chest and lowered his voice. And what if Wenger discovers you've been missing for so long? This remark struck Peter's vulnerable spot. And he clenched his fists. Tomorrow, Kid will undoubtedly reappear in New York. I will wait near the estate where he last showed himself, ensnaring him with spider silk to force him to yield the antidote. As he spoke, he reached for his waist, only to remember that the web shooter had grown too large to conceal after his shrinking and was now hidden away in the hospital locker. Ned, observing his friend's unwavering gaze, sighed and draped his jacket over Peter's shoulders. Let South head to my place and make do for the night. But honestly, at your current height, even if you managed to catch Kid, he could easily flick you away with a single finger. Peter said nothing, gazing out at the ceaseless flow of car lights beyond the hospital. The neon glow danced in his pupils, reflecting the stubbornness unique to youth. He silently vowed. Even in his diminished state, Spider-Man would not concede to Kid. This time, he would issue the challenge. The security door of Ned's home clicked softly as Peter slipped in like a small cat. As the hallway sensor light extinguished, the boy looked up at his friend, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon his youthful face. If your parents discover us, we're doomed. Don't worry. My parents are engrossed in a television show and won't notice a thing. Ned quietly lifted the leftover food from the microwave, the plastic container making a faint rustling sound in his hands. As they crept upstairs, a sudden shout from downstairs pierced the quiet. Ned, why is the door locked at dinner time? We're busy with math problems. Ned shouted back, simultaneously winking at Peter. The moment the door closed, Peter collapsed onto the beanbag chair, the collar of his school uniform sliding down to reveal an arm resembling a lotus root. As Peter dialed Aunt May's number, he nearly pressed his face against Ned's phone screen. A familiar, concerned voice came through the receiver. Why has Peter answered the phone? Working so late? Ned immediately adopted a serious tone. He's busy fine-tuning his latest invention. He can't even respond to me. After hanging up, the two boys exchanged glances and sighed in unison. By the time the morning light pierced through the curtains, Peter had been gazing out the window for half an hour. Ned, with his messy hair, sat up and saw his friend stuffing a miniature web shooter into his pocket, the device appearing disproportionately large in his palm. Are you really going to the museum to wait for a chance? Ned mumbled through a mouthful of toast. After Kid's last crime, the police must have heightened their vigilance. He will definitely show up. Peter's fingers suddenly froze as he flipped through the newspaper. The headline of the Hornet Daily stabbed his eyes painfully. Dangerous vigilante. Spider-Man destroys municipal property. Accompanied by a photo of the streetlight he shattered while chasing a robber. The boy abruptly crumpled the newspaper into a ball. Wondering what was wrong with Jameson. I was clearly saving lives. The glass of the subway station reflected Peter's sulky face. Ned helplessly adjusted his uniform collar. Forget about that bald guy for now. Your height. He lowered his voice. Wait, the man in the top had a head. Peter stiffened. Yet his spider sense did not react at all. The man turned, revealing a beer belly and a receding hairline. Clearly an ordinary office worker. Dejected, the boy returned to his newspaper, unaware of a flash of white fabric gently fluttering behind the platform's advertisement board in the morning breeze. As they stepped through the museum's doors, a familiar voice called from behind. Hey Ned, are you here to visit the museum too? Peter's body instantly turned to stone, his fingers frozen mid-flip of the newspaper. Ned's throat bobbed as he stiffly turned around. Wongo. What a coincidence. Wengu approached with a skip, the scent of her strawberry shampoo mingling with the museum's ancient aura. She crouched down, her gaze landing on Peter's flushed face. And her eyes sparkled. You brought a little one. Is he your brother? How adorable. Her warm fingers gently pinched Peter's cheek. I'm your brother's classmate. You can call me Sister Wengu. Peter's mind went blank, all the calm he had previously maintained in front of Wengu evaporating. He could vividly feel the warmth of her palm and the faint scent of jasmine lingering around her. When Wengu smiled and said, If you call me Sister Wengu, I'll buy you candy, the boy, inexplicably, blurted out, Wengu's sister. The soft, childlike voice surprised even him. Good. However, responded with delighted cheer, scooping him into her embrace. Peter buried his face in her shoulder, listening to the girl's joyful laughter. And a ludicrous thought suddenly sprouted in a corner of his mind. Being a child doesn't seem so bad after all? Ned, beside them, was sweating nervously, stammering in explanation. Yes, I brought my brother to broaden his horizons, but his words were interrupted by Wengu. What a coincidence. I brought my cousin to visit too. She waved towards the distance, where a little girl with twin ponytails was bouncing over. Seizing the opportunity, Peter slipped away from Wengu's embrace, only to have her grasp his hand. Since we are so fated, let us explore together. Do you wish to see the dinosaur fossils or the Egyptian mummies? As she spoke, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and Peter felt his heart race uncontrollably, not out of anxiety, but from a sweet, unfamiliar flurry. Ned discreetly signaled to Peter, urging him to find an excuse to escape. Yet, as Peter gazed at Winch holding his hand, recalling the warmth of their earlier embrace, he suddenly found it difficult to let go. At that moment, the chandelier in the museum's dome flickered, and a jarring electric sound crackled over the loudspeaker, followed by a voice laced with amusement that resonated throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some magic. Peter's spider sense ignited instantly, and he looked up to see a white figure gliding gracefully on silk ribbons, elegantly passing before Van Gogh's Starry Night could floated in midair, bowing charmingly to the crowd, his white cloak billowing like waves in the air. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, what I bring today is not thievery, but the truth. His elongated fingers suddenly pointed to the painting hanging on the wall. This painting is a complete forgery. The exhibition hall fell into a hushed silence, with only the hum of the air conditioning system piercing the stillness. The elderly curator stepped forward with his cane, his pupils constricting sharply behind his gold-rimmed glasses. You thief! How dare you speak such nonsense? This painting is the museum's prized possession, supported by a certificate from a reputable authority. Certificates can be forged, but pigments do not lie. With a smile, Kid unfurled the scroll he held, revealing a swirling nebula of moonlit blue and bright yellow that matched the painting on the wall precisely. He flicked his fingertip, sending a silver beam to the ceiling, and the spotlight instantly focused on both artworks. Ladies and gentlemen, observe that Van Gogh's characteristic impasto technique leaves unique knife marks on the canvas, yet this piece on the wall, Winch suddenly tightened her grip on Peter's hand, the thin sweat from her palm dampening his skin. She whispered into Ned's ear, the cracks along the frame are incorrect. The genuine Van Gogh should exhibit radial fissures, while this resembles artificially aged grid patterns. If there is still doubt, perhaps we could invite an art major to verify? Kid's gaze swept over the crowd, abruptly locking onto Winch. That young lady with the ponytail, your eyes tell me you already possess the answer. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Winch released Peter's hand. Yet her steps felt leaden. As she ascended the platform, Peter noticed her school uniform's hem shivering in the draft. Drawing a deep breath, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and opened a professional application. The violet light illuminated both canvases. The genuine ultramarine pigment will exhibit a bluish-purple fluorescence under ultraviolet light, she stated, gliding her fingertip across the wall painting, which remained unresponsive. Furthermore, Van Gogh used unmixed cobalt blue to depict the stars in the center of the swirling vortex, while the forgery employed a mixed gray-blue. Kid removed his top hat and bowed. Indeed, a professional's eye does not deceive. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud resonated from the corner of the exhibition hall, as if a heavy object had fallen. The curator slumped to the floor, his cane rolling aside, his murky eyes fixed intently on the authentic piece titled Starry Sky, a broken sob escaping his throat. The crowd began to stir, the distant wail of police sirens piercing the air. Yet, Kid remained unperturbed as he carefully rolled up the canvas and executed a gentlemanly bow towards Wenger. Beautiful lady, consider this my invitation to an art appreciation class. With a resounding gunshot shattering the silence, Kid flung a ribbon that ensnared the chandelier, swinging towards the skylight amidst the gasps of the onlookers. When the detectives burst through the door, they were met with a scattering of golden tokens, and the curator slumped before the masterpiece, swiftly subdued by the officers. Stop. Peter, disregarding his concealment, shook off Wenger's hand and pursued. However, just 2 steps in, his small stature was knocked off balance by the frantic crowd. Ned, quick on his feet, caught him. But the boy, in his urgency, bit down on Ned's arm. Let go of me. I have to catch him. Kid's laughter mingled with the sound of the ribbon slicing through the air from above. Farewell, everyone. In a blink, he disappeared into the shadows of the museum's dome. Peter, frantic, took advantage of the chaos to discreetly retrieve a miniature web shooter, launching a silver thread towards the edge of the skylight. Peter! Ned's exclamation was drowned in the cacophony. The boy swung up to the second-floor corridor, watching Kid's white figure dart across the museum's outer wall. The wind filled his oversized school uniform, lifting the hem like a tiny battle flag. Gritting his teeth, he glared ahead, determined not to let him escape this time. Wenger suddenly seized Ned's wrist, her fingers nearly digging into his flesh. What did you just call him? Peter? The girl's pupils dilated, the memory of Peter's chubby face from middle school merging with the visage of the boy before her. She stared at the swinging web, abruptly shaking Ned's shoulders. What is going on? Why does that child have Spider-Man's equipment? Dazed from the shaking and overwhelmed by Wenger's fiery gaze, Ned surrendered completely. He stammered out the tale of Kid's drugging and Peter's transformation, concluding, really, he is Spider-Man. I saw him swinging with the web. Wow, the big brother is Spider-Man. Suddenly, Wenger's little cousin clapped her hands in excitement, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Wenger's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly covered the little girl's mouth. Show. This is a colossal secret. You mustn't tell anyone. Watching her cousin nod obediently, she sighed in relief before turning to Ned. Let's go. We need to help him. She tugged Ned towards the museum entrance, shouting to the officer on duty, Officer Tom, can you watch over my cousin for a moment? I have something urgent. Without waiting for the officer's reply, she dragged Ned into the throng. The night breeze lifted her ponytail, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction Peter had vanished, that boy who often dozed off in class, the one who would diligently pick up her fallen paintbrushes, now, with a small yet resolute frame, chasing after the enigmatic thief. And she, absolutely, could not stand idly by. Chapter 3. A marvelous night for little Spider Kid weaved through the buildings on the ribbon, suddenly halting midair. As he glanced back at the small figure relentlessly pursuing him, suspended by a web, he removed his top hat and feigned confusion. Little one, why are you chasing me? I have no sweets to offer you. Peter barely managed to halt his momentum, the web producing a jarring sound against the glass facade of the skyscraper. He lifted his flushed face, his school uniform rising and falling with his vigorous breaths. Kid, stop pretending. I don't believe you've forgotten who I am. Oh, it's just you, Spiderling. Kid chuckled heartily, his monocle glinting mischievously in the moonlight. Why aren't you out there fighting criminals? I haven't stolen anything today. He waved the genuine Van Gogh painting in his hand, the stars on the canvas seemingly mocking Peter's disarray. Hand over the antidote. Peter shot out a web to ensnare Kid's cloak, only for the latter to effortlessly break free. You gave me that drug that turned me into this. Antidote. Kid exaggeratedly shrugged, the ribbon in the air tracing a languid arc. I borrowed that from some mad scientist's lab. I don't even know its exact effects. Where's the antidote in that? Noticing Peter tremble in rage, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. Honestly, I thought it would just give you a mild stomach upset. Who knew you'd trick me into believing it was a healing potion? Peter's youthful voice quivered with anger, tears welling in his eyes. Isn't the essence of magic deception? Kid flicked Peter's forehead playfully and darted away, tossing a handful of cards into the air. The golden cards fluttered like silver butterflies, each imprinted with a cartoon image of a miniature Spider-Man. If you wish to revert back, seek out Tony Stark. He suddenly spoke earnestly. Mention my name. I fought alongside that guy before. He'll assist you in your research. The wail of sirens echoed from 3 blocks away. Kid blew a charming kiss to Peter and vanished into the shadows cast by the neon lights. Peter clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms as he gazed in the direction Kid had disappeared. Taking a deep breath, he noticed the lights of Stark Industries flickering in the distance, perhaps concealing the key to unraveling the mystery. The night wind howled past Peter's attire as he tightened his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his skin. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind, as Winger and Ned appeared breathlessly at the rooftop entrance. Peter. Winger's voice was tinged with evident urgency, her gaze falling upon his diminished form, emotion swirling in her eyes. The young Spider-Man stood rigid, his eyes wide with surprise. Ned, unable to meet his gaze, shifted nervously behind Winger. I had no choice. Winger forced me to say it. Winger stepped forward slowly, a smile gracing her lips, yet her fingers harshly tousled Peter's curly hair, the force causing him to wince. Peter Parker, she squinted, her voice laced with ice. You've kept this from me for so long, and even when you encountered such trouble, you didn't confide in me. That's rather unkind. Peter tilted his head, his voice filled with grievance. I didn't want you to worry. Worry? Winger abruptly halted her actions, crossing her arms. I'm more furious that you consider me an outsider. Ned knows you're Spider-Man. While I've been left in the dark like a fool. She paused for a moment, her tone softening unexpectedly. You have endured so much pain. And having taken this peculiar medication, I could certainly assist you. Ned, standing nearby, nodded fervently. Exactly. I could help you in secret, but the pressure is immense. Peter gazed at Winger's reddened eyes, his heart tightening as if ensnared by spider silk. He pressed his lips together and whispered, Kid suggested I seek out Tony Stark. Mentioning his name could aid me in researching an antidote. Winger and Ned exchanged astonished glances. Mr. Stark? Winger quickly grasped Peter's hand, still bearing scratches. What are we waiting for? Let us head to Stark Tower immediately. You shall not push us away this time. Ned had already pulled out his phone to check the route, mumbling, perhaps there are cheeseburgers in Mr. Stark's laboratory. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, the arched floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the entirety of New York's nightscape. Tony Stark rested his chin on one hand, holographic projections of mechanical skeletal designs swirling before him. Just as his fingertips grazed the hovering light screen, J.A.R.V.I.S.S. electronic voice interrupted. Sir, Kid the Phantom Thief is outside the tower, requesting a meeting. Kid? Tony raised an eyebrow, loosening his tie. a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The magician who dons a white cloak and loves to vanish? Is he here for afternoon tea? The metallic chair whirred as he stood, adjusting his cuffs. However, considering our previous encounter with Moria, let him in. 3 minutes later. The glass curtain wall slid open silently, and Kid descended gracefully, his silver cloak sweeping across the $1,000,000 Persian carpet. He removed his top hat and spun around, the monocle reflecting the smart lighting within the room. Mr. Stark, every time I visit, I cannot help but marvel at how your establishment surpasses any treasure trove I have ever pilfered. Refinement and a spirit of adventure have always been our common language. Tony pressed a button on the remote, and the mechanical arms along the wall unfolded, showcasing various pieces of armor. Yet, rather than indulging in flattery, I'm more intrigued to know why you risk attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. by coming here. Are you looking to unveil a new trick or peddle secondhand gems? Kid leaned against the suspended J.A.R.V.I.S. control panel, his fingers gliding over the pulsating data streams. Unfortunately, treasures are not on today's agenda. He suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes glinting mischievously behind the lenses. Do you believe it? I just added a little one to the streets of New York who can expel spider silk. As Kid animatedly described the scenario, Tony's expression shifted from casual indifference to utter shock upon hearing that someone had ingested a mysterious drug that caused a reduction in size. He sprang up from the leather sofa. Wait, you gave someone an unidentified pill? Where did you acquire such a substance capable of altering physiological structures? Do you have more in stock? Had I known it had this effect, I would have used it to prank Fury long ago. Kid spread his hands, a few playing cards fluttering out from his sleeves. That drug was procured from an underground laboratory, a one-of-a-kind specimen. He suddenly leaned closer to Tony's ear. Before long, a peculiar little individual clad in a tight-fitting suit will come looking for you, given our history of fighting side by side. Before he could finish, Kid's figure transformed into a flurry of playing cards, colliding with the floor-to-ceiling window in a gust of wind. In the instant the glass trembled, Tony caught a glimpse of the words he mouthed before vanishing. It's up to you, genius. The troublesome rascal, Tony, massaged his temples as he settled back into his swivel chair, the holographic design of the armored suit suddenly contorting into the visage of a child's wrinkled face. Jarvis timely interjected, Sir, there are 3 visitors at the Building S security checkpoint, one of whom is carrying an unidentified biological technology device. Let them come up. And prepare some child-friendly energy drinks as well, Tony murmured to the air, deftly folding the card left by Kid into a paper airplane. It seemed that his leisurely day was about to be interrupted. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Peter's breath almost hitched in his throat. The intelligent lighting at the top of Stark Tower cascaded like a galaxy, and the suspended mechanical arms wove a technological tapestry with the holographic displays. Clutching Ned's hand, which trembled slightly, Peter's youthful voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Is that the latest model of the arc reactor? And that automatic assembly station you mentioned during your last interview? It's supposed to enhance research efficiency by 300%. Calm down, calm down. Ned adjusted his glasses, only to receive a sharp glare from Gwen, who was more concerned about Peter's identity being revealed. Yet, at that moment, the little spider had completely forgotten to disguise himself. His blue eyes reflected the shifting screens, resembling a squirrel that had just stumbled upon treasure. Ah, is it the fan meeting time? Tony leaned against the floating workbench, while the metallic arms automatically calibrated the armor components for him. He raised an eyebrow at Peter, who gazed up in adoration, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. I've heard you're that little fellow who took the strange medicine? Mr. Stark. Peter bounded forward, almost colliding with the workbench due to his small stature. I've had your quote about technology serving humanity written on the front page of my notebook for 3 years. And your design of the solar-powered highway system has completely revolutionized the concept of traditional energy. Hold on, kid. Tony raised a hand to interrupt the torrent of praise. He summoned a medical scanning drone, stating, Before I listen to your flattery, let me first examine your diminished physique. As the blue light swept over Peter's entire body, he furrowed his brow at the emerging report, magnifying the image of the gene chain fluctuations for a closer look. Wait a moment, this anomalous fluctuation, Jarvis. Activate the highest resolution mode in the biological lab. Peter attempted to speak, but Gwen tugged at his sleeve. The girl knelt down, smoothing his tousled hair. Don't just talk. Let Mr. Stark focus on the examination. Meeting Tony's inquisitive gaze, she added, All we know is that the drug was given by Kid, and we have no other information. Interesting, Tony mused, stroking his chin as the armor components floated and rotated at his fingertips. This is not a typical drug metabolism reaction. Your gene chain is actively attacking the drug molecules. Jarvis retrieved Peter Parker's biological profile. As expected, after being bitten by a spider, his mutated physique was rejecting the foreign genetic modifications, which explained why his recovery speed was 10 times faster than that of an average person. He tapped the glowing blue screen, noting that the drug's efficacy was diminishing at a rate of 12% per hour, and by tomorrow's sunset, he would revert to his tall stature. However, this rejection might be accompanied by intense pain. I'll need to prepare some suppressants for you. Really? As Peter jumped up, his head nearly collided with the floating mechanical arm. I thought I'd have to endure this body at next month's Technology Expo. Wenger was infectious in his exuberance, and without realizing it, he began to smile as well, while Ned had already taken out his phone to start the countdown. Suddenly, Tony grasped Peter's wrist, his gaze fixated on the web shooter attached to Peter's waist. Did you craft this homemade mechanical device? He rotated the shooter, examining the intricate interlocking gears. The air pressure nozzle modified with a pin spring, and the liquid reservoir astonishingly 3D printed. Peter nervously swallowed. I pieced it together using parts from a junkyard. It sometimes comes in handy. This is nothing short of genius-level improvisation. Tony snapped his fingers, and a mechanical arm immediately presented him with tools. Look, installing a micro-gyroscope here will enable dynamic tracking of the web trajectory. We can also add a voice control module to the shooter. As he spoke, the components began assembling themselves mid-air into a new model. With these modifications, you'll be able to control it with precision even at high speeds. Peter's eyes sparkled like they were lit by a spotlight. So that's how it works. I always struggled to control the force during sharp turns, but with the gyroscope, it can automatically adjust the firing angle through centrifugal force. He excitedly gestured. If we replaced the liquid reservoir with a nano capsule, their conversation swiftly morphed into a jubilant exchange of technical jargon, leaving Wenger and Ned standing by, awestruck by the ever-changing mechanical blueprints projected in holography, until Tony firmly patted Peter on the shoulder. Listen, kid. As soon as you graduate high school, bring this design to Stark Industries, and I'll personally ensure you get an internship. As they departed, Peter glanced back at the brilliantly lit Stark Tower, the night breeze lifting the hem of his oversized school uniform. Wenger's hand naturally rested on his shoulder. So, how does it feel, future Stark heir? Peter looked up at her, the moonlight illuminating Wenger's eyelashes, resembling delicate strands of a shattered galaxy. He suddenly realized that when secrets ceased to be barriers, the emotions buried deep within his heart became clear and warm. I should actually thank Kid, he murmured, if it weren't for this unexpected incident. I might never have dared. Dared what? Wenger tilted her head with a teasing smile. Flushing, Peter dashed toward the elevator, his youthful voice echoing in the empty corridor. Nothing. Just can't believe I got to discuss inventions with my idol. He was oblivious to Wenger's mischievous gaze behind him. Nor did he notice Ned giving him a thumbs-up gesture. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Peter touched the modified web shooter in his pocket. Outside, the neon lights of New York continued to shimmer brilliantly, and this extraordinary night would undoubtedly become one of the most cherished memories of his life. After all, not every superhero has the opportunity to rediscover the world and embrace growth through the eyes of a child. Chapter 57. The underworld empire of Valen. A damp fog enveloped Hell's Kitchen, the neon lights bleeding into peculiar hues amidst the rain. Matt Murdock edged along the wall, his black uniform soaked through, dried blood congealed on his right shoulder. 3 days prior, he had attempted to thwart the Hand's takeover of an underground fight ring, but was struck by a sonic weapon wielded by AFO, causing him to bleed from every orifice. Were it not for Jessica's timely arrival, he might have met his end sprawled in the street. Turning the corner, a sudden sound of metal scraping against the ground pierced the air. 5 enforcers bearing the insignia of the Black Hand advanced menacingly, wielding electric shock batons. One of them sneered as he activated a nerve-paralyzing device at his waist. Daredevil, I hear you've been quite active lately. Matt's fingertips trembled slightly. He could sense the stimulant coursing through their veins, a combat serum developed by Hobgoblin. As the blue light of the stunned baton descended, Matt rolled to the side, his reinforced baton sweeping across his assailant's knees. However, a sudden burst of anesthetic gas erupted from a vent in the corner, momentarily stalling his movements. The thud of their heavy boots struck his ribs, and the buzzing of the electric device shattered his vision into myriad white sparks. Through his hazy sight, the cold rain fell mercilessly, the damp air thick with the scent of rust and gunpowder. A few blocks away, Jessica hovered atop a dilapidated apartment building, the fierce wind tousling her unkempt hair. Since Mariah's demise, she had successfully reclaimed her shadow. A confrontation with John 3 days prior had left her with fractured ribs, yet the wounds were healing rapidly. Below, on the street, Black Hand transport trucks incessantly delivered modified weapons, the metallic clanking of heavy firearms echoing like a death knell. This situation was untenable. Jessica clenched her fists, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the distant glow of the black magic symbol, a signal of Valen's expanding influence. Once thriving gang strongholds now lay in ruins. the anguished cries of the resistance piercing the night like daggers. Surprisingly, the Black Hand had refrained from targeting orphanages and nursing homes. This deliberate restraint was unsettling. Kid concealed himself in the attic of an abandoned theater, his top hat still speckled with shards of broken glass. 3 days prior, he had attempted to infiltrate a Black Hand warehouse to steal research data, only to be pierced by a bullet meant for a target. Now, he gazed at the tattered ribbon in his hand, the warning from Valen echoing in his ears. Anyone who dared challenge the authority of the 10 steps would become mere experimental data for the Red Queen. Outside the theater, patrols scanned the streets with Ivan-designed detectors, prepared to apprehend anyone registering abnormal energy fluctuations. The rain intensified, and as Matt was struck in the back by a stun baton, he fell heavily into a puddle. The enforcer's laughter blended with the drumming of raindrops against the ground. He fumbled for the smoke bomb at his waist, only to realize it had been lost in the chaos. In a daze, he heard Jessica's furious roar echoing from afar, followed by a violent explosion of air as she forced her way through the encirclement with her superhuman strength. They were delineating their territories. Just before losing consciousness, Matt suddenly grasped the Black Hand's peculiar restraint. The sanctuaries for the elderly and children might well be Valen's bait to undermine the populace's will to resist. Meanwhile, at the Black Hand's headquarters, Valen observed the chaos on the surveillance screens. Tapping his cane against the ground as the holographic projection of the Red Queen materialized, I recommend initiating the second wave of purges. The modified weapons created by the 3 researchers are ready. The night deepened, and streets once filled with hope had devolved into a cage beneath a black iron curtain. Matt, Jessica, and Kid huddled in the corners of the city, acutely aware that their struggle against the 10 Steps organization was just beginning. Valen's fabricated prestige, built upon the nonviolence towards vulnerable groups, posed a far greater threat than overt brutality. Valen reclined upon the sumptuous leather seat within the headquarters of the Mafia, idly toying with a cufflink adorned with a ruby, as he listened to the furious tirade of the mayor of New York on the other end of the line, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. The holographic screen in his office displayed real-time updates from Red Queen, tracking the control of Hell's Kitchen, the flickering red dots resembling conquered pieces on a chessboard. Valen, your recent activities in Hell's Kitchen have attracted too much attention. The mayor's voice brimmed with ire. Complaints from the public have piled up on my desk, and the media is having a field day. I need you to cease all operations immediately, unhurriedly. Valen returned the cufflink to his sleeve, his tone imbued with an unmistakable pressure. Mr. Mayor, why such anger? I assure you, all actions are confined to Hell's Kitchen and will not affect the citizens of other streets in New York. This place has always been a melting pot of all walks of life. I am merely restoring order. A cold scoff emanated from the other end. Do not play word games with me. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Mr. Mayor, we are in the same boat, Valen chuckled lightly, his gaze turning predatory. If you would assist me with this small favor, I can ensure that those trivial matters are swiftly resolved. Your villa on Jersey Island, along with the sudden influx of overseas transfers in your account, are not beyond scrutiny. A lengthy silence enveloped the receiver, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Valen knew the mayor was weighing the pros and cons. He glanced at the screen, where Red Queen had displayed the mayor's detailed dossier, including secrets potent enough to ruin him, all meticulously gathered through hacking and an intelligence network. After a prolonged pause, the mayor finally spoke, his tone rife with resignation and compromise. Only in Hell's Kitchen. Do not bring me any greater troubles. Rest assured, Mr. Mayor, may our collaboration be fruitful. Valen replied with a smile before hanging up, tossing the phone carelessly onto the desk. Leaning back into his chair, he gazed at the projected map of New York on the ceiling, his eyes glinting with ambition. Red Queen, initiate the plan. Those small gangs still resisting must be shown true power. Instructions received, Red Queen's sweet electronic voice chimed, as the screen promptly displayed the distribution and vulnerability analysis of the remaining resistance forces, recommending the use of Dr. Ivan's modified electromagnetic pulse weapon to incapacitate their communication and defense systems without inflicting mass casualties. Valen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Have John lead the charge. We shall act tonight. Additionally, inform Lasso and Hawkbane to expedite the development of the new combat agents. I intend to bring all of Hell's Kitchen utterly to heel beneath the 10th Order. Meanwhile, in a concealed basement within Hell's Kitchen, Matt, Jessica, and Kid huddled around a dilapidated table. Matt bore fresh wounds on his face, while Jessica carefully tended to his injuries, and Kid busied himself polishing a deck of cards. This cannot continue, Matt said, furrowing his brow. Valen's influence grows stronger each day. On the surface, he avoids the weak and the infirm, yet he is surreptitiously winning the hearts of the common people, lulling them into a false sense of security. Jessica let out a cold snort, remarking that those politicians had evidently been bribed, for it was inconceivable that they would permit him to wreak havoc in Hell's Kitchen. Kid abruptly halted his actions, his gaze resolute as he suggested, "Perhaps we could seek Stark's assistance. During our previous alliance, we forged a certain camaraderie. With his wealth and technology, he might be able to dismantle Valen's monopoly." Before anyone could respond, the iron door of the basement was suddenly burst open. A cloud of dust swirling in the air. A tall figure appeared in the doorway, Luke Cage. His clothing was tattered, and the vibranium baton at his waist still glimmered coldly, albeit with strips of black tape wrapped around it to secure the minor cracks along the handle. "You all are here." Luke entered, his voice laden with fatigue, suggesting that the recent expansion of Valen had made life difficult for everyone. "I was chased all the way here. Their weaponry is becoming increasingly advanced, and my indestructible body is nearing its limits." Matt rose to his feet. Though he could not see, he accurately turned towards Luke. "We are discussing strategies." Kid proposed seeking Stark's help. "Do you find this feasible?" Luke pondered for a moment before nodding. "Stark's technology is indeed what we require, but the mob has eyes everywhere. Contacting him poses a challenge." Suddenly, the air in the basement trembled violently with the sound of a tremendous explosion, followed by a barrage of gunfire that pierced through the rain. Kid sprang to his feet, his eyes, vigilant beneath the brim of his hat, fixed on the doorway. "That is the sound of electromagnetic pulse guns. This is a new weapon developed by Valen. Don't let the Punisher escape." A sharp scream pierced through the walls, mingling with the thunderous roar of metal treads crushing the ground. Matt steadied himself against the wall and abruptly stood tall, his reinforced baton sliding into his palm. "It's Frank. He is exchanging fire with the mob." Jessica tore off a makeshift bandage, launching herself off the ground with explosive force, concrete fragments raining down like droplets. The other four exchanged glances, then followed suit into the smoke-filled street. On the street, a modified combat jeep weaved frantically through the hail of bullets, its body marred by charred burn marks. Frank crouched atop the vehicle, his heavy machine gun belching fire, shell casings raining down upon the hood. Yet, on the opposite side, more than 20 members of the mob brandished electromagnetic guns, their concentrated energy beams shattering the jeep's bulletproof glass into a spiderweb of cracks. Leading the charge, a figure known as Bullseye, adorned with tactical goggles, wore a cruel smile as he skillfully pierced the jeep's fuel tank with his electromagnetic sniper rifle. "Die, bastard." Bullseye pulled the trigger, and Frank abruptly rolled into a drainage ditch, the bullet grazing his scalp and plowing a half-meter deep trench into the ground. Just as the mob members prepared to encircle him, Jessica descended from above, her right fist imbued with tremendous force, sending 3 henchmen crashing into the adjacent building. "Did you think you rats could dare to show yourselves?" Bullseye scoffed, roaring into his communicator. "Red, initiate the lockdown protocol. Have all patrols converge on my location." The mob members behind him immediately formed a barrage of fire, the enhanced electromagnetic guns unleashing energy beams that wove together in the air like an electric net. Matt glided through the hail of bullets like a wraith, his reinforced baton striking precisely at the wrists of his adversaries, as a thug aimed his firearm at his temple. Luke Cage swung his vibranium baton in a sweeping arc, the clash of metal igniting sparks as the thug's weapon was reduced to mere scrap. Kid flung a silk ribbon that ensnared a distant lamppost, while the cards he launched sliced through the air like daggers, severing the communication devices of 2 enemies. "Want to capture Frank? You must first get through me." Jessica leapt into the air, seizing a discarded sedan and hurling it fiercely towards the enemy stronghold. In the explosive aftermath, Target's expression shifted dramatically. He realized reinforcements would not arrive in time. Gritting his teeth, he urged his communicator for Red to coordinate nearby personnel. "Dream on." Kid unleashed a smoke bomb, enveloping the battlefield in a thick, purple haze. Jessica grasped the bloodied Frank and hoisted him onto her shoulder, soaring into the sky. Target fired blindly into the fog, hitting only a few stray fabric edges. As the smoke dissipated, the street was littered with the remnants of the Black Hand gang and the fading echoes of chaos. "Red, pursue them. Have all eyes on their movements." Target kicked over a nearby electromagnetic gun, his gaze burning with fury. The communicator crackled with Red's cold electronic voice. Target's movement trajectory marked. "The nearest patrol is 12 kilometers from their location." Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory a few blocks away, Frank was laid upon a rusted iron plate. His bulletproof vest bore gaping holes from electromagnetic energy, and the wounds on his arms hissed with smoke. "Don't save me next time." Frank coughed up blood, yet accepted the bandages offered by Kid. Matt gripped his baton tightly, his keen ears picking up the distant sound of chaotic footsteps. Red would not relent. He turned to the group. "We need a plan. Otherwise, we will be ill-prepared for their weaponry." Jessica crossed her arms, her resolve unwavering. "We must find Stark. Right now?" She gazed out at the dawn's light breaking through, knowing that beneath the shadow of Hell's Kitchen, a far greater storm was brewing. Chapter 58. Breaking through for aid. The iron framework of the abandoned factory groaned in the night wind, as if lamenting the impending battle. Matt caressed the grip of his reinforced baton, the cold metal invigorating his senses. Red's computational capabilities could analyze the heat distribution of the entire block in just 3 seconds. He turned to the flickering electronic screen in the corner, displaying real-time data of the Black Hand's patrol routes. Any significant movement on our part will be detected. A diversion, Kid suddenly declared, tearing open the collar of his silk ribbon, flipping the cards in his fingers to create a fan shape, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Like a magician's sleight of hand, we four will create chaos while Jessica breaks through during the thick of the skirmish. Only she can breach the blockade before Red reacts. No way. Jessica's roar reverberated against the walls, causing dust to fall. Her clenched fist bore crescent-shaped blood marks. Her eyes filled with worry and defiance. I am the strongest. I should be the one to hold the rear. You have no idea of the power those electromagnetic guns possess. But you are the only one who can fly, Matt replied, turning to her with precise intent. His hollow eye socket seemingly harboring a searing light. His voice was steady and resolute. Do you remember the battle against Moria? Your full-throttle flying speed rivals that of a Quinjet. He paused, his voice suddenly softened. This was not the time for bravado, Jessica. Stark's technology is our only hope. Luke Cage brought the vibranium baton down heavily on the table, the metallic clash resonating in the silence, as if heralding the imminent eruption of fierce combat. We will cover you to the third block, where the buildings are dense enough to disrupt the Red Queen's satellite scans. He tore the hem of his shirt to bind the wound on his arm, the bandage barely concealing the charred marks of electromagnetic burns. If this drags on, Hell's Kitchen will transform into a testing ground for advanced weaponry. Kid flung out a spade card, which embedded itself into the wall with a soft thud. In 5 minutes, I will detonate 3 substations with smoke bombs. The chaos will not last more than 2 minutes. You must seize this fleeting opportunity. He turned to gaze out the window, the searchlights of the mob patrols slicing through the rain. No matter how clever the Red Queen is, she cannot predict the erratic movements of a madman. Jessica felt a tightening in her throat as her eyes scanned the scarred faces of her comrades. Matt's shoulder bandage was seeping fresh blood, Luke's pant leg dripped with rusty rainwater, and Kid's fingers were wrapped in makeshift bandages. She suddenly recalled 3 days prior, when these very individuals had dragged her, grievously wounded, into the basement amid a hail of gunfire. All right. She inhaled deeply, her palm crackling with an unsettling sound akin to dislocated bones, her eyes igniting with unwavering resolve. But if a single hair on your heads is harmed, I shall dismantle Stark's armor and use it as your coffin. Outside the factory, the footsteps of the mob drew nearer, like the ominous beat of death. The mechanical voice of the Red Queen suddenly emerged from a discarded communicator. An abnormal heat source has been detected, 500 meters from the target point. Matt raised his hand and crushed the device that had emitted the sound, turning to face the approaching blue light with a gaze as cold and sharp as an eagle's. It was our turn to take the stage. Kid had already climbed up to the windowsill, the silk ribbon fluttering in the rain. Remember, 2 minutes from now, at the clock tower in the third block. He hurled 3 specially designed smoke bombs into the sky, the purple haze erupting with blinding arcs of electricity as the substations detonated, showering sparks that illuminated Jessica's soaring figure. Meanwhile, on the ground, Matt swung his baton at the first mob member rushing in, while Luke's vibranium baton clashed against an electromagnetic gun, igniting the fuse for this breakout battle. The purple smoke and exploding arcs transformed the streets of Hell's Kitchen into a boiling cauldron. Kid's specially crafted cards severed cables, plunging the entire city into darkness. In that instant, Matt leaped into the chaos like a Black Panther. His reinforced baton struck accurately at the knees and wrists of mob members. He remained attuned to his surroundings, able to predict the trajectory of electromagnetic gunfire merely by the sound of their breaths, leading the group through the hail of bullets with an uncanny evasive path. Over here, Luke Cage swung his vibranium baton, deflecting an incoming electromagnetic beam. The sparks created by the collision illuminated his resolute face as he wielded the baton like a whirlwind, causing any enemies that drew near to stagger and drop their weapons. Meanwhile, Kid utilized the cover of smoke, darting between buildings, occasionally tossing an electrified card that sent pursuing foes tumbling in disarray. Jessica propelled herself off the ground, sending shards of gravel flying like pellets towards the approaching members of the Black Hand gang. Just as she ascended into the air, a furious shout from below pierced the atmosphere. Bring her down. Dozens of electromagnetic guns simultaneously aimed at the night sky, their energy beams intertwining to form an impenetrable web of death. Matt charged toward the area with the highest concentration of guns, wielding his baton like a striking serpent, targeting the joints of his adversaries to draw their fire. Meanwhile, Kid continuously detonated explosions on the rooftop, shrouding Red's line of sight with thick smoke. Luke Cage stood resolutely in the center of the street, his vibranium baton creating a flurry of illusions as he deflected the energy beams aimed at Jessica. Though impervious to harm, The force of the impact still left his hands tingling with shock. He gritted his teeth and persevered until Jessica vanished into the curtain of rain, at which point he surged toward the enemy behind him, striking a henchman's helmet with a resounding thud. As Jessica successfully broke through, the scene seamlessly transitioned to her seeking refuge at Stark Tower. The neon lights of Stark Tower flickered through the downpour as Jessica, drenched in blood, crashed through the glass dome. The security system's steel mesh appeared as fragile as a spider's web before her, effortlessly torn apart with her bare hands. Happy, accompanied by a squad of security personnel, rushed in but was halted by a marble table that she had overturned with a single hand. "Stand aside," her voice reverberated, causing the crystal chandelier to sway violently. "Wait." Tony Stark's voice emerged from the holographic projection as the Mark IV armor, shimmering in silver and crimson, erupted from the walls, enveloping him in an instant. The arc reactor in his chest pulsed with a mysterious glow, while the magical amplifiers on his shoulders buzzed to life. Scarlet energy coursing through the armor's intricate patterns. "This lady seems to require you to stop showing off immediately." Jessica tore away the rag wrapped around her arm, revealing scorch marks from electromagnetic burns, her tone urgent and furious. "If you waste any more time with jokes, I will be left to collect the bodies of Matt and the others." Tony raised an eyebrow, surveying her multitude of injuries as the armor's scanning system flickered rapidly. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the anti-electromagnetic burn treatment chamber." He gestured for security to stand down, his gaze sharp. "Now, tell me, what is the situation?" Jessica took a deep breath and recounted the expansion of Valen, the threat posed by Red, and how her companions had risked their lives to cover her escape. Tony's expression grew increasingly grave as he summoned a holographic map, the runes of the Mark IV armor pulsating in response. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate comprehensive scanning." "Scan obstructed, sir." "J-A-R-V-I-S"'s voice was unusually stuttered, detecting powerful interference from an unknown artificial intelligence employing dynamic encryption protocols. With a resolution of 0, Tony's pupils narrowed slightly as the magical amplifiers on his armor erupted with blinding light, something capable of outsmarting J-A-R-V-I-S. "It seems the technology of the 10th Order is more formidable than I anticipated." He turned to Jessica, a dangerous curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Inform Matt Murdock, Stark Industries' magical arsenal is about to be unleashed. This time, we shall give these tech fanatics a lesson they won't forget." J-A-R-V-I-S. Embed the core module of the anti-demon fruit device into the third layer of the chest plate and triple the capacity of the seawater reserve. Tony's voice was calm and resolute as his fingers glided swiftly across the virtual control panel, the Mark IV armor emitting a series of mechanical hums. The runic patterns flowed across the armor's surface, seamlessly integrating with the newly added device interfaces, while a specially designed seawater reservoir gradually took shape beneath the shoulder armor, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Jessica observed the industrious Tony before her, the wounds from the electromagnetic burn still throbbing faintly. Yet her gaze remained unwavering. "I will go with you. Matt and the others are still battling alone in Hell's Kitchen. I cannot remain here nursing my injuries." Without turning around, Tony continued to adjust the device parameters with precision. "Your current condition will only hinder us. These electromagnetic burns are no trifling matter. Don't underestimate me." Jessica's muscles tensed, a powerful energy surging within her, causing the air around to quiver slightly. "My recovery abilities far exceed those of an ordinary person. These injuries are nothing. Moreover, the situation in Hell's Kitchen is ever-changing. Every additional person adds strength." Finally, Tony paused, turning to meet Jessica's stubborn gaze, and sighed in resignation. "You truly are a headstrong individual. Very well, but you must follow my commands." With that, he raised his hand to summon the holographic communication interface. J-A-R-V-I-S. Locate the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier and send a secure request for assistance. As the crimson flames of the Mark IV armor pierced the night sky, Tony and Jessica sped towards Hell's Kitchen. The high-velocity airflow tousled Jessica's hair, and as she gazed down at the rain-drenched, distorted neon lights, she suddenly spoke. "Hawkeye and Natasha's tactical coordination is impressive. Come on. You don't really think I need a bunch of agents to make an impact?" Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a teasing smile, with the runic array swirling around his eyes. "Just wait. You'll see that Stark Industries' arsenal is no mere trifle." Despite his light-hearted tone, he swiftly integrated Hawkeye and Natasha's combat characteristics into the tactical analysis system with J-A-R-V-I-S assistance. The system detected significant energy fluctuations in the direction of Hell's Kitchen, with the interference intensity of the Red Onslaught system rising sharply. J-A-R-V-I-S alarms blared suddenly. Tony's smile vanished instantly. The runic light on the armor surged, and the valves of the shoulder seawater reservoir began to warm up. It seems Valen is planning something big. Just as he finished speaking, the thrusters suddenly accelerated to full power, the crimson exhaust flaring like a meteor across the cloud-laden night sky. Once I dismantle the red onslaught into scrap metal, I will deal with those electromagnetic gun-wielding nuisances. The scene shifted again, transitioning to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier and a rehabilitation hospital in New York City, adding new threads of intrigue and suspense to the narrative. Within the operations command room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, red warning lights blinked rhythmically, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Nick Fury tightened his leather eye patch, draping his trench coat over his shoulders, and spoke into the communicator with a grave tone. Hill, how is the situation at the New York Rehabilitation Hospital progressing? Level 3 security deployment has been completed, Director. Maria Hill's voice responded from the terminal. However, Stark has just sent an urgent request for assistance regarding Hell's Kitchen. We should prioritize that. Fury pressed the elevator button, the metallic doors slowly closing with a resolute and icy demeanor. Nothing was more imperative than awakening the slumbering Captain America after 70 years. Keep an eye on the movements of the Ten Rings organization. I shall return in 2 hours, he stated before severing communication. The sensation of weightlessness as the elevator descended tightened his stomach slightly. Meanwhile, in a high-level ward of a rehabilitation hospital in New York City, the heart monitor emitted a prolonged beep. Steve Rogers' eyelashes fluttered slightly as his chest, covered by a thin blanket, rose and fell gently. The television in the room played a replay of a Dodgers game from 1941, the static-laden footage vividly juxtaposed with the announcer's excited shouts piercing the silence. The Dodgers have been tied again, 4-4. The audience knew that with a single swing of his bat, this player had the ability to alter the course of the game. This phrase acted like a key, unlocking the depths of Steve's consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The unfamiliar overhead light forced him to squint. The scent of antiseptic, the plastic material of the hospital bed railing, and the electronic calendar on the wall displaying September 2012 overwhelmed his senses. Good morning, or should I say good afternoon? A gentle female voice drifted in from the doorway. Sharon Carter entered, holding a medical clipboard. Upon seeing Steve sitting up, her amber eyes widened in surprise. She quickly regained her composure, tucking the clipboard under her arm. How do you feel, sir? Where am I? Steve rasped, his gaze sweeping over the towering skyscrapers outside the window. The neon-lit glass facades were starkly different from the buildings in his memories. New York City Rehabilitation Hospital. Sharon replied with a professionally soothing tone, adjusting the foredrip. The cheers from the baseball game on the television suddenly surged, prompting Steve to grasp her wrist with an astonishing strength. Chapter 59. Convergence. He fixed his gaze on the television screen, his Adam's apple bobbing intensely. It was the Dodgers game from May 1941, and he had been there in person, looking down at his intact left hand, and then frantically scanning the futuristic surroundings. His voice trembled. None of this is right. Taking a deep breath, Sharon reached into her pocket for her communicator, only to be startled by Steve's sudden outburst. Don't come near me, he shouted, violently overturning the hospital bed, the metal frame screeching against the floor.